Chapter 1, Buddy, Are You a Ninja Turtle? Downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Linjiang University, Zhang Yuan was waiting eagerly with a bouquet of roses and a gift box in her hands. Not long after, a heavily made-up girl walked out of the building. The girl's name was Tang Lu. She was wearing a new long dress from Ports and carrying a small entry-level Louis Vuitton bag. Her appearance was originally only 5 points, but after careful dressing up, it was actually around 7 points. As soon as she walked out of the dormitory building, she attracted a lot of people's attention. As soon as Zhang Yuan saw the girl, he walked towards her with joy and handed the rose and gift box in his hand to Tang Lu. Happy Valentine's Day, baby! Today is Valentine's Day and also the 5th anniversary of our relationship. I specially prepared a gift for you. You will definitely like it. Tang Lu didn't take the flowers. She looked at the rose and gift box in Zhang Yuan's hand with disdain, rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan, and said with some disgust. Flowers again. You send flowers every year. Can't you be a little bit original? I'm so disappointed in you. No, not just the flowers. Seeing that Tang Lu was angry, Zhang Yuan quickly shook the gift box in his hand and said carefully. Today is the 5th anniversary of our relationship. In addition to flowers, I also bought you a new iPhone 13 phone. Haven't you always wanted an iPhone 13? You will definitely like it. That's enough, Zhang Yuan, stop doing this. Tang Lu said to Zhang Yuan speechlessly. She shook the phone in her hand, and it turned out to be a new iPhone 13 Pro Max. We are about to be seniors, and your monthly living expenses are only 1,000 yuan, and you have to work part-time as a food delivery man to afford a relationship. It's 520 yuan a year, and you can't even afford to give a 520 yuan red envelope. If it's so difficult, don't look for a girlfriend. A college student actually runs to deliver food. If you don't find it shameful, I do. But... Zhang Yuan looked at the girl blankly, his body frozen in place. I deliver food so I can take you out to play and buy you gifts. I don't need a food delivery guy to take me out to play, and I won't accept a gift from a food delivery guy. Wake up, Zhang Yuan. The housing price in Linjiang City is already over 50,000 yuan per square meter. If you make a living by delivering food, you won't be able to buy a house in Linjiang City for the rest of your life. Tang Lu turned on her cell phone and checked the time. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up soon. Don't bother me anymore. Zhang Yuan, let's break up. Boyfriend? Tang Lu's words were like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Yuan stood there stupidly, shouting in disbelief. You lied to me, baby? Am I not your boyfriend? When did you have another boyfriend? The girl snorted coldly and said nothing. Not long after, a black Audi Q7 came speeding over and stopped beside the two people. A boy wearing branded sportswear got out of the Audi. As soon as the girl saw the boy, she immediately walked to his side and put her arm around him intimately. The boy looked the girl up and down carefully, then laughed in a very obscene way. Baby, you look so beautiful today. I have already booked the presidential room in the hotel. Today is Valentine's Day. I will definitely make sure you have an unforgettable night. You are Lu Yujie? After seeing the boy's appearance clearly, Zhang Yuan almost collapsed. He grabbed Tang Lu's arm and shouted to her excitedly. Is he your new boyfriend, baby? This guy is a well-known scumbag in our school. He got several schoolgirls pregnant and dumped them. You better not do anything stupid. Let me go, who is your baby? Isn't it disgusting for you to scream like that? Tang Lu pushed Zhang Yuan away. Then she patted her cuffs and shouted to Zhang Yuan with disgust. Look at your dirty hands, you've made my clothes dirty. Lu Yujie also glanced at Zhang Yuan at this time, and said to Zhang Yuan with great disdain. You are Lulu's ex-boyfriend, right? Nice to meet you. Speaking of which, I should thank you. I heard that you have been dating Lulu for 5 years and you have never touched her. You are like a ninja turtle. But don't worry, I will check the goods for you tonight. After saying that, he grabbed Tang Lu's waist and helped her into his car. Then he sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and the black Audi Q7 immediately sped away. Zhang Yuan stood there, his heart bleeding and his body couldn't help but tremble. He and Tang Lu started dating in their second year of high school. They studied for the college entrance examination together, applied for admission together, and went to the same university together. It has been 5 years now. Over the years, he has always treated Tang Lu wholeheartedly, fearing that she would melt if he held her in his mouth, and fearing that she would break if he held her in his hands. Even if there were occasional quarrels, he would take the initiative to admit his mistakes and never let Tang Lu suffer any grievances. Others say that you should pamper your girlfriend like a daughter, but he treats Tang Lu like his own ancestor. But what is the result? What I got in return was betrayal. Thinking back to the look in Lu Yuje's eyes when he hugged Tang Lu just now, Jiang Yuan's teeth were about to break. He and Tang Lu have been together for 5 years, and the most they have done is hold hands, and they have never even kissed. He is also a normal man, not a ninja turtle, and he once had plans to go further. But every time he took a further step, Tang Lu would always say that she was a conservative person and wanted to save her virginity for him on their wedding night. Now what? He and Lu Yuje just met today, and now they are going to open up. Jiang Yuan was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Does this mean that poor people are really not qualified to fall in love or have love? Plus, why can't he be a wealthy man who spends money like water? To meet the host's needs, the super rich fund system has been bound to the host. This system provides the host with a 900 trillion godly rich fund, which can be squandered by the host, but the following rules must be followed. First, the host cannot use the funds provided by this system to purchase any physical property for himself, it can only be used for pure consumption. Second, the funds of this system cannot be donated to any external party. Third, the funds provided by this system cannot be arbitrarily destroyed or discarded. Fourth, you cannot give away the funds provided by the system to others without any reason. The 900 trillion yuan of funds in this system will be distributed in batches in the form of tasks. After the host completes the task, he can get 1% of the task amount as a personal reward. The reward amount can be spent at will, and at the same time, he will get the godly enhancement points. In order to facilitate the host's consumption, this system has opened unlimited transfer power for the host. The host's transfer consumption in various channels is unlimited. Now issuing the first mission. Host, please spend all 10 million before 12 o'clock tonight. Mission reward, 1% of the mission amount and 10 reinforcement points. Chapter 2. The system is real. System? 900 trillion? You must be kidding. Jiang Yuan couldn't believe his ears. He still knew what the system was. After all, it was 2022, and who hadn't read the novel? However, he never expected that such a ridiculous thing would fall on his head. But before he could question it, another interface appeared before his eyes. Host, Jiang Yuan. Age, 21. Physical condition. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 4. Perception, 3. The average adult peaks at 10. Skills, College English Test Band 4. Super Rich Skill Points, 0. Current task, spend 10 million before 12 o'clock at night. There are 14 hours, 15 minutes and 21 seconds left before the task ends. Seeing all his indicators appear, Jiang Yuan finally believed that the system in his mind was not an illusion. But 900 trillion yuan is too exaggerated. How much is China's total GDP in a year? Can he really squander such a large sum of money at will? He took out his mobile phone doubtfully, opened Kuaishou, and randomly clicked on the live broadcast room of a female anchor in the same city. Then, in the gift sending column, he selected a cloud-piercing arrow. Soon a message popped up saying that his balance was insufficient and asking him to recharge. Jiang Yuan entered 10,000 in the recharge amount, which is also the largest denomination for a single recharge on Kuaishou. When paying the price, a mysterious black card appeared in his payment options. This should be the card that provides system funds, right? Jiang Yuan chose to pay with the black card, and soon, 10,000 yuan of Kuaishou coins were deposited into his account. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Consumption successful, you have spent 10,000 yuan, and you still need 9.99 million yuan to complete the current task. Please keep going. Fuck, this system is actually real. The money in the black card can actually be spent. This is so cool. Jiang Yuan shouted excitedly, and then began to frantically shoot cloud-piercing arrows in the female anchor's live broadcast room. Shiching Joga Jiang Yuan's Kuaishou ID sent the anchor cloud-piercing arrows X1, X2, X3. A series of cool special effects exploded on the female anchor's public screen, and Jiang Yuan's ID also kept lighting up on the public screen. The number of comments in the chat area also began to grow rapidly. Who the hell is this Shiching ninth brother? He can fire arrows through the clouds continuously. It must have taken him thousands of hours, right? We've never had such a domineering boss enter Nana's live studio. It looks like Nana will have someone to protect her from now on. Brother, keep on brushing. Bring more cloud-piercing arrows to draw more traffic to our Nana. The female anchor who was broadcasting live seemed to be a little bit unable to believe her eyes. After a brief moment of daze, she said to the screen excitedly, "Thank you for the cloud-piercing arrow, Nana is so touched. If you want to watch any show, you can order it. As long as Nana knows how to perform, she will perform it for you." Although the live broadcast room was bustling with activity, Jiang Yuan, who was in high spirits, was in no mood to pay attention to it. After he used up all the Kuaishou coins in his bag, he hurried back to the dormitory and lay on the bed to think. Today is Valentine's Day, and everyone in the dormitory is celebrating the holiday with their girlfriends. Therefore, when Jiang Yuan returned to the dormitory, there was no one there. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, feeling upset. The relationship that I carefully nurtured for 5 years was betrayed, but unexpectedly, the super-rich fund system was activated. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Tang Lu, oh Tang Lu, I treated you so well, but you betrayed me. Don't worry, I will make you regret it. Jiang Yuan slapped the bed hard, and the old iron bed immediately began to creak. But after his anger, Jiang Yuan quickly calmed down. Now he still has a mission. It is still a bit difficult to spend 10 million Chinese yuan before 12 o'clock tonight without leaving any physical property. We need to think of a way to consume it. Jiang Yuan frowned and thought for a long time, but still had no clue. With no other choice, he opened his circle of friends on his phone and started scrolling through them. Nowadays, the circle of friends is full of micro-businesses and advertisements, and there is not much useful information. However, after he browsed for a while, a piece of valuable information caught his eye. It's so boring to be alone on Valentine's Day. If anyone can treat me to the seafood dinner that is limited to Valentine's Day at Cheval Blanc Manor, I can consider being his girlfriend for half a day. Is there anyone willing to take the bait? The person who posted this on WeChat Moments is a girl named Senyun Nuan Nuan. After the text, there was a very playful emoticon of a person sticking out the tongue, and a picture of a person daydreaming in the dormitory. Jiang Yuan knew this Senyun Nuan Nuan. Her name was Lin Jiajia. She was the campus belle of their college and was also a campus celebrity who had been selected as one of the top 10 beauties in the school. However, although she is good-looking and looks very pure, she is a well-known sea king. She changes boyfriends faster than she changes clothes, and they are all rich second generations. There is always a group of lickspittles following behind her. Therefore, for a long time, Jiang Yuan looked down on her, thinking that although Tang Lu was not as pretty as her character was much better than hers. Now it seems that she and Tang Lu are birds of a feather. However, Jiang Yuan was in a hurry to spend money and couldn't care less. So he looked up the phone number of Cheval Blanc Manor on the internet and called it directly. "Hello, this is the catering department of Cheval Blanc Manor. How can I help you?" "Hello, I want to reserve your Valentine's Day limited package. Please help me reserve a seat." "Excuse me, sir, are you our member?" "No." "Well, I'm sorry, sir, our Valentine's Day limited set menu is fully booked. You can choose another time to dine at our hotel." Jiang Yuan frowned when he heard this. "How much does it cost to get your membership? I can top it up now." "Excuse me, sir." The customer service on the other end of the phone was still very polite. "Our membership is given after spending 100,000 yuan in the hotel. If you top up temporarily, you will not be able to become our member." "Yeah?" Jiang Yuan sneered. 10 times. "I will pay 10 times the amount of your membership fee, and I will dine at your place tonight. If you can't make the decision, go to your leader and apply for it now." "I'll wait for your call." Jiang Yuan said this and hung up the phone. Less than 3 minutes after I hung up the phone, a call came in from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, sir. I am Shin Feng, the manager of the catering department of White Horse Manor. You can just call me Xiao Shun. What is your name?" "My last name is Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I heard that you want to pay 10 times the price of our hotel membership consumption to dine in our restaurant tonight, is that right?" Chapter 3 Are you Jiang Yuan? "That's right." Jiang Yuan replied indifferently. "That's right, sir." After receiving Jiang Yuan's affirmative response, the catering manager's tone became more enthusiastic. "According to the hotel's regulations, we cannot accept outside guests once all seats are booked. However, since you like our hotel so much, we can make an exception and prepare a private room for you. However, you need to pay part of the meal fee in advance to our hotel account. Is this okay with you? When the catering manager said this, his tone was cautious, for fear of offending Jiang Tao. In this world, except for fast food restaurants, everywhere you go you eat first and pay later. This is an eternal truth. This is especially true for high-end hotels like theirs. Asking guests to pay for their meals directly is very impolite, almost like slapping them in the face. If you're not careful, the guests may get angry. But there's nothing I can do. Zhang Yuan called to order the food. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's phone number had never appeared in their customer information, so he was an unfamiliar customer. What if Zhang Yuan was playing a prank? They had reserved a private room and prepared the dishes, but Zhang Yuan didn't show up? He would have to take the blame. So this is the only option left. The catering manager originally thought that Zhang Yuan would be furious, and he had even thought about how to calm Zhang Yuan down. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Zhang Yuan just said coldly, "Got it. Send me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you right now." The catering manager breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your understanding of our work," and immediately sent the hotel account to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone, then used the black card to transfer 1 million to the White Horse Manor account. In less than 2 minutes, he received another call from the catering manager. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. We have received your meal fee. Thank you for your kindness to our White Horse Manor. It is our great honor to serve you. Your dinner is scheduled in the private room Blue Sea Tide Rising of our manor. We will reserve this room for you for the whole day. You can come to dine at any time. If you have any other instructions, you can contact me at any time." Okay, got it. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone expressionlessly. Then he clicked on the WeChat avatar of Xin Yuan and sent a message to Lin Jia. "Are you there, pretty lady?" About 5 minutes later, Lin Jia sent Zhang Yuan too, followed by a sentence, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "We didn't know each other before, but we will know each other soon." Zhang Yuan replied, "Don't you want to have the seafood dinner at Cheval Blanc Manor? I've already reserved a seat. I'll treat you tonight." In the girls' dormitory of Linjiang University, Lin Jia looked at the dialog box on her mobile phone and frowned slightly. Today is Valentine's Day. She was bored in the dormitory alone, so she just posted a message on WeChat Moments, hoping to attract the attention of her men. As for Cheval Blanc Manor and the like, she was just talking about it casually and didn't really want to go. After all, the people in her circle of friends are all students, and the White Horse Manor is one of the most luxurious hotels in Linjiang City. Their Valentine's Day limited package is 10,000 yuan for 2 people, and few poor students can afford it. Unexpectedly, someone actually wanted to invite her. But who is this brother 9 of Shiqing? How come she has no impression at all? After thinking for a while, Lin Jia sent a shy expression to the other party and said, "But no one knows who you are. It would be very dangerous if I go out with you like this." Not long after, the other party replied, "My name is Zhang Yuan. We are from the same college. We got to know each other on WeChat at an event. Today is Valentine's Day. I got cheated on, so I want to find someone to help me. Would you like to do me a favor?" Zhang Yuan? Lin Jia's brows furrowed even more tightly. She seemed to have some impression of this name, but was not familiar with it. Moreover, those rich second generations in their college have basically not been investigated by her, and have never heard of Zhang Yuan? Forget it, since someone is taking advantage of me, why not treat her to a meal that costs more than 10,000 yuan? Anyway, she has seen a lot of such dogs. Even if you treat her to a meal, don't even think about getting any advantage from her. So she replied to Zhang Yuan. "So you are Zhang Yuan. I remember you. Your girlfriend is really cruel. I feel sorry for you for a while." "No need to feel bad." Zhang Yuan replied. "Would you be so kind tonight?" Zhang Yuan's blunt tone made Lin Jia feel a little unhappy, but she still replied, "Since you're injured, please wait for me at the school gate at 6:30 this afternoon." Good. After replying the message, Zhang Yuan threw his phone aside and fell into deep thought. He had heard of the name White Horse Manor, which seemed to be one of the most expensive places in the city. In a place like that, spending 10 million in one night shouldn't be a problem, right? At around 6:30 in the evening, Jiang Yuan packed up and went straight to the school gate. Lin Jia is still easy to identify. She was wearing a dark gray preppy coat from Pierre Cardin, a pair of bodycon leggings, and a pair of small leather shoes from K-Shop. The whole person is like a rose swaying in the wind, pure yet charming. Judging from appearance alone, she is indeed much better than Tang Lu, at least above 8 points, close to 9 points. Jiang Yuan walked up to Lin Jia, patted her shoulder gently, and said indifferently, "Hello, Lin Jia, dinner time is almost here, let's go." When Lin Jia heard Jiang Yuan's voice, there was still a smile on her face. But when she saw Jiang Yuan, the smile on her face froze. The guy in front of me, named Jiang Yuan, is of average height and has an ordinary appearance. He had an ordinary crew cut and wore a down jacket from a domestic sports brand that cost no more than 500 yuan, and a pair of ordinary sneakers that cost less than 200 yuan. The worst thing is his trousers, which have no brand at all and are simply cheap goods. Such a poor guy is not even qualified to be my bootlicker. Is he the one who threatened on WeChat to treat me to a big dinner at Cheval Blanc Manor? You are Jiang Yuan? Lin Jia asked Jiang Yuan with a suspicious look on her face. She even subconsciously took a step back, trying to keep as much distance between herself and Jiang Yuan as possible. Why, doesn't it look like that? Jiang Yuan sneered. From the moment Lin Jia started looking at him, he knew that Lin Jia was going to doubt his identity. Come to think of it. How could a poor guy whose clothes are not even worth $1,000 invite others to dinner at such an expensive place? If he asked Lin Jia to get into the taxi with him now, Lin Jia would definitely think he was a pervert and turn away, right? But it doesn't matter. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, he immediately said to the other party, "Is this Shaoxin? I'm at the gate of Linjiang University now. I'm going to your hotel for dinner. Please send a car to pick me up immediately." Chapter 4. The person on the other end of the phone responded very respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yuan took another photo of himself and sent it to Shin Phone. Then he put away his phone, looked at Lin Jia very coldly, and said, "The hotel car will pick us up in 15 minutes. Please wait a moment." Lin Jia looked at Jiang Yuan with a strange expression. Is this guy sick? He didn't even have a decent piece of clothing on him, but he had the audacity to say that he would treat me to dinner at Cheval Blanc Manor and even asked the hotel to send a car to pick me up. This is not the way to pretend to be cool. Do you think Cheval Blanc is yours? You can just make a phone call and a car will come over? I'm sorry, Jiang Yuan, I'm not feeling well today, so let's postpone the dinner. If you want to go, I won't stop you. Jiang Yuan looked into the distance without even looking at Lin Jia. But if I were you, I would choose to wait here for 15 minutes. Lin Jia's face looked a little ugly. If it were any other time, if any boy dared to talk to her like that, she would have walked away long ago. But, looking at Jiang Yuan's indifferent expression, it seemed that he really didn't take her seriously. She had already taken a step forward, but involuntarily took it back. Humph, it's just 15 minutes, just wait, let's see what tricks you can come up with. She snorted in her heart, then stood beside Jiang Yuan and waited. Linjiang University is located in the suburbs of Linjiang City and there is no traffic congestion. So in less than 15 minutes, a black business sedan appeared at the end of everyone's sight. As soon as the car appeared, the students at the school gate became excited. Fuck, if I'm not mistaken, that car is the legendary Rolls-Royce, or an extended version. I've never seen such a thing before. This car is aristocratic among luxury cars. It must be worth more than 10 million, right? More than 10 million? Put away your poor imagination. This is a collector's edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. You can't buy it for more than 10 million. Who in our school is so rich that he can afford a car like this? The Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at the gate of Linjiang University and stopped in front of Jiang Yuan and Lin Jia's door. The driver, wearing a neat black Versace suit and white gloves, got out of the car hastily, bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Yuan, and said to him very respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am sent by Mr. Shin to pick you up. Please get in the car." Lin Jia was shocked. Other students at the school gate were also shocked. They couldn't imagine at all that such a luxurious, extended model Rolls-Royce, such a respectable butler, and the person to pick up would actually be Jiang Yuan, who looked like a bit of a loser. Jiang Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. He spends more than 1 million on a meal, which hotel wouldn't treat him like a grandfather? It is reasonable to send a car worth tens of millions to pick him up. He got into the car without hesitation. Then he stretched his head out again and said to Lin Jieji expressionlessly, "What are you still standing there for? Get in the car." Oh. Lin Jieji got into the car like a zombie, and the driver closed the door. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove away from the gate of Linjiang University, leaving behind a group of students, disheveled in the wind. In the suburbs of Linjiang, in front of the lobby of the White Horse Manor Hotel, a black Audi Q7 was parked at the hotel's reception desk. Two young people, a man and a woman, were arguing with the hotel's lobby manager with red ears. "I clearly reserved a seat here, how can you tell me I don't have one? Did you make a mistake?" "I'm sorry, sir. We couldn't have made a mistake. Your name and contact information are definitely not included in our order information." "Impossible. Check Chen Area again to see if there is any order information for someone with this name." "We have checked, sir, all the names you provided have no order information." "How is this possible?" The people who were arguing with the lobby manager were none other than Tang Lu and Lu Yujie. Today is Lu Yujie and Tang Lu's first date, and it is also the big day when he is about to take down Tang Lu. He wanted to show off in front of Tang Lu and let Tang Lu take a good look at what the life of rich people is like. So he spent 20,000 yuan and found a friend who was a scalper to help him reserve a spot at Cheval Blanc Manor. Cheval Blanc is the most popular high-end restaurant in the city. The Valentine's Day limited dinner here may not be available even if you call to make a reservation 3 months in advance. If I could have a meal here and post a circle of friends with location, this X would be full. Chen Ariai, who helped him reserve a seat, had assured him that there would be absolutely no problem and told him to just come when the time came. But now, why is there no information about his order? While they were still arguing, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the reception desk. After the driver opened the car door very attentively, another man and woman walked out of the car. Led by the doorman, the couple walked slowly to the lobby door. After seeing the appearance of the man and woman clearly, Tang Lu, who was standing next to Lu Yujie, frowned immediately and a look of disgust appeared on her face. "Jiang Yuan? Why is it you? Didn't I tell you not to bother me anymore? Why did you follow me here?" Jiang Yuan also saw Tang Lu at this time. When he saw Tang Lu and Lu Yujie standing very closely together, his eyes froze and his breathing became rapid. Lin Jieji, who follows Jiang Yuan, is a smart girl. She looked at Jiang Yuan, whose face looked abnormal, then at Tang Lu, and suddenly understood something. So she immediately took Jiang Yuan's arm and said to him in a sweet voice, as if she was acting like a spoiled child, "Jiang Yuan, you're going to treat me to a meal, right? I'm really hungry. Let's go in quickly." Looking at Lin Jieji's cuddly look, Tang Lu and Lu Yujie were both a little dumbfounded. Especially Lu Yujie. As a well-known playboy in Linjiang University, how could he not know Lin Jieji? She is a beauty at the school level. I wonder how many boys' dream girl she is. However, he also knew that a girl of Lin Jieji's level was not someone he could afford to play with. For an average girl, if you spend 10,000 yuan to buy her a mobile phone or a bag, she will be so moved that she will want to marry you immediately. But for Lin Jieji, this kind of routine has been seen many times and it is not rare at all. Although Lu Yujie is rich, he is only rich compared to ordinary students. His family's assets are only tens of millions, and his monthly living expenses are only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. At this level, it might be okay to torture an ordinary little girl, but it's impossible to torture a high-ranking person like Lin Jieji. Lu Yujie was puzzled. Why would Lin Jieji, who always looked down on others, stay with a loser like Jiang Yuan? And they behave so intimately. Chapter 5. I don't know her well. Yes, we are here to eat. Jiang Yuan glared at Tang Lu coldly, then took Lin Jieji's hand and walked into the hotel. Seeing this, Lu Yujie sneered with disdain. Although I don't know why Lin Jieji is with this loser, but this loser actually dared to bring Lin Jieji to Cheval Blanc Manor for dinner, which is just asking for humiliation. How could a loser like him enter the White Horse Manor when even he himself couldn't enter? You stinky loser, you pretend to be cool even though you have no ability. It's such a high-end place, I'm afraid no one would want you if you came here to wash dishes. Just when Lu Yujie was about to laugh at Jiang Yuan's joke, a man in uniform came out from the lobby. He trotted over to Jiang Yuan and, like the driver, bowed 90 degrees to him and said to him very respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Xiao Shen who contacted you. It is an honor for all the staff of White Horse Manor to serve customers like you. I will take you to dinner now." After Manager Shin finished speaking, he immediately bowed and made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Yuan. The lobby manager, who had been blocking Lu Yujie from entering, also bent down respectfully and opened the door for Jiang Yuan. No. Are you sure? Lu Yujie was stunned. He pointed at Jiang Yuan and shouted in disbelief. This guy is just a poor loser, how can he be your VIP? Sir, please watch your words. Manager Shin from the catering department frowned and said to Lu Yujie gloomily. Mr. Jiang is our most distinguished guest tonight. If you insult him in our hotel, we don't mind asking the security guard to ask you to leave. After he finished speaking, he waved his hands, and two burly security guards really surrounded him. Lu Yujie was a little panicked. He stared at Manager Shin with both eyes and shouted excitedly. Are you sick in the head? You don't entertain a real rich man like me, but a loser who delivers takeout? Is this how you treat your guests at White Horse Manor? After Lu Yujie's scolding, Manager Shin's face completely fell. He nodded to the security guards, and the two security guards understood and immediately carried Lu Yujie out of the lobby door of White Horse Manor. When Lu Yujie was taken away by the security guards, he was cursing loudly. Manager Shin was too lazy to pay attention to him. Are you sick? You are the one who is sick. Can a person who is willing to spend 1 million on a meal be a loser? That person must be a rich man. Although Mr. Jiang's dress was indeed a bit simple, the money he transferred to the hotel account was real. Moreover, their limited dinner can only be booked with priority by members who have spent more than 100,000 yuan in the hotel. But the actual selling price was only 10,000 yuan. In other words, Jiang Yuan actually spent 100 times the price to book this dinner. Rich people nowadays are quite weird. They always like to play the pig and eat the tiger game. Maybe Mr. Jiang dressed himself like this just to pretend to be poor. Such a rich man is the boss wherever he goes. If they could serve such wealthy people well and have them come to their hotel more often to spend money, wouldn't it be easy for them to meet the sales target of their catering department? If I listened to you and treated someone like Mr. Jiang as a loser, I would be a real idiot. After driving Lu Yujie away, Tang Lu still stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do. The scene just now was so shocking. The people at White Horse Manor actually drove Lu Yujie out and treated Jiang Yuan as a guest of honor? What is going on? When did Jiang Yuan become so powerful? Manager Shin from the catering department is also a very experienced person. As soon as he saw that Jiang Yuan looked at Tang Lu with a strange look in his eyes, he immediately bent down and said to Jiang Yuan with a smile. Mr. Jiang, although this lady has not reserved a table at our hotel, if you are willing to treat her to a meal, we can arrange a table for her for your sake. What do you think? As smart as Shin Feng is, he can naturally see what the relationship between Jiang Yuan and Tang Lu is. The reason why he said this was not because he really wanted to give Tang Lu a break for Jiang Yuan's sake. Instead, he deliberately tried to save face for Jiang Yuan in front of Tang Lu. Let Tang Lu know what kind of status Jiang Yuan holds in their White Horse Manor. His words really worked. After hearing what he said, Tang Lu almost vomited blood. Just now she and Lu Yujie were here, and they talked and persuaded for a long time, but they were not allowed to go in. Even if Lu Yujie offered double the price, it wouldn't work. Now, for Jiang Yuan's sake, he can even arrange a table for himself. Is this still the Jiang Yuan who dated her for 5 years and who had to deliver takeout for more than a week just to buy her a skirt worth several $100s? Forget it. Jiang Yuan glanced at Tang Lu and turned away. There was a sense of loneliness in his tone. I'm not familiar with her. After saying that, he took Lin Jiajia's hand and walked straight into the hotel. Tang Lu was left alone, disheveled in the night wind. The Bai Hai Chao Sheng Pavilion of the White Horse Manor is located at the top of the White Horse Manor. Here you can find the most stylish oil paintings, the most romantic candlelight, the most tender violin solo, and a suspended observation deck built with 360-degree panoramic glass, from which you can overlook the most beautiful sea views of the entire Linjiang city from the best angle. Jiang Yuan sat in the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Pavilion, silently looking at the scenery outside the window without saying a word. Lin Jiajia, who was sitting opposite Jiang Yuan, held her chin up and stared at Jiang Yuan with her big eyes without blinking, her eyes full of curiosity. Recalling what had just happened, Lin Jiajia felt like she was dreamy and unreal. She was asked out by Jiang Yuan, who looked like a loser, and they drove a collectible version of Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions to the most expensive hotel in Linjiang City. And here, I met someone who was suspected to be Jiang Yuan's ex-girlfriend. Jiang Yuan is really prestigious. Even the usually high and mighty white horse manner served him so respectfully and helped him drive away his love rival. She completely believed that Jiang Yuan was not a loser, but a male god in a loser's guise. Thinking of this, Lin Jia became more and more curious. She has also been in their college for several years. How come they didn't notice that there was an excellent man like Jiang Yuan hidden in their academy? This is hidden too deeply. And Jiang Yuan's attitude towards her is also very different. Many boys invited her out for dinner. After sitting down opposite her, the boys would either keep bragging to her about some of their experiences that they thought were remarkable, or they would blush and not dare to look at her directly. There are really not many people like Jiang Yuan, who sits there quietly, not saying a word, just looking at the scenery outside the window. This kind of calmness, coupled with a hint of indifference, really made her a little fascinated. Jiang Yuan's ex-girlfriend is also stupid. When Jiang Yuan saw her just now, his eyes turned red and his breathing became different. He must love her very deeply, right? But what about her? She cheated on Jiang Yuan and found a scumbag like Liu Yujie. I really don't know if her brain was kicked by a donkey. But Jiang Yuan's ex-girlfriend is stupid, but Lin Jia is not stupid. Jiang Yuan has already asked her out. If she doesn't seize this opportunity, she will be so unworthy of her reputation as Lin Jia, the #1 Sea King of Linjiang University. Thinking of this, she bent her fingers and tapped the table lightly. Then he pouted and pretended to be angry and said to Jiang Yuan, "Hey, you asked someone out for dinner but didn't say a word to them. That's really rude." Chapter 6. He doesn't like me, does he? Feel sorry. Jiang Yuan responded expressionlessly, but his eyes were still looking out the window. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was still indifferent to her, Lin Jia was not angry. Jiang Yuan had just broken up with his lover and was in a bad mood, so it was normal for him to behave like this. From this point we can also see that Jiang Yuan is not a scumbag, but a very loyal person in love. Lin Jia is a famous sea king in Linjiang University. She has seen countless men and knows very well that what Jiang Yuan needs most at this moment is comfort. So she softened her tone and said softly to Jiang Yuan, "You don't have to feel too bad. There may be misunderstandings between you and your girlfriend. If you really like her, you can go back to her and get back together. I believe she will understand and come back to you." Lin Jia's words were actually a step backward to advance. On the surface, it was to let Jiang Yuan get back together with his ex-girlfriend, but in reality, it was to improve his image in Jiang Yuan's heart. Because she knew in her heart that no matter what she said, Jiang Yuan would not go back to his ex-girlfriend to get back together. After all, how could a man of Jiang Yuan's status endure the humiliation of being betrayed by his girlfriend on Valentine's Day? Sure enough, after hearing these words, Jiang Yuan turned his eyes away from the window and fixed them on her. The look he gave her was no longer as cold as before. Forget it. Actually, she did nothing wrong. I'm so poor that I probably won't be able to buy a house in Linjiang City for the rest of my life, and I can't give her the future she wants. It's only natural for her to leave me and pursue a better life. Are you poor? Lin Jia was very glad that she was not drinking water, otherwise she would have been choked to death by Jiang Yuan's words. A person who could be treated like this by Cheval Blanc Manor actually said that he was poor. Isn't this funny? If you are poor, there will be no rich people in this world. But on second thought, Jiang Yuan said this probably to hint that his ex-girlfriend is materialistic, right? I've heard before that some bosses or rich second generations are worried that their girlfriends will be with them because of their money. So I pretend to be poor and fall in love, in order to find a relationship that is not mixed with material interests. Could it be that Jiang Yuan is the same? In order to see whether his ex-girlfriend loved him as a person or for his money, he disguised himself as a loser. As a result, his ex-girlfriend really treated him as a poor man and left him? It must be like this. Otherwise, how could someone of Jiang Yuan's rank remain unknown in school for 3 consecutive years? Moreover, she dresses herself like a loser, and the clothes she wears don't cost more than 1,000 yuan? Lin Jia wanted to say something when the restaurant waiter came in and started serving them food. The role of catering manager is also very dedicated. Although Jiang Yuan ordered the meal in the name of Valentine's Day limited set menu, what Xinfeng served them was not the dishes in the set menu, but the signature dishes of Cheval Blanc. He even gave them a bottle of Romane Conti red wine worth more than 300,000 yuan. There is a reason why Xinfeng did this. Jiang Yuan spent a full 1 million on this meal at their place. If they still serve Jiang Yuan the Valentine's Day limited set meal worth 10,000 yuan, Jiang Yuan will definitely feel that he has been cheated, and it is hard to say whether he will come to their place next time. Therefore, even if they could take advantage of Jiang Yuan openly, they couldn't do so in order to retain this big customer. In this way, Jiang Yuan will have a good impression of their white horse manner and will come to consume there frequently in the future. However, what he did not make Jiang Yuan feel his goodwill. Jiang Yuan had never been to such a high-end place to dine in his life. For him, there is really no difference between a 1 million yuan meal and a 10,000 yuan set meal. Instead, Lin Zhejiao was very excited. Especially when she opened the bottle of red wine worth more than 300,000 yuan, her eyes were shining. I could only try very hard to control myself and try not to show that excitement, so as not to embarrass myself in front of Jiang Yuan. The meal took about 2 hours. After the food on the table was finished, Jiang Yuan looked at the super rich fund system and saw that there was still more than 8 million yuan left to complete the money burning task, and his brows suddenly frowned. There are only a few hours left until the mission ends. We have to find a way to spend the money quickly. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan said to Lin Zhejiao, "Please accompany me to the mall later. I'm in a bad mood today and want to relax." Ah. At this time, Lin Zhejiao was still immersed in the mellow taste of Romane Conti. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, he was stunned for a moment. Jiang Yuan has already spent a lot of money on this meal. Hasn't he spent enough and has to continue spending? How big a blow did his ex-girlfriend give him? If you don't refuse, I'll take it as your consent. Jiang Yuan pulled Lin Zhejiao up without saying a word. The two of them went downstairs, got into the Rolls-Royce of the White Horse Manor, and went directly to the World Trade Center in Linjiang City. Along the way, Jiang Yuan kept holding Lin Zhejiao's hand, fearing that Lin Zhejiao would run away. According to the system regulations, he cannot use the money in the system to buy any physical property for himself. If he wants to burn money, he can only go through Lin Zhejiao. If Lin Zhejiao ran away, he would be in big trouble. It is absolutely impossible to spend 10 million before 12 o'clock tonight. But Lin Zhejiao didn't know all this. Her hand was held by Jiang Yuan, and her heart was beating like a deer. She was extremely nervous. Jiang Yuan kept pulling me like this and insisted on taking me shopping in the mall. Could it be that he likes me? Come to think of it, this is possible. If he had no feelings for me, why would he come to me for dinner after he broke up? Although Jiang Yuan is not particularly handsome, he has a bit of a loser vibe. But he is a truly rich man. Spending more than 300,000 yuan on a bottle of wine is not something that an ordinary rich second generation can do. In terms of strength alone, he should be stronger than all the boys I have known before. If he takes the opportunity to confess to me, should I accept it? With their own thoughts in mind, the two of them came to an Hermes store. Lin Zhejiao was strolling around absent-mindedly until she saw a new model of bag, then her eyes suddenly lit up. However, when she saw the price of nearly 100,000 yuan on the bag label, she backed off a bit. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan walked directly to the counter and said to the shopping guide, "Get me a card and put 2 million in it. Whatever the lady wants, she can get from this card." 2 million? Sir, are you kidding me? Jiang Yuan's words scared the shopping guide. To be honest, from the time Jiang Yuan and Lin Zhejiao entered the store until now, no one in their store has taken them seriously. After all, what Jiang Yuan was wearing was too shabby, and the mobile phone in his hand was a Xiaomi brand phone that cost more than 2,000 yuan. It was obvious that he was not their target customer. After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, the shopping guide still felt that Jiang Yuan was joking with her. However, when Jiang Yuan scanned their QR code and directly transferred 2 million to their account, they felt that Jiang Yuan was not joking. The shopping guides who had originally ignored Jiang Yuan and the others immediately swarmed to Lin Zhejiao and frantically tried to sell their new products to her. Even the manager of this store was very attentive and invited Jiang Yuan to the VIP waiting area to rest and brewed the best coffee for Jiang Yuan. Just when everyone in the store was warmly welcoming Jiang Yuan and Lin Zhejiao, a man and a woman walked in from outside. The woman had a gloomy face and seemed unhappy. The man followed the woman and said in a flattering manner, "Okay, baby, don't be angry anymore. What happened today was really just an accident. I'll buy you a 10,000 yuan bag later to compensate you, okay?" Chapter 7, Not Worth It. The people who walked in from outside the store were none other than Lu Yujie and Tang Lu. While Lu Yujie was trying to please Tang Lu, he was secretly angry and cursing Jiang Yuan. He really embarrassed himself today. He originally wanted to take Tang Lu to White Horse Manor to show off, so that when he got Tang Lu's first blood, he could let Tang Lu serve him more happily. Unexpectedly, I was kicked out. Moreover, she was kicked out in front of Tang Lu's ex-boyfriend. Lu Yujie just couldn't figure it out. Didn't Tang Lu say that his ex-boyfriend was a poor loser? How could a poor loser have such a big face in Cheval Blanc Manor? But Lu Yujie can no longer care about so many things. In order to pursue Tang Lu, he has already spent 20,000 to 30,000 yuan on Tang Lu, and he is determined to get Tang Lu at all costs. We must not let anything go to waste because of what happened today. Even if we break up, we have to wait until Tang Lu gets the first blood. He took Tang Lu into the Hermes store. But as soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhang Yuan sitting in the VIP lounge, drinking coffee and taking a break. Good fellow, what a narrow road the enemy needs. As soon as he saw Zhang Yuan, Lu Yujie was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wished he could eat Zhang Yuan alive. But when he saw the store manager trying to please Zhang Yuan, he swallowed his anger and held it in for the time being. This kid seems to be from a prominent family. He had already suffered a loss at the White Horse Manor today. It would be very stupid to suffer a second loss here. If you want to deal with him, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, there is no need to rush now. First stabilize Tang Lu and get her first blood. Thinking of this, Lu Yujie lowered his voice and whispered softly in Tang Lu's ear. Go over there and choose your bag, baby. Let's choose our own and ignore that poor loser. Of course Tang Lu also saw Zhang Yuan. Everything that happened today was so magical that Tang Lu herself couldn't react. After seeing Zhang Yuan again, her heart felt like a mixture of all 5 flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty. She didn't know how to describe it. She even began to wonder if she had made a mistake by choosing to be with Lu Yujie and betraying Zhang Yuan. However, since she has already chosen Lu Yujie, it is not easy to turn back. So after listening to Lu Yujie's words, she obediently walked to the shelf where the bags were placed and started choosing. Hey, didn't you see we were looking to buy a bag? Can't someone with the guts to breathe come over and introduce it to us? Tang Lu absent-mindedly spent a long time picking items in front of the shelf, her mind filled with thoughts about what happened between her and Zhang Yuan. More than 10 minutes passed and I still didn't pick a suitable one. Lu Yujie was anxious to get a room with Tang Lu, but he became impatient when Tang Lu kept dragging her feet. But he couldn't yell at Tang Lu at this time, so he started shouting at the shopping guides. At this time, all the shopping guides in the store surrounded Lin Jia. After hearing Lu Yujie shout, the shopping guides just looked at him, but no one was willing to go over to provide service to Lu Yujie. Come to think of it. Although Lu Yujie was wearing all branded clothes, he looked like a student from his appearance. A student can buy a bag worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at most in an Hermes store. And Zhang Yuan just topped up a full 2 million yuan into his consumption card. Judging from Zhang Yuan's attitude, he will have to spend at least hundreds of thousands today. Given an order worth hundreds of thousands and an order worth only 10 or 20,000, you can figure out which one to choose just by thinking with your butt. Anyone who serves Lu Yujie now is a fool who can't get along with money. Seeing that no one paid attention to him after he yelled, Lu Yujie became even angrier. He pointed at the shopping guides and shouted through gnashing teeth. Didn't you hear me asking you to come over? Do you believe me or not, I'm going to call your headquarters right now to complain about you? After Lu Yujie shouted this, no one paid any attention to him. The store manager who was trying to please Zhang Yuan saw that something was about to happen, so he could only apologize to Zhang Yuan, then rushed to Lu Yujie and said, I'm sorry, sir. We are really too busy today. I'm sorry to have brought you a bad experience. What style of bag do you want? Let me introduce it to you. After hearing what the store manager said, Lu Yujie really wanted to spit in the store manager's face to wake him up. There are only 4 customers in this store, him, Tang Lu, Zhang Yuan and Lin Jia. How the hell do you call this busy? Even if you have to find an excuse, you should find one that is a little more intelligent. However, Lu Yujie, who was in a hurry to get a room, was no longer in the mood to argue with the manager. Now he just wanted to coax Tang Lu into submission and take her to the hotel. Then he vented all his anger of the day on Tang Lu. So she pointed at Tang Lu and said to the store manager with gritted teeth. She, my girlfriend, wants to buy a bag. Please help her pick out a good one. We have something urgent to do and need to leave. Yes, sir. The store manager hurriedly walked up to Tang Lu, picked up an elephant gray bucket bag, and introduced it to Tang Lu. The bag looked rather plain and Tang Lu didn't like it at first. But as the store manager explained, Tang Lu became more and more interested in the bag. Finally, she carried the bag, her pretty face slightly red, and said to Lu Yujie carefully, "Yujie, I choose this one, is that okay?" This. Lu Yujie picked up the bag and took a look at it. When he saw the price of 39,800 on the label, his face fell. He originally planned to spend 10,000 yuan to buy a bag and just coax Tang Lu. But unexpectedly, Tang Lu actually picked one that cost nearly 40,000 yuan. Not to mention that he no longer had that much money after being cheated by the scalper Chenarii when he tried to book a seat at the White Horse Manor. Even if he had so much money, he didn't want to pay. After all, in his heart, Tang Lu is not worth that much. Tang Lu's appearance, even after putting on makeup, is only 7 points at most. He pursued Tang Lu only because Tang Lu was a virgin. He hadn't played with a virgin for a long time and just wanted to try something new. He has already spent more than 20,000 yuan on Tang Lu. If I buy this bag, it will be 60,000. With 60,000 yuan, there is no such thing as an impossible task. Why would you need to look for Tang Lu? What's wrong, Yujie? Seeing that Lu Yujie's face became a little ugly, Tang Lu asked again cautiously. Lu Yujie hesitated for a moment and said, "This doesn't look good, baby. How about you take another look and try something else?" When Tang Lu heard this, she suddenly felt a little disappointed. At this moment, Jiang Yuan, who was sitting in the VIP area, sneered and said, "What do you mean it's ugly? I think it's pretty. I guess you don't have the money to buy it, so you're just making up an excuse." Chapter 8, I'm not pretending. Fuck, you deserve a beating, don't you? Jiang Yuan's words were like a knife, piercing through the fig leaf in Lu Yujie's heart. Lu Yujie turned his head and glared at Jiang Yuan, shouting viciously, "I bought a bag for my girlfriend. What does it have to do with you, a stinking loser? Can you please shut up? Why, did it hit you where it hurts?" Jiang Yuan stood up and walked towards Lu Yujie with a sneer. Looking at Jiang Yuan's arrogant look, Lu Yujie clenched his fists and really wanted to beat Jiang Yuan up. But when he saw Jiang Yuan's frighteningly cold eyes, he suddenly felt a little timid. Jiang Yuan snorted disdainfully. He snatched the bag from Lu Yujie's hand, shook it at Lin Jia and said, "Jia, what do you think of this bag? It's very beautiful. I like it very much." Lin Jia is smart. She knew that now was the time to support Jiang Yuan, so she tilted her head and smiled sweetly. "Then I'll buy him and give it to you." Jiang Yuan threw the bag to the store manager. A bag worth nearly 40,000 yuan was like a cabbage in Jiang Yuan's hand. He threw it around casually without any regret. After the store manager took the bag, he looked at Lu Yujie with some embarrassment. Lu Yujie was so angry. Jiang Yuan was slapping Tang Lu in the face right in front of him. "What do you mean, you bastard? We were the first to see this bag." "Yes, you guys saw it first." Jiang Yuan sneered. "But you can't afford it." "Since you can't afford it, can't I buy it?" "Who said I can't afford it?" Lu Yujie wanted to fight back against Jiang Yuan. "But when I thought about the fact that there was only more than 10,000 yuan left in my card, I felt a little guilty." In desperation, he could only bite the bullet and shout, "I just don't like this bag. I don't like it." Really? He doesn't even like a 40,000 yuan bag. It seems that young Master Lu has very high standards. Jiang Yuan sneered again. He turned around and said to the store manager, "Since young Master Lu has such good taste, you should follow him today. As long as young Master Lu likes a bag, I will buy it at double the price and give it to Ms. Lin." As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the store manager's face suddenly broke into a smile. Everyone else present was also shocked. Lu Yujie, who was originally very annoyed, looked at Jiang Yuan with disdain as if he was watching a joke, and said with contempt, "You are such a loser, you can't even pretend to be cool. Let me tell you, this is an Hermes store, not a street stall. Do you know how much the most expensive bag here costs? And if I like it, you buy it at double the price." "Okay, I like that bag, you buy it at double the price." Lu Yujie stretched out his hand and pointed directly at a Birkin series handbag placed in the display cabinet. That bag was sold in limited quantities during the Spring Festival and was priced at 360,000 yuan. Judging from the price alone, this bag is not the top of the line in the entire Hermes series, it can only be considered mid-range at best. But this bag is the most expensive item in this Hermes store and is the store's treasure. The reason for this is that all luxury stores have an unwritten rule. That is to ease inventory pressure and reduce the funds tied up in merchandise. Limited edition items with particularly high unit prices are generally not kept in the store. At most, only some brochures will be placed in the store. If anyone wants to buy that limited edition item, they need to make a reservation in the store now and wait a month or two before they can get it. So this bag is placed here mainly for display and generally it is not sold. Lu Yujie smiled in his heart with great pride. The price of this bag is 360,000 yuan. If it is doubled, it will be 720,000 yuan. 720,000 is not a small amount of money. Even for him, it can be considered a huge sum of money. Although Zhang Yuan might not be a loser as Tang Lu said. But he is definitely not a top-notch rich second generation. The reason is very simple. Tang Lu has been dating Zhang Yuan for 5 years. If Zhang Yuan is really rich, why would Tang Lu abandon Zhang Yuan and follow me for money? So in his opinion, Zhang Yuan was at best similar to him, just from a slightly wealthy family. The reason why he could spend all kinds of money with Lin Zhejia today was probably because he didn't spend much money when he was dating Tang Lu. He saved up all the pocket money his family gave him, and now he took it all out at once, making him a little overwhelmed. But, if you ask him to spend 720,000 to buy a bag, he definitely can't afford it. Not to mention that Zhang Yuan probably doesn't have that much money on him. Even if he did, there's no way he would spend so much just to hook up with Lin Zhejia. Lu Yujie was waiting to see Zhang Yuan make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan smiled disdainfully, and then said to the store manager. Since young Master Lu likes that bag, then you can pack it up. I want it. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The store manager bowed to Zhang Yuan very respectfully. Then he took out the key of the display cabinet and took out the bag. Although this bag is for display and not for sale, but who can resist money? Twice the price, that is 720,000. If the store manager doesn't take this opportunity to sell this bag, then she is not worthy of being the manager of this store. The limited edition bag worth 720,000 yuan was quickly packed and delivered to Lin Zhejia along with the invoice. Lu Yujie was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that Zhang Yuan actually bought the bag. And it was actually given to Lin Zhejia. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? Zhang Yuan said coldly. It's only 720,000 yuan. Are you scared? Keep choosing. I will buy any bag you like in this store at double the price. I keep my word. Okay, you want to show off, right? I'll let you do it. Lu Yujie's face turned green. He pointed directly at the shelf full of bags and said angrily. I like all the bags in this store. Aren't you rich? Just spend double the price and buy them all. Are you being a rogue, Mr. Lu? Zhang Yuan laughed disdainfully. There are so many bags in this store, and you like them all? Is there any you don't like? I just like them all. What do you think, stinky loser? Lu Yujie thought Zhang Yuan was scared, and shouted proudly. If you can't afford it, just shut up and stop pretending in front of your grandfather. Since you've said that, there's nothing I can do. Zhang Yuan sighed softly. He turned his head to look at the store manager and said slowly. If I want to buy all the bags in your store, the money I put into my card doesn't seem to be enough. How about this, I'll put another 6 million into the card, and all the bags in your store will belong to Ms. Lin. Chapter 9. You don't want to support me, do you? When Lin Zhejia came out of the Hermes store, she was holding 3 bags in her hands, including the most expensive Birkin Series New Year limited edition, the bag that she had her eyes on from the beginning, which cost more than 100,000 yuan, and the bucket bag that Tang Lu had her eyes on but was snatched away by Zhang Yuan. The other bags were also bought by Zhang Yuan. They will be packaged by the specialty store and delivered to Zhang Yuan's school early the next morning. There are more than 60 bags in the store, most of which are ordinary goods. Added together, they are worth more than 4 million yuan. After doubling, they are worth more than 8 million yuan. Zhang Yuan recharged all the money in the system, which was just enough to buy everything, with only a change of about 20,000 or 30,000 left. When Zhang Yuan was paying at the counter, Lu Yujie's face was like a bitter gourd, as ugly as it could be. Tang Lu's eyes turned red and she ran out crying. However, when Zhang Yuan saw Tang Lu crying, he did not feel the pleasure of revenge, but still felt extremely depressed. Although he got his revenge with the help of the Xinhao Fund. But what can we do? After 5 years of relationship, it finally ended. Zhang Yuan. After coming out of the Hermes store, Lin Jia has been following Zhang Yuan. Her current feeling towards Zhang Yuan can only be described as admiration. The look in Zhang Yuan's eyes is also full of little stars. So cool. Zhang Yuan looked so handsome when he provoked Lu Yujie and bought all the bags in the store just now. More than 8 million. Zhang Yuan paid the bill without even blinking. And from beginning to end, he remained so calm and composed. How can this be the temperament that an ordinary rich second generation can have? Only a young man from a top wealthy family can have such a style. In fact, not only her, but even the shopping guides in the specialty store admired Zhang Yuan to the extreme and were terribly envious of her. They work in luxury stores and have seen too many rich second generations bringing their girlfriends to buy bags. Those second generation rich people seem to be very wealthy, but in fact, when it comes to buying bags, they are all very stingy. They will only buy a bag worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at most. If it is more, they will not spend a penny. To put it bluntly, it is because those rich second generations do not love their girlfriends. They just treat their girlfriends as toys and do not want to invest so much in their girlfriends. For someone like Zhang Yuan, who spent millions at once to buy out the entire store, it must be true love. Therefore, when she was in the store, Lin Jia often heard the compliments from the shopping guides, who kept praising her for finding a man who truly loved her and cared about her. Lin Jia looked at the 3 bags in her hand. Although she liked them very much, she still handed them to Zhang Yuan after hesitating for a while, and then said to Zhang Yuan, "These bags, and the bags that will be delivered to school tomorrow, were all bought by you. They are your things. You can take them back." Seeing this, Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and said, "Didn't I tell you in the store that these were all given to you by me? Why are you giving them back to me? These things are too valuable." Lin Jia lowered her head slightly. She didn't know why, but her heart was beating like a deer and her cheeks were slightly hot. Even, she was a little afraid to look Zhang Yuan in the eye. This was the first time in Lin Jia's life that she had such a feeling in front of a boy. "I know that you bought so many bags for me because you were fighting with Lu Yujie, but I really can't accept these bags. If I accept them, I won't be able to pay back what I owe you." What Lin Jia said makes sense. Although she is very materialistic, she is a smart girl and knows that Zhang Yuan spent so much money today just to compete with Lu Yujie, not for her. If she really accepted these bags, it would be too ungrateful. Zhang Yuan would also think that she was a girl like Tang Lu, who only cared about material things. After she said this, Zhang Yuan's impression of her did change a lot. However, Zhang Yuan still waved his hand and said, "No, since I said these bags are for you, then they are yours. I never take back anything I give to others, so you should keep them." Having said that, Zhang Yuan sighed softly again. "Besides, you don't owe me anything. Today I broke up, and you were able to accompany me shopping and eating, which was a big help to me. These bags are my thank you gifts to you." What Zhang Yuan said was half true and half false. Although he was indeed grateful to Lin Jia in his heart. But the main purpose of buying so many bags for Lin Jia was to complete the system's spending task by spending money through Lin Jia. Now that he had almost completed the task, how could he possibly ask for these bags back? Lin Jia had no idea what Zhang Yuan was thinking. Zhang Yuan's words immediately made her feel a little touched. But after she hesitated for a moment, she said, "But, this thank you gift is really too valuable. I really can't accept it. And you bought dozens of bags at once. Our dormitory can't put them all in." "It doesn't matter," Zhang Yuan said calmly. "If you really can't put them in, I'll buy you a suite near the school and you can just put the bags in the house." Zhang Yuan's words scared Lin Jia. Although Linjiang University is located in the suburbs of Linjiang City, the housing prices are not cheap. A house will cost at least 3 or 4 million yuan. Even though Zhang Yuan had already bought a bag worth more than 8 million yuan, but he asked for a house as a gift to her. This was too outrageous. She looked up at Zhang Yuan and her expression became a little strange. After a long while, he stammered and said to Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Yuan, you're not going to support me, are you?" When Zhang Yuan heard this, he almost choked himself. The reason why he said he wanted to buy a house for Lin Jia was purely to prepare for the next task. I didn't expect that Lin Jia would misunderstand me. He quickly waved his hand at Lin Jia and said, No, I definitely don't mean that. The bag thing is settled, and as for the house, just think of it as a joke. After saying that, he quickly hailed a taxi and took Lin Jejia back to school. When Jiang Yuan returned to the dormitory, it was still empty, with no one there. After all, it's Valentine's Day and the brothers all have to celebrate with their girlfriends. It seems that he will have to be alone in the empty room tonight. Jiang Yuan lay on the bed, recharged the remaining 20,000 or 30,000 yuan into Kuaishou, and randomly found a few live broadcast rooms to watch. Soon, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the first mission. I will reward the host with 100,000 in cash and 10 points of super rich reinforcement. Host's current status. Host, Jiang Yuan. Age, 21. Physical condition. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 4. Perception, 3. The average adult peaks at 10. Skills, College English Test Band 4. Super Rich Skill Points, 10. The host can use the Godly Enhancement Points to enhance any physical indicator. The second mission has been released. Please spend 300 million within 5 days. The mission countdown has started. After completing this mission, the host will receive 1% of the mission amount, 10 points of Godly Reinforcement Points, and the ultimate fighting technique. Chapter 10. There are not many good girls left. As soon as the system's voice fell, the 100,000 yuan reward from the system was also transferred to Jiang Yuan's account. 10 yuan was definitely a huge sum of money for Jiang Yuan before. But for Jiang Yuan now, this money is nothing. He looked at his attribute panel and studied it. From the panel, we can see that his intelligence level is acceptable, and his physique and strength are not particularly bad, but his perception and agility are a bit too low. 10 strengthening points for the super rich, not too much, but not too little either. If you want to make up for something, make up for your shortcomings first. Jiang Yuan added 1 point each to strength, physique, and intelligence, 3 points to agility, and 4 points to perception. In this way, except for the intelligence which reached 8 points, his other indicators also reached 7 points. A warm current surged into his body, and Jiang Yuan instantly felt full of strength, and his mind became much clearer. This feeling is just like leveling up a game character, it is really amazing. After adding the points, Jiang Yuan's phone started vibrating. He picked it up and saw that the person who sent him the message was Lin Jejia. Jiang Yuan, thank you for treating me to dinner today. I'm very happy. Don't worry about those unhappy things. Go to bed early. Behind the text, there is a very cute rabbit emoticon. After reading it, Jiang Yuan replied expressionlessly, okay, good night. Just as he turned off his phone and prepared to go to bed, his phone vibrated twice again. He looked down and saw that the person who sent him the message this time was actually Tang Lu. I'm sorry Jiang Yuan, I was too selfish today and didn't consider your feelings. I apologize to you, can you forgive me? As soon as Jiang Yuan saw Tang Lu's message, he suddenly felt a little heartbroken. He and Tang Lu have been together for 5 years, and if he remembered correctly, this was the first time Tang Lu took the initiative to apologize to him. In the previous 5 years, no matter what the two quarreled about, no matter who was right or wrong, the fault was always on him, and he was the only one who could apologize to Tang Lu. Now, why would Tang Lu apologize to him? To put it bluntly, it's all because of money. When Tang Lu cheated on him, did she ever consider his feelings? If Tang Lu hadn't seen that he had become a rich man, how could she have been so humble and bowed to him? Just as Jiang Yuan was suppressing his anger and preparing to give it to Tang Lu, Tang Lu suddenly sent another message. By the way, Jiang Yuan, how did you suddenly become so rich? As soon as he saw this sentence, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt nauseous. He was absolutely right. As expected, what Tang Lu cares about is money. In other words, in Tang Lu's eyes, his 5 years of hard work and his dignity were nothing compared to money. I suddenly became so rich because I won the lottery and won 20 million. Jiang Yuan replied. You don't have to apologize. You're right. Someone like me who can't even afford to send a 520 yuan red envelope on May 20th really doesn't have the qualifications to be in a relationship. I can understand why you did this. We've broken up. You should just follow Lu Yujie and live a good life. Also, don't send me messages anymore. Don't let your boyfriend misunderstand me. In a girls' dormitory of Linhai University, a girl was holding her mobile phone and looking at the message from the other party. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Why is her luck so bad? I just broke up with Jiang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan won the lottery. No wonder Zhang Yuan became so rich all of a sudden. She quickly replied tremblingly. Don't be like this, Zhang Yuan. I went straight back to the dormitory tonight. I didn't go out with Lu Yujie, nor did I get a room with him. You spent so much money today because of the fight between me and Lu Yujie. This shows that you still care about me in your heart. Let's start over, okay? I will definitely treat you well in the future. Zhang Yuan, please don't ignore me. We have been together for 5 years. Are you so heartless that you don't want me anymore after you have money? Tang Lu sent several messages to Zhang Yuan in a row. But all of them fell on deaf ears, with no response at all. In desperation, Tang Lu threw herself on the pillow and started crying. The next morning, when Zhang Yuan woke up, the other 3 people in their dormitory had already returned. When the dormitory boss Chen Guanyuan saw Zhang Yuan, he patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and asked in a very obscene manner. How was it, Yuanzi? How was your fun with Tang Lu last night? I even gave her an iPhone 13. Tang Lu must have been so moved that she cried. I think you should get on base this time. Fang Zhou, the second oldest in the dormitory, also started to make a noise. Ah, our Yuanzi has finally gotten rid of his virginity and grown into an adult. When Fang Zhou said this, the whole dormitory burst into laughter. The fact that Zhang Yuan and Tang Lu had been dating for 5 years but had only held Tang Lu's hand had long become a joke in Zhang Yuan's dormitory. The brothers always bring this up and make jokes about it. However, they also worked hard to help Zhang Yuan get to base successfully. It was their joint idea to buy Tang Lu a mobile phone on Valentine's Day. Because Zhang Yuan didn't have enough money to buy a mobile phone, they each contributed 200 yuan to Zhang Yuan. Now that I have seen Zhang Yuan, I must ask about the result. Everyone in the dormitory was laughing, except Zhang Yuan, who had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. At this time, Chen Guanyuan also saw the iPhone 13 mobile phone on the table. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked Zhang Yuan. What's going on, Yuanzi? How did you get your phone back? I broke up with Tang Lu. Zhang Yuan said slowly. Lu Yujie bought her an iPhone 13 Pro Max and a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan, and she ran away with Lu Yujie. Lu Yujie? The famous playboy in our school? The people in the dormitory were a little dumbfounded, and the laughter stopped abruptly. No way, Zhang Yuan, you and Tang Lu have been together for 5 years. Did Tang Lu really follow such a thing just for money? Zhang Yuan lowered his head and said nothing. Zhou Zhang, the third student in the dormitory, sighed and said. Actually, I think this is normal. Tang Lu has been dating Yuanzi for 5 years, but she never let Yuanzi touch her. She may have had other ideas in her mind. It's not outrageous for her to do this. But she is looking for Lu Yujie. The eldest brother Chen Guanyuan still couldn't believe it. Even if Tang Lu wants money, she can't find a scumbag, right? A guy like Lu Yujie obviously has no intention of dating her seriously, he just wants to play with her. So what? The third brother Zhou Zhang curled his lips and said with disdain. Most girls nowadays only care about money. As long as they can get benefits, what does it matter if they are played? At this point, Zhou Zhang still sighed seriously. Alas, there aren't many good girls like our Jillian nowadays, who don't worship money and only know how to love me wholeheartedly. Chapter 11, Lin Jiajiao actually licked Zhang Yuan? Okay, third brother. Chen Guanyuan glared at Zhou Zhang. Yuanzi just broke up with his girlfriend, so don't provoke him with those nonsense. Chen Guanyuan said this and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder again. It's okay, Yuanzi, she's just a woman, isn't it? It's no big deal. I'll ask your sister-in-law to introduce you to another one. Your sister-in-law is from the art academy, and they have many beauties there. I guarantee that she'll find you someone prettier than Tang Lu. Thanks, bro. Zhang Yuan thanked Chen Guanyuan and felt a little touched. They had a second class in the morning, so after packing up, the 4 of them went to class together. Isn't that Tang Lu? When Zhang Yuan and his friends arrived at the classroom, Tang Lu and her roommate Sun Xiaoqin were sitting in the corner. The people in Zhang Yuan's dormitory were originally preparing to say hello to Tang Lu, but when they saw that Zhang Yuan's face looked a little strange, they had to give up and pulled Zhang Yuan to sit on the other side of the classroom. However, what they didn't expect was that after hesitating for a while, Tang Lu actually sat behind them with Sun Xiaoqin, and then asked Zhang Yuan with a wronged look on her face. Zhang Yuan, I sent you a message last night, why didn't you reply? You were not like this before. After hearing what Tang Lu said, Zhang Yuan felt nauseous. Without even turning his head, he said to Tang Lu, "The past is the past. You were my girlfriend before. Now we are just ordinary classmates. Why should I reply to your message?" As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Tang Lu's eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Sun Xiaoqin, who was standing beside her, couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Zhang Yuan with a dark face. "Zhang Yuan, how can you say that? You and Lulu have been dating for 5 years. Now you are holding on to her just because she did something wrong. Are you still a man? Small mistake? I cheated on him on Valentine's Day and checked into a hotel with another guy. Is that considered a small mistake?" After hearing this, Zhang Yuan sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them. Just then, a beautiful figure walked into the classroom. That figure was like a rainbow in the desert. As soon as he entered the door, all the boys in the classroom woke up. "Oh my god, isn't this Lin Jia? She doesn't seem to be in the same major as us, so why did she come to our classroom? She is indeed a campus beauty, she is so pretty. I wish she was my girlfriend." "Your girlfriend? Stop dreaming. Lin Jia is a famous sea king in our school. The people who chase her and lick her can line up in 2 circles around the playground. This kind of woman, just look at her, we can't afford to provoke her." The classroom was filled with the sound of people talking. But Lin Jia seemed unable to hear these voices. In full view of everyone, she walked straight to Zhang Yuan and handed the box in her hand to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was also shocked when Lin Jia suddenly appeared in his class. He looked at the box in Lin Jia's hand and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Return the gift." Lin Jia stuck out her tongue at Zhang Yuan. She looked so cute and adorable that the other boys in the class almost vomited blood. "You treated me to a meal yesterday and bought me a bag. It would be unreasonable if I didn't give you a gift in return." As soon as Lin Jia finished speaking, everyone in the classroom was stunned. Especially the 3 brothers who lived in the same dormitory with Zhang Yuan were so scared that they were speechless. What day was yesterday? Valentine's Day. They knew that Zhang Yuan went to see Tang Lu to spend Valentine's Day. Zhang Yuan also told them that Tang Lu dumped him. Otherwise, he and Tang Lu wouldn't be in this state today. But, when did he get together with Lin Jia? He also bought a bag for Lin Jia and treated her to a meal. The most outrageous thing is that Lin Jia actually returned the gift to Zhang Yuan in front of so many people. This is just like confessing to Zhang Yuan in public. They were not in the dormitory yesterday. What happened? Lin Jia opened the box, which contained a set of exquisite Armani casual menswear. The texture of this men's suit looks excellent, and it is obviously a genuine product worth more than 10,000 yuan. Lin Jia smiled sweetly at Zhang Yuan. "You've given me so many things, and I don't know what to give you, so I just bought you a set of clothes. Just don't mind." I don't mind. Zhang Yuan's forehead was already beginning to sweat. He really didn't expect that Lin Jia would come to their classroom to find him. And she will also give him a set of clothes. He has never worn Armani clothes in his life. That's right. Lin Jia said to Zhang Yuan again. "I rented a house near our school. The bags you bought yesterday are all in that house. Come with me after class to have a look. After all, they are all your things. Besides, you can try on clothes there to see if they fit you. I can also treat you to a meal." As soon as Lin Jia said this, the whole classroom exploded. Lin Jia actually invited Zhang Yuan to try on clothes in the house she rented? And he said this in front of Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. This is so fucking fake. Everyone in the classroom is in the same class as Zhang Yuan. Everyone also knows that Zhang Yuan and Tang Lu are in love. To be honest, in their opinion, Zhang Yuan was indeed not worthy of Tang Lu. After all, Zhang Yuan is poor and not very good looking. So, even if they heard the news that Tang Lu dumped Zhang Yuan, they would not be too surprised. But it's fucking outrageous that Zhang Yuan was licked by a beauty like Lin Jia. What right does he have? Lin Jia, what do you mean? Just as everyone was shocked, Sun Xiaoqin beside Tang Lu couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up from her seat and scolded Lin Jia unceremoniously. "Do you know that Zhang Yuan has a girlfriend? You gave Zhang Yuan a gift in front of his girlfriend and even asked Zhang Yuan out. Do you still have any shame? Really? Zhang Yuan has a girlfriend? Facing Sun Xiaoqin's scolding, Lin Jia remained very calm. She glanced at Tang Lu next to her and said expressionlessly, "Why did I hear that Zhang Yuan's girlfriend broke up with Zhang Yuan yesterday and got together with Lu Yujie?" You. Sun Xiaoqin's face turned red because of Lin Jia's words, but she didn't know how to refute. She knew that Tang Lu and Lu Yujie were together. Even Tang Lu's betrayal of Zhang Yuan and switch to Lu Yujie was instigated by her behind the scenes. As Tang Lu's best friend, she always felt that Zhang Yuan was poor and not worthy of Tang Lu. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan, this poor guy, won a lottery ticket worth 20 million and turned his life around. Even a beauty like Lin Jia comes to lick Zhang Yuan. Chapter 12. I actually won the lottery. Such a dramatic change is really crazy. Whether Zhang Yuan has a girlfriend or not, and what you did, you know in your hearts, and Zhang Yuan knows it too. Lin Jia looked at Tang Lu and Sun Xiaoqin and said slowly, "There's no one's name written on Zhang Yuan's body. Just because you don't cherish something doesn't mean others can't cherish it." After Lin Jia finished speaking, she waved to Zhang Yuan and left the classroom. Tang Lu's eyes turned red after hearing what Lin Jia said. She stopped attending the class and ran out to cry. Not long after Lin Jia and Tang Lu went out, the teacher came and Zhang Yuan and the others started the class formally. But after such a farce took place in the classroom, everyone felt confused and had no mood to listen to the class. While the teacher was giving a lecture, Zhou Zhang gently patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Sure, Zhang Yuan. No wonder you didn't feel bad when Tang Lu broke up with you. It turns out you got Lin Jia." "Yes." The second brother Fong Zhou also echoed. "Lin Jia is not an ordinary person. How could she fall for a poor boy like you? And she even gave you a gift. This is outrageous." Zhang Yuan looked at his two brothers and said, "Actually, after Tang Lu dumped me yesterday, I activated the super rich system and received 900 trillion in cash. Didn't Lin Jia fall in love with me when she saw that I was rich?" "Okay, Yuanzi, I'm talking to you about something serious. Can you please stop making fun of our brothers?" "That's right, a super rich system. Do you think this is a cool online novel?" Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly. It's so sad that no one believes the truth these days. In desperation, he had to tell his brothers what he had said to Tang Lu yesterday. "After Tang Lu dumped me yesterday, I went to buy a lottery ticket and ended up winning the jackpot of 20 million. I had just been dumped and was in a bad mood, so I asked Lin Jia out, treated her to a meal, and bought her a bag, and that's how it turned out. So that's how it is." Everyone nodded in sudden realization. "But soon I found out something was wrong." "Fuck, you won 20 million in the lottery? Is that true? I was wondering why you stood up in front of Tang Lu today. Tang Lu came to beg you, but you refused to get back together with her. So you've become a rich man. You have to treat us to a meal, Yuanzi, and you have to arrange a dragon for the brothers." "No problem." Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said generously, "Tonight, I'll be the host at Cheval Blanc Manor. I'll treat you brothers to the best red wine and the most expensive steaks." "Okay." Fong Zhou and Zhou Zhang cheered. The eldest brother Chen Guangyuan frowned and said, "What's good about that? What kind of place is White Horse Manor? Don't you have any idea?" "It's true that Yuanzi won 20 million, but after paying taxes, there will be more than 10 million left." "In this day and age, can more than 10 million be squandered?" At this point, Chen Guangyuan said to Zhang Yuan, "Yuanzi, I won't talk about your relationship with Tang Lu. It seems that she did something wrong, so you broke up with her. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't come to apologize to you. But regarding your relationship with Lin Jia, I think you should be more cautious. That woman is not a pushover. She did all this to you because of your money. Don't let her fool you. Don't worry, big brother." Zhang Yuan felt warm at heart when he heard this. "I know what's wrong with Lin Jia, I won't let her do that. As for the meal, I won so much money all at once, it's only right for me to treat you guys to a meal, brothers, just listen to my arrangements." "Oh well." Seeing Zhang Yuan say this, Chen Guangyuan didn't know what to say and could only nod. After the second get out of class in the morning, Zhang Yuan and Lin Jia sent each other a WeChat message and agreed to meet at the school gate. Then they went to the house rented by Lin Jia together. The house that Lin Jejia rented is a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, only a 10-minute walk from Linjiang University, and the environment inside is also very quiet. As soon as Lin Jejia opened the door, Zhang Yuan saw the Hermes bags that filled the entire living room. I have to say that dozens of Hermes bags stacked together have a strong visual impact. Zhang Yuan was also shocked when he saw this scene. Lin Jejia then pouted and complained to Zhang Yuan. The bag delivery person came early this morning. I have to rent a house, clean the house, and pack all your bags. I am almost exhausted. You have to compensate me well. Compensate you? That's not right, is it? Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Jejia and said with a smile. Although I bought all these bags, I have already given them to you. They are all yours. How can you ask me to compensate you for packing your own things? TSK, I knew you would say that. Lin Jejia snorted in dissatisfaction. Then she pushed Zhang Yuan into a bedroom and said impatiently, Hurry up and put on the clothes I bought for you and see if they fit you. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. This statement is absolutely true. After Zhang Yuan put on the clothes that Lin Jejia bought for him in the bedroom, his entire temperament and appearance changed drastically. Even the appearance has increased by several points. All of a sudden he went from being ordinary to being a bit handsome. Not bad, not bad. It seems that my vision is still so sharp. Lin Jejia looked at Zhang Yuan carefully after he changed his clothes, then nodded with satisfaction. In the past, Zhang Yuan had a very strong loser vibe and had no temperament at all. Zhang Yuan now looks like what a rich second generation should be like. But after thinking about it, she added, If I find a good hairstylist to style my hair, the result will be even better. Yeah? Zhang Yuan was also very surprised by the dressing effect, which could almost be described as a complete transformation. Love of beauty is human nature, which applies not only to women but also to men. Who would want to be ugly if there is a chance to be handsome? So he smiled at Lin Jejia and said generously, Then I'll leave this matter to you. If you can help me with it later, I will definitely thank you very much. You don't have to thank me. Lin Jejia rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan. Her eyes were full of spring water, her face was as red as peach blossoms, and she said to Zhang Yuan in a way that sounded both angry and coquettish. I'm afraid you'll buy dozens more Hermes bags, and then I'll have nowhere to put them. Chapter 13, Lin Jejia wants to borrow money? Lin Jejia is a school beauty selected from thousands of people. It's the kind of thing that once you take one look at it, it's hard to look away. Now she has a blushing face and affectionate eyes. How could Zhang Yuan bear this? He just felt an unbearable thirst in his mouth and restlessness in his heart. A mysterious part of the body also reacted uncontrollably. Zhang Yuan quickly swallowed and calmed himself down. Then he coughed twice and said to Lin Jejia, Okay, now that you've helped me, I'll find another way to thank you. Looking at Zhang Yuan's somewhat embarrassed look, Lin Jejia covered her mouth and burst out laughing. She took Zhang Yuan to the restaurant and arranged for him to sit at the dining table. Then, like magic, the dishes prepared in advance were placed on the table one by one. Today, I will treat you to a meal in my little house, as a way of repaying the favor of yesterday's feast. While serving the dishes, Lin Jejia said with a smile. Although the food I cook cannot compare to the chef at the White Horse Manor, it is still the result of my hard work for the entire morning. You are not allowed to despise it. The dishes that Lin Jejia served were all home-cooked dishes such as braised spare ribs and scrambled eggs with leeks. Although it is very ordinary, it is made very exquisitely. Zhang Yuan picked it up and took a bite. Lin Jejia immediately leaned over the dining table, opened her eyes wide and asked him, How is it? Do the dishes I cooked suit your taste? Tell me the truth. Zhang Yuan put down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Jejia seriously. Are you sure you cooked these dishes and didn't order takeout? You're so annoying. Of course, I made all of these myself. Lin Jejia gave Zhang Yuan a slightly coquettish look. Her cute and adorable appearance made Zhang Yuan's heart tremble again. Beauty is so powerful. Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he started to eat his meal. However, after taking a few mouthfuls of rice, Zhang Yuan suddenly stopped. He put the chopsticks in his hand aside, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Jejia became a little strange. What's wrong, Zhang Yuan? Why don't you eat? Jia Chia. Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Jejia and asked very seriously. You've gone to so much trouble to give me clothes and cook for me. Is there something you want my help with? When asked this by Jiang Yuan, Lin Zhejia's eyes became a little evasive. Even the smile on his face became a little stiff. Lin Zhejia suddenly became like this, and Jiang Yuan became more certain that something was going on in Lin Zhejia's mind. Jiang Yuan sighed slowly and said expressionlessly, I'm just telling you. We just officially met last night. Even if I treated you to a meal and gave you a few bags, you wouldn't have done this. Tell me, what's the matter that made you invite me here? Lin Zhejia raised her head and glanced at Jiang Yuan secretly. After a long time, she bit her lip and asked Jiang Yuan with great difficulty. Jiang Yuan, can you lend me some money? Borrow money? Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. How much do you want to borrow? Lin Zhejia slowly stretched out a finger. Jiang Yuan asked in confusion. 1 million? Lin Zhejia shook her head. 10 million? Lin Zhejia's eyes reddened, and then she nodded. I'm sorry, Jiang Yuan. My family runs a chain of bath centers. Due to the epidemic in the country, business has been very bad in the past 2 years. Business had begun to pick up last year, but then there was a flood, which caused heavy losses to the store. Now my family owes more than 10 million yuan, including rent and employee wages. If you don't pay the money back, my father will. When Lin Zhejia said this, she actually covered her face and started crying. She was not lying to Jiang Yuan by saying this, it was true. In fact, as early as the middle of last year, their family had already fallen into a serious financial crisis. But her parents never told her in order not to worry her. It was not until last night, after she returned to the dormitory, that she received a call from her mother and learned about the difficulties at home. Their family currently owes more than 15 million yuan. If this money is in normal debt, it's fine. At worst, you can just file for bankruptcy. The most terrifying thing is that her father actually borrowed usury in order to fill the previous hole. Of the 15 million owed, 10 million was loan shark money. Now the loan shark has matured, and because his father couldn't pay back the money, one of his legs was broken and he is now lying in the hospital. And those loan sharks will do anything to get money. That's why Lin Zhejia's mother called her and asked her to be careful at school. When Lin Zhejia heard the news, she was shocked. Not only was she worried about her parents' situation, she was also completely at a loss as to what to do in the future. She used to date a boyfriend whose family was in gangs, and she knew very well what would happen to a girl, especially a pretty girl, if she fell into the hands of loan sharks. So she started calling people to borrow money to help her family pay off the debt. But at the end of the day, she's just a student. Although she has many admirers because of her beautiful appearance, many of them are rich second generations. But it is still unrealistic to raise 10 million. As soon as they heard that something happened in her family and she needed to borrow money, her suitors avoided her as if she were the plague. Some second-generation rich people even wanted to take advantage of the situation and directly offered her 10,000 yuan each time to make her sell her body. Apart from Jiang Yuan, Lin Zhejia really couldn't think of anyone else who was willing and able to help her. She got up early this morning and bought clothes for Jiang Yuan and a rented house for Jiang Yuan. He even ran to the classroom where Jiang Yuan was taking classes and gave him gifts as if to confess his love. All of this was done to leave a good impression on Jiang Yuan through a series of actions. If it were any other time, she would never do these things. No matter how rich Jiang Yuan is, no matter how much she likes Jiang Yuan, it won't happen. Because this would make Jiang Yuan feel that she is a girl who is easy to pursue, and he would not cherish her. But in order to borrow money, she no longer cared about so much. Looking at the crying Lin Zhejia, Jiang Yuan had no expression on his face, he just asked calmly. Since you are in such a difficult situation, why don't you sell these bags in the house to help with the emergency? I don't want to sell them. Lin Zhejia sobbed and said. Although you gave them to me, I always feel that they are not mine. I cannot dispose of your things, and even if we sell them all, the money won't be enough, right? Jiang Yuan sighed, then said. Give me your account number. Lin Zhejia gave Jiang Yuan a bank card account. Jiang Yuan took out his cell phone and operated it. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Zhejia received the bank transfer information. Moreover, the transfer amount is actually 20 million yuan. Chapter 14. Do you dislike me? Jiang Yuan, why is it 20 million? Did you enter the wrong number? Looking at the transfer information on the phone, Lin Zhejia's voice trembled a little. Zhang Yuanzi put down his phone and said calmly. That's 20 million. Didn't you say your store suffered heavy losses due to the flood? The remaining 10 million is for you to redecorate the store. Otherwise, how can you continue to operate in the future? After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Lin Jieja couldn't hold back any longer, and the emotions that she had been suppressing completely burst out. Ever since she found out something happened in her family last night, she has been suffering from other people's ridicule. The bootlicker who originally pursued her began to want to buy her body with money. Her roommate, with whom she had a good relationship before, also started to take advantage of her when she was down. She used to think she was very powerful, with plenty of boys willing to spend money on her, countless men under her skirt, and she could play with men at her will. But when things really happened, there was no one to rely on. Zhang Yuan, without saying a word or putting forward any conditions, directly transferred 20 million to her. This strong sense of security went straight to Lin Jieja's heart. Lin Jieja's consciousness became hazy. After a long time, she calmed down and said to Zhang Yuan very seriously. Don't worry, Zhang Yuan, I will definitely pay you back the money. I'll write you an IOU now. Lin Jieja was about to go find paper and pen, but Zhang Yuan stopped her. Forget it, just consider this money as a gift from me to you. You don't have to pay it back. How can this be possible? When Lin Jieja heard Zhang Yuan's words, she suddenly became anxious. I've already received so many bags from you, how can I take your money for nothing? No, I must return this money to you. If it were any other time, and someone was willing to give her 20 million without even asking for an IOU, Lin Jieja would definitely think that person was a fool and would accept it without hesitation. But now, facing Zhang Yuan who didn't care about the 20 million, she suddenly felt uncomfortable and immediately went to find paper and pen. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this. The reason why he generously transferred 2,500 yuan to Lin Jieja was mainly to complete the second task issued by the department. The second task required him to spend 300 million within 5 days. If Lin Jieja wrote him an IOU, then the money would still be his and could not be considered as something he had spent. How is this possible? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan grabbed Lin Jieja's hand and said quickly. Well, your store should also issue membership cards, right? These 20 million will be regarded as my membership fee. When I go to your store to make purchases in the future, I can use this 20 million membership card to pay the bill, isn't that all? As soon as Zhang Yuan held Lin Jieja's hand, her face turned red immediately. After listening to Zhang Yuan's words, she was silent for a moment, then said shyly. My store is in Huayuan, not Linjiang. How can you go there to spend money? Besides, who would top up a membership card with 20 million yuan? You can't spend that much money in your lifetime. Then just leave it alone. Zhang Yuan smiled and said. As customers, we are free to decide how much money to top up on our cards. If I am willing to top up, how can you refuse? As for how long it will take to spend all the money, that depends on the service you provide. Zhang Yuan said this purely to tease Lin Jieja. After all, in his eyes, bath centers are more or less not serious. The services inside always make people think about it. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Lin Jieja's cheeks, which were already slightly red, suddenly turned red enough to look like blood was dripping. She gently pinched Zhang Yuan's hand, then pushed it away shyly and annoyedly, then yelled at Zhang Yuan coquettishly, "You're so annoying." But after a while, she lowered her head again and said shyly. Thank you, brother Zhang Yuan. You are willing to help me with so much money without asking for anything in return. I understand your intentions. Don't worry, I will never let you down in the future. If you really want, I can. I can. Lin Jieja's voice became smaller and smaller, until it was so small that even a mosquito could not hear it. Zhang Yuan on the side was a little dumbfounded. What won't you let me down? What's my intention? What is going on? Sister, is there any misunderstanding between us again? After Lin Jieja finished speaking, she closed her eyes like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting for Zhang Yuan's next move. But she waited for a long time and there was no movement from Zhang Yuan. She quietly opened her eyes and saw Zhang Yuan return to his seat, continuing to eat his meal, completely ignoring her. Lin Jieja suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed out of her eyes again. Brother Zhang Yuan, do you dislike me? Dislike me because I'm a sea king? Dislike me because I've had so many boyfriends? I don't have any. Seeing Lin Jieja crying again, Zhang Yuan had no idea what was going on and was a little confused. I'm fine, why would you dislike me? But Lin Jia seemed not to hear Zhang Yuan's words. With red eyes, she said to Zhang Yuan. Believe me, brother Zhang Yuan. Although I have dated many boyfriends, I have never done anything beyond the line with any of them. I am clean and I am definitely not the kind of person you think. I believe you, but I really don't have that kind of feeling towards you. Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. After Lin Jia said this, he finally understood what Lin Jia meant. It seems that this girl thought I could take advantage of the opportunity to lend her money to do something with her. To be honest, with Lin Jia's appearance and figure, any man who sees her will drool over her. After all, she is so beautiful. If you don't have some thoughts about her, you are not worthy of being a male animal. The same goes for Zhang Yuan. But Zhang Yuan is the kind of person whose conscience has been eaten by a dog, with the other half still left. He always felt that taking advantage of Lin Jia at this time was simply taking advantage of the situation, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, he is very conservative at heart. In his heart, that kind of thing is sacred. As long as you do it, you will be responsible for it. He and Lin Jia just met yesterday evening. If they did that today, it would be so fast that he really couldn't accept it. Therefore, after he finished sighing, he said to Lin Jia with a somewhat amused look. I just broke up yesterday, and I'm still not feeling well. If I suddenly start over with someone else, I'll find it hard to accept it, so, can you give me some time to calm down, please? Chapter 15, I am number 1? After Zhang Yuan said this, Lin Jia's emotions gradually calmed down and she nodded obediently. She thought about it carefully and felt that what Zhang Yuan said was not wrong. She and Zhang Yuan just officially met yesterday evening, so if things had developed to that point today, it would indeed be a bit too fast. What's more, Zhang Yuan had just broken up with his ex-girlfriend. Judging from Zhang Yuan's appearance, he must love his ex-girlfriend very much. He definitely wouldn't be able to accept doing this to me right after we broke up. After figuring this out, Lin Jia suddenly felt a little lost. However, her affection, or admiration for Zhang Yuan, became much stronger. Zhang Yuan's image in her mind suddenly became as majestic as a male god. This is Zhang Yuan. A super rich second generation who can easily spend tens of millions, and he is also quite handsome. This kind of person can almost be said to have everything he wants. But he is still so loyal and responsible in relationships. He actually didn't touch me because he had just broken up with his ex-girlfriend. Such a man is simply the best. What on earth was wrong with Zhang Yuan's ex-girlfriend that she would abandon such a great man and turn to find that scumbag Liu Yujie? How blind! Lin Jia swore secretly in her heart. As of now, she should be the one with the closest relationship with Zhang Yuan among all the girls in Linjiang University. She must take advantage of this opportunity to get Zhang Yuan. We must not let other little goblins get there first. Zhang Yuan didn't know yet that he had already become the best man in Lin Jia's mind. Seeing that Lin Jia's emotions gradually stabilized, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing his meal, he left the rental house with Lin Jia. Zhang Yuan had to go to class in the afternoon, and Lin Jia had to take the money Zhang Yuan transferred to her to go to the bank to handle the formalities and repay the family's debt, so the two separated. Before the two separated, Lin Jia helped Zhang Yuan find a relatively famous hair salon and spent several $1,000s to have their chief hairstylist do a hairstyle for Zhang Yuan. Lin Jia was right. After getting the new hairstyle, his image was elevated to several levels. He now looked like a male god, with a look of more than 7 points and almost 8 points. After returning to school, Zhang Yuan's rate of turning heads increased sharply, and many little girls began to stare at him secretly. As soon as he entered the classroom, he caused a sensation in the entire classroom. Fuck, is this guy Zhang Yuan? Did he have plastic surgery? How come he suddenly became so handsome? I don't know, this change is too big. It seems that the clothes he is wearing were given to him by Lin Jia this morning. A gold digger like Lin Jia actually gave him an Armani suit. It's really outrageous. He and Lin Jia are in such a mess, and Tang Lu doesn't care? Why don't you care? Didn't Lin Jia and Tang Lu almost get into a fight this morning? I heard that he has broken up with Tang Lu. Damn, when this guy was dating Tang Lu, he was as humble as a dog around Tang Lu. Now that he has just broken up with Tang Lu, he is hooked up with a top-notch girl like Lin Jia. It's really enviable. It really lives up to the old saying that even the bootlickers can have their day of recovery, and even the losers can have their day of counterattack. I am also going to confront my goddess, wish me happiness. Everyone in the classroom was talking about Jiang Yuan. The boys envied Jiang Yuan's adventure, while the girls looked at Jiang Yuan with shining eyes, secretly hating themselves for not realizing that Jiang Yuan was a handsome guy earlier. Jiang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He found a seat next to his roommates and waited for class to start with peace of mind. The afternoon class ended quickly. Jiang Yuan fulfilled his promise to treat everyone to a meal and took his roommates to a high-end hotel to have a good meal. After dinner, they went to karaoke and took a bath together, and played until the early morning before returning to the dormitory. The group had been out there for most of the night and were all exhausted. Therefore, not long after returning to the dormitory, everyone fell into a deep sleep. In the entire dormitory, Jiang Yuan was the only one with his eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep. Today passed, and apart from spending 20 million on Lin Jieja, he had almost no major expenses. Originally, he was planning to go out and spend a lot of money with his roommates in the evening. But because his elder brother didn't allow him to spend money indiscriminately, he only spent a few tens of thousands of yuan after playing for a night, which was almost negligible compared to the 20 million yuan he gave to Lin Jieja. However, the task assigned to him by the system required him to spend 300 million yuan in 5 days. By this calculation, he has to spend an average of 60 million per day to complete the task. He still has 40 million left to spend today. How can he sleep well? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan silently took out his mobile phone, opened Kuaishou, and randomly entered the room of a female anchor who was broadcasting live. Then he recharged money into his account, preparing to give gifts in the live broadcast room. There is a limit on the recharge of Kuaishou's Kuai coins, and the maximum recharge per time is 10,000 yuan. Jiang Yuan fiddled with his phone for a long time until his fingers were sore, but he only managed to top up more than 10 million yuan. No, it's too tiring to top up my account like this. I'll have to find someone to help me top up my account. Jiang Yuan muttered something, then exited the recharge page and returned to the live broadcast room. However, as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he was a little dumbfounded. At this moment, the live broadcast room has exploded. Many people typed his ID on the public screen and said noisily, "The leader has been here for quite some time, why is there no movement at all? Are you there, big brother? Why aren't you talking? Brother Joe, quickly use the momentum you had when you cast dozens of cloud-piercing arrows yesterday afternoon to give Nana a gift. Brother number 1 on the list, are you going to lose your temper? Our Nana is counting on your cloud-piercing arrow to increase her popularity." Not just the onlookers in the live broadcast room. Even the beautiful female anchor stared at the screen with a red face and asked Jiang Yuan what performance he wanted to watch, and she could let Jiang Yuan play it on demand for free. This situation made Jiang Yuan a little confused. He has no impression of this live broadcast room at all. Why is everyone so familiar with him? He clicked on the fan club with some confusion and found that his ID, Shicheng Zhouge, was indeed ranked first in the fan rankings. His contribution value is 10 points, which is about 10,000 yuan. After seeing this contribution value, Jiang Yuan recalled that when he was testing the Xinhao system yesterday afternoon, he randomly entered a live broadcast room and spent 10,000 yuan in it. It seems that the live broadcast room I am in now is the same one where I made money yesterday afternoon. I clicked into the same live broadcast room twice in a row. This can be considered as a kind of fate. Moreover, this female anchor looks very good. Not only does she look pure, but she also looks somewhat familiar. In that case, I'll just keep paying with you. ISNT Chapter 16 Just PK? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan moved his fingers and typed a line of words on the public screen. I was just recharging my account. Now it's done and I can start the performance. As soon as Jiang Yuan said this, the public screen immediately became lively again. Fuck. The number 1 guy on the list finally spoke up and is no longer silent. Brother Joe, you've been here for more than half an hour and you haven't said a word. How much money have you deposited into your account? Cloud-piercing arrows. I want to see continuous firing of cloud-piercing arrows. Nana, start a PK. Take advantage of the fact that the top guy on the list is here and beat a few big anchors. Then your popularity will go up. Yes, let's start the PK, Nana. With the big brother on the list here, we can't lose in the PK. The female anchor named Nana seems a little shy. She saw that the fans in the live broadcast room were asking her to start a PK, so she weakly asked Jiang Yuan in the live broadcast room if he could help her with the PK. Jiang Yuan was currently worried about where to spend the money, so he naturally agreed generously. Nana clicked on PK and was matched with a small anchor. After the two of them discussed the punishment for losing, the PK officially began. It was from this moment that Zhang Yuan's cloud-piercing arrow combo officially began. Xiqing Laojiu sent out a cloud-piercing arrow 1. Xiqing Laojiu sent out a cloud-piercing arrow 50. Xiqing Laojiu sent out a cloud-piercing arrow 122. Xiqing Laojiu sent out cloud-piercing arrow 300. One after another, cloud-piercing arrows shot up into the sky, and Nana's live broadcast room was filled with explosive special effects every minute and every second. The people in Nana's live broadcast room are going crazy. The anchor and fans in the opposite live broadcast room were all going crazy. The entire PK lasted more than 5 minutes, and Zhang Yuan produced more than 300 cloud-piercing arrows, equivalent to nearly 60,000 renminbi. This is simply a waste of money. The host on the opposing team originally had a few wealthy fans who planned to help the host defend the tower at the critical moment. But when they saw Zhang Yuan's momentum, they all gave in and gave up resistance. They ran to Nana's live broadcast room and watched Zhang Yuan with Nana's fans. Nana won the PK without any suspense, and the public screen in her live broadcast room was filled with words like "Brother Joe is mighty" and "Brother Joe is awesome." Just spending this little money, is this considered impressive? Zhang Yuan looked at the public screen, smiled slightly, and then typed, "I haven't even spent the change I just put into my account." As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, the entire public screen exploded again. Fuck, Brother Joe just spent 60,000, right? He spent so much money, but he doesn't even have a fraction of what he recharged. How much money did he recharge into his account? Is Brother 9 just pretending to be cool? Let's play another PK against Nana and see how much money is in Brother Joe's account. Yes, open it again. I want to see the continuous firing of cloud-piercing arrows. There was constant noise on the public screen. The female anchor Nana's eyes also turned red with excitement at this time. The cloud-piercing arrow that Zhang Yuan just used is worth about 60,000 yuan. After the platform takes its share of the profits, she will get nearly 30,000 yuan in her hands. More than 30,000 yuan. She has never earned so much money in all these months as a host. Seeing that everyone wanted her to continue the PK, she suddenly said a little embarrassedly, "Don't start the PK anymore. Brother Joe has already made a lot of money. I am already very grateful to him. Don't worry, Nana. Brother Joe is rich and can never be poor." Yes, didn't Brother Joe say that? There are tens of thousands of dollars, not even a fraction of the money in his account. Anchor Nana looked a little hesitant. Zhang Yuan calmly posted on the public screen, "Let's continue the PK. I just happen to want to play a few more games." Seeing Zhang Yuan said this, Nana gritted her teeth and clicked on PK again. This time, Nana was matched with a medium-sized anchor with thousands of fans in his live broadcast room. The fact that Zhang Yuan had just fired more than 300 cloud-piercing arrows in a row had caused some commotion on the entire platform. Therefore, as soon as the anchor matched with Nana, the fans in her live broadcast room immediately started shouting, "Everyone, pay attention. There's a big brother in the opposite live broadcast room. He has just cast hundreds of cloud-piercing arrows. The people at the top of the fan list, please guard the tower and don't let our baby lose." The fans of the host on the other side were ready for action. Nana's fans were waiting to watch the fun. After the PK started, Zhang Yuan once again opened the game with a burst of arrows, and the fans in the opposite live broadcast room also began to send gifts continuously. In order to motivate fans to give gifts, the female anchor even danced in the live broadcast room with seductive gestures. Therefore, at the beginning, they could barely withstand Zhang Yuan's cloud-piercing arrow attack, making their points basically the same as Zhang Yuan. About a minute later, Zhang Yuan saw that he couldn't shake off the opponent by using the cloud-piercing arrow, so he stopped using the cloud-piercing arrow and started using the Dream Castle instead. A Dream Castle is more than 3 times more expensive than a cloud-piercing arrow, and the points in Nana's live broadcast room also began to rise wildly. Seeing that Zhang Yuan couldn't win no matter what, the fans of the female anchor on the opposite side gradually lost motivation and stopped sending large gifts. They prepared to save bullets for the next PK. Zhang Yuan didn't stop. He kept clicking on the Dream Castle until the end, and the points in Nana's live broadcast room also soared far ahead, leaving no chance for the opponent to steal the tower. After a PK, Zhang Yuan got more than 100 cloud-piercing arrows and more than 200 fantasy castles. His fan contribution value has also reached a terrifying 3 million points. Since brushing the cloud-piercing arrow has the effect of increasing popularity, the number of fans in Nana's live broadcast room skyrocketed from dozens to several thousand. As a result, more people shouted on the public screen, asking John Yuan to help Nana in the next PK. Go ahead and fight, isn't it just a PK? Fight however you want. No matter who you're matched with today, I can help you win. John Yuan said this in the live broadcast room with great enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room exploded again. Nana clicked the PK button excitedly. After that, everyone in the live broadcast room was about to burst into laughter. Oh my god, isn't that a little fish on the other side? This is too fake. Xiaoyu is a big anchor with more than 30 million fans. Our Nana has only a few fans, how come she is matched with us? I guess Brother Joe has spent too much money, so the system has identified our Nana as a big anchor. This is the end. Behind a little fish there are several big brothers, and her number one is also online tonight. I think our ninth brother can't handle it. Come on, Brother Joe. Even if we lose, we have to let the other side see the strength of our Nana fans. Itia Xiaoyuer is a music host wearing JK clothes, twin ponytails and round black framed glasses. She is small in stature, a petite and cute type of girl. When she smiles, there are two deep dimples on her cheeks, which makes her look like first love. Chapter 17, over 10 million points. After matching with Nana, she immediately asked Nana with a smile. Hello, little sister. Do you want to play a game? Nana was a little hesitant in the live broadcast room. John Yuan didn't care about that and posted directly on the public screen. Fight her. Today I will show you how a small anchor can beat a big anchor with 30 million fans. Brother 9 is so awesome. This sentence is so inspiring. Yes, let's do it. We are Nana's fans and we are not inferior to anyone. Fight Nana, fight them. John Yuan's words directly ignited Nana's live broadcast room. Seeing the clamor for a fight on the public screen, Nana had no choice but to nod at the screen. After agreeing on the penalty for failure with a small fish, she officially started the PK. However, what John Yuan didn't expect was that the PK entered a white-hot state as soon as it started. Just like in the previous two battles, John Yuan started by firing a series of cloud-piercing arrows in an attempt to test the opponent's firepower. I didn't expect that there were ruthless people in Yijiao Xiaoyer's live broadcast room. He bought groups of emperor suits as if they were free. A set of imperial sets costs more than 5,200 yuan. In addition, other fans kept giving small gifts, so Yijiao Xiaoyer's points not only did not fall behind John Yuan, but he even surpassed Nana and was in an advantageous position. She is worthy of being a big anchor with 30 million fans. She is really amazing. John Yuan sighed in his heart. But in a second, a smile appeared on his lips. The emperor's suit, huh? Today I will show you what a real emperor suit is. He entered the desired amount on each gift and clicked send one by one. As his gifts appeared, the fans in Nana's live broadcast room went completely crazy. Fuck, this is crazy, Brother 9 is also brushing out the emperor set, and there are 14 emperor sets in total. I never thought that I would be able to witness 1,314 emperor suits being spawned at once. Brother Joe, do you need lackeys? I want to be your little brother. How much are 14 emperor sets worth? Can anyone give me some information? I'm not good at math and can't figure it out. Nima, super rich, Brother 9 is definitely a super rich. Not only Nana's live broadcast room went crazy, but even Xiaoyer's live broadcast room went crazy at this time. Looking at the special effects that kept exploding in Nana's live broadcast room, and the PK points that were rising wildly in a crushing manner, Xiaoyer himself was a little overwhelmed to react. The boss in the live broadcast room opposite, the amount of money he spends is too exaggerated. 14 emperor suits were actually given away directly. It would cost more than 6 million to complete such a set. Who would reward a female anchor like this? Perhaps inspired by Jiang Yuan, the fans in Xiaoyer's live broadcast room also began to send gifts desperately. Xiaoyer, who was ranked number 1 on the list, also sent out more than 20 sets of emperor suits in a row. But it didn't work. Jiang Yuan's 1,314 emperor suits were so terrifying that the popularity of Nana's live broadcast room directly rushed to the top of the platform's live broadcast rankings. The number of people watching Nana's live broadcast suddenly soared to more than 500,000. The fans in Xiaoyer's live broadcast room couldn't catch up with such a score even if they tried their best. I'm sorry, that ninth brother on the opposite side is just too awesome, we can't protect you. 1314 Emperor Suits, this is outrageous. Sure enough, I don't understand the world of the rich. Although the PK has not ended yet, a bleak atmosphere has spread in Yidiower's live broadcast room. A big anchor with 30 million fans lost in a PK match to a small anchor with less than tens of thousands of fans. This matter is indeed quite embarrassing. Xiaoyuer thought it was nothing. Although she was destined to lose this PK, under the stimulation of Brother Gio, the gifts given by her fans were several times more than at other times. After a PK, she can earn tens of thousands of dollars. The punishment for losing a PK is just a few squat jumps, so there is nothing to be frustrated about. Therefore, instead of feeling unhappy, Xiaoyuer comforted his fans very gently, picked up the guitar and sang a song for his fans. Zhang Yuan's 1314 sets of Emperor Suits were quickly used up. Just when everyone in the two live broadcast rooms thought it was about to end. Another 1314 Emperor sets, let us go. Oh my god, is Brother 9 on the opposite side crazy? 1314 Emperor Suits are fine, but he did it twice in a row? He's really a rich man. This Shiching ninth brother, could it be Principal Wang's ID? What are you thinking? Even if it's Principal Wang, he can't reward the female anchor like this. From the moment Zhang Yuan started to brush the second round of 1314 Emperor sets, special effects began to appear in all the live broadcast rooms on the entire platform, and then everyone on the entire platform was boiling with excitement. Some anchors even paused their live broadcasts and ran to Nana's live broadcast room to watch Zhang Yuan giving Nana money. The female anchor Nana was so excited that she almost fainted. 1314 Emperor Suits, 1 round is 6 million, 2 rounds is more than 10 million. Although the platform will take half of the gift income, she can still earn more than 6 million through tonight's live broadcast. An income of over 6 million in one night is simply outrageous. The female anchor Nana really didn't know how to describe her feelings. After Zhang Yuan's second round of Emperor set was finished, the number of people in the entire live broadcast room had risen to nearly 1 million. The words typed on the public screen were all like Brother Gio is mighty. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say that giving gifts continuously is also a very tiring thing. He stared at the screen for so long that his fingers were sore, and he finally spent all the more than 10 million yuan he had just recharged into his account. It seems that if you want to spend the 300 million stipulated by the system by giving gifts, it is still a physically demanding task. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan felt more and more sleepy, so he threw his phone aside and fell asleep. Zhang Yuan slept very soundly and did not wake up until 10 o'clock the next morning. Since there was no class this morning, Zhang Yuan stayed in bed and played with his cell phone. He opened the Kuaishou platform again, intending to add some more money to his account, and then spend tens of millions of yuan before lunch. It would have been better if he hadn't clicked it. When he clicked it, he was directly scared. His account suddenly gained more than 100,000 followers. Moreover, the private messages were also filled with all kinds of messages, totaling hundreds of them. The contents of those private messages are also varied. Some are asking for support, some are selling luxury goods, some claim to be the agent of a certain anchor and ask for cooperation, some are begging on their knees to be his younger brother. The most outrageous thing is that there are people who claim to be directors and ask him to be a film producer and invest in the film. Chapter 18, is there a car like the one in your profile picture? Although people who claim to be directors on live streaming platforms are most likely scammers. But this private message also gave Zhang Yuan an idea for spending money. To be honest, the task assigned to him by the system is quite difficult. This is only the second mission, and he has to spend 300 million in 5 days. The subsequent missions will probably cost him even more. If he really has no place to spend money in the future, maybe he can just invest in a few bad movies and waste their money. After all, the film industry is also a very expensive industry. Moreover, he can also get to know some top female stars through investing in movies. Just thinking about it makes him happy. After secretly noting down the plan to become a film producer, Zhang Yuan began to look through other information. Soon, several more messages caught his attention. Among those messages, one was sent by Nana, saying that she hoped to add Zhang Yuan's contact information to express her gratitude. There is another more interesting content, which is directly. Hello, Brother Gio. I see that you are located in Linjiang. I am also from Linjiang and specialize in the luxury car business in Linjiang. I hope to get to know you if there is a chance. If you are in need of a means of transportation, you can also come to me. I will definitely give you the best price. After reading this message, Zhang Yuan was suddenly interested. Now that he is considered a wealthy man, it is time for him to get himself a means of transportation. And his mission is so high that if he buys a few more luxury cars, he might be able to complete it easily. Although the system stipulates that he cannot use the system's money to purchase any physical property for himself. But he can buy a luxury car and give it away as a gift. Just find a legitimate reason. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan sent his WeChat to Nana and Xiaoyuer, and then sent his WeChat to the man who was selling the luxury car. Not long after he sent the message, he received a friend request from someone with a Bugatti supercar avatar. Hello, is this Brother 9 himself? After Zhang Yuan accepted the other party's friend request, the other party immediately sent him a message. Zhang Yuan thought about it and replied with one word. Yes. Hello, Brother Joe, my name is Yu Liang, you can just call me Xiaoyu, I'm mainly in the Linjiang area, dealing in luxury cars and supercars. The person on the other side was very polite to Zhang Yuan. Come to think of it, Zhang Yuan swiped more than 10 million people in just 5 minutes last night. Such a person can already be called a super rich person, and his net worth must be at least tens of billions. When dealing with such people, one should naturally be more humble. However, in the face of Liang's enthusiastic attitude, Zhang Yuan simply replied. Okay. Brother Jiao, are you from Linjiang? I haven't heard much about you in Linjiang before. Yu Liang asked again. To be honest, he was very curious about the true identity of this ninth brother of Xiqing. Although he is not from Linjiang, he is an old hand who has been in Linjiang for more than 20 years. He basically knows all the leading figures in Linjiang area. In the area of Linjiang, he had never heard of the name Old Nine of Xiqing. But soon, his doubts were dispelled. Because Zhang Yuan replied directly. I'm not from Linjiang. I just study at Linjiang University. Oh, no wonder. I didn't expect that Brother 9 is still just a college student. He is really young and promising. Yu Liang replied, and at the same time paid more attention to this ninth brother of Xiqing. He had always thought that this wealthy man who spent more than 10 million in 5 minutes was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but he didn't expect that he was actually a college student. This is really amazing. You know, a middle-aged person who can swipe more than 10 million and a college student who can swipe more than 10 million are completely different concepts. If the person who swiped more than 10 million is a middle-aged person, then most of the money he swiped is his own money. He should be the boss of a certain group company and his net worth should be around several billion. If a boss like this has sufficient liquidity, it is not impossible for him to spend more than 10 million on a whim. But if the person who swiped out 10 million was a college student, then the money he swiped out could only be the money given by his family. What kind of family would give their child more than 10 million yuan to let him give gifts to a female anchor? In his line of work, Yu Liang comes into contact with the most wealthy people, and he understands their personalities very well. Rich people, especially those from powerful families, are often very strict when it comes to their children's education. Although their children are well dressed and well fed, they do not have much cash on hand. It would be good if you had hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to spend at your disposal on a daily basis. They have to save up for a while to buy a sports car worth several million. But those who can casually take out millions or tens of millions of spare money to spend are the richest of the rich and the richest of the rich second generation. Behind these rich second generations are often super families with assets worth hundreds of billions. Therefore, after confirming that Brother 9 of Xiqing was just a college student, Zhang Yuan's importance in Yu Liang's heart suddenly increased by several levels. So after thinking for a while, he sent another message to Zhang Yuan. By the way, Brother Jiao, tomorrow afternoon, I will be holding a private car show at Mingcheng Shaozhu in Yanhu District, Linjiang City. There will be several limited edition cars that are in great demand in China. Are you interested in taking a look? Hot item? How hot? Zhang Yuan replied. Do you have the car model in your profile picture? Yu Liang almost vomited blood when he saw Zhang Yuan's reply. This ninth brother is mocking him. The car he used as his avatar is the Bugatti Veyron Voice of the Night, which is limited to only 3 units worldwide. It was sold for 89 million when it was first released, and has now been hyped up to 200 million. All 3 of these cars are in the hands of private collectors, and there is not a single one in the country. Even if he makes luxury cars, he can't get such a top-notch product. This ninth brother must have thought that his tone was too arrogant and was deliberately teasing him. But think about it, he is a rich young man with a net worth of over 10 billion, what kind of sports cars has he not seen? What are those hot selling goods in your eyes and the eyes of others? Yu Liang sighed in his heart, and then quickly replied to Jiang Yuan. I'm sorry, Brother Jiu. I really can't get the car in my avatar. My ability is limited. But there will be a Lamborghini 6th Element and a Pagani Zonda Sync on the day of the auto show. If you are interested, you can come and have a look. Although my auto show is not as good as those of the big car dealers in the Divine Capital and the Magic City in terms of specifications, it should not disappoint you. Chapter 19. What are the rewards for being number 1? Well, I just happen to be in need of a vehicle, so I'll see you then. Jiang Yuan replied to Yu Liang and then exited the chat box with Yu Liang. After chatting with Yu Liang, Jiang Yuan continued to recharge his platform account, planning to find a live broadcast room to broadcast it later. He kept charging his phone for more than half an hour and finally managed to charge more than 20 million yuan. Just as he was about to start giving out gifts, another message suddenly popped up on his WeChat. Hello, are you Brother 9? The person who sent him the WeChat message was a female account with a Totoro avatar, named Ice Frozen Dumpling. Jiang Yuan was stunned. His name is Jiang Yuan. This girl's name is Frozen Dumpling. Are you planning to freeze him? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan casually replied to the other party. I am, who are you? Hello, Brother Jiu, I'm Nana. Nana? The female anchor he gave gifts to yesterday? Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Although he had sent his WeChat account to Nana, he did not receive any friend request. How did I receive Nana's message directly? In a rental house next to Linjiang People's Hospital, a girl was looking at the screen of her mobile phone with a red face, feeling a little nervous. Last night, when she was live streaming, a wealthy man named Shiqing Jioga directly spent more than 10 million in her live streaming room, making her a net profit of more than 6 million. Although she didn't know Brother Shiqing Jio, out of politeness, she asked Brother Shiqing Jio for his contact information after the live broadcast. She had just received the WeChat ID from Brother Jio from Shiqing, and she immediately chose to add him as a friend. But what she didn't expect was that Brother 9 of Shiqing was actually in her friend list. This made her very confused. There was such a rich man in her friend list, how come she didn't know anything about it? But at this point I can't care so much anymore. After she hesitated for a moment, she sent another message to Brother 9 of Shiqing. Thank you for giving me so many gifts yesterday. I'm going to have a live broadcast tonight. Do you want to come and watch? If there's a show you want to watch, you can request it. I can play the guzheng, the guitar, and dance. As long as it's something I can do, you can request it. I can perform for you for free. Nana posted these mainly to express her gratitude. After all, Brother Jio gave her so many gifts last night that she didn't know how to express her gratitude. However, after Jiang Yuan saw this message, he laughed with disdain. What is support and what is free on demand? Isn't it just that she thinks I'm rich and wants me to go to her live broadcast room to continue making money? It seems that this female anchor named Nana thinks she is a good guy and wants to hook him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan replied expressionlessly. Sure, if I have time in the evening, I will go to your live studio and take a look. Okay, Brother Jio, I'll wait for you in the live broadcast room. Nana replied to Jiang Yuan again, and then there was no further movement. Jiang Yuan closed the chat box between him and Nana, and opened Kuaishou again, intending to find a live broadcast room to give gifts. Just then, the system pushed a live broadcast of Xiaoyere to him, so he clicked on it. Wow, isn't this Brother 9? Brother 9 actually came to watch our Xiaoyere's live broadcast. Where are all Xiaoyere's fans? Come out and welcome Brother Jio. Brother Jio has come to our Xiaoyere's live broadcast room. Is he going to give our Xiaoyere 1314 Emperor sets as well? When Xiaoyere saw Jiang Yuan enter the live broadcast room, he also smiled with joy and waved directly at the screen. Welcome Brother Jio to watch my live broadcast. I didn't expect Brother Jio to watch my live broadcast. I'm so excited. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan typed on the public screen. You were live streaming quite late yesterday, why are you live streaming so early today? After Xiaoyere saw Jiang Yuan's words, she pouted and pretended to be angry and said, Brother Jio, you still have the nerve to say that. It's all because I was beaten so badly by you during the PK yesterday, so the company pulled me up to do a live broadcast early this morning. No, you have to compensate me. If you don't give me 1314 Emperor suits today, I won't let you leave. Xiaoyere is a petite and cute girl with a beauty score of around 90 points, which is very pleasing to the eye. When she was so angry, she looked so adorable that it made a straight man like Jiang Yuan tremble with fear. Therefore, Zhang Yuan replied directly. I won't grind for 13-14 emperor suits today, I'll just be number 1 on your list, okay? As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, Xiao Yuer's live broadcast room immediately exploded. Many people posted in the live broadcast room. Brother Joe, you are kidding me, Xiao Yuer has spent over 7 million to get the number 1 spot. What's 7 million? Didn't Brother 9 spend over 10 million yesterday? If Brother Joe hadn't said this, I would have thought that the other party was bragging. Zhang Yuan then posted on the public screen. Beautiful Xiao Yuer, if I become number 1 on your list, what reward will I get? You're so annoying, Brother 9. A little fish let out a coquettish cry. Then she said sweetly to the screen. If you really make it to the top of the list, the reward will be decided by you. Okay, that's what you said. Zhang Yuan typed a sentence on the public screen, then clicked on the Dream Castle and started refreshing it frantically. Shiqing Laojiu gave away Dream Castle 1. Shiqing Laojiu gave away the Dream Castle 13. Shiqing Laojiu gave away the Dream Castle 244. Shiqing Laojiu gave away the Dream Castle 1113. The Dream Castles, which cost 520 yuan each, are pouring out as if they were free. The popularity of Xiao Yuer's live broadcast room has skyrocketed, and the number of onlookers has also increased exponentially. The public screen has become extremely lively. Here he comes, the super god Brother 9 from last night is here again. Brother Joe is really rich. From the looks of it, he's going to spend at least several million today. Brother Joe said that he wanted to be the number 1 on Xiao Yuer's list. How could a few million be enough? Fuck, when can I become as rich as Brother Joe? Zhang Yuan clicked on the screen for more than an hour, from a little after 10 o'clock to nearly 12 o'clock. In more than an hour, he spent more than 10 million Chinese yuan. The number of dream castles given away has reached an astonishing 20,000. In Xiao Yuer's live broadcast room, the explosive animation effects never stopped. So much so that by the end, everyone in the live broadcast room felt a little numb. A small fish looked at Zhang Yuan's golden name on his fan ranking list, as well as the fan contribution value that had exceeded 100 million. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Brother 9 of Shiqing actually gave her more than 10 million just to be number 1 on her list. This is too exaggerated. Chapter 20, I can't even make an appointment with 10 million. Although Xiao Yuer is a big anchor with 30 million fans, he also makes a lot of money by receiving gifts from fans. But in fact, the money she received was not as much as ordinary people imagined. The 3 people at the top of her fan rankings are actually shills arranged by the agency to build momentum for her and attract ordinary fans to give her tips. After all, people tend to follow the crowd. During live broadcasts or PKs, only when big sponsors give rewards will ordinary fans follow suit. At the same time, if the amount of tips in the live broadcast room is high enough, when accepting advertising endorsements, the brand will consider that the anchor is popular enough and will offer a good price. So even though Xiao Yuer earns a lot from every live broadcast, in fact, the money she makes from receiving gifts is not that much. Not only does she have to return the reward money that the company used to build momentum for her to the company, but the money from ordinary fans also has to be shared with the branch company after the platform takes its share. Even she had never seen someone like Zhang Yuan who gave out 10 million in real money as a reward. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, who had already cleared more than 20,000 fantasy castles, typed on the public screen. Beautiful Xiao Yuer, I'm already number 1 on your list. Now isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise and give me a reward? Seeing Zhang Yuan's words, Xiao Yuer suddenly panicked. After she hesitated for a moment, she spoke to the screen somewhat unnaturally. Brother Joe, what kind of reward do you want? You can watch all the performances in my live broadcast room for free. On demand is not necessary. Zhang Yuan replied. I wonder if Miss Xiao Yuer has time recently. Can I treat you to a meal? I see. I'm sorry, Brother 9. Xiao Yuer shook his head at the screen apologetically and said, I have been doing a lot of live broadcasts recently, and I also have to negotiate endorsements with several businesses, so I may not have time. If you want to watch my performance, you can watch it on demand at any time. My on-demand broadcasts are always free for Brother Joe. After saying that, Xiao Yuer made a heart shape with his hands towards the screen. When the people in the live broadcast room heard Xiao Yuer say this, they immediately split into 2 groups and started arguing on the public screen. Fuck, Brother Joe has spent over 10 million, and he can't even arrange a meal with me. You are amazing. This is our Xiao Yuer, he will never bow down to the local tyrants. TSK, just keep pretending in the live broadcast room. Which of you female anchors is not greedy for money? I don't believe that you won't send a private message to Brother Gio after you go off the air. Why are you pretending? Our Xiaoyer is a big anchor with 30 million fans. There are also many people on the fan list who have given gifts exceeding 1 million. Do you need these 10 million? Scripts, they are all scripts. I guess this Brother Gio is just a shill. Who would spend 10 million in a live broadcast room? It's just a script made up to stir up hype. There were many different opinions on the public screen, but Jiang Yuan just smiled indifferently. He gave gifts in Xiaoyer's live broadcast room just to spend money and complete the tasks issued by the system, and he had no other ideas. Saying that he wanted to treat Xiaoyer to a meal was just a casual remark and he didn't take it seriously. So even though he was rejected by Xiaoyer, he didn't feel anything and didn't think it was a big deal. It was almost time for lunch. Jiang Yuan typed on the public screen, "Okay, see you again if we're lucky enough." Then he exited the live broadcast software and went to eat with his roommate. Shicheng Laojiu has already left the live broadcast room. In an entertainment company in Shanghai, a beautiful woman holding a guitar, with twin ponytails and wearing round black-framed glasses looked at the prompt that popped up in the live broadcast room. She suddenly felt empty in her heart and lost interest in the live broadcast. After saying hello to her fans, she turned off the live broadcast and leaned back in her chair in a daze. About 10 minutes later, her agent, a fat woman in her 40s, rushed in and said to her excitedly, Ro, you are amazing. I wasn't even by your side just now. How did you know to reject that rich guy? After hearing what the woman said, the girl called Ruru was stunned for a moment, and then she said with a smile, Sister Ma, did I hear you right? I just rejected that rich guy. Was I right to reject him? Of course. Sister Ma's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and she said excitedly, There were hundreds of thousands of people in your live broadcast room just now. If you agreed to have dinner with that rich man in front of so many people, how would your fans view you? How would people comment on you online? They would definitely think you were a gold digger. By then, the pure girl persona you worked so hard to build will all collapse. Now, the fact that you still refused a dinner invitation from a mysterious rich man after receiving 10 million in gifts has gone viral online. The company is also planning to hire a PR team to buy hot searches and publicize this matter. They want to make you a role model of a female anchor who doesn't bow to money. After this incident, I estimate that your popularity will increase even more. You may even be able to challenge the throne of the #1 female anchor on the entire network. Is that so? Fat Sister's words left Roro stunned. After a long time, a genuine smile appeared on her face. In that case, what I just did was really right. To be honest, ever since that Shicheng Joga spent 10 million in her live broadcast room, he became her #1. And asked her out for dinner from that moment. She had always been a little scared in her heart. She also started out as a small anchor. She knows exactly what those rich tycoons are trying to do by giving gifts crazily in the live broadcast room and then inviting the heroine to broadcast on the air. Although she is also a host, she does not want to make money in this way. After all, she has never had a formal boyfriend since she was a child. Those wealthy people who give out gifts crazily in the live broadcast room are generally greasy middle-aged men. For example, the name Shicheng Joga, this name sounds very gangster-like. Which young boy would give himself such a name? She really didn't want her innocence to be ruined by this. Letting the company's agents occupy the top 3 on the fan list is also a way for her to protect herself. However, having said that, she was still worried that the company would cause trouble for her because she publicly rejected Jiu Ji's dinner invitation. After all, Brother 9 is so rich. Just last night, over 10 million was swiped out, and this morning, over 10 million was swiped out again. Such a super sponsor is what every anchor dreams of. The company would most likely force her to contact Brother Gio and then exploit her value. Chapter 21 Apologize? When she first signed the contract with the company, she was just an unknown internet celebrity. There are also many unfair clauses in the contract signed with the company. Therefore, if the company asked her to contact Brother Gio, she would have no room to resist. Otherwise, they will have to pay a sky-high penalty of 50 million yuan. Although she is already a big anchor with 30 million fans, most of the money she earned over the years has been taken away by the company, and not much has fallen into her hands. She simply can't afford the 50 million yuan penalty. That's why she was worried. She was worried that the company would hold her accountable for refusing Jiu-Ji's invitation to dinner. However, after listening to Sister Ma's words, Ruru suddenly relaxed a lot. However, what she didn't expect was that Sister Ma suddenly changed the subject and said, "But before the company publicizes this matter, you still have to contact that ninth brother and tell him about this matter." "Why?" After hearing this, the smile that had just appeared on Ruru's face suddenly froze again. "Of course it's out of politeness." Sister Ma sat next to Ruru and advised gently. "Think about it, after we publicize it like this, the whole internet will know that you rejected Brother Jiu, and Brother Jiu will definitely feel embarrassed. Anyone who can spend more than 20 million yuan to give gifts to a female anchor within 24 hours is no ordinary person. We can't afford to offend such a person. If we piss them off, they might mobilize their forces to deal with us, and our company might end up in trouble. So before we start the plan, we have to go find Brother Nine and apologize to him sincerely. Then we have to tell him about our plan so that he will know what's going on. In this way, we won't offend Brother Nine, right?" At this point, Sister Ma paused for a moment, then added with great excitement. "Besides, rich people are not fools. Since Brother Jiu is willing to spend so much money in your live broadcast room, it means he still likes you very much. He's so rich. If he's willing to be your sponsor, it will be a huge benefit to you. The company will give you a bigger share of the profits and put all its resources on you to make you more famous. How great is that? Not good." As soon as Sister Ma finished speaking, Ruru immediately gritted her teeth and shook her head. "What do you mean by apology? To put it bluntly, aren't you just trying to push me to that ninth brother? Sister Ma, please, I really don't want to get involved in those messy things. I just want to do my live broadcast properly. Is that not okay? My silly girl." After hearing this, Sister Ma sighed. "You've been a broadcaster for more than a year or two, how can you still be so naive? Last time you rejected Mr. Zhang and threw wine all over him, the company was already very angry, and I had to work very hard to stop the company from punishing you. If you offend Brother Jiu again this time, I really can't protect you." Having said that, Sister Ma patted Ruru's shoulder gently again. "Don't forget, if you don't obey the company's arrangement, you will have to pay 50 million yuan in liquidated damages. How can you afford that much money?" When Ruru heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red. When Sister Ma saw this, she hurriedly advised. "Actually, that kind of thing isn't a big deal. It's mainly because you've never had a boyfriend and haven't experienced it before that you feel like you can't get over that hurdle. Once you've actually experienced it, you won't think it's a big deal." After saying this, Sister Ma stood up. "It's settled today. Send a private message to Brother Jiu later and arrange a time to meet him as soon as possible. Don't do any live broadcasts today. Just do this job well. I'll talk to the company." After saying that, Sister Ma left the room, leaving Ruru alone in the live broadcast room. At Linjiang University, after Jiang Yuan exited the live broadcast room, he went to have lunch with his roommates. While eating, he received a WeChat message from Lin Jia. Lin Jia said on WeChat that after she transferred the money Jiang Yuan gave her to her parents, the family's debt was paid off. But because her father was hospitalized after being beaten, her mother had to stay in the hospital to take care of her father, and the family business was left unattended and in a paralyzed state. So she has to go home during this period to help her family renovate the bathing center so that Jiang Yuan won't miss her too much. Jiang Yuan also wanted to laugh when he saw this message. Lin Jia is not his girlfriend, so she can just leave. How could he possibly miss Lin Jia? After finishing their meal and leaving the cafeteria, the group prepared to go to the classroom for class. As soon as they walked downstairs of the teaching building, they saw Lu Yujie and Tang Lu standing together, whispering with their heads down. Lu Yujie was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, as if he was confessing his love to Tang Lu. Tang Lu blushed and looked a little embarrassed. When Tang Lu saw Jiang Yuan and the others walking towards them, she was slightly stunned. Then she subconsciously took a step back and kept a certain distance from Lu Yujie. Then he said to Jiang Yuan in a panic. "I'm sorry Jiang Yuan, Lu Yujie and I are not what you think. There is nothing between us. Please don't misunderstand." "Misunderstand?" Jiang Yuan sneered and walked into the teaching building without even looking at Tang Lu. Who knew that at this moment, Lu Yujie suddenly jumped out and blocked Jiang Yuan's way. "Fuck you, you just won 20 million in the lottery, why are you so arrogant?" When Jiang Yuan heard this, his face suddenly darkened. He only told Tang Lu and his roommates that he had won 20 million in the lottery. Now Lu Yujie directly told this matter in front of him, and it was obvious that it was Tang Lu who told Lu Yujie. Zhang Yuan looked at Tang Lu coldly. Tang Lu was a little frightened by Zhang Yuan's look, and quickly stammered. I'm sorry Zhang Yuan, when Lu Yujie asked me just now, I told him about your winning the lottery. Winning the lottery is not something to be ashamed of, so it's okay for me to tell him, right? It doesn't matter. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and said. You can tell anyone you want. I'm not afraid of others knowing about this. I'm telling you, you stinky loser, don't act so arrogantly here. Don't think that just because you won 20 million in the lottery, you are a human being. Lu Yujie stared at Zhang Yuan at this time, his eyes full of disdain. On Valentine's Day, he was humiliated by Zhang Yuan again and again, and he thought Zhang Yuan was so awesome. After all this time, he is just an ordinary person who won the lottery. After Tang Lu told him about this, he almost vomited blood out of anger. For an ordinary person, what would it matter if he won the lottery? In terms of background and resources, it's still nothing. He is the eldest son of the Lu family, but he was humiliated by such a person several times in one day. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Thinking of this, Lu Yujie immediately shouted at Zhang Yuan. You must apologize to me right now for what happened on Valentine's Day. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make sure you can't get through school. Chapter 22, Is it that serious for you? Lu Yujie, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Chen Guanyuan, the eldest brother in Zhang Yuan's dormitory, couldn't stand it anymore. He stood in front of Zhang Yuan, stretched out his hand to push Lu Yujie, and asked aggressively. You stole Zhang Yuan's girlfriend and asked Zhang Yuan to apologize to you. Do you have any shame? Tell me, how are you going to make Zhang Yuan unable to survive in school? As soon as Chen Guanyuan moved, Feng Zhou and Zhou Zhang, who shared the same dormitory with Zhang Yuan, also gathered around him. Lu Yujie looked at these people and suddenly felt a little scared, subconsciously shrank back. But he still shouted. Don't think you can act cool just because you're in a large group. I'm telling you, in my eyes, you're all losers. Just wait, you'll cry sooner or later. After saying those harsh words, Lu Yujie hugged his rose, turned around and left. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him. After glancing at Tang Lu next to him, he went to the classroom with his brothers. You better be careful these 2 days, Yuanzi. On the way to the classroom, Chen Guanyuan patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said with some concern. Lu Yujie is not a good guy. I heard that he is close to some gangsters near our school. Sometimes he would team up with those gangsters to bully the girls in our school. You'd better be careful that he will find someone to take revenge on you. Yes. Feng Zhou on the side also said. If that doesn't work, tell our counselor about this and see if he or she has any solution. Thanks, guys. No thanks. Zhang Yuan smiled calmly and said. Lu Yujie hasn't come to cause trouble for me yet. Even if I tell the counselor about this, the counselor won't be able to help me. And I think Lu Yujie is just good at talking, but he doesn't have any real ability. If he really comes to cause trouble, I won't be afraid of him. There is some basis for Zhang Yuan's words. He still has more than 200 million yuan in his account, and he doesn't know how to spend it. If Lu Yujie really dared to cause trouble for him, he would use money to make Lu Yujie suffer a fate worse than death. Don't waste your time on this kind of garbage. Seeing Zhang Yuan say this, Chen Guanyuan didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh quietly. How about this, Yuanzi, if you don't have anything special to do these 2 days, try to stay with everyone else and don't be alone. As long as the 4 of us stay together, even if Lu Yujie comes to cause trouble, he will have to think twice. Okay big brother, I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded gratefully. The class time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was evening again. After Zhang Yuan and his brothers went to the restaurant to eat, they returned to the dormitory together. Some played games, some chatted with their girlfriends, and everyone was busy with their own things. Zhang Yuan was lying on the bed, bored, and was just about to go to the live broadcast room to give gifts and spend money. He had just opened Kuaishou when he received a WeChat message from Nana. Are you there, brother Jiao? I'm about to start the live broadcast, can you come and watch? Zhang Yuan looked at the message and couldn't help but frown, feeling disgusted. This female anchor is really greedy. I urged myself to watch her live broadcast this morning. Now I'm urging you again. It seems that she really thinks of me as a rich man and wants me to continue spending money in her live broadcast room. although Jiang Yuan is rich and is also planning to spend money in the live broadcast room. But he hated the feeling of being treated as a fool. So after thinking about it, he replied directly to Nana. Sorry, I have something to do today, so I won't watch your live broadcast. I see. After seeing Jiang Yuan's message, Nana on the other side seemed a little disappointed. After a while, she sent another message to Jiang Yuan. By the way, Brother Joe, are you also a student at Linjiang University? Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. Then he remembered that this morning, the female anchor named Nana sent him a message directly without even adding him as a friend. The fact that Nana could send him messages directly showed that they were already WeChat friends. But, how could he be friends with a female anchor? Moreover, he had no impression of Nana's WeChat profile picture or WeChat name at all. But since Nana asked so, there was no need for him to hide anything. He replied directly. Yes, you are also from Linjiang University? Aha! Nana replied immediately. My name is Zhao Na, and I'm a junior in the School of Journalism and Communication. Thank you, Brother Joe, your gift yesterday really helped me a lot. Zhao Na. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. Why does this name sound so familiar? He stretched his neck and asked Fang Zhou, who was playing games. Fang Laoer, do you know who Zhao Na is? Zhao Na. Isn't she one of the top 10 beauties in our school? If I remember correctly, she seems to be from the School of Journalism and Communication, right? Fuck, he's from our school. Jiang Yuan exclaimed, and then replied to Zhao Na. It's okay, we're all classmates, no need to be polite. My name is Jiang Yuan, I'm from the School of Economics and Management, and I'm also a junior. Don't call me ninth brother anymore, we're about the same age. Okay, Jiang Yuan. Zhao Na sent Jiang Yuan a very cute baby panda emoji in reply, and then said, By the way, Jiang Yuan, are you in school now? I want to treat you to a meal. The gift you gave me yesterday really helped me a lot. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. Eat? Jiang Yuan looked at the time. It's only 7 o'clock now, and it's not time for dinner yet, so it's normal to go out for a meal. But he had just eaten a full meal in the restaurant, and now even if the delicacies were placed in front of them, he would not be able to swallow them. At this moment, Fang Zhou, who was playing games, suddenly put down his phone and asked with a puzzled look. Yuanzi, why did you ask Zhao Na just now? Why did you suddenly think of her? Nothing. Jiang Yuan looked up at Fang Zhou and said. Even if Zhao Na wants to treat me to a meal, I don't know whether I should go or not. What the hell did you say? Zhao Na wants to treat you to a meal? After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, Fang Zhou screamed in a shrill voice. The sound was so sharp that it almost shattered the glass windows of Jiang Yuan's dormitory. Zhou Zhang and Chen Guanyuan, who shared the same dormitory, also immediately turned their heads and looked at Jiang Yuan in surprise. What are you guys doing? Looking at the aggressive expressions of his roommates, Jiang Yuan said with a guilty conscience. Isn't it just that a girl wants to treat me to a meal? Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 23, Return? I feel like you've been a little drifting lately, Yuanzi. Zhou Zhang said. First it was Lin Jia, and then it was Zhao Na. Are you planning to rape all the beauties in our school? That's right. Fang Zhou also echoed with some envy. I never thought you were so charming before, but now you've hooked up with Lin Jia, and now you've got Zhao Na too. Does that mean, once a man has money, he can really do whatever he wants? Okay, both of you, just be serious. Chen Guanyuan gave Fang Zhou and Zhou Zheng a cold look. I think Zhao Na is pretty good. At least she has a good reputation and is not as materialistic as Lin Jia. If Yuanzi can be with Zhao Na, it should be better than being with Lin Jia. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Yuan said with a wry smile. I just stumbled into Zhao Na's live broadcast room when she was broadcasting live, and then I gave her some gifts. And she wanted to treat me to a meal to express her gratitude. It's not as complicated as you think. Okay, Yuanzi, you don't need to explain. Explanation is just covering up. Fang Zhou climbed onto Jiang Yuan's bed, patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder, and said with a very obscene smile. Now you are also a multi-millionaire, it is normal for you to have a girlfriend who is a campus beauty. Try your best to win Zhao Na, and you will bring honor to our dormitory. Jiang Yuan looked at Fang Zhou, then at Chen Guanyuan and Zhou Zhang. So what you mean is that I promised Zhao Na that I would go to the appointment? Nonsense. Fang Zhou glared at Jiang Yuan with disdain. You won't go to dinner if the school beauty invites you? Are you still a man? Oh well. Jiang Yuan sighed, then picked up his phone and replied to Zhao Na. I have time, where shall we meet? Zhao Na quickly sent Jiang Yuan a location. Then she replied to Jiang Yuan. I live outside the school, so I might have to trouble you to come out. Can we meet here? Jiang Yuan replied Zhao Na with an okay, then got up, packed up, and prepared to go out. Before leaving, Fang Zhou winked at him coquettishly and said, Come on, brother. Take down Zhao Na, and you won't have to come back tonight. Jiang Yuan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, then left the dormitory, took a taxi outside the school, and went to the place Zhao Na sent him. The location that Zhao Na sent to Jiang Yuan was a small restaurant in the city center. When Jiang Yuan got off the car, Zhao Na was standing outside the restaurant waiting for him. She didn't wear much makeup today. She was not wearing the sexy clothes she wore during the live broadcast, but was wearing a somewhat old brown wool coat. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, which made her look capable and refreshing. The orange light from the restaurant shone on her, making her look like a wife waiting for her husband to get off work. When Jiang Yuan saw this, he actually felt a warm feeling in his heart. This girl doesn't look like a gold digger. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart, and his impression of Zhao Na also changed a little. He walked up to Zhao Na, waved his hand at her with a smile, and said, Hello, classmate. You are Zhao Na, right? When Zhao Na heard someone calling her, she quickly turned her head. And when she saw Jiang Yuan, an expression of joy immediately appeared on her face. Hello, you must be Jiang Yuan, thank you so much for what you did yesterday. It's all right. Jiang Yuan smiled indifferently and said, We're all classmates, there's no need to thank me. You asked me out for dinner tonight, won't that affect your live broadcast? Zhao Na's cheeks turned slightly red. After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, she shook her head and said, It's okay. Tonight's live broadcast was originally for you. Now that you're out, it doesn't matter whether it goes live or not. For me? Jiang Yuan frowned in confusion, not quite sure what Zhao Na meant. Zhao Na didn't explain so much to him. She pointed to the restaurant behind her and said to Jiang Yuan a little embarrassedly, I'll treat you here today, okay? Although this restaurant is small, the food is still very good. My mother also likes the food here very much. But a rich person like you may not have eaten in such a place, and I don't know if you can get used to it. Zhao Na lowered her head slightly while saying this. He seems a little shy and a little unconfident. But her appearance also revealed an indescribable sense of tenderness and fragility. When Jiang Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity in his heart. So he waved his hand and said, It's okay, it's okay. I'm not a rich person, and I haven't been to those high-end places. This place is good enough. Zhao Na blushed, smiled and said nothing, thinking that Jiang Yuan was taking care of her feelings. After all, how could a person who can easily make more than 10 million in a live broadcast room not be a rich man? The two of them walked into the restaurant together, found a random seat to sit down, and started ordering food. The food in this small restaurant is indeed authentic and better than most of the restaurants Jiang Yuan has eaten at. Although Jiang Yuan had already eaten, he still filled his stomach with a lot. But Zhao Na kept her head down while eating and didn't say a word. Occasionally, when her eyes met Jiang Yuan's, she would immediately look away. This made Jiang Yuan inexplicably nervous. When the meal was almost finished, Zhao Na suddenly took a deep breath and tried very hard to calm herself down, as if she was going to say something. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan quickly put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhao Na very seriously. Zhao Na took out a bank card from her pocket and solemnly pushed it in front of Jiang Yuan. Then he said to Jiang Yuan in a very serious tone, Student Jiang Yuan, thank you for giving me so many gifts in my live broadcast room yesterday. The money you spent on the gifts really helped me a lot. You spent more than 12 million yuan in my live broadcast room yesterday. After the platform took its cut, I still have more than 6 million yuan left in my hands. After receiving the money, I thought about it carefully and felt that although I was short of money, I didn't need that much money. Given my current situation, about 600,000 is enough. The remaining money is all in this card, so please take the money back. Looking at the bank card that Zhao Na pushed over to him, Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment, his mind went blank. At this time, Zhao Na continued. Including the 600,000 yuan I used from you, I will slowly pay it back to you, but I just hope you can give me more time. Chapter 24 Have you seen the richest man in Shihome City? Looking at Zhao Na's serious face, Zhang Yuan was really a little dumbfounded. Nowadays, the entire internet is filled with female anchors who will do anything to make money. However, this was the first time he had seen a female anchor who made money and then voluntarily returned the money. This really refreshed his three views. But he can't accept this money. He was making money in the live broadcast room just to complete the tasks issued by the system. If he gets the money back, what about his mission? So he shook his head without even thinking about it. No, since I've already spent the money, there's absolutely no way I can get it back. You'd better put the card away. But, this is several million. When Zhao Na saw Zhang Yuan refuse, she immediately frowned. We didn't know each other before, how could I take so much money from you? Besides, your money is not earned by yourself, but given by your parents. If your parents knew that you spend money like this, they would definitely be angry. You should take the money back. This. After hearing what Zhao Na said, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he smiled mysteriously at Zhao Na. Let me ask you a question. You just said that we didn't know each other before. Do you know why I spent so much money in your live broadcast room? Why? Zhao Na looked at Zhang Yuan with confusion. It looks like a curious kitten, so cute. In fact, the reason why I spent so much money in your live broadcast room is not because we are alumni, nor is it to help you, but because I have a special mission. A special mission? The expression on Zhao Na's face became even more confused. What mission? Seeing that Zhao Na had taken the bait, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and said more mysteriously. Have you seen the richest man in Shihong City? Zhao Na nodded. Into the richest man in Shihong City, Wang Duoyu needs to spend 1 billion within a month in order to get his second grandfather's inheritance. My mission is similar to his, but the time is shorter and the amount is not as large. I just need to spend 300 million within 5 days. Ah? When Zhao Na heard what Zhang Yuan said, her mouth opened in surprise. To be honest, if Zhang Yuan hadn't spent more than 10 million in her live broadcast room, she would have definitely thought Zhang Yuan was a psychopath. Life is not a movie, how could there be such a weird task? But looking at Zhang Yuan's serious expression, and thinking back to Zhang Yuan's previous behavior, Zhao Na suddenly felt that what Zhang Yuan said to her might be true. After all, spending more than 10 million to reward a female anchor is really ridiculous. Even if you are a super rich second generation from a wealthy family, you wouldn't do such a thing. So, you're spending so much money online just to get the inheritance? Well, although it's not an inheritance, it's almost the same. Zhang Yuan laughed dryly twice, then said. Anyway, I spent money on your live broadcast for a reason. You don't need to thank me, let alone return the money to me. If you really want to thank me, I have another plan. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Na. Zhao Na noticed that Zhang Yuan's eyes were somewhat unfriendly and seemed to be a bit lecherous, and her pretty face immediately became gloomy. She subconsciously shrank back. There was also a hint of contempt in her beautiful big eyes. Could it be that Zhang Yuan wanted to take advantage of me by giving me gifts? As a school beauty, this is not the first time Zhao Na has encountered such a thing. Before this, many people would send her private messages in the background after watching her live broadcast, saying that they would spend money to support her and be number one on her list. There was even a man who claimed to be a coal boss and asked her if she was a virgin and was willing to spend 50,000 yuan to buy her virginity. Zhao Na also hates this kind of people very much and thinks they are the most disgusting people in the world. Zhang Yuan spent a lavish amount of money in his live broadcast room. This kind of spending is no longer comparable to that of ordinary rich people. Could it be that he also intends to sacrifice his body to repay him? Thinking of this, Zhao Na secretly clenched her fists and made up her mind. Although Zhang Yuan spent a lot of money in her live broadcast room, he also helped her. But this does not mean that Zhang Yuan can bully and insult her at will. Besides, she did the live broadcast just to raise money for her mother's medical treatment, and she didn't think about how much money she could make through the live broadcast. Otherwise, she would not have asked Zhang Yuan out today, and would have returned the money she had already obtained to Zhang Yuan. If Zhang Yuan dared to make any unreasonable demands, she would throw the bank card in Zhang Yuan's face and leave. And after she goes back, she will block all of Zhang Yuan's contact information and never contact him again. How about this? Just when Zhao Na had already determined that Zhang Yuan was a scumbag who was greedy for her body, Zhang Yuan suddenly smiled and said, I'm going to a car show tomorrow afternoon, and I'm going to buy a few cars at the show for transportation. But you also know that I have a mission right now and cannot purchase any property for myself, so I need you to go to the auto show with me, and the car I buy will be temporarily registered in your name. As long as you are willing to do me this favor, you won't owe me any favors anymore, okay? It's that simple? Zhao Na was stunned for a moment, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What else? Zhang Yuan laughed evilly and said, I would like you to pledge yourself to me, but you certainly don't want to. After hearing this, Zhao Na recalled her previous speculation about Zhang Yuan, and her cheeks instantly felt hot, and her face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. What's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Seeing Zhao Na's face suddenly turn so red, Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand worriedly, wanting to test the temperature of Zhao Na's forehead. Zhao Na quickly waved her hand, shoving Zhang Yuan's hand aside, and then said uncomfortably, No, I'm fine. In that case, let's set a time to meet. Zhang Yuan took out his cell phone and asked Yu Liang about the specific time when the auto show would start. In less than 3 seconds, he received a reply from Yu Liang. After a brief conversation with Yu Liang, Zhang Yuan put away his phone and said to Zhao Na, The auto show will start at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We can meet here at 2:30 p.m. Someone will drive over to pick us up. Chapter 25 Auto Show. Oh well. Zhao Na nodded and agreed to Zhang Yuan's proposal. Zhang Yuan was also very excited about this. Originally, he was a little worried about how to spend 300 million yuan in 5 days. After all, the system has regulations that do not allow him to use the system's money to purchase any physical property for himself. And Lin Jejia, the toolman he used to burn money, returned to his hometown, resulting in him not being able to think of any other way to burn money except giving gifts in the live broadcast room. He didn't even dare to buy big things. Now that Zhao Na is here, it is not difficult to complete this task. After discussing the matter with Zhao Na, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Zhao Na and took a taxi back to school. At around 2:10 p.m. the next day, Zhang Yuan came to the door of the restaurant again and met Zhao Na. The two of them stood at the restaurant entrance for less than 10 minutes before a black Ferrari 612 stopped in front of them. The Ferrari 612 is a collector's edition coupe released in 2005, with a starting price of nearly 6 million yuan at the time. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and this car has not only not depreciated, but its price has doubled. The car's streamlined appearance is extremely beautiful, and it looks like a leopard lying on the ground. The black body shines brightly under the sunlight. As soon as the car appeared, it attracted the attention of many pedestrians, and many people took out their mobile phones and took pictures. After the car stopped, a well-maintained man in his 30s, wearing a black leather jacket, opened the door and walked out of the car. When he saw Zhang Yuan, he immediately walked up to Zhang Yuan very enthusiastically and extended his hand to Zhang Yuan. Hello, Brother Jiu. It is such an honor for me that Brother Jiu can come to my auto show this year. Boss Yu, you're too polite. The person who came to pick up Zhang Yuan was none other than Yu Liang, who invited Zhang Yuan to attend the auto show. Zhang Yuan shook hands with him and said calmly, I was just sitting around doing nothing, so I went to join in the fun at Boss Yu's place. Boss Yu, don't call me Brother 9. My name is Zhang Yuan, so you can just call me by my name. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Yu Liang is also a smart man. He will not call Zhang Yuan by his name just because Zhang Yuan said a few polite words. He still calls Zhang Yuan Young Master Jiang. Zhang Yuan didn't bother to correct this and just let him call it whatever he wanted. Yu Liang's eyes fell on Zhao Na beside Zhang Yuan, and a gleam of brilliance immediately appeared in his eyes. Then he smiled politely at Zhao Na. This must be Miss Nana, who young Master Jiang spent a lot of money on. Young Master Jiang really has good taste. Miss Nana is much prettier in person than in the live broadcast. After hearing what Yu Liang said, Zhao Na's cheeks suddenly turned red. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Yu Liang mistook Zhao Na for Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. Come to think of it, Zhang Yuan spent more than 10 million in Zhao Na's live broadcast room. How many female anchors can withstand such an offensive? Don't say that Zhao Na is just a little-known anchor. Even those big internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans have to lie down obediently in front of Zhang Yuan. But to be fair, after seeing Zhao Na, Yu Liang still admired Zhang Yuan's vision. After all, most female anchors will use heavy beautification when they go live. This makes many female anchors who originally had a 5-point appearance appear to have a full 80-90 points in the live broadcast room. If you make an appointment to meet such an anchor offline, there is a risk of failure. This female anchor named Nana is not only very beautiful, but also has a beauty score of nearly 9 points offline. The most important thing is that she looks very pure, just like a little girl who has never been in love, and she has none of the worldly airs of those female anchors. Yu Liang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zhang Yuan was able to choose Nana among so many female anchors. His vision is really sharp. The skills of the rich second generation in looking at women are really unmatched by ordinary people. After the three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, they got into the Ferrari together and sped away. Mingcheng Villa is a villa estate located in Yanhu District, Linjiang City. At this moment, this place is already crowded with luxury cars. Countless Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Porsche are parked in the square next to the manor. Occasionally, you can also see super sports cars such as Lamborghini Termini or Ferrari Enzo. After Yu Liang's Ferrari 612 stopped beside the square, a group of people immediately came to greet him. As soon as he, Zhang Yuan, and Zhana got off the car, those people started chattering at Yu Liang. "Where have you been, old Yu? The auto show is about to start, how come you, as the owner, still have time to go out for a drive? That's right, you have to stay here to entertain us. It's really mean of you to sneak away by yourself." Alright. Yu Liang waved at everyone, then pointed at Zhang Yuan and said, "Let me introduce a distinguished guest to you. This is Jiang Xiao, the ninth brother of Xiqing, who spent more than 20 million on the live streaming platform the night before yesterday and yesterday morning." Really? Everyone was stunned after hearing Yu Liang's words. The news that Zhang Yuan had spent more than 20 million on the live streaming platform had already gone viral on the entire internet. Several versions of the true identity of the mysterious rich man Xiqing Zhouge have been leaked and spread wildly on the internet. Some people say that Zhouge is a coal boss in a certain province, while others say that Zhouge is actually a senior executive of Penguin, who is specifically here to hype up the platform. Some people also said that Zhouge was actually another alias of Principal Wang, and he deliberately did this in order to make his new artist popular. But no matter which version it is, Brother Zhou is definitely the richest among the rich, someone that ordinary people can only look up to. Therefore, when these people heard that Zhang Yuan was the ninth brother, after a brief shock, they immediately surrounded Zhang Yuan. "Hey, this guy old Yu really has connections. He actually invited Brother 9 over here. Brother Zhou, I watched both of your live broadcasts. 1,314 emperor suits, 2 rounds of each, it's really domineering. Old Yu was able to invite a great man like Brother Zhou to come here. The level of this auto show can be directly raised by 2 or 3 levels. I thought Brother Zhou was an old man in his 30s or 40s like us, but I didn't expect him to be so young. He is really young and promising. Is Brother Zhou from Linjiang? What business does your family run? Maybe we can have a chance to cooperate in the future." These guys are all from the business world of Linjiang City. Although they are not the richest people in Linjiang City, they are all well known in their respective circles, and their net worth is over 100 million. They all knew in their hearts that someone like Zhang Yuan, who was in his early 20s and could give more than 20 million followers to female anchors on the live broadcast platform, must be from a top wealthy family. If they can establish a relationship with such people, their future careers will surely soar. Therefore, their attitude towards Zhang Yuan was also particularly enthusiastic. Faced with the flattery of a group of wealthy businessmen, Zhang Yuan just smiled indifferently without saying a word. Seeing this, Yu Liang quickly stood in front of Zhang Yuan and said to everyone, "Okay, brothers. Young Master Jiang is not from Linjiang. He is just studying at Linjiang University. This is his first time in our circle and he is not familiar with the people and things in our circle. Please don't ask too many questions. If you are interested in making friends with young Master Jiang, I will create a WeChat group and you can chat with him privately in the group." Chapter 26 Zhao Na's favorite car. Zhang Yuan was invited by Yu Liang. After Yu Liang said this, those wealthy businessmen felt embarrassed to bother Zhang Yuan anymore. So Yu Liang took Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na to rest under the pavilion nearby. About half an hour later, cars from the auto show began to drive into the venue one by one. Yu Liang also gave Zhang Yuan a booklet with detailed information about the vehicles participating in the exhibition and began to explain it to Zhang Yuan. The vehicles on display at this auto show are mainly business sedans priced between 3 million and 6 million, such as the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and the Bentley Ocean. Occasionally there are sports cars like the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Ferrari 488. Zhang Yuan listened to Yu Liang's introduction and followed Yu Liang around these luxurious workshops, but he felt no emotion at all. Under normal circumstances, any one of these luxury cars would make him drool with envy. But today is different. He came here to spend money today. If possible, he even planned to complete the task assigned to him by the system right here. He still has more than 200 million yuan left to spend. How many cars of this kind would one have to buy to make up 200 million yuan, each of which is only worth a few $1,000,000? Seeing that Zhang Yuan showed little interest in his car, Yu Liang thought it was normal. After all, in his opinion, a rich second generation like Zhang Yuan who could easily spend tens of millions of dollars must have a garage full of luxury cars. Except for those luxury cars that cost more than 8 figures and have collection value, other people would definitely not look at them. But he is not in a hurry. For today's auto show, he has prepared 2 big bombs. He believed that as long as the 2 cars came out, they would definitely arouse the interest of this wealthy young master. Just when Yu Liang was taking Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na to visit various luxury cars, a black nanny car suddenly caught Zhao Na's interest. It was a Lexus LM series business car, equipped with electric doors, first-class seats, a starry sky ceiling and solid wood floors. The interior space of this car is extremely spacious and the body is also very large. When it is parked there, it looks like a black behemoth, with great visual impact. Zhao Na looked around the car, inside and out, her eyes revealing an affection that was hard to conceal. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smiled and said, "Why, you like this car? You have a unique taste. Other girls look at pink and tender cars, or small and cute ones, such as BMW Mini, or Porsche 911. But you actually like a nanny car." Zhao Na blushed slightly after hearing Zhang Yuan's words and said, "This car has a large space and comfortable seats. My mother is in poor health, so it would be more convenient for her to go out in this car." Zhang Yuan nodded and said to Yu Liang beside him, "Boss Yu, I want this car. Please help me transfer it to this lady's name." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Seeing that the store was finally about to open, Yu Liang nodded quickly and said to Zhang Yuan with a happy face, "This Lexus LM300H is a new model released at the end of last year. It can be regarded as the ceiling among nanny cars. The starting price is 1.58 million. Because it is a scarce supply, domestic car dealers generally add 700,000 to 800,000 to sell it. Today is the first time that Mr. Jiang has taken care of my business. I will not increase the price for Mr. Jiang. I will directly transfer it to Mr. Jiang at the original price of 1.58 million. Is that okay?" Yu Liang said this mainly to give Zhang Yuan some face and leave a good impression on him. After all, he knew very well that a rich second generation like Zhang Yuan, who might have a net worth of tens of billions, had energy hidden behind him that was hard for ordinary people to imagine. As long as he can have a good relationship with Zhang Yuan, even if Zhang Yuan doesn't buy his car today, it will bring him countless benefits in the future. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan shook his head disapprovingly and said, "You won't raise the price? Then you'll lose out, boss Yu. I'm here to make a purchase, not to take advantage of you. If I have to ask you to give me a discount even for a car worth more than 2 million, wouldn't others laugh at me? Just raise the price as much as you should, there's no need to be polite with me." The reason why Zhang Yuan said this was mainly to complete his mission. After hearing this, Yu Liang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When he said just now that he would not raise the price for Zhang Yuan, he had actually given Zhang Yuan enough face. Normal people would generally take advantage of the situation and save the 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. After all, who can resist money? But Zhang Yuan rejected him without even thinking about it. This young Master Jiang is indeed not an ordinary person. Moreover, the car is worth more than 2 million yuan, and it can be given to someone just like that. There aren't many people who are willing to spend this much money to pick up girls. Since Zhang Yuan said so, Yu Liang couldn't insist anymore. He nodded to Zhang Yuan and went to get the car purchase contract and transfer procedures. As soon as Yu Liang left, Zhao Na immediately came to Zhang Yuan and said to him uneasily, "Student Zhang Yuan, this car is too expensive. It costs more than 2 million yuan in total. Let's not buy it, right?" Student Zhao Na. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhao Na and said with a very calm smile, "Have you forgotten the mission I told you about? I came here today just to spend money. I can't leave here without spending 100 million or 200 million. So 2 million is nothing. This is just the beginning. You just need to follow our agreement and temporarily register the car I bought today under your name." But Zhao Na's expression was still uneasy. She looked at the nanny car next to her again and said to Zhang Yuan, "This car is what I like, but you don't like it, so there's no point in buying it. Don't worry about this." Zhang Yuan smiled and winked at Zhao Na. I'm the one who buys things, so I buy whatever I like. Besides, how do you know I don't like this car? You. Zhao Na was choked by Zhang Yuan and was speechless. At this moment, Yu Liang, who had gone to get the contract, quickly walked to Zhang Yuan and said to him apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid I can't sell you this car. What? Zhang Yuan frowned when he heard this. Why? Yu Liang sighed and said to Zhang Yuan helplessly. Just now when I went to get the contract, one of my employees told me that this car had been ordered by Mr. Yuan from Hongjing Real Estate 3 days ago. Mr. Yuan has just paid the full price for the car and will pick it up soon, so I can only trouble you to choose another nanny car. Chapter 27 How do you know I didn't make an appointment? After hearing Yu Liang's words, Zhang Yuan's face immediately turned gloomy. Yu Liang was also very panicked. As a person who has been dealing with various wealthy people for many years, Yu Liang knows the personalities of the second generation of rich people very well. For many rich second generations, money is just a number. In their eyes, it is almost like dirt. The richer the second generation, the less they take money seriously. What they value most is not money, but face. Like what is happening now, the car was introduced to Zhang Yuan, and after Zhang Yuan took a fancy to it, the car was told to Zhang Yuan that the car had been reserved by someone else. This is almost like a slap in Zhang Yuan's face. If one is not careful, Zhang Yuan will be offended to death. At this moment, Yu Liang had already cursed his employee 1,000 times in his heart. Since the car has been reserved in advance, why should it be driven to the venue? Isn't this causing trouble for him? Boss Yu. Zhang Yuan looked at Yu Liang and asked with a somewhat cold expression. Is this the only nanny car of this model you have? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Yu Liang lowered his head, somewhat afraid to look into Zhang Yuan's eyes, and a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Because this car is a pure imported car, and the number of domestic imports is limited, it is a scarce product in the market. If you buy it at a 4S store, you need to pay the full amount 4 months before you can pick up the car, so I only have this one car here. At this point, Yu Liang quickly pointed to a Toyota Alpha nearby and said. This Toyota Alpha is also one of the best nanny cars in the country. Its configuration is similar to the Lexus LM that Miss Nana likes, but the price is only more than 800,000. If Nana really likes nanny cars, I will give this car to Miss Nana. What happened today was all caused by our mistakes at work. Just consider it as an apology to you, Mr. Jiang. Yu Liang's words immediately frightened Zhao Na. Today she followed Zhang Yuan to attend the auto show and was shocked by the scene of so many luxury cars. Now, just because the car they liked was reserved by someone else in advance, the boss is going to give them a car worth more than 800,000 yuan as an apology. This is a car worth more than 800,000 yuan. At the beginning, her mother was short of 60,000 yuan for medical expenses, so she borrowed money from all her relatives and friends, and then found a donation in the college, and finally she was able to collect the 60,000 yuan. And now, the boss of the auto show was willing to give Zhang Yuan a car worth more than 800,000 yuan just to give him a gift. Is this what the world of the rich is like? Never mind. After hearing Yu Liang's words, Zhang Yuan's expression eased a little. But he still waved his hand at Yu Liang and said, Since I've taken a fancy to this Lexus, I only want this one. Go tell Mr. Qin that I'm willing to pay 3 times the price to buy his car. Let's see if he's willing to part with it. Yu Liang took a deep breath after hearing this. The nanny car that Zhang Yuan liked cost about 2.3 million after the price increase. Triple it, that's 7 million. 7 million is enough to buy a nice supercar. Under normal circumstances, if someone told him that he wanted to spend 7 million to buy a nanny car worth more than 2 million, he would definitely think that the other person was crazy or bragging. But if the person who said this was Zhang Yuan, it would be completely different. Yu Liang nodded at Zhang Yuan, turned around and went to negotiate with that Mr. Yuan. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang in the ears of Zhang Yuan and the others. Afterwards, 5 or 6 young men walked towards Zhang Yuan. Who wants to buy my car for 3 times the price? How arrogant! The 5 or 6 young men were about the same age as Zhang Yuan, all in their early 20s. Most of them wore seasonal clothing from Chanel or Givenchy, and on their feet were limited edition sneakers that cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan a pair. They walked up to Zhang Yuan together. One of them leaned against the Lexus nanny car. Zhang Yuan looked him up and down, then said to him with a joking look on his face. Where did you come from? There doesn't seem to be anyone like you in our Linjiang city circle, right? Zhang Yuan snorted softly and did not answer him. But Yu Liang seemed to be very afraid of this young man. He quickly bowed to the young man and introduced him respectfully. Master Yuan, this is Master Jiang. He is not from Linjiang, but is studying at Linjiang University. He is the mysterious rich man who gave more than 20 million yuan to the female anchor on the live broadcast platform a few days ago. Oh. The man called Mr. Yuan responded with a sarcastic smile on his face. So you're the idiot rich man who spent over 10 million but couldn't even get a date with a girl. Even a female anchor ignored you, and you have the nerve to come here and show off by spending 3 times the price to buy my car? As soon as Yuan Shao finished speaking, the rich second generation standing behind him immediately started laughing. When Yu Liang heard what Yuan Shao said, cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Yesterday morning, Zhang Yuan spent more than 10 million in Xiaoyer's live broadcast room to treat Xiaoyer to a meal, but was rejected by Xiaoyer. This has become a hot topic on the entire internet. The popularity of a little fish has also increased a lot because of this. This incident was a very embarrassing thing for Zhang Yuan. So after the people present knew that Zhang Yuan was the 9th brother of Xiqing, they all tacitly avoided talking about the matter, fearing that it would anger Zhang Yuan. But Yuan Shao spoke this matter out in front of so many people. He also called Zhang Yuan silly rich man. This is obviously looking for trouble with Zhang Yuan. Young Master Yuan's name is Yuan Bo. He is the prince of Hangjing Real Estate Group, a local real estate company in Linjiang City. His family's assets are worth tens of billions. He himself is also one of the leading figures in the circle of rich second generation in Linjiang City. Whether it is Yuan Bo or Zhang Yuan, they are people that Yu Liang cannot afford to offend. If these two ancestors start fighting here, then there is no point in holding this auto show. Yu Liang was anxiously thinking of a countermeasure in his heart, but Zhang Yuan sneered and walked straight to Yuan Bo. Mr. Yuan, right? Zhang Yuan looked at Yuan Bo and said coldly. How do you know that I didn't invite any little fish out? As he spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and held it in front of Yuan Bo's face. Yuan Bo took a look at the content on Zhang Yuan's phone screen, and the veins on his forehead suddenly jumped. Chapter 28, Beat him until he surrenders. Displayed on Zhang Yuan's mobile phone screen was a private message sent to him by a little fish. The content of the private message is also very simple. I roughly explained the reason why I rejected his request for dinner in the live broadcast room, and that I wanted Zhang Yuan's WeChat ID so that I could meet Zhang Yuan offline and get to know him. The most important thing is that after Xiaoyuer sent this private message to Zhang Yuan did not reply to Xiaoyuer, but just left it there. After Yuan Bo finished reading the content on the screen, Zhang Yuan put away his phone and said with a sneer. I gave a gift to Xiaoyuer yesterday morning, and I received this private message from her in the evening. It was just a casual remark when I said I wanted to treat her to a meal. I wasn't actually interested in her, so I didn't bother to reply to her. But, judging from her reply, the 10 million I gave her seems to have some power, right, Mr. Yuan? The corners of Yuan Bo's mouth twitched twice and his expression became very ugly. The private message that Zhang Yuan took out, which was sent by Xiaoyuer, was simply a slap in his face. He traveled across Linjiang City. The reason why he jumped out to cause trouble for Zhang Yuan was because he felt unhappy when he heard Zhang Yuan say that he would spend 3 times the price to buy his car. After all, Yuan Bo is a well-known figure in Linjiang City. He has always been the one who pays more for other people's cars. When will it be someone else's turn to pay more for his car? Now that he was tricked by Zhang Yuan again, he felt even more unconvinced and immediately said to Zhang Yuan with gritted teeth. Isn't it just over 10 million? Why are you so arrogant? Yeah, there's really nothing to brag about when you get over 10 million. Zhang Yuan said disdainfully. In that case, young Master Yuan, go get me more than 10 million. You. Zhang Yuan's words made Yuan Bo's face turn red, but he had no way to respond. Although he is one of the top second-generation rich in Linjiang City, he does not work in his family's business after all, and all the money he has is pocket money given by his parents. It would not be a problem for him to take out 2 or 3 million at once, but it would be a bit difficult for him to take out 10 million. Seeing that Yuan Bo didn't say anything, Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned his head and looked at Yu Liang, then said to him, Boss Yu, it seems that it will be difficult to get young Master Yuan to give up his beloved car today. I'll give you the 7 million. Do you have the ability to get me an identical car before the auto show ends? Of course there is no problem with this. When Yu Liang heard Jiang Yuan's words, his originally drooping face immediately showed joy. He specializes in luxury cars. Although there are very few Lexus LM series cars in China, one needs to pay an additional 800,000 yuan and wait for several months before he can get a new car. But that is for ordinary people. This series of cars is not a limited edition. As long as he pays enough, he can get another one in minutes. It doesn't even cost 7 million, just around 3 million will do the job. Jiang Yuan was willing to pay 7 million. Not to mention before the end of the auto show, even if he was asked to make an identical car within an hour, he could definitely do it. Only a rich man like Yuan Bo, who doesn't care about 7 million at all, would be angry with Jiang Yuan just because Jiang Yuan wants to spend 3 times the price to buy his car. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you now, please don't let me down. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he asked for Yu Liang's bank account number. In less than a minute, Jiang Yuan's 7 million was transferred into Yu Liang's account. Looking at the money in his account, Yu Liang was suddenly excited. Once Jiang Yuan's money arrived, it meant that at least 4 million had already gone into his pocket. Even though he specializes in dealing in luxury cars and has an incredibly high flow of money in his account, he actually doesn't make that much money. After hosting a car show, you can earn a few million at most, and no more than 10 million. After all, the prices of so-called luxury cars are very transparent. Compared with 4S stores, his main advantage is that he has cars in stock. People who buy cars from him can pick them up immediately without having to wait for a long time like in 4S stores. The difference he can add to the car is the value of being able to pick it up quickly. If you add too much, customers won't buy it. Like now, making more than 4 million yuan from a car worth more than 2 million yuan is almost like a dream. So he took a deep breath and said to Jiang Yuan solemnly, "Please wait here for a moment, Mr. Jiang. I will go and confirm this matter for you right away." After saying this, Yu Liang left the venue immediately without even caring about Yuan Bo, who was still angry. Okay, you're all done, right? Yu Liang's attitude made Yuan Bo very angry. If it were any other time, if he was so angry in front of Yu Liang would definitely try his best to take care of his emotions. But now, this guy actually left him alone and walked away just to get a car for Jiang Yuan. How could he bear this? Therefore, he glared at Jiang Yuan fiercely and said, "Just wait for me. I want to see if you can drive the car you bought out of here today." After saying that, he left with his little brothers behind him. Student Jiang Yuan, will we be okay from now on? Looking at Yuan Bo and the others' receding backs, Jiang suddenly felt a little worried. Jiang Yuan waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "It's okay. Someone who can't even take out 10 million in cash can't cause any trouble. If he dares to cause trouble, I will continue to beat him up until he surrenders." I don't know why, but since binding to the system, Jiang Yuan feels that his mentality has changed drastically compared to before. If it were in the past, he would definitely feel nervous or even scared if threatened by a rich second generation like this. But now, he didn't feel anything, and even felt that Yuan Bo's threat to him was a little ridiculous. Can money really change a person's character? Jiang Yuan and Zhao now waited at the venue for less than an hour before Yu Liang arrived in an identical Lexus LM300. He then respectfully handed the car keys, the purchase contract, and all the documents required for the vehicle transfer to Zhao Na. They had just handed over these things when a roar of an engine like the roar of a wild beast sounded near the auto show venue. The roar became louder and louder, and closer and closer. Not long after, 2 gorgeously shaped super sports cars rushed into the venue like lightning, and after performing 2 beautiful drifts, they stopped steadily on the stage in the center of the auto show. With the appearance of these 2 cars, all the people who came to the auto show became excited. Chapter 29, Too Cheap. It's finally here. Looking at the 2 supercars parked in the center of the stage, Yu Liang's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lamborghini 6th Element and Pagani Zonda Series Huayra. If the world of supercars is described as a kingdom, then these 2 cars are the well-deserved aristocrats of the kingdom. The Lamborghini 6th Element is the one with the strongest overall performance among all the supercars under Lamborghini, almost without exception. The 6th Element's entire body is made almost entirely of carbon fiber material. It has a powerful power of 577 horsepower but weighs only more than 900 kilograms. With an acceleration of 2.5 seconds from 0 to 100 km/h, it is powerful enough to rival the Bugatti Veyron. Its maximum speed reaches an astonishing 370 km/h. This speed can even be compared with high-speed rail. In front of the 6th Element, even the world-famous Lamborghini Veneno is inferior. Pagani's Huayra is no ordinary car. This super sports car, released in 2015, can almost be said to be the most beautiful car in the sports car world. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.2 seconds, has a top speed of 363 km/h, and the carbon fiber rear wing even has an air brake function. The starting price was €1 million, which has now increased several times. And because it is a limited edition, you can't find the same model in China at all. This kind of car is a work of art among cars and a true super sports car. Only Yu Liang himself knows how much effort he put in to get these two cars. So he looked at Jiang Yuan beside him and asked excitedly, "How about these two cars, Master Jiang? Do they appeal to your taste?" Although Jiang Yuan didn't know much about sports cars, looking at the cool looks of the two cars and the somewhat agitated emotions of the crowd after they appeared, he could guess that these two sports cars were not ordinary ones. So he nodded and said, "These two cars look pretty decent. Tell me, boss Yu, how much do these two cars cost in total?" Yu Liang was slightly stunned, then said with a bit of a smile, "Master Jiang, you are not planning to buy both cars, are you?" "Why, can't I?" "Of course, I can, but these two cars are expensive, and I'm worried that you don't have enough cash on you." A sentence came out of Yu Liang's mouth. After Yu Liang finished speaking, he felt that it was not appropriate to talk to Jiang Yuan in this way, so he quickly explained. "Of course, Mr. Jiang, I'm not questioning your financial resources. After all, in terms of financial resources, no one in our entire venue is stronger than you. It's just, if you really like these two cars, you can buy one first, and then just pay me a deposit. The rest of the money can be transferred to our company account later." "You are exaggerating." Jiang Yuan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "How much are you going to sell these two cars for? Give me the real price. Let me see how scary their prices are." Seeing this, Yu Liang sighed and said, "Mr. Jiang, you are also an expert. I believe you know what level of cars these two are. I don't need to tell you. The Lamborghini Sixth Element is limited to only 10 units worldwide. When it was released, it was more than 20 million. Now it has increased several times and has risen to more than 60 million. That Pagani is cheaper, but it still costs nearly 50 million. The total cost of these two cars is more than 100 million. Even for you, it's not easy to come up with so much money at once." Yu Liang's words were not nonsense. Although Jiang Yuan was able to spend more than 20 million to reward the female anchor, he also spent 7 million to buy a car worth only more than 2 million. But whether he can come up with 100 million is another matter. 100 million and 1 or 200 million are completely different concepts. Even for a super rich second generation like Principal Wang, it is impossible for him to have over 100 million in cash floating in his account all the time. What's more, Jiang Yuan has already spent tens of millions in the past few days. Now Jiang Yuan still has tens of millions left, which is considered good. Moreover, even if Jiang Yuan had so much money and was willing to use it to buy a sports car, the transfer procedure would be very cumbersome and would take many days to complete. After hearing what Yu Liang said, Jiang Yuan also sighed softly. Yu Liang thought Jiang Yuan had realized the difficulty of this matter, so he consoled him. "It can be seen that you are also a car lover, Master Jiang. It is only natural for you to want to buy all of these good sports cars. But the prices of these two cars are indeed too high. Master Jiang, you should just pick one of them." "Yeah?" Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes at Yu Liang. "Boss Yu, do you know why I sigh?" Yu Liang was stunned. "Isn't it because you don't have enough funds?" "Not enough funds?" Jiang Yuan sneered. "I think that a car like yours is too cheap. It can't even meet my spending target today." Too cheap? Yu Liang's mind was a little confused. However, at this moment, his mobile phone suddenly received a bank transfer message. "Dear user, your bank card with the last number 4211 has received a cash transfer of 120 million yuan, and the current balance is 142,586,521 yuan." After reading this message, Yu Liang was stunned. He actually received 120 million directly into his bank account. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder gently and said calmly, "It seems that you have received the money I transferred to you. In this case, the two cars in the middle of the stage are mine. Please give me the car keys and complete the transfer procedures for me." Yu Liang looked at Jiang Yuan, his expression turning blue and purple. He was so shocked by Jiang Yuan that he was speechless. That's 120 million. He knew very well how troublesome it was to transfer such a large sum of money. Not only did Zhang Yuan take out the money easily, but he also transferred it to his account so quickly. This shows how amazing the power behind Zhang Yuan is. Before Liang could recover from his shock, Zhang Yuan continued. By the way, the 2 new sports cars have all been transferred to Miss Nana's name. They are my gifts to Miss Nana. Miss Nana doesn't have a house in Linjiang City. She bought 3 cars today and doesn't even have a place to park them. Boss Yu, do you know anyone in real estate? I plan to buy Miss Nana a house. The house must have a lot of garages, specially used to park 3 cars. Chapter 30 Super Luxury House. This Zhang Yuan's words really scared Yu Liang. Zhang Yuan spent 120 million yuan at once and bought 2 super sports cars. They actually wanted to register these 2 cars under Zhang A's name. And I have to buy a house for Zhang A. This is too much of an expense to pick up girls. Zhang Yuan's image in Yu Liang's mind was refreshed. In the past, Yu Liang always believed that the wealth behind Zhang Yuan should be around 10 billion. Only now did he realize that he must have underestimated Zhang Yuan. How could the son of a multi-billion-dollar consortium spend so much money just to pick up girls? The scale of the consortium behind Zhang Yuan is at least 50 billion, or even over 100 billion. In other words, Zhang Yuan himself can no longer be described as a local tycoon, but rather the richest of the rich. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, before Liang could react, a large group of people surrounded him. People like Zhang Yuan have always been the most popular figures in the entire auto show. Although Yu Liang was with him, everyone felt embarrassed to come and disturb Zhang Yuan. But Zhang Yuan's every word and action was seen by everyone. From what Zhang Yuan said to Yu Liang and Yu Liang's performance, it can be seen that the 2 sports cars that Yu Liang had obtained with great difficulty have most likely been bought by Zhang Yuan. Now that they heard that Zhang Yuan was going to buy a house, how could they give up such a good opportunity? So they surrounded Zhang Yuan in 3 layers, and shouted at him in a flurry of voices. Buy my house, Mr. Zhang. I'm a real estate professional. I have a duplex apartment project in Regent International in the city center. Now I can buy one for just over 9 million. Mr. Zhang, you should say less. Your project is only a foundation. By the time the house is delivered, young Master Jiang will have graduated from university. Will young Master Jiang be able to use it? That's right, Mr. Jiang, you should buy my house. I have a renovated villa in Oriental Venice in the East New District of the city. It's already been decorated and has everything you need. You can just move in. If you can pay in cash in one lump sum, I can sell it to you for 40 million. Old one, your villa is almost in the suburbs. There is nothing around. If you want to smoke at night, you can't even buy a cigarette. Why did young Master Jiang buy your villa? To hold a horror party? You should buy my house, Mr. Jiang. My house is also in the city center and in the school district. If you buy it, the problem of your children going to school will be solved. Mr. Li, can you stop being so funny? Someone like young Master Jiang, does he really need your school district house? Even if young Master Jiang doesn't need a school district house, he can still buy it for investment. The price of school district houses changes every year. In a few years, it may increase several times. A group of people were chattering non-stop, and Zhang Yuan was a little annoyed by them. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a suit and with a big belly, walked towards Zhang Yuan. This man seems to have a high status among these wealthy people. As soon as he came over, all the noisy rich people shut up. Even Yu Liang, who was standing next to Zhang Yuan, immediately adopted a respectful attitude. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The man walked up to Zhang Yuan, stretched out a hand to him, and said with a kind smile. I'm Tang Guangan. It's my honor to meet a young talent like Mr. Jiang here. Tang Guangan? After hearing the name, Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. The look she gave the man also became one of awe. As a student of Linjiang University, he was very familiar with the name Tang Guangan. Tang Guangan is a graduate of Linjiang University class of 1994 and one of the school's outstanding alumni. His Guangan group is involved in multiple fields including finance, real estate, and entertainment, and even has shares in Penguin Home, with assets worth over 10 billion. At the same time, he donated 500 million yuan to Linjiang University on the occasion of its 100th anniversary to improve the school's infrastructure. There is a Guangan building in Linjiang University, which is named after him. As a student of Linjiang University, Zhang Yuan has also received favors from Tang Guangan. So he immediately stood up, shook hands with Tang Guangan, and said very politely, "Hello, Mr. Tang. It is my honor to meet you here." Tang Guangan looked at Zhang Yuan, nodded slightly, and then smiled. "I just heard that Mr. Jian wants to buy a house in Linjiang. I have a house of more than 6,000 square meters in Mingcheng Shaozhou. Because my business is mainly in Modu, I rarely go back to Linjiang. Therefore, I have never lived in this house after it was renovated. A house of more than 6,000 square meters is definitely more than enough to accommodate 3 cars. Is Mr. Jiang interested in going with me to take a look?" When Zhang Yuan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly said, "Of course, no matter whether I can buy Mr. Tang's house or not, it is a great blessing for me to have the opportunity to visit Mr. Tang's mansion." "Good." Tang Guangan laughed heartily twice, and finally made a pleased gesture to Zhang Yuan. "Then let's go." Zhang Yuan nodded, and left the auto show with Zhao Na and Tang Guangan. Tang Guangan's house is not far from the auto show. The group walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at the door of Tang Guangan's residence. In addition to Yu Liang, Zhang Yuan and his friends were accompanied by many wealthy people who were attending the auto show. Tang Guangan is a well-known entrepreneur in Linjiang City and one of the richest people in Linjiang. Everyone also wants to know what the house where top billionaires like Tang Guangan live looks like. But the reality did not disappoint everyone. Tang Guangan's house in Mingcheng Shaozhou is a courtyard house in the style of a Su-style garden. From the outside, the whole courtyard looks antique with blue bricks, white tiles, carved beams and painted buildings. After entering the yard, what comes into view is a small villa where the owner lives, 4 side rooms, and 2 courtyards in front and back. The villa has 4 floors above and below ground, with 8 bedrooms, 6 toilets, 6 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 1 entertainment hall, 1 wine cellar, 1 indoor swimming pool and 1 indoor gym. The 4 rooms all cover an area of over 100 square meters. Not only are they luxuriously decorated, but they also have all the necessary facilities. The 2 courtyards in the house are also quite extraordinary. The front courtyard is full of towering ancient trees, rockery and strange rocks, pavilions and galleries, and waterfalls and springs. The principal of the backyard is a huge garage and tennis court, where the owner and guests can park and entertain. Chapter 31 Live broadcast in the mansion. Even those who came with Zhang Yuan to join in the fun were all well-known wealthy people in Linjiang City, with a net worth of at least tens of millions. The houses they live in are also considered luxury houses in the eyes of ordinary people. But compared with Tang Guangan's house, their so-called luxury house is almost like a doghouse. What is a luxury home? What is a wealthy family? This is a real mansion, a real wealthy family. Facing the onlookers of a group of wealthy people, Tang Guangan seemed very calm. He led everyone to visit the house one by one in a very easygoing manner. The wealthy people also followed Tang Guangan and took pictures frantically. Looking at the people taking photos crazily, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something and said to Zhao Na, "Mr. Tang, this house is really amazing. Hurry up and start your live broadcast and broadcast the situation inside the house. I think it will become popular in no time and you will gain a lot of fans. Isn't this not so good?" Zhao Na said with some concern. "This is where Mr. Tang lives. It seems a bit impolite to broadcast this live without Mr. Tang's consent, right?" "It's okay." Zhang Yuan waved his hand arrogantly and said, "Although this is still Mr. Zhang's place, it will be your property in less than an hour. What's rude about broadcasting your own property live?" This. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Zhao Na frowned even more tightly. For some reason, she had a feeling that Zhang Yuan had deceived her. Yesterday Zhang Yuan told her that he had the same mission as Wang Duoyu and the richest man in Shihong City, which was to spend 300 million yuan within 5 days and he was not allowed to buy any property in his name. She believed Zhang Yuan's words and agreed to accompany Zhang Yuan to the auto show. She also asked Zhang Yuan to register all the cars he bought today under her name to help Zhang Yuan spend money. But now, why does she feel something is wrong? Zhang Yuan has already bought the 2 best cars at the auto show, and now he wants to buy such a big house, and he wants to register it under his own name. For some reason, Zhao Na suddenly felt a little nervous. Is the mission that Zhang Yuan mentioned true? Did he really have some unspeakable secret that caused him to put so much property under his name? She wanted to discuss with Zhang Yuan whether, if Zhang Yuan really wanted to buy it, he could not register the house under her name. But before she could open her mouth, Zhang Yuan said to her in an unquestionable tone, You don't have to worry so much, just listen to me obediently, I won't eat it. Zhang Yuan's somewhat arrogant attitude made Zhao Na feel uncomfortable. However, she still did as Zhang Yuan said, took out her mobile phone and clicked on the live broadcast. After Zhang Yuan's last crazy money spending, Zhao Na's wealth had skyrocketed to more than 1 million. Therefore, not long after she started the live broadcast, the room became lively. Nana, where is this? The scenery is so beautiful. It looks like it's some garden park in Gusu. Did Nana come out to play today? Will you still do the live broadcast tonight? Nana has probably been asked out by Brother Gio, and she may not do live broadcasts anymore. Good afternoon, everyone. Zhao Na waved at the screen with a smile on her face and said, Today, I went to a car show with my brother Gio. He bought 3 cars, but he had no place to put them, so he planned to buy another house. We are now in that house. Nana is with Brother Gio? Sigh, our Nana was finally won over by Brother Gio. It's good to have money. Even our Nana, who doesn't worship money at all, has fallen for it. Nana, can't you learn from Xiao Yuer and stick to your position and ignore Brother Gio? How can Nana compare with Xiao Yuer? Xiao Yuer is a big anchor with 30 million fans, he doesn't need Zhou Ji's money at all. Of course he can ignore Zhou Gu. Our Nana only has a few fans, how can she ignore Zhou Gu? Yes, and Nana still has to make money to pay for her mother's medical treatment. With Brother Nine's help, Nana's mother's illness will definitely not be a problem. Ah, it's all your fault. You guys are always on the air and you don't even want to give Nana a gift. If you had given her more gifts, would Nana have been conquered by Brother Joe's money? There was a gloomy atmosphere in Zhao Na's live broadcast room. Everyone's attention was focused on the fact that Zhao Nazheng and Zhang Yuanzheng were together. But soon, someone discovered that something was wrong. Wait, Nana just said that she and Brother Gio are buying a house together, right? Could it be that the garden that Nana and the others are strolling around is the house that Brother Nine wants to buy? Oh my god, this house is so big, almost as big as our apple orchard. How much would it cost to buy it? Brother Gio is really awesome, so damn rich. Nana, please let us see Brother Nine. We want to see what Brother Nine looks like. Yes, let Brother Nine appear on camera. We want to see Brother Nine. Looking at the comments on the screen, Jana gently pulled Zhang Yuan's sleeves and asked in a low voice. Student Zhang Yuan, the people in the live broadcast room want you to appear on camera. Do you want to appear on camera? Zhang Yuan thought about it and shook his head at Zhao Na. He has caused quite a stir online these past 2 days. If he had appeared in Zhao Na's live broadcast room, he would have become an internet celebrity. He doesn't want to be famous on the internet. I'm sorry, family. Zhao Na said to the screen. Brother Gio said he doesn't want to appear on camera, so I'll take you around this house. After saying that, she took her cell phone and moved closer to Tang Guang'an to listen to Tang Guang'an's explanation of the house. Tang Guang'an took everyone to look at all the rooms and details in the house. The decoration and layout of the house were more luxurious than the other, dazzling the people in the live broadcast room, who kept saying OMG on the screen. Zhang Yuan had nothing to do, so he logged into the live broadcast room and fired hundreds of cloud-piercing arrows. The popularity of Zhao Na's live broadcast room began to rise continuously, and the number of people watching Zhao Na also increased. From a few thousand people, it has grown to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. I don't know when, but the topic of beautiful anchor takes you to see super luxury houses quietly appeared on the homepage of the platform without any agency operation and became the most popular online live broadcast on the platform. Chapter 32, 300 million? Very cheap. Tang Guang'an took everyone around the house for more than an hour before he gave everyone a complete introduction to the entire house. At this time, the number of people online in Zhao Na's live broadcast room has reached millions. Those who were watching were all envious. Fuck, I always thought that owning a villa would make me rich, but now it seems that I was too naive. This house is really amazing. Only a house like this can be called a luxury house. How much do you think this kind of house is worth? Can it be bought for 100 million? I think it's tough. I heard that Brother Nine and his family are in Linjiang. The housing prices in Linjiang are not cheap. With such a large area, a yard and a tennis court, 100 million is definitely not enough to buy it. When can I live in a house like this? Nana, does Brother Gio need lackeys? I want to follow Brother Gio. Because there were so many people watching the live broadcast, the comments on the public screen scrolled very quickly. Zhao Na, who was hosting the live broadcast, was able to interact with the barrage at the beginning, but later there were too many barrages and she couldn't respond, so she simply gave up. At this time, Tang Guangyan had almost finished introducing the house. He walked up to Jiang Yuan and said to him with a smile, "How is it, Mr. Jiang? Are you satisfied with my house?" "Certainly." Jiang Yuan nodded. To be fair, Tang Guangyan's house is the most luxurious private residence he has ever seen, no doubt about it. Being able to live in a house like this is something many people would never dare to even think about, so of course he was very satisfied. "It took me a lot of effort to build this house." Tang Guangyan looked around his house and said with some emotion. At that time, the Mingqing Xiaozhu project was undertaken by my real estate company. I took advantage of the project and built this house here. I also plan to come back here to retire when I get old. But man proposes, God disposes. Now our group's projects are mainly concentrated in Shanghai, and I am busy all day long. I have never lived in this house since it was built. Instead of leaving it here like a decoration, it is better to turn it into money and invest it. Maybe it will appreciate in value. Jiang Yuan smiled after hearing this and said, "Mr. Tang is right. So how much does Mr. Tang plan to sell this house for?" Tang Guangyan thought for a while with his chin in his hand, then smiled and said, "I spent tens of millions to build this house, plus the decoration and the furnishings and furniture inside. The cost is close to 200 million. The location of this house is not remote, it is only more than 20 minutes drive from the city center. It is a model of quietness in a bustling city. So I plan to sell it for 340 million yuan, is it acceptable to Jiang Xiao?" After saying this, Tang Guangyan stared at Jiang Yuan without blinking, waiting for Jiang Yuan to reply. At this moment, Zhao Nai's live broadcast room was also in an uproar. "I told you, this house can't be bought for 100 million. It must be at least 200 to 300 million. Am I right? More than 300 million. Even the mansion where Ali Ma lives is just this much. Does Brother Jiu have so much money? He won't take Nana out to show off and end up getting himself into trouble, right? I think it's tough, too. These days, there are many billionaires with a net worth of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but there aren't many who can come up with large amounts of liquid funds. I don't think Brother Nine can take over this house today." There were different opinions in the live broadcast room. Tang Guangyan was also waiting for Jiang Yuan's reaction with curiosity. What the people in the live broadcast room said was not wrong. Although there are many wealthy people these days, there are really not many who can come up with large amounts of liquid capital. Especially in the past 2 years, due to the global pandemic, all industries have been sluggish. Even he had to deal with his idle assets and spend the money wisely. Does this young man in front of me really have the ability to spend more than 300 million to buy his house? Considering that the price of this house is too expensive, if Jiang Yuan doesn't buy it, it will probably remain idle for a long time and cannot be sold. After hesitating for a while, Tang Guangyan said, "If Mr. Jiang finds this price unacceptable, then we can just cut off the decimals and say 300 million. And once the contract is signed, Mr. Jiang can move in directly, and I can help him get the property ownership certificate for the house right away. As for the house price, it's no problem to pay me in installments in the future, since I'm not in a hurry to use the money anyway." There was nothing Tang Guangyan could do about it. After all, 300 million is really too much. It is not realistic to ask Jiang Yuan to take out 300 million on the spot. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Jiang Yuan smiled disapprovingly and said, "No need, Mr. Tang. I want this house. I will pay you a part of the deposit first, and then I will transfer the rest of the money to your account tomorrow. Is that okay?" As soon as Jiang Yuan said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Jiang Yuan actually wanted this house worth 300 million? Is he pretending to be cool? Tang Guangyan doesn't think so. Seeing that Jiang Yuan had agreed, he quickly waved to the secretary beside him and asked the secretary to give his account number to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan took out his mobile phone and operated it for a while. Soon, Tang Guangyan received the information that 120 million yuan of funds had arrived. Although he is a famous entrepreneur with a net worth of tens of billions, Tang Guangyan has already cultivated his character to the point where he can remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. But when he suddenly received such a large sum of money, his hands began to tremble involuntarily. Then he put away his phone and said to Jiang Yuan excitedly, "Young Master Jiang is so bold and forthright. I, Tang, have witnessed it today. Since young Master Jiang's deposit has been received, let's sign the sales contract now." At this moment, Zhao Na's live broadcast room has exploded. Is this true? Brother Jiu bought a house worth more than 300 million yuan just because he said so? Even if Brother 9 is a super rich man, he can't be that rich, right? Could this be a script? Why does it feel so unreal to me? Look at the contract. We want to see the contract. Once the real estate certificate is issued, we want to see the real estate certificate. The live broadcast room was already in chaos. However, Jiang Yuan's next words made the live broadcast room even more explosive. I don't need to come to sign the contract. Jiang Yuan said. I plan to give this house to my female companion, Miss Nana. So, let Miss Nana sign the contract with you. Chapter 33, Second Mission Completed. Did I hear correctly? Brother Jiu is actually going to give Nana a mansion worth more than 300 million. Such a large sum of money, he is simply the richest man in the world. Xiao Yuer really lost this time. He rejected Brother Jiu and missed out on a super luxury house worth more than 300 million. Brother Jiu, can you take a look at her homepage? She's very pretty and wants you to support her, too. Not only the live broadcast room was shocked, but even the people at the scene were all in shock. The fact that Jiang Yuan just gave Zhao Na 2 super sports cars worth over 100 million yuan was already magical. Now he wants to give this mansion worth more than 300 million to Zhao Na as well. Not to mention picking up girls. Even if 2 huge conglomerates with assets of over 10 billion were to get married, it would be impossible for them to offer so much in gifts. What's wrong, Mr. Tang? Seeing that Tang Wangan was completely stunned, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but asked with a smile. Can't I give Miss Nana this kind of house? Of course. Tang Wangan laughed dryly twice. After Master Jiang bought this house, it will be your own property. Let alone giving it away, you can even demolish it without any problem. In that case, let's sign the contract. Tang Wangan's secretary quickly prepared the house transfer contract. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Na finally signed her name on the contract. After both parties agreed on the time for payment of the balance, the keys and property rights of the entire house were handed over to Zhao Na. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Yuan's ears. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the second mission. The host is rewarded with 3 million in cash, 10 points of super rich reinforcement, and the skill ultimate fighting technique is activated for the host. Since the host has completed the task of this system ahead of time, the host will be rewarded with an additional 5 points of godly enhancement. Host's current status. Host, Jiang Yuan. Age, 21. Physical condition. Strength, 7. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 7. Perception, 7. The average adult peaks at 10. Skills, Ultimate Fighting Skills, College English Level 4. Super Rich Skill Points, 15. The host can use the Godly Enhancement Points to enhance any physical indicator. The third mission has been released. Please spend 700 million within 10 days. The mission countdown has started. After completing this mission, the host will receive 1% of the mission amount, 10 points of godly reinforcement points, and the ultimate chi healing technique. Ultimate chi healing technique? What is this for? Jiang Yuan muttered in his heart. I thought that the rewards given by the system were becoming more and more weird. Putting this matter aside for the moment, he turned to look at his attribute panel and studied the point addition. After the last point increase, his attributes no longer have obvious shortcomings and are in a very balanced state. In this case, let us continue with balanced development. Jiang Yuan used the 15 strengthening points he earned to increase all of his physical qualities to 10 and his intelligence to 11, which was just enough to use them up. After adding the points, a warm current flowed into his body, and then he felt that his mind, senses, and muscle proportions were optimizing at an extremely fast speed. His whole being also entered into a new state. In this state, his mind became more flexible, his perception of the world became deeper, and his body's explosiveness and flexibility also underwent earth-shaking changes. This feeling is so great. Jiang Yuan thought secretly in his heart. Now, all his physical qualities have reached the limits of ordinary adults, and his intelligence has even exceeded the limit, reaching 11 points. Given his current level, it's no exaggeration to say that he is the strongest human being, right? If he can continue to complete the tasks issued by the system, obtain the rich reinforcement points, and continuously strengthen his body, then what a terrifying level his physical fitness would reach. Zhang Yuan was still immersed in his imagination of the future. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the topic about him had already gone viral all over the internet. After Zhao Na signed the house transfer contract and obtained the key to the house and the property certificate, she turned off the live broadcast. However, the discussion about this live broadcast did not stop there, but became more and more heated online. The headlines of the live broadcast rooms of major platforms are all covered with words like the mysterious rich man is so rich and inhumane that he gives away a luxury house worth more than 300 million yuan to please the female anchor. In all the live broadcast rooms, people were discussing the identity of Xiqing Zhouge and the authenticity of Zhao Na's live broadcast. Many people think that Zhao Na's live broadcast was fake, and that Zhao Na deliberately hired actors to perform in order to increase her popularity. But there are also many people who think that this live broadcast is real. After all, Zhang Yuan had given Zhao Na and Xiao Yuer more than 20 million gifts in his previous live broadcast. They thought that since Zhang Yuan had enough money to buy a gift worth more than 20 million, it would not be impossible for him to buy a house worth more than 300 million for Zhao Na. And someone recognized Tang Guangyan during the live broadcast. Tang Guangyan is a well-known entrepreneur throughout the country. Almost everyone in the country knows that he has a net worth of over 10 billion yuan. For a super rich man like this with a net worth of tens of billions, his time is very precious on weekdays. How is it possible to act with an internet celebrity in a live broadcast room? A heated debate broke out online between those who believed the live broadcast was real and those who believed it was fake. It was not until an anonymous netizen who claimed to be a witness posted pictures of the entire process of Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na buying the car and house, as well as a series of hard evidence, on the internet. Those netizens who questioned the authenticity of the live broadcast finally shut up. But, no matter how people discuss it online, one thing is true. That is the name Xiqing Zhouge, which became completely popular overnight and became synonymous with super rich man. Brother Jiu of Xiqing's popularity even surpassed that of Principal Wang, and he was revered by netizens as the #1 richest man on the internet. At the same time, Xiao Yuer's live broadcast room also exploded. After Zhao Na ended her live broadcast, countless people with bad intentions rushed into Xiao Yuer's live broadcast room, constantly posting messages like this on the public screen. Brother Jiu is taking Nana to buy a house. Host, go take a look. 300 million, just gone like that. Nana's 300 million mansion originally belonged to you, the anchor. Excuse me, what do you think about Brother Jiu buying a 300 million mansion and giving it away as a gift? I told you to pretend to be noble, and you refused to come out even though I gave you 10 million. Now you are regretting it so much that you are vomiting blood. Chapter 34 Troublemakers are coming. Because there were so many people flocking into Xiao Yuer's live broadcast room to make sarcastic remarks, Xiao Yuer's live broadcast could no longer proceed normally and he had to choose to temporarily suspend it. Etia Xiao Yuer's agency also held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the impact of Zhao Na's live broadcast on them. Of course, as mentioned before, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na were completely unaware of what was happening on the internet. After the contract was signed, the two of them had a simple meal with Tang Guangyan, and then asked Yu Liang to drive the two supercars to the garage of the house. The two of them drove the nanny car and left Mingqing Villa. Zhang Yuan drove a nanny car on the streets of Linjiang City. Zhao Na sat in the passenger seat, kept her head down, and said nothing. After a while, Zhao Na took out several car keys, house keys, and property certificates from her bag, placed them on the center console of the car, and then said to Zhang Yuan, "Student Zhang, these cars and houses are all your things. You can take them all back." "I'm sorry, classmate Zhao Na." Zhang Yuan took a look at those things and said casually, "Thanks to your help today, my mission is complete. But I can't take these things back for now. They need to be registered under your name for a while." "Why?" Zhao Na asked in confusion. "Hasn't your mission been completed?" "The mission is accomplished, but I can't take these things back for now. The reasons are complicated and I can't explain them to you in a few words, so you should just take them first." "But, these things are so valuable, and we are not familiar with each other, how can I take so many things from you?" Zhang Yuan sighed after hearing this. He definitely couldn't accept the things Zhao Na gave him, otherwise it would be a violation of the system rules. Not only can he not collect it now, he can't collect it in the future either. But what Zhao Na said is not wrong. He was not familiar with Zhao Na. If he gave these things to Zhao Na without a legitimate reason, Zhao Na would definitely feel panic. "We still have to find a way to make Zhao Na accept this house and a few cars." Zhang Yuan was quickly thinking of reasons to fool Zhao Na. At this moment, suddenly several black SUVs caught up with them, followed behind them and stared at them closely. Oh no, someone is here to cause trouble for us. Zhang Yuan's face darkened. After he said something to Zhana beside him, he stepped on the accelerator, changed lanes several times in a row, and merged directly into the traffic in the lane on the side. Although Zhang Yuan has hardly touched a car since he passed the driving test. But now his perception ability has reached the limit of an adult, and his control over the car has almost reached the level of a professional driver. So he wanted to get rid of the black SUVs following them by changing lanes continuously. But what he didn't expect was that the people driving the black SUVs were also extremely skilled drivers. No matter how he changed lanes, they could hold on to him tightly. Well, you're really like a scabby dog, you're stuck with me. Zhang Yuan sneered and drove the car directly into a remote road on the side. The SUVs also drove in after them. We'll be okay, right, Zhang Yuan? Seeing this situation, Zhana, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned pale and looked a little panicked. Zhang Yuan smiled at her calmly and said, "Don't worry, just sit in the car and don't move. I'll take care of the rest." Zhang Yuan drove the nanny car to an abandoned construction site and stopped the car. As soon as Zhang Yuan's car stopped, the black SUVs following behind immediately surrounded them. Then a large group of people in their 20s got off the car. "You have good driving skills, Master Jiang." There were about 20 people getting off the car. They all had colorfully dyed hair and were holding weapons such as chains and baseball bats. The young man in the lead walked up to the nanny car with a baton in his hand and a grim smile on his face, and said in an extremely arrogant tone, "If my drivers weren't from the military, I would have let you get away today." The person who brought a group of people to cause trouble for Zhang Yuan was none other than Yuan Bo, who had a conflict with Zhang Yuan at the auto show. Zhang Yuan also jumped out of the car. He glanced at the aggressive crowd, then sneered at Yuan Bo. "What do you mean, Master Yuan? Judging from the way you are acting today, are you planning to keep me here? Keep you here? I dare not." Yuan Bo also sneered. "You're a big shot who spent over 300 million to buy Mr. Tang's house. How dare I leave you here? So what do you want to do?" "What? Ha ha." Yuan Bo patted Zhang Yuan's nanny car and said, "This car is really nice, it's worth 7 million. But it's a pity that it's scrapped just after you bought it, Mr. Jiang." Having said this, he glanced at Zhang Yuan again and said, "I think I told you today, Master Jiang, I won't let you drive this car out safely, so it must be destroyed here today. I advise you, when I smash your car later, you'd better stand aside and don't do anything. Otherwise, if I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me." After Yuan Bo finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the group of thugs behind him immediately rushed up, picked up the weapons in their hands and smashed towards Zhang Yuan's car. Bang, bang. Seeing that the thugs' weapons were about to hit Zhang Yuan's car, Zhang Yuan dodged suddenly and stood directly in front of the nanny car. He was like a whirlwind, kicking out several times in succession, kicking those thugs hard in the abdomen. A series of muffled sounds were heard, and the gangsters in the front flew backwards like kites with broken strings. They flew about 6 or 7 meters before falling heavily to the ground. The remaining gangsters were stunned by this sudden scene. Before they could react, Zhang Yuan's body flashed behind them like a ghost, and used his hand as a knife to slash the back of the necks of those gangsters. The thugs who were hit by Zhang Yuan's knife fell to the ground limply like noodles. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 of the more than 20 people brought by Yuan Bo were knocked down by Zhang Yuan. Fuck, is this guy a former Special Forces soldier? Why is he so fierce? Yuan Bo and his gang of thugs finally came to their senses. They looked at Zhang Yuan and couldn't help but scream. Chapter 35, Can you be my big brother? Zhang Yuan sneered again, rushed to Yuan Bo and kicked him in the calf. Yuan Bo cried out in pain, then knelt on one knee in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan kicked Yuan Bo on the shoulder again and stepped on Yuan Bo directly. When the other thugs saw this, they all stood still, not daring to move. How's it going, Master Yuan? Do you want to continue fighting? Yuan Bo laughed bitterly and cried out in a helpless tone. Damn, you hit me on the head, I give in. Zhang Yuan released his foot that was stepping on Yuan Bo, and Yuan Bo climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. He glanced at Zhang Yuan and shouted indignantly. You're too strong, aren't you? Damn, you can beat more than 20 of us by yourself. Have you ever been a Special Forces soldier? Zhang Yuan snorted disdainfully. What are Special Forces? Not only does he now possess the ultimate fighting skills given by the system, but his physical qualities have also reached the limits of an ordinary adult. Not to mention a dozen or so thugs, even if real special forces came, they would not be his match. Then how do we talk about the grudge between us? Zhang Yuan asked again in a cold voice. Yuan Bo was a bachelor. He shook his head decisively and said, "What else can I do? I'm not as rich as you, and I'm no match for you in a fight, so let's just write it off." Yuan Bo brought people to block Zhang Yuan today. He had no intention of doing anything to Zhang Yuan. He just wanted to smash Zhang Yuan's car to vent his anger. He also hangs out in the circle of rich second generations and knows very well the rules of the game among them. There is an unwritten rule in the circle of rich second generations, that is, if there is a conflict between two rich second generations, it doesn't matter how much stuff is destroyed. After all, everyone is rich and doesn't care about these things. The important thing is not to touch the other person. Otherwise, the two sides would become mortal enemies. But he didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be such a good fighter. Not only did he fail to defeat Zhang Yuan, but he was beaten up by Zhang Yuan instead. Now that you've already fallen into someone else's hands, there's no point in holding on to them. By the way, Mr. Jiang. After Yuan Bo stood up from the ground, two gangsters immediately came up to him and supported him. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his calf, and asked Zhang Yuan, "How did you develop such strong skills? This is too amazing. Can I learn from you?" After hearing what Yuan Bo said, Zhang Yuan, who had been keeping a stern face, couldn't help but laugh. This guy named Yuan Bo is quite interesting. He just got beaten up by me, and now he wants to learn my skills. He shook his head at Yuan Bo and said, "You can't match my skills, so just give up on this idea." "Don't." Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Yuan Bo actually became a little anxious. One person single-handedly fights more than 20 people with weapons. Even the national fighting champion I hired with an annual salary of 3 million can't compare to this skill. You can just teach me a few moves. Zhang Yuan curled his lips in disapproval, stood up and was about to get in the car and leave. Seeing this, Yuan Bo didn't care about the pain in his legs anymore and rushed in front of Zhang Yuan, blocking his way. "How about this, if you can spare some time to teach me a few moves, I will recognize you as my big brother. If you encounter any mess in Linjiang in the future, just tell me and I will definitely help you solve it. Is this okay?" Looking at Yuan Bo's serious expression, Zhang Yuan was also somewhat tempted. Yuan Bo's family is in the real estate business. People all over the country know that those who are able to engage in real estate in a place are people who have connections with both the black and white parties in the local area and have deep backgrounds. The fact that Yuan Bo was able to find 20 or 30 thugs to block him in such a short period of time must be related to his family background. He will definitely continue to hang out in Linjiang in the future. Although he has a system, he is not afraid of almost anyone. But it's not a bad thing for him to have a younger brother like Yuan Bo. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan glanced at Yuan Bo and said lightly, "Then you can call me boss first." "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss." Seeing that Zhang Yuan agreed, Yuan Bo immediately showed joy and hurriedly called out to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, since you called me boss, it won't be a problem for me to teach you a few tricks in the future. Let's leave contact information. I'll find you when I'm free." "Okay, boss." Yuan Bo quickly gave Zhang Yuan his phone number and WeChat ID. After Zhang Yuan got off, he waved to Yuan Bo, then drove away in the nanny car. After Zhang Yuan left, the hooligans who were knocked to the ground by Zhang Yuan gradually got up from the ground. One of the hooligans with dyed yellow hair and a baseball bat came up to Yuan Bo and asked him, "What should we do, Master Yuan? Are we going to cause trouble for this kid next time? If you still want to deal with him, I will immediately transfer people from my uncle. No matter how good this kid is at fighting, he is only one person, and my uncle has hundreds of people. If it doesn't work, I'll take my uncle's gun. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than a gun, right? Just say the word and I'll definitely take care of this kid for you. Cleaning up? I'll clean up your head." Yuan Bo patted the yellow-haired guy on the head and then cursed. "Didn't you see that I just acknowledged that boy as my big brother? Do you want me to cause trouble for my big brother? I saw you get beaten, and I was worried that you wouldn't be able to get over it." After being slapped by Yuan Bo, Huang Mao cried out in grievance. After hearing this, Yuan Bo snorted coldly and said, So what if we can't swallow this? This kid can take out 3 or 400 million yuan at once. The financial group behind him must be much richer than our Hungjing group. And look at his skills. He can beat more than 20 of us by himself. Can an ordinary second-generation person develop such skills? I guess this guy either has a military background or comes from some hidden wealthy family. This kind of person can only be a friend, not an enemy. If you continue to cause trouble for him, won't that just make yourself unhappy? This seems to be the case. Remember this for me. Yuan Bo glanced at the hooligans under his command and said, "From now on, young Master Jiang is my big brother, and my big brother's business is my business. If any of you run into young Master Jiang on the road, you must treat him the same way you treat me, understand? Clear?" The gangsters responded in unison. Yuan Bo nodded with great satisfaction. Although he was taught a lesson by Jiang Yuan today, being able to establish a relationship with someone like Jiang Yuan was still a great gain. So he limped into the car with the help of the gangsters. Then he left the abandoned construction site with his thugs. Chapter 36. Does he like you? In the nanny car, Jiang Yuan was driving quietly, while Zhao Na, who was sitting next to him, secretly glanced at him with a strange look in her eyes. Just now when their car was followed by Yuan Bo and was stuck in an abandoned construction site, she was really scared, fearing that Yuan Bo would do something bad to them. Unexpectedly, facing the more than 20 thugs brought by Yuan Bo, Jiang Yuan was not panicked at all. He took care of them in no time. This is how Jiang Yuan fought over 20 thugs alone. It was so cool. Especially those times when Jiang Yuan dodged, his speed was so fast that even Jiang Yuan's figure could not be seen clearly. Before this, she always thought that Jiang Yuan was just a rich second generation who spent money extravagantly. The reason why he is respected by so many people is because he has a relatively good family background. Although she couldn't say that she hated Jiang Yuan, she didn't like him very much either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to return the things Jiang Yuan gave him again and again. However, after seeing Jiang Yuan calmly deal with more than 20 thugs, the image of Jiang Yuan in her mind suddenly became a little different. She herself has been dancing since she was a child, and she knows very well that it will take more than 1 or 2 years to train her skills and physical fitness to Jiang Yuan's level. Only through more than 10 years of hard training can one have the skills like Jiang Yuan. How could a person who could train his skills and physical fitness to such a level be a prodigal who only knew how to squander money? Originally, she planned to wait until Jiang Yuan got in the car and then bring up the matter of the car and the house again, so that Jiang Yuan could take back these valuable properties as soon as possible. But now, looking at the property certificate and the car keys, she suddenly felt speechless. After Jiang Yuan drove the car to the community where Zhao Na lived, he handed the car keys to Zhao Na and then took a taxi away. Zhao Na returned to the rental house, hesitated for a long time, finally took out her cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello Anchi, I'm Nana. My dear, you finally remembered to call me." After hearing Zhao Na's voice, the person on the other end of the phone was even more anxious than Zhao Na, and immediately shouted to her. "What the hell is wrong with you today? You're on the hot search list, did you know that?" Hot search? Yes. The person on the other end of the phone said. "Where are you now?" "I'm in the house I rented." The person on the other end of the phone seemed relieved after hearing this, and then said, "Stay in your house now and don't go anywhere. I will come to find you right away." After the man finished speaking, he hung up the phone. An hour later, a girl rushed into Zhao Na's rental house. The girl was about the same age as Zhao Na. She was wearing a seasonal coat and had wavy curly hair. She was tall and slender, with a curvy figure and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. She was extremely charming and enchanting. In terms of appearance alone, this girl is actually on par with Zhao Na. The girl seemed very anxious. As soon as she entered the rental house, she pulled Zhao Na and said anxiously, "Nana, what's going on between you and that rich guy? Are you being kept by him?" "I didn't." "So what's going on with your live broadcast?" "My live stream?" "Yes." The girl took out her cell phone and handed it to Zhao Na. "Look, your live broadcast this afternoon has gone viral online. Everyone is saying that you are being kept by that super rich man, Brother 9 from Xicheng." Zhao Na glanced at the screen and saw that the hot searches were full of posts discussing her and Jiang Yuan. Zhao Na's face darkened, and she finally took out the car keys of the 3 cars that Jiang Yuan bought, as well as the property certificate of the property, and handed them to the girl. The girl checked the car keys and property certificate one by one, and then gasped. Oh my god, your live broadcast was real. That rich man called Brother 9 of Xiqing really bought that house for you. All the properties added up must be worth about 400 to 500 million. Zhao Na nodded. 3 cars, plus a house, are indeed close to 500 million. What's going on, Nana? The girl hurriedly asked Zhao Na. Do you know that Xiqing Joga in real life? Why did he give you so many things? After hearing this, Zhao Na sighed. Then she told the girl the whole story of how she and Zhang Yuan met. He also told the girl about the mission that Zhang Yuan had told her about. After hearing what Zhao Na said, the girl was silent for a long time and said nothing. After a long time, the man who had just stared at Zhao Na, thinking about it very seriously, asked. Nana, that guy named Zhang Yuan, could it be that he likes you? How is this possible? When Zhao Na heard this, she suddenly became a little flustered. I've only known him for 2 or 3 days, there's no reason for him to like me. That's hard to say. The girl said. If he didn't like you, there would be no reason for him to give you so many expensive things. No. Zhao Na hurriedly explained. He told me that the reason he registered these cars and houses under my name was mainly to complete his mission. He said that he did this because he was like Wang Duoyu and could not buy any physical property under his own name. My silly girl, do you believe this nonsense? The girl rolled her eyes at Zhao Na and said. Wang Duoyu's story is from a movie. In real life, which wealthy person would assign such an outrageous task to his heir? Even Mr. Wang from Chanda Real Estate wouldn't do that. But, if it weren't for this, why would you like me? After hearing what the girl said, Zhao Na became even more panicked. As for looks, a rich man like him must have a lot of beautiful women around him, so there's no reason for him to fall for me. I think he probably likes you because he thinks you are simple and not materialistic. The girl said to Zhao Na. A rich man like him may have no shortage of beautiful girls around him. There are even quite a few girls who are willing to pay him for his money. But most of those girls are after his money. There may not be many girls who really like him. If it were another girl, after receiving so many gifts from him in the live broadcast room, she would definitely accept them with a smile, and even try to get more money from him. And you, not only did you not think about continuing to get his money, but you also wanted to return the money you had already received to him. This is different from other girls. Rich guys like them would definitely want to date a girl who is not materialistic and doesn't covet their money. And you just happen to meet this requirement, so it's not impossible that he fell in love with you because of this. Chapter 37, Just Acting. The girl's words made sense, and Zhao Na became more and more panicked as she listened. Finally, she asked the girl somewhat at a loss. Then what should I do, Anchi? Should I return all these things to him? The girl named Anchi thought for a while, then asked. Tell me the truth, Nana, do you have feelings for that guy named Zhang Yuan? I don't know. Zhao Na's face turned slightly red. I didn't have any feelings towards him before. I thought he was nothing special except that he was a rich second-generation prodigal. But today, after I saw him dealing with those hooligans, I felt that he was not the kind of person I originally thought he was, so you actually still feel something, right? Zhao Na lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing this, the girl named Anchi sighed softly. That guy named Zhang Yuan was really rich. He spent 400 or 500 million on Zhao Na. I guess no girl can resist such an attack. Even if Zhao Na fell in love with him, it was normal. So she said to Zhao Na slowly. Logically speaking, that boy named Zhang Yuan is so good, he likes you, and he is willing to spend money on you. If you two can really be together, it will definitely be a great thing. But rich guys like them are often a bit fickle. He may like you now, but you never know what he will become in the future. And then there's your family. When Anchi said this, she suddenly closed her mouth and stopped talking. Zhao Na's face suddenly darkened and she lowered her head even more. Although Anchi didn't finish her words, she completely understood what she wanted to express. Zhang Yuan was a man who could easily take out 4 or 5 coins to give away. She couldn't even imagine how powerful the family behind him was and how rich his financial resources were. When these wealthy families choose marriage partners for their children, they are often very particular about matching the two families' social status. Principal Wang's father once said that no matter how many girlfriends Principal Wang has outside, the person he brings home must be someone he approves of. So, even if Zhang Yuan loves her wholeheartedly, can she be with Zhang Yuan? Will Zhang Yuan's family accept a grassroots girl like her? Seeing Zhao Na's face becoming increasingly gloomy, and she wondered if she had gone a little too far. After thinking about it, she asked Zhao Na. Nana, have you told Auntie about what happened between you and Zhang Yuan? The aunt that Auntie mentioned is Zhao Na's mother. Zhao Na shook her head silently. Then let's do this. And she said. Isn't Zhang Yuan also from our school? A man as rich as him must be a big shot in his school. I'm going to go to his school in the next 2 days to find out more about him and see what kind of person he is. If he's a decent person, you can get in touch with him. But if he's a scumbag, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long one, so cut off contact with him as soon as possible. The plan that Anchi mentioned is a good idea. Zhao Na slowly raised her head and said to Anchi weakly. Thank you for your help, Angie. Hey, let's not say such things between the two of us. We have been best friends since childhood. Auntie is so sick that I can't give you any advice on this matter. Of course I have to protect you. And she said, reaching out and rubbing Zhao Na's head. A smile finally appeared on Zhao Na's face. Linjian University. After Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na separated, he took a taxi back to school. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, everyone in the dormitory surrounded him and shouted at him excitedly. Fuck, Yuanzi, have you seen the trending searches? Today, a super rich man named Shicheng Laojiu gave 3 luxury cars and a mansion to a female anchor named Nana. The total value is 400 to 500 million. It's amazing. Yeah. Of course. The people in the dormitory shouted excitedly. This matter has gone viral online. Now people all over the internet are speculating about the true identity of Shicheng Laojiu. Many people say that Shicheng Laojiu is actually Ali Ma's son. If you don't believe it, go search it online yourself. Zhang Yuan took out his mobile phone and opened Baidu. Sure enough, he saw the top 3 hot search terms, which were all 300 million mansion, super rich man and the like, all related to Zhao Na's live broadcast. He himself was not surprised by this matter. After all, he asked Zhao Na to do a live broadcast when buying a house in order to create topics and gain more fans for Zhao Na. The current situation is exactly the effect he wants to achieve. By the way, Yuanzi, if I remember correctly, your WeChat name seems to be Shicheng Joga, right? At this moment, Zhou Zhang suddenly stared at Zhang Yuan and asked him suspiciously. And you've been with Zhao Na these past 2 days. It seems Zhao Na is also working part-time as a host. That super rich man Shicheng Joga and the female host Nana, can they be you and Zhao Na? Yes, yes. After Zhou Zhang said this, Fang Zhou and Chen Guanyuan also reacted. The two of them grabbed Zhang Yuan and asked in a very serious tone. Tell us the truth, is that Shicheng ninth brother you? I'm telling you, Yuanzi, this is no small matter, you can't lie to us, if you lie to us, we'll have nothing to do with you as brothers. The 3 brothers in the same dormitory stared at Zhang Yuan with burning eyes. For a moment, Zhang Yuan didn't know how to explain. The fact that female anchor Nana is Zhao Na cannot be concealed. After all, Zhao Na appeared in the live broadcast, and Chen Guanyuan and others could recognize her just by taking a look at the live broadcast. And he happened to be with Zhao Na this afternoon. If they said he had nothing to do with this matter, Chen Guanyuan and the others would definitely not believe it. If he admitted that he was the 9th brother of Shicheng, it would be tantamount to admitting that what he had said to his brothers before, about winning 20 million in the lottery, was a lie. After all, the thing he gave to Zhao Na was worth 4 or 500 million. Fortunately, his intelligence has exceeded the limit of adults. So it didn't take him long to come up with the perfect excuse. The female anchor Nana in the live broadcast is indeed Zhao Na, and the super rich Shicheng Joga is indeed me, but the things I gave Zhao Na in the live broadcast were not real. That live broadcast was just a show to stir up topics and attract fans for Zhao Na. Acting? The 3 people who shared the dormitory were all stunned. Yes. Zhang Yuan said. Didn't I buy some gifts for Zhao Na before, so Zhao Na treated me to a meal? We came up with this idea while we were having dinner. Using the issue of a super rich man giving gifts to a female anchor to create a topic, we can immediately attract a lot of people's attention, and thus make Zhao Na gain a lot of attention. As for the gift giving, it was definitely an act. Although I won the lottery, it was only 20 million in total. Besides, how could I possibly give Zhao Na a house and car worth hundreds of millions? Chapter 38. It's still unclear who will take advantage of whom. But, if you are acting, then how do you explain Tang Guangyan in the live broadcast? It was obvious that Zhang Yuan's words failed to convince the 3 brothers in the same dormitory. So after a moment of silence, they asked Zhang Yuan again. Tang Guangyan is a billionaire businessman. You can't invite him to be an actor just for a show. And even if you want to invite him, he may not give you face. That's right. Is a rich man like Tang Wangan someone who can be an actor for you? You don't know this. Zhang Yuan glanced at the three brothers in the same dormitory and said with great joy. In fact, Mr. Tang is also a fan of Zhao Na, and he is very optimistic about Zhao Na. He wants to hype Zhao Na up and use her momentum to open a new live broadcast platform. He appeared on the stage to increase the credibility of this live broadcast and make everyone believe that there really is a super rich man who spends a lot of money on Zhao Na. As you know, due to the epidemic in the past 2 years, the development of the real economy has not been good, and the operating income of Mr. Tang's group has been declining. There is no other way to get a share of the pie on the live broadcast platform by promoting an internet celebrity and then entering the entertainment industry. Is this really the case? The three brothers in the dormitory still looked at Zhang Yuan with suspicion, obviously not believing what Zhang Yuan had just said. However, they had no way to find any fault with Zhang Yuan's words. Zhang Yuan waved his hands at everyone again and said, All right, guys, stop guessing. The live streaming platform invested by Mr. Tang and managed by Zhao Na will be online soon. You will know whether what I said is true or not when the time comes. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he washed up and went to bed. The three brothers in the dormitory looked at each other, but didn't know what to say. So he went back to his bed and played with his cell phone. Zhang Yuan lay on his bed, looking at the ceiling, silently calculating in his mind. What he just said, that Tang Wangan was going to invest in Zhao Na to start a live broadcast platform, was just to deal with the words of his roommates. But it's not impossible to implement. The next task assigned to him by the system was to spend 700 million yuan within 10 days. After paying back the 200 million he owes Tang Wangan tomorrow, he will still have 500 million left. It is not an easy task to spend 500 million within 10 days. If Zhao Na were to open a live streaming platform, would it be easy for her to spend all the money? It's just. Zhao Na seems to be somewhat resistant to him. Not only do I want to return the money he spent on gifts. Even the sports car and house he gave her, he always wanted to return them. If I told her that I was planning to buy her another live streaming platform, she would most likely refuse to accept it. What should I do? Zhang Yuan lay on the bed and thought for a while, and suddenly thought of Lin Jia. Lin Jia has a pretty good feeling about him now. If he buys a live streaming platform for her, Lin Jia probably won't refuse. At that time, let Lin Jia contact Zhao Na, recruit Zhao Na to the new live broadcast platform, let Zhao Na be the anchor, or let Zhao Na hold a position in the company, which can also fool people. After thinking this through, Zhang Yuan stopped worrying about it and simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, after Zhang Yuan got up from bed, he took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhao Na. He asked Zhao Na if she had time and wanted to invite Zhao Na out to talk about establishing a live broadcast platform. But after sending a WeChat message to Zhao Na did not reply to him. He had nothing to do, so he opened Kuaishou. After yesterday's live broadcast, he and Zhao Na became indeed popular. Zhao Na's fans soared from more than 1 million to more than 6 million, and his own account also soared to more than 3 million. What he found most interesting was that a little fish actually sent him another private message, asking for his contact information so that he could meet him in private. Zhang Yuan originally didn't want to pay attention to her. But when I thought that I might open a live streaming platform next, I would become a small internet celebrity with 30 million fans. If there is a chance to dig a small fish into your own live broadcast platform, it will definitely be beneficial to the development of the live broadcast platform. So he sent his WeChat ID to a little fish. In less than a minute, he received a friend request from a small fish. Hello, Brother 9. Zhang Yuan had just had his friend request approved when a small fish sent him a message. Zhang Yuan saw it and replied casually. Hello, beautiful lady, I thought you had forgotten me. Brother Jiu is really good at joking. A little fish replied. You've given me so many gifts, how could I forget you? I'm still waiting for you to come to my live broadcast room and watch it for free. Zhang Yuan smiled and didn't reply. Not long after, a little fish replied to him. Brother Jiu, do you have time recently? I would like to treat you to a meal as a way of repaying you for giving me so many gifts before. Beautiful lady, please treat me to a meal. Of course I have time. Zhang Yuan replied. But I'm in Linjiang, and I have to go to school on weekdays. It's troublesome to ask for leave, so I can't go out of town. After Zhang Yuan sent this message, Xiao Dier didn't reply to him for a long time. Just when Jiang Yuan was about to put away his phone, a message from Xiao Yuer came in. He sent Jiang Yuan a very surprised expression and asked, "Brother Jiao, are you a teacher? You still have to teach. I'm a student, a junior this year, so of course I have to go to class." "Ah. Brother Jiao, you are actually a college student." Jiang Yuan's words seemed to scare a small fish. She sent Jiang Yuan a crying and laughing expression, and then said, "I thought you were the CEO of some corporate group, but I didn't expect you to be so young." After Jiang Yuan saw this, he smiled slightly and replied, "Why, do you prefer people like the CEO of a group company? Are you disappointed when you find out that I'm still a college student?" No, I don't like those CEOs of group companies. They are all old and greasy. When they see pretty girls, they want to take advantage of them. That's it." Jiang Yuan replied with a smirk and then said, "I'm just like them. I also like to take advantage of pretty girls. If you meet me, you'd better be careful." Not long after he sent the message, a little fish gave him a funny expression and said, "Tisk, it's still unclear who is taking advantage of whom, Brother 9, you should be careful too." Chapter 39, Breakup Dinner? Ouch. When Jiang Yuan saw this, he immediately laughed. He was just bored and wanted to tease a small fish. I didn't expect that this girl would actually dare to tease him back. "By the way, Brother Jiao, are you free this afternoon? It only takes more than 2 hours to get from Moto to Linjiang by high-speed rail. If you are free, I will come to see you this afternoon." "Okay, then come on over. I'm at Linjiang University. Just call me when you're almost there and I'll pick you up at the high-speed rail station." "Okay, see you this afternoon." A little fish made a shy expression, and the two ended their chat. After finishing the chat with Etiao Xiaoyuer, Jiang Yuan transferred the remaining 200 million yuan owed to Tang Guangyan, and then went to class with his roommates. What is taught in class is still so dull and boring. Jiang Yuan had nothing to do, so he kept picking up his phone, trying to see if Zhao Na had replied to him. However, after a morning of classes, the message he sent to Zhao Na still fell on deaf ears, with no response at all. Therefore, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I guess Zhao Na was really scared by him and didn't plan to contact him again. The matter of purchasing the live streaming platform can only be discussed with Lin Jieje when she comes back. However, what puzzled him was that during class, Tang Lu kept secretly glancing at him, as if she had something to say to him. But now Jiang Yuan was so disgusted with Tang Lu that he was too lazy to pay attention to her. After class, Jiang Yuan prepared to go to the restaurant to eat with his roommates. However, at this moment, Tang Lu suddenly stopped him. When the roommates saw Tang Lu coming to find Jiang Yuan, they tactfully left first, saying they were going to the restaurant to wait for Jiang Yuan. Tang Lu looked at Jiang Yuan, hesitated for a while, and asked Jiang Yuan, "Jiang Yuan, did you watch the live broadcast that was trending yesterday? There was a mysterious rich man in that live broadcast, named Brother Shiqingjiu. Is he you?" Seeing that Tang Lu came to him for this matter, Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Yes, that Shiqing ninth brother is me. Any problem?" But when Tang Lu heard this, she suddenly became anxious. "But you once told me that you only won over 20 million in the lottery. How could you possibly give a female anchor a mansion worth hundreds of millions? You're not lying to me, are you, Jiang Yuan? Do I need to lie to you?" Jiang Yuan sneered and said, "Tang Lu, I hope you can clarify the relationship between us. We are just ordinary classmates. No matter what I give to others or how much it is worth, it has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? You. Jiang Yuan, are you really so heartless? You were never like this to me before." Tang Lu's eyes turned red and her voice became choked. As the saying goes, tears are a woman's best weapon. Seeing that Tang Lu was almost crying, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. He and Tang Lu have been in a relationship for 5 years. If he says that they have no feelings for each other, he is completely deceiving himself. But thinking back to what Tang Lu said to him on Valentine's Day, and how sweet Tang Lu looked when she leaned in Lu Yuje's arms, Jiang Yuan's heart sank again, and he said to Tang Lu mercilessly, "The past is the past. I didn't know before that you were a person who cared about nothing except money. Let's talk less in the future, so as not to let your boyfriend misunderstand." "Okay. I get it, I know what you mean." Tang Lu gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Yuan. "In that case, why don't you come out tomorrow night? After all, we've been together for 5 years. I want to treat you to a meal, and then we can call it quits, okay? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. To be honest, things between him and Tang Lu had become so bad, he really didn't want to be alone with Tang Lu anymore. I don't want to have dinner with Tang Lu either. Besides, if you want to break up, just break up. Why bother having a meal together? Is there any need for that? Could it be that, until now, Tang Lu still thinks that it is possible for the two of them to get back together? Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't seem to want to agree, Tang Lu gritted her teeth and added, "Don't worry, I asked you out just to treat you to a simple meal, and there is absolutely no other intention. And after this meal, the two of us will be done, and I will definitely not harass you again. Is this okay?" Good. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan finally nodded. In that case, see you tomorrow night. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. As there were no classes this afternoon, after having lunch in the cafeteria, Zhang Yuan went back to the dormitory with his roommates, waiting to pick up Xiaoyuer from the high-speed rail station. He had just returned to the dormitory when he received a WeChat message from Zhao Na. Zhao Na said on WeChat that she did not have time to reply to Zhang Yuan because she was in the hospital with her mother for radiotherapy in the morning. At the same time, she also agreed to meet Zhang Yuan, saying that if he was free tomorrow night, they could go out for dinner together. Tomorrow night. After reading Zhao Na's reply, Zhang Yuan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He and Tang Lu had made an appointment to have dinner together tomorrow night, and now Zhao Na also wants to meet them tomorrow night. What should he do? After lying on the bed and thinking for a while, he directly replied okay to Zhao Na and agreed. At the same time, he thought in his heart, let's do it tomorrow night. Anyway, the purpose of meeting Tang Lu is to break up, so why not take Zhao Na with you? If Zhao Na is with you, even if Tang Lu wants to pester me, she probably won't be able to do so. After making up his mind, Zhang Yuan put the matter aside and stopped thinking about it. After lying on the bed and playing with his phone for a while, he suddenly thought that if he was going to the high-speed rail station to pick up a small fish, he would have to drive a car. Although 3 cars were bought yesterday, they were given to Zhao Na and the keys are also in Zhao Na's hands. He doesn't even have a car. Thinking of this, he immediately called Yu Liang. The phone call was connected after only 3 rings. Yu Liang asked him enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. You're calling me at this time. Do you have any instructions?" "It's not really in order, but I just need your help with something." Zhang Yuan said. "Do you have any ready-made, better cars? Can you lend me one, or rent it to me? I have to pick someone up this afternoon, but I don't have a car, so I want you to help me get one." "Mr. Jiang, are you kidding me? Chapter 40, Give Maybach Away for Free?" Yu Liang on the other end of the phone cried out in a helpless tone. "You bought 3 cars from me yesterday afternoon, and now you say you don't have any?" Zhang Yuan sighed and said, "It's true that I bought 3 cars, but I gave them all away. Just tell me if you have any good cars in stock. If you do, lend me or rent one. If not, forget it. I'll go ask someone else. That depends on what you consider the standard of pretty good." Yu Liang smiled bitterly and said, "If a car of the same level as the 2 supercars you bought yesterday is considered good, then I really don't have any here. If a car worth around 10 million will do, I have a Maybach Zeppelin 62s that should be okay. But it's not a sports car, but a business sedan. It depends on whether you like this kind of car. Maybach, that's fine too." Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "Where do I go to pick up the car?" "I won't bother you with this," Yu Liang said earnestly. "Isn't Jiang Shaoning from Linjiang University? I'll drive directly to the school to find you later, you just wait there." "Okay then, call me when you get here." Zhang Yuan responded, then hung up the phone and waited in the dormitory. About an hour later, Yu Liang called and said that he had arrived at the school gate. Zhang Yuan packed up and came to the school gate. At a glance, I saw a black Maybach sedan parked outside the school gate. Many students were surrounding the car and taking pictures of it. "Hello again, Mr. Jiang." As soon as Zhang Yuan walked out of the school gate, Yu Liang got out of the car and went to greet Zhang Yuan. He shook hands with Zhang Yuan, then smiled and said to Zhang Yuan jokingly, "It's the first time I've seen someone like you who bought 3 luxury cars the day before and now says he doesn't have a car. I'm really scared. You're so rich, why don't you buy yourself a car?" Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly and said, "That's because there's not enough money." What Zhang Yuan said was actually the truth. Although the system gave him a lot of task money, he could not spend that money on himself. He only had 3.1 million yuan in cash. Although this amount of money is enough to buy a decent car, after seeing the 2 supercars yesterday, he has completely lost interest in cars that cost less than 10 million yuan. But if he wants to buy a car worth tens of millions, the money he has is definitely not enough. But after hearing what he said, Yu Liang felt that he said that because he had spent all his money on buying a sports car and a mansion yesterday. So he patted the black Maybach next to him and said, "When you transferred money to me yesterday, Master Jiang, you transferred an extra 10 million. If you like this car, you can just drive it away. With your status, Master Jiang, you can't be so poor that you don't even have a car to get around in Linjiang." Zhang Yuan looked at the car next to Yu Liang and was suddenly tempted. The Maybach Zeppelin 62S that Yu Liang drove cost a little over 10 million yuan, which is considered the ceiling among business sedans. If Yu Liangbai gave it to him, he would accept it and use it as his means of transportation. But after thinking about it, Zhang Yuan still shook his head and said, Forget it. I don't have a house in Linjiang, and I won't have anywhere to park this car after I buy it. And at my age, driving a car like this always makes me feel like I'm not the owner, but the driver. Let's talk about it when you have another good car." "That's okay." Yu Liang responded dryly, but he didn't know what to say. This guy Jiang Xiao is really a rich man. If an ordinary person got a car worth more than 10 million yuan for free, he would probably go crazy with joy. But young Master Jiang didn't want it. And the reason for not wanting it is so novel. It turns out that he has no place to park the car. Sure enough, the so-called luxury cars only exist in the cognition of the poor. In the eyes of the super rich, there is no such thing as luxury cars or non-luxury cars, they are just some big toys. Yu Liang handed the Maybach car keys to Zhang Yuan. Then he went to the driver's cab and explained to Zhang Yuan the basic operating methods of Maybach. Then he took a taxi and left Linjiang University. Less than 10 minutes after Yu Liang left, Zhang Yuan received a message from Xiaoyuer. "Brother Joe, we will arrive in Linjiang in 30 minutes. Remember to pick me up at the high-speed rail station." "Okay, I'll be right there." After replying to Xiaoyuer, Zhang Yuan put away his phone and started the car. After stepping on the accelerator, the black Maybach rushed towards the end of the road like a wild beast. On the high-speed train to Linjiang. A small fish sat in his seat, staring at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, lost in thought. She was wearing a blue and white JK skirt and had a neat ponytail. To prevent others from recognizing her, she also wore a mask and a pair of large black sunglasses on her nose. The outfit looks just like a secret agent in a movie. However, even though her face could not be seen clearly, her pair of slender legs as green onions, wearing black leather shoes and white stockings, were still particularly eye-catching. A chubby woman was sitting next to a small fish. Seeing that a little fish seemed a little absent-minded, she couldn't help but remind him. Ro, you must remember what I just said. Don't forget it. You had to make 2 appointments in a row to get that Shiching Joga to come out. You must seize this opportunity and take him down in one fell swoop. If you miss this opportunity, we too will have no way to explain to the company. After hearing this, Ruru turned her head and looked at the fat woman with a somewhat sad look in her eyes. "Sister Ma, do I really have to do this? Do I really have to make such a big sacrifice for the company? My silly girl, why are you still thinking about these things at this time?" Sister Ma sighed and said impatiently. "Didn't I tell you before? That kind of thing is actually a very common thing. Once you do it, you will know that it is happier than you think, and not as sacred as you think. Besides, you also know how rich that Shiching Joga is. Let's put the company aside for now. As long as you can get him to be willing to cooperate with you and become your sponsor, and just give you some gifts in the live broadcast room, then you won't have to worry about the rest of your life, right?" Chapter 41, Plans of the Economic Company. But. No buts. Sister Ma patted Xiaoyuer's shoulder and said seriously. "Don't forget that although you have more than 30 million followers on your account, 1/3 of them are zombie fans bought by the company and have no value. Your real fans are not very active anymore and rarely watch your videos anymore. In recent months, not only have you not received any valuable ads, but your video views have also been declining. The number of likes for a video you post is only 10,000 or 20,000, which is even lower than that of a small internet celebrity with only 2 to 3 million fans. All your income combined is not as much as what Brother 9 would give you in 1 hour. If you keep going like this, you will be out of fashion soon. Now brother Gio is the most popular super rich man on the internet. Although he only has more than 1 million fans, as long as he makes a random move, he can attract tens of millions of traffic. Even if you don't do it for his money, but just to take advantage of his popularity, it's worth doing those things with him. Is there anything else you can't figure out about this matter? After Sister Ma finished speaking, a little fish lowered its head silently. Seeing a little fish in such a state, Sister Ma couldn't help but sigh and comfort it softly. Okay, Roro, don't think too much. If everything goes well, you don't have to go that far with that Shiching Joga. Besides, didn't he say that he wasn't the CEO of a group company, but a college student who hadn't graduated yet? So, the two of you are about the same age. It's possible that you fell in love with each other at first sight after meeting each other. Roro still kept her head down and said nothing. My mood was extremely low. Before she left the company's top management held a special meeting to discuss what kind of benefits they could gain from her offline meeting with Shiching Joga. The meeting finally decided that she should convince brother Shiching Jio to form a couple with her during this meeting. Then they used the traffic brought by the CP combination to create hype and topics, and build a couple combination that is popular on the entire internet. Before coming to Linjiang, the company's top executives told her that she must form this CP with brother Jio of Shiching no matter what the cost. As a girl, what price can she pay? The implication is self-evident. This is also the main reason why she is in a very bad mood. As for what Sister Ma said to her about love at first sight, she just sneered at it. Although she is not very old, she has met many rich second generations. Most of the rich second generations are second generation rich who rely on their family's influence to spend their days in debauchery and do whatever they want. Apart from being rich, he has almost nothing else to offer. And that brother Joe from Shicheng gave gifts to the female anchor in the live broadcast room, and each gift amounted to 10s or 20 million. He also bought the female anchor a mansion and luxury car worth over 100 million yuan. Such a person is simply the best among the prodigals. Although she is a female anchor, she makes a living through her own efforts and talents. Is it possible for her to fall in love with such a person at first sight? Don't fall in love at first sight. After seeing her, it is very likely that brother Jio of Shicheng was attracted to her because of her beauty. But even if that's the case, what can she do? The company's top management had hinted to her before she left that if she failed to win over Shiching Joga this time, then the company would have to use its resources to promote other female anchors. Without the company's promotion, her advertising income and live broadcast income will be further reduced, and the company will further reduce her basic salary and dividend commission. She was exploited by the company and her income was not much to begin with. If you are restricted by the company again, you will earn even less money. By then, the tuition fees for her 3 younger sisters to attend private schools alone would be enough to overwhelm her. The contract she signed with the company will not expire until 5 years later. If she breaches the contract unilaterally, she will face a huge compensation of 50 million. Their family's livelihood may be ruined because of this. The more Rora thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. I even felt like crying. Just then, the broadcast on the high-speed train also sounded. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at Linjiang Station. Passengers who need to get off, please pack your luggage and prepare to get off. After the broadcast ended, Sister Ma began to pack her things and urged her to get off the bus. The high-speed train drove steadily into Linjiang Station. She and Sister Ma got off the car, left the station, and came to the square outside the station. Then he took out his cell phone and sent Zhang Yuan a location. Zhang Yuanza sent her a message back, saying that he would be there in 5 minutes. At this time, Sister Ma whispered in her ear. Ro, no matter how you feel now, you must act happy when you meet brother Joe later, so that we can discuss the next matter. Otherwise, our trip today will be in vain. Ruru was a little annoyed by what Sister Ma said, and immediately said angrily. I understand, Sister Ma, please don't tell me this anymore. After saying that, she turned her head away and never looked at Sister Ma again. Seeing this, Sister Ma didn't know what to say. She could only sigh and shut her mouth. The two of them just stood in the square outside the high-speed rail station. About 3 minutes later, a black Maybach sedan drove towards them and stopped in front of them. Sister Ma, who was a little depressed at first, suddenly brightened up when she saw the car, and said with envy. This should be a Maybach Zeppelin 62S, right? Brother Shiching Jio is really a rich man. This car seems to be worth more than 10 million. Even the boss of our company can't drive such a car. Roro snorted in disapproval. Just then, the car door opened and a young man in his early 20s walked out from the driver's seat. When he saw Ruru and Sister Ma, he immediately went up to them and said with a very hearty smile, "You are just a small fish and her agent. What a pleasure to meet you. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to meet a big internet celebrity with 30 million fans in real life." Sister Ma also hurriedly walked up to the young man, shook hands with him, and said very humbly, "You must be Brother 9, right? I'm Ruru's manager, Ma Li. It's our honor to meet you. And I didn't expect the legendary Brother 9 to be so young and handsome. No wonder Ruru has been talking about you since you didn't watch our live broadcast these 2 days, right, Ruru?" Chapter 42 Hidden Identity. After hearing what Sister Ma said, Ruru frowned in disgust. However, when her eyes fell on Jiang Yuan who came to pick them up, her frown gradually relaxed and her eyes softened. The young man in front of me who calls himself Shicheng Joga not only looks very sunny, but also a little handsome. Jiang Yuan was wearing a gray and white sports sweatshirt and a pair of ordinary domestic sneakers today. He looked fresh and energetic. From the outside, he is just an ordinary sunny and cheerful boy, without any trace of the cynical rich second generation. At the same time, because of the system, Jiang Yuan not only acquired the physical fitness of the extreme level of an ordinary adult, but his body shape also turned into the legendary golden ratio body. The muscle lines on his body seemed to be carefully carved by an artist, with clear edges and corners and great beauty. Even through 2 layers of clothes, a small fish could feel the powerful explosive power hidden in Jiang Yuan. The most terrible thing is that Jiang Yuan's facial features are still very delicate. Although there is still some gap compared with those popular young handsome guys, he definitely has the appearance level of a school idol. After Ruru took a few glances at a boy like this who has both a great figure and good looks, she suddenly felt her cheeks getting hot and couldn't take her eyes off him. "What's wrong with you, Ruru?" Seeing Ruru staring at Jiang Yuan without saying a word, Sister Ma thought she was still in a bad mood, so she quickly pulled her clothes gently and urged her. "Brother Jiao has already driven over to pick us up, why don't you say hello to him?" Only after being pulled by Sister Ma did Ruru suddenly come back to her senses. But her face suddenly became even redder. Her 2 little feet were also scratching the soles of her shoes frantically, as if she wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment out of the soles. Song Euro, can you be more ambitious? You just met a handsome guy. Why are you so obsessed with him?" Ruru cursed herself in her heart. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she was still wearing a mask and sunglasses. If Brother 9 saw her infatuated look just now, she would be dead. Thinking of this, she quickly stretched out her white little hand to Jiang Yuan and said with a smile, "Hello, Brother 9. I'm a little fish. My real name is Song Euro. You can call me Xiao Yer or Ruru." Jiang Yuan and Ruru shook hands and said with a smile, "Since we have already met offline, we will be friends in real life from now on. I will call you Ruru like Sister Ma, is that okay? My name is Jiang Yuan, and they should be about the same age. Don't call me Brother 9, just call me by my name." "Okay, Brother Jiang Yuan." Ruru winked at Jiang Yuan in a playful manner. If she did this in the live broadcast room, it would definitely make the otakus watching the live broadcast feel fluttery and be completely captivated. It's a pity that she is outside now, and she is wearing a mask and sunglasses. Even Jiang Yuan can't see her cute and adorable appearance. After the 3 people introduced themselves to each other, Jiang Yuan loaded their luggage into the trunk and drove them directly to White Horse Manor. On the way to the high-speed railway station, Jiang Yuan had already called Manager Shin of the White Horse Manor and reserved the Bai Hai Chao Sheng private room. Therefore, when they arrived at the White Horse Manor, Manager Shin and the waiters were already waiting at the hotel entrance, awaiting their arrival. The scenery and luxurious decoration inside the Bai Hai Chao Sheng pavilion also amazed Song Euro and Mali. After the 3 of them sat down, Jiang Yuan ordered a few of the hotel's specialties, and then ordered a bottle of red wine worth more than 300,000 yuan. When Jiang Yuan ordered the bottle of red wine, his agent Mali was shocked. After all, it was agreed that they would treat everyone today, and a bottle of red wine that costs more than 300,000 yuan is far beyond their budget for treating everyone, and they simply cannot afford it. It was not until Jiang Yuan said that he would treat her to today's meal that Mali slowly gave way. But she still said a little embarrassedly, "Mr. Jiang is indeed the most famous rich man on the internet. He has great taste. Even the CEO of our agency may not have tasted such a good red wine. But we agreed to treat you to a meal today, but in the end, you had to spend the money. It's really unacceptable." "It's okay. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. I'm already very touched that Roro and Sister Ma came all the way from the Magic City to Linjiang to see me. How can I let you treat me to a meal? It's just a bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands, it's nothing. If you like it, I'll ask the catering department to send a few more bottles over later, and you can take them back and enjoy them slowly. This is so inappropriate. Molly refused verbally, but actually she was rubbing her hands together excitedly. A bottle of red wine that costs more than 300,000 yuan is already a high-end product with collection value. If I could really get a few bottles back from Zhang Yuan, even if I don't drink them, I could sell them and make a considerable income. You have to know that as an agent, her annual salary is only 4 or 500,000. For her, this can almost be considered a windfall. Rich people are different. They can give away red wine that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle as a gift. It's really inhumane. I heard from Roro that young Master Jiang is studying at a university in Linjiang. Molly then hurriedly asked Zhang Yuan. I wonder what young Master Zhang's family does. I've been working as a broker for many years. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to meet your father and mother. Zhang Yuan smiled disapprovingly and said. My parents are farmers who work on the land. They are not worth mentioning. You must have never met them, Sister Ma. Mr. Jiang is really good at joking. Sister Ma quickly laughed along with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was telling the truth, his parents were indeed farmers. But Mary doesn't think so. Is it possible for a farmer's child to give more than 20 million in tips to a female anchor in the live broadcast room? Is it possible to buy luxury cars and mansions worth hundreds of millions and give them to the female anchor? It seems that this young Master Jiang has no intention of revealing his true identity to them. But this is normal. As a senior agent who has been in the industry for many years, she has had a lot of contact with the second generation of rich people. From his experience, those second-generation rich people who spend their days drinking and partying, act arrogantly and domineeringly, and drive their sports cars out to show off on the streets at every turn, are often the lowest in the second-generation rich circle. The second generation of rich people who truly come from wealthy families are all very low-key, because their family businesses are too well-known and too large. Once something out of line is done, it can easily bring negative impact to the family business. Chapter 43, Please Be Her Boyfriend. And Zhang Yuan obviously falls into this category. After all, Zhang Yuan was really generous. Even the famous Principal Wang cannot compare with his work. If even Zhang Yuan is not considered a top-level rich second generation, then the concept of a top-level rich second generation does not exist in this world. However, Molly felt that Zhang Yuan's casual mention of his parents being farmers was definitely not groundless. Zhang Yuan's family business is most likely related to farming, otherwise he would not have said such a thing casually. In China, there is indeed a super enterprise that has made it into the Fortune Global 500 by relying on farming. But that company has a very deep official background. Could it be that Zhang Yuan is the son of that company? The more Molly thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. Otherwise, why would Zhang Yuan say that his parents were farmers? If this is true, then the wealthy family behind Zhang Yuan is no ordinary wealthy family. Thinking of this, Molly's attitude towards Zhang Yuan suddenly became more respectful. Unlike Molly, Song Yuro had been glancing at Zhang Yuan intentionally or unintentionally, sizing up Zhang Yuan's figure. Even when she brought up the bottle of red wine worth more than 300,000 yuan, her attention was still on Zhang Yuan, and she didn't take the wine seriously at all. As soon as the three of them entered the Bai Hai Chao Sheng pavilion, Zhang Yuan took off the sweatshirt he was wearing and left only a t-shirt. Without the cover of the hoodie, Zhang Yuan's muscular lines were clearly revealed, and the impact he brought to Song Yurua became stronger. After Sister Ma finished speaking, she immediately held up her chin, looked at Zhang Yuan in a somewhat infatuated manner, and asked Zhang Yuan. Brother Zhang Yuan, how do you usually work out? Your muscles look so natural and beautiful. Well, I don't really use any special methods. Zhang Yuan laughed dryly twice. The muscles on his body appeared naturally after he used the strengthening points of the super rich, and they were not something he trained himself. So he could only respond casually. Actually, I don't usually exercise. I was able to build muscles like this mainly because of some special reasons. What's the reason? Song Yuro blinked her big eyes and asked Zhang Yuan curiously. Well, it's a secret. Seeing Song Yuro's attitude of getting to the bottom of things, Zhang Yuan gave her a wicked smile and said, This is our Jiang family's exclusive secret, passed down to men but not women, and passed down to family members but not outsiders. If you want to know this secret, you must first become a member of our Jiang family. Jiang Yuan's words were obviously meant to tease Song Yuro. Song Yuro's pretty face turned red, she snorted angrily, and said half shyly and half angry. Brother Jiang Yuan, you are so annoying. You tease me with such words. Song Yuro is a cute beauty who is one in a million. Even if she stands there doing nothing, she still looks quite cute and innocent. Now, her eyes full of amorous feelings, half shy and half angry, are so adorable that it makes people's nose bleed. Even Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment, a little dazed. Molly, who was sitting next to her, was also a smart person. Seeing the situation between Song Yuro and Jiang Yuan, Song Yuro was not as resistant to Jiang Yuan as she was before they came to Jiang. So he hurriedly said to Jiang Yuan, Mr. Jiang, actually, we came to Linjiang this time. In addition to thanking you for the gift you gave me in Ruru's live broadcast room, we also have another thing to do. What's the matter? Molly's words brought Jiang Yuan back to his senses. He smiled at you, Mary, and said calmly, If I can help, just ask. After all, we are friends. Jiang Yuan had another thing in his mind that he didn't say, which was that if you are short of money, you can just tell him. He was worried about where to spend the 500 million yuan on his cell phone. You really can help me with this. Molly glanced at Song Yuro, then looked at Jiang Yuan, and said with a smile, We came here this time to ask you to be Ruru's boyfriend. What? Molly's words made Jiang Yuan feel a little choked. If there was wine in his mouth, he would spray it all over Mary's face. Are all the brokerage companies nowadays so shameless? In order to make money, would you even do something like pimping? Song Yuro on the side also quickly lowered her head, her heart becoming flustered. Hey, Mr. Jiang, don't get excited. Just listen to what I have to say. Molly laughed out loud, and said to Jiang Yuan with a beaming smile. What I meant by letting Ruru be your girlfriend is not really being your girlfriend, but letting you pretend to be a couple, and then filming videos online together in the name of a couple to promote each other. Master Jiang, you should also know that after yesterday's live broadcast, you have become a big star all over the internet. At this time, whatever you do can attract the attention of the entire internet. The commercial value contained in this is simply immeasurable. If you are willing to post videos online with our Ruru as a couple, with your fame and the traffic from our Ruru, we can definitely create a nationally famous online couple in a short period of time. By then, both you and our Ruru will benefit immensely from this. Yeah? Jiang Yuan responded disapprovingly. As Molly spoke, the shock on his face faded. A disdainful smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Sister Ma talks about endless benefits, you must mean that you can make a lot of money, right? But I'm not short of money. I can give away cars worth tens of millions and mansions worth hundreds of millions. So, what's the meaning of your so-called endless benefits to me? Having said that, Jiang Yuan suddenly sneered again. In other words, why should I use myself for publicity just for a little money? Jiang Yuan asked a very sharp question. And he was telling the truth. For others, becoming an internet celebrity that is followed by the entire network and then making a lot of money online may be a dream come true. But for him who has the system, money is a complete burden. He is busy spending money every day, and until now, he still has more than 500 million yuan in his account that has not been spent. How could one become an internet celebrity just to make money? Sister Ma, who made suggestions to Jiang Yuan, seemed to have guessed that Jiang Yuan would ask this question. She did not answer Jiang Yuan's question directly, but looked at Song Yuro beside her, then asked Jiang Yuan with a smile. I wonder what kind of girl Ruru is in Jiang Xiao's eyes. Chapter 44, Are you interested in hanging out with me? Very good. Jiang Yuan glanced at Song Yuro and said with a smile. She's pretty, cute, talented, and most importantly, has 30 million fans. If I say something bad about Ruru, I'll probably be criticized to death by her fans, right? After being praised by Jiang Yuan, Song Yuro, who had been keeping her head down, blushed again. Mary continued to ask with a smile. Then, wouldn't it be good for Ruru to be your girlfriend, Mr. Jiang? That's fine, but your so-called girlfriend is just a fake couple formed to stir up topics, not real. Jiang Yuan said with a bit of a smile. What's good about a fake girlfriend? Hey! I didn't expect that you, Mr. Jiang, are actually such a down-to-earth person. Looking at Jiang Yuan's confused expression, Sister Ma sighed speechlessly. She stood up, patted Song Yuro's shoulder gently, and said to her. Ro, I'm not in a position to talk about what's next, so you should talk to Master Jiang first. After saying this, she looked at the bottle of red wine worth more than 300,000 yuan with some reluctance, then left and went to the private room. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan and Song Yuro were the only ones left in the private room. What the hell, what are you doing? Just push Roro to me? Jiang Yuan was completely confused by Ma Li's action. Song Yuro, who was sitting opposite him, was also a little confused and didn't know what to say. At the same time, she was also madly complaining about Ma Li in her heart. Ma Li left her alone in the room, obviously wanting her to talk to Jiang Yuan about that matter on her own. But, she is a girl. Since Ma Li had no way to make this matter clear, she had no way of bringing it up to Jiang Yuan. She and Jiang Yuan have only met for less than an hour. You can't ask her to confess her feelings to Jiang Yuan right now, right? So what kind of person is she in Jiang Yuan's eyes? In fact, Song Yuro misunderstood Ma Li. Ma Li left her here alone not because she wanted her to confess her feelings to Jiang Yuan. Instead, she wanted Jiang Yuan to take this opportunity to do something else for her. Before leaving the room, she asked Jiang Yuan how he felt about Song Yuro, and said that Jiang Yuan was an honest man, which was actually a hint to Jiang Yuan. If Jiang Yuan was interested in Song Yuro, wouldn't he say something or do something to her while taking advantage of this opportunity to be alone? Song Yuro failed to understand what Ma Li meant, but Jiang Yuan did. He looked at the uneasy Song Yuro, and suddenly smiled and said, Ro, there is something I can discuss with you? What's going on? Song Yuro's heart was in a mess at this moment. When she suddenly heard Jiang Yuan's voice, she trembled violently like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing her panic-stricken look, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, I plan to set up a new live broadcast platform in the next few days. Are you interested in joining? Song Yuro, who was originally thinking about how to tell Jiang Yuan about company matters, was stunned after hearing Jiang Yuan's words. She raised her head and asked Jiang Yuan in confusion. Brother Jiang Yuan, you are kidding, right? Are you planning to start a live streaming platform? How? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and asked. Do you think I don't have the ability? No. Song Yuro waved her hands quickly and said somewhat at a loss. I just feel that what you said was too sudden. I can't accept it. After all, opening a live broadcast platform is not a trivial matter. It's really not a small matter. Jiang Yuan smiled with ease. But as long as the funds are in place, it won't be a difficult matter. So, are you interested in developing a business here? Seeing Jiang Yuan's serious expression, Song Yuro suddenly hesitated. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Of course, whether you are willing to come to my place or not, I still have to tell you about the treatment I can give you. I will start building a live streaming platform in the next 2 days. By then, I can either build a new live streaming platform or acquire a mature platform for operation. Because this matter is just an idea right now, and you are a big anchor with your own traffic, so if you are willing to join, you can join as a company veteran. In the early stage, the company will definitely use all its main resources on you to further expand your traffic. In addition to being able to get your own share of the live broadcast, you can also participate in the dividends when the company makes a profit. I will run this company under the name of the female anchor Nana. If nothing goes wrong, Nana will also be the CEO of this company. At that time, I can probably give you 20% of the original shares. Is that okay? After listening to Jiang Yuan's words, Song Yuro fell completely silent. The conditions Jiang Yuan offered her could really be said to be very good. Although she was trained by her current agency, the company did not treat her well and has been exploiting her commercial value. Otherwise, she wouldn't be forced to do such a ridiculous thing as being a couple with Jiang Yuan. At the same time, judging from what Jiang Yuan said, Jiang Yuan must have been planning to create a live streaming platform for a long time. Otherwise, his thinking wouldn't be so clear. Song Yuro even suspected that the live broadcast that Jiang Yuan did yesterday that exploded the entire internet was not a wasteful act that he did on a whim. It was deliberately hyped up in order to create momentum for the new live streaming platform. Now Jiang Yuan has become the most famous rich man on the entire internet. If he announced at this time that he wanted to create a live streaming platform, it would definitely attract the attention of the entire network again. By then, in terms of popularity alone, Jiang Yuan's live broadcast platform will be able to compete with several other first-tier live broadcast platforms. Come to think of it, no matter how rich a tycoon is, he can't just give away a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars for no reason. Moreover, he and the female anchor Nana should have known each other for a long time. Otherwise, there are so many female anchors on the entire internet, why did he choose Nana alone? If everything was really as she thought, then her previous impression of Jiang Yuan was completely wrong. Jiang Yuan is not only not a second-generation rich man who spends money without restraint, but he is also a business genius with great business acumen and an excellent understanding of operations. Jiang Yuan's recruitment of her is also a great opportunity for her to get rid of her current company and develop her own career. How is it, my beautiful lady? Seeing that Song Yuro remains silent, Jiang Yuan asked her again. Are you interested in joining my live streaming platform and following me? Looking at Jiang Yuan's sincere eyes, Song Yuro subconsciously wanted to agree. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she suddenly thought of another thing. Then he hesitated again. Chapter 45 I'll help you solve it. I'm sorry, Jiang Yuan. After hesitating for a while, Song Yuro said helplessly. I may not be able to leave my current company, nor go to your new platform. Why? Song Yuro's answer did not surprise Jiang Yuan too much. After all, it was quite sudden for him to propose to build a live broadcast platform at this time. Moreover, Ruru is already a big anchor with 30 million fans on the original platform. It is indeed not realistic to ask people to give up their original company and platform and switch to his company just because he says so casually. So Jiang Yuan smiled and said, if you are worried that I am writing you a bad check, we can ask a lawyer to come and sign an agreement. Or if you are worried that I may not be able to build this platform and it is too early to talk about this now, then we can wait for a while and talk about it again. It won't be too late for you to consider it after I have built the platform. No. Brother Jiang Yuan, I'm not worried about that. Song Yuro shook her head and said sadly. Although we have known each other for a short time, I believe in you. Since you can tell me all this, you will definitely be able to build the platform. I also believe that you will never lie to me. I cannot accept your invitation because of other reasons. What's the reason? Jiang Yuan smiled gently at Song Yuro and said, would you mind telling me about it? After hesitating for a while, Song Yuro gritted her teeth and said to Jiang Yuan, I was trained by my current agency. When I first entered the industry, I signed a contract with the agency. I had to work for this agency for 10 years before I could leave. I could only live stream on this platform. Otherwise, I would have to pay the agency $50 million in liquidated damages. I have been in this company for 5 years, and there are still 5 years before the contract expires. If I ask to leave now, the agency will definitely not agree. But I don't have that much money to compensate them, so... Understood. Jiang Yuan nodded. He had heard before that many economic companies nowadays would sign contracts with young girls who wanted to become internet celebrities at extremely low prices in order to make money. Then they are packaged and put on designated platforms to test the waters to see who has the potential to become popular, and then those girls who have the potential to become popular are trained intensively. Before signing those girls, the agencies often have promotion agreements with the live streaming platforms, requiring them to only broadcast live on designated platforms. At the same time, the platforms will provide them with some promotion resources at a relatively low price. Once those girls with potential become popular, the management companies will continue to exploit their value and make money from them. Once they become out of fashion, the company will shelve them and promote another wave of newcomers. Generally speaking, the anchors who come out of such companies may be very popular, but they cannot make much money because basically all the money they earn is taken away by the company. It is also difficult to change jobs, as the company will sign a super long-term service agreement with them when they are no longer popular. If they dare to change jobs, they will have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. This factory-like model of cultivating internet celebrities was introduced from a trainee company in South Korea. The internet celebrities in this kind of company may look glamorous, but in fact they are the targets of exploitation by the company and the tools used by the company to make profits. They do not have a high status in the company. Now it seems that Song Yuro is the representative of this type of internet celebrity. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan smiled at Song Yuro and said, give me your account number. Maybe I can help you solve this problem. Song Yuro was stunned for a moment after hearing Jiang Yuan's words. But he still took out his cell phone and sent one of his bank card account numbers to Jiang Yuan. After Jiang Yuan received the account number, he took out his mobile phone and operated it. In less than 2 minutes, Song Yuro received a transfer message. Dear user, your bank card with the last number 2521 has received a transfer of 70 million yuan. The current balance is 70,052,315.12 yuan. When Song Euro saw the transfer information, she was stunned. Her hand holding the phone also began to tremble. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Yuan actually transferred 70 million to her? This is 70 million. Is she dreaming? Brother Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? Didn't you say you owed the company 50 million in liquidated damages? Jiang Yuanyun smiled calmly and said, I paid for you. The extra 20 million is pocket money I'm giving you to show my sincerity. Of course, if your current company makes things difficult for you and asks you to pay for other expenses, you can also use this money to pay them. If 70 million is not enough, just call me and I'll help you solve it. Brother Jiang Yuan. After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, Song Euro's eyes turned red and tears gradually welled up. Her body began to tremble slightly because of excitement. Seeing Song Euro suddenly become like this, Jiang Yuan, who was somewhat confused, immediately stood up and walked to her side, wanting to comfort her. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked to Song Euro's side, Song Euro suddenly threw herself into his arms, hugged his waist tightly with her arms, and burst into tears in his arms. Fuck, what the hell is going on here? The sudden hug completely stunned Jiang Yuan. His 2 hands were also hanging in the air, not knowing where to put them. But Song Euro didn't care about that. She lay in Jiang Yuan's arms and cried without thinking. Before long, her tears soaked Jiang Yuan's clothes. Just now, Jiang Yuan transferred 70 million yuan to her account and said those words to her. The grievances that had accumulated deep in Song Euro's heart for many years finally burst out. Her family background is not good. Her parents divorced, leaving her and her 3 younger sisters to live their own lives. In order to allow her 3 younger sisters to go to school, she dropped out of high school at the age of 15 and went to Shanghai to sing with her aunt. With her petite and cute appearance and sweet singing voice, she was quickly discovered by an economic company, and within a few years, she was trained to become a big internet celebrity with more than 30 million fans. Chapter 46. Do you have a girlfriend? But what is the reality? In the eyes of others, she is a very popular internet celebrity. In the eyes of the company, she is just a tool to make money. Not only is the income low, but one also has to deal with all kinds of unreasonable demands from the company. Even things like dating have to obey the company's arrangements. However, the worst thing is not just this. After she became an internet celebrity, her parents, whom she had not seen for many years, suddenly showed up and claimed that they had lost their ability to work. They demanded a sky-high pension from her, otherwise they would expose her on the internet and make it impossible for her to survive on the internet. The aunt who brought her to Shanghai also began to ask her for money in various ways, asking her to repay the so-called favor of support. After her live broadcast income and advertising income were taken away by the company, there was actually very little left for her. At the same time, in order for her 3 younger sisters to go to school in Shanghai, she paid a high price and sent them to private schools. How could she have money left for her parents and aunt? Faced with the parents and aunt who came to make trouble, the company ignored it on the grounds that it was her family affair. I just warned her not to let her parents and aunt make a big deal out of it and affect her popularity. Otherwise, she will be sued for breach of contract and asked to pay 50 million yuan in liquidated damages. In order to continue living, she can only endure again and again, submit to the company's demands, and satisfy the requests of her parents and aunt as much as possible. She was like a lonely boat drifting in a storm, not knowing when the rain would stop and the sky would clear up. I don't even know when we can reach the shore. But just now, Jiang Yuan transferred 70 million to her without even thinking about it. And he said such words to her. From childhood to adulthood, she has never felt as safe as she does now. She had never felt such tenderness coming from Jiang Yuan. She felt that Jiang Yuan was her life-saving straw, and once she grabbed him, she would never want to let go. Song Euro cried in Jiang Yuan's arms for a long time, until her makeup was smudged. Finally, she vented all the grievances that had accumulated in her heart for all these years. After her emotions gradually stabilized, Song Euro slowly raised her head. Seeing Jiang Yuan looking at her with a smile on his face, Song Euro realized that something was wrong, and her pretty face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple, dripping with blood. In a panic, she buried her head in Jiang Yuan's arms again. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan said with a smile, "Beauty, even if I'm handsome, you can't just stay in my arms and not get up, right? If you do this again, I'll charge you." Brother Jiang Yuan, you are hateful. After hearing this, Song Euro spat softly, then broke free from Jiang Yuan's arms with a red face. However, when she thought about how she had just hugged Jiang Yuan, Song Yuro felt embarrassed again. She didn't know how to face Jiang Yuan and wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Seeing that Song Yuro was too embarrassed to speak, Jiang Yuan suddenly smiled helplessly. He subconsciously put his hand on Song Yuro's head and gently rubbed her little head. Song Yuro, who was originally feeling extremely ashamed and angry, trembled slightly. Then she raised her head and looked at Jiang Yuan with her two beautiful big eyes without blinking, her eyes full of stars. Jiang Yuan smiled very gently at Song Yuro and said, "It seems that you have suffered a lot of grievances before. Don't worry, when you come to my place in the future, I dare not say that I will let you make a lot of money, but at least I will not let you suffer any grievances." Song Yuro nodded firmly. Suddenly her face darkened, and she raised her head again, and said to Jiang Yuan in a somewhat awkward tone, "Brother Jiang Yuan, can I ask you a question?" Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and said, "What's the problem?" That female anchor Nana. Is she your girlfriend?" After hearing Song Yuro's question, Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he said with a bit of a smile, "No. We are just ordinary classmates, far from being boyfriend and girlfriend." "Oh." Song Yuro breathed a sigh of relief. Then he blushed and asked, "So, do you have a girlfriend?" "For now, no." Jiang Yuan sighed and said, "I had a girlfriend for 5 years before, but she thought I was poor and ran off with a rich second-generation guy on Valentine's Day 2 days ago. So now I am a typical single dog." Upon hearing what Jiang Yuan said, Song Yuro was suddenly a little dumbfounded. "Your ex-girlfriend despises you for being poor? Brother Jiang Yuan, are you kidding me? Your ex-girlfriend must be very rich to have the right to despise you for being poor." There was no flattery in Song Yuro's words, they came completely from the heart. After all, since the day she met Jiang Yuan has always been an image of a super-rich second generation, and his spending has become more and more generous. For ordinary people, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of sums of money are astronomical figures. To Jiang Yuan, it was just like a few or dozens of dollars of pocket money. He could just throw it away without feeling any pain at all. If even people like this are considered poor, then what kind of people can be called rich? Jiang Yuan shook his head bitterly and said, "Alas. Actually, I was very poor before. I had to deliver food for a month to buy her a decent phone. Unfortunately, she thought that I could never buy a house and give her happiness by delivering food, so she broke up with me. It was only after I broke up with her that I became rich." "I see." Song Yuro was a very smart girl. Looking at Jiang Yuan's somewhat sad expression, she immediately realized that Jiang Yuan must have suffered a lot in his last relationship. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan, who was always sunny and gentle, would never show such an expression. So she nodded obediently and stopped asking this question. However, at this moment, she has made up her mind. Song Yuro absolutely did not believe what Jiang Yuan said, that his ex-girlfriend broke up with him because she disliked him for being poor. But no matter why Jiang Yuan's ex-girlfriend left Jiang Yuan, in Song Yuro's eyes, she was just a fool. A man like Jiang Yuan, who is handsome, rich, business-savvy, and secure, is simply the perfect boyfriend you can't find even with a lantern. And what about Jiang Yuan's ex-girlfriend? After dating Jiang Yuan for 5 years, she actually let Jiang Yuan run away. Such a woman is so stupid. But Jiang Yuan's ex-girlfriend may be stupid, but she can't be stupid. Chapter 47, Do you have an office building? Since Jiang Yuan doesn't have a girlfriend now, and I decided to follow Jiang Yuan, then why can't I be Jiang Yuan's girlfriend? Of course, a man as outstanding as Jiang Yuan must have a lot of girls around him, and the competition must be fierce. But it doesn't matter. She had followed her aunt on the road when she was 15 years old. She had met so many men and she knew too well what men were thinking. As long as she is willing to work hard, with her understanding of men's psychology and her beauty, she can definitely become Jiang Yuan's official girlfriend. After putting Jiang Yuan's ex-girlfriend aside, the two of them started talking about their next plans. According to the agency's schedule, Song Yuro was supposed to have a one-night stand in Linjiang. But after receiving the 70 million yuan from Jiang Yuan, she no longer had the heart to spend the night here. She just wanted to get back to the company and terminate her contract with it. Then he returned to Linjiang and didn't go anywhere else, staying by Jiang Yuan's side. Zhang Yuan also decided that after meeting Zhao Na tomorrow, he would take Zhao Na to buy an office building and reserve the office space for the live broadcast platform first. After Song Yuro returns to Lin Jiang, he will buy her a house, and then go to register a company with Zhao Na and Song Yuro to officially start operations. As for whether Zhao Na and Song Yuro can operate the business and make money, these are not within his consideration at all. After all, the purpose of building this live broadcast platform was to burn money. He would rather Zhao Na and Song Yuro pay for it with their lives, the more the better. After deciding on the next things to do, the official business was finished. Zhang Yuan and Song Yuro tasted the delicious food of Cheval Blanc Manor together. About 10 minutes later, Molly also came back from outside the private room. Before coming back, she was still worried that Song Yuro would be embarrassed and not tell Zhang Yuan about what the company had assigned her. But Zhang Yuan and Song Yuro seemed to be talking and laughing, having a very pleasant conversation. Moreover, the look in Song Yuro's eyes when she looked at Zhang Yuan became different from before, with a hint of tenderness. Mary suddenly felt that things were probably about done. So she put the company's affairs aside and concentrated on tasting the red wine Zhang Yuan ordered. Half an hour later, they had almost finished the ordered food and the three of them were full and satisfied. Zhang Yuan paid the bill, said hello to Song Yuro and Molly, and left the hotel before them. After Zhang Yuan left, Molly wanted to go to the hotel front desk to check in, but Song Yuro stopped her directly. "No need to check in, Sister Ma," Song Yuro said lightly. "Let's go back to the Magic City directly. There's no need to stay here." When Molly heard this, she asked Song Yuro with a look of surprise. "Has young Master Jiang agreed to our plan?" "No," Song Yuro said. "What?" When Mary heard this, her face suddenly fell, and she shouted at Song Yuro angrily. "Since young Master Jiang didn't agree, then why were you talking and laughing with him just now? Roru, do you know how important this matter is to you and our company? If you can't take young Master Jiang down, you will. My traffic will continue to decline, and I will be abandoned by the company, and the company will use its main resources to recruit newcomers. Finally, I will be completely hidden by the company, right?" Song Yuro looked at Molly and said slowly. "It doesn't matter. Just hide me from the company and promote other newcomers." You are not crazy, Roru? How can you say such a thing?" Mary stared at Song Yuro in a daze, somewhat unable to believe her ears. "If you are hidden, how can you make money? Your three younger sisters' tuition alone is nearly 1 million a year. If you don't work as an anchor, how can you support them in school? You don't have to worry about this," Song Yuro said expressionlessly. "I have already made an agreement with Brother Zhang Yuan. I plan to terminate my contract with the company and join Brother Zhang Yuan's live broadcast platform. Brother Zhang Yuan will help me solve these problems." "Jiang? Young Master Jiang?" Mary was completely dumbfounded. "Master Jiang has a live streaming platform? How come I don't know about it?" "You'll know soon enough." "Then, what about your penalty fee?" Mary shouted again. "The contract you signed with the company will not expire for another 5 years. If you leave now, you will have to pay the company 50 million yuan in liquidated damages. Brother Zhang Yuan will also take care of this for me," Song Yuro responded. She said as she packed her things. After she packed her things, she left the hotel without caring about Molly, who was standing there in a daze. After Zhang Yuan left the hotel, he first returned the Maybach he was driving to Yuliang, and then took a taxi back to school. On the way back to school, his mind was busy as he kept thinking about the plan of starting a live broadcast platform. Now, Song Yuro has made it clear that within 2 days, Song Yuro will come to Linjiang and become the mainstay of the new live broadcast platform. As for Zhao Na, since Zhao Na is willing to come out and meet him, the probability of her agreeing to his proposal should be quite high. The next thing to do is to choose an office space and register the company. With Zhang Yuan's current financial resources, he would definitely choose to directly buy a few floors of the office building and use them for office use. When it comes to buying an office building, Zhang Yuan thought of someone he knew well. So he took out his cell phone and called the man directly. The busy tone sounded 3 times before the call was connected. The person on the other end of the phone shouted to Zhang Yuan excitedly. "Brother, you called me. Do you have time to teach me boxing? What kind of fists and kicks are you talking about? I'm here to talk to you about something serious." The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Yuan Bo, who, after being beaten up by Zhang Yuan, shamelessly insisted on leaving Zhang Yuan as his big brother. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Yuan Bo smiled and said, "What could be more serious than teaching me how to fight? Don't talk nonsense to me. Most things in this world are more serious than teaching you how to fight." Zhang Yuan cursed angrily, then asked, "Aren't you a real estate developer? Does your company have any ready-made, decent office buildings? I plan to buy a few floors." "Office building?" Yuan Bo on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then asked Zhang Yuan, "Brother, why are you buying an office building? Are you planning to start a company?" "You guessed it right," Zhang Yuan said. "Didn't the live broadcast I did at Tang Wangen's house a few days ago go viral? I want to take advantage of this popularity and create a live broadcast platform. Maybe I can compete with Douyin and Kuaishou, which are both very popular now, and get a piece of their pie." Chapter 48 Panda TV. "No way, bro!" Yuan Bo screamed and asked in disbelief. "You want to build a live streaming platform, and you want to compete with Douyin and Kuaishou? This is no small matter. If you want to build a live streaming platform to the same scale as Douyin and Kuaishou, you have to spend a lot of money. It's simply a bottomless pit. The money-burning issue is not a problem," Zhang Yuan said disapprovingly. "The question now is, do you have a good office building? If you do, take me to have a look. If not, I'll go find someone else." "I'm sorry, brother, we really don't have such a thing as an office building," Yuan Bo sighed and said. "We mainly develop residential buildings. We generally don't touch commercial projects like office buildings, which require high development costs and long transfer cycles. You have to find a company that specializes in developing office buildings." "Okay," Zhang Yuan responded with some disappointment, and then prepared to hang up the phone. At this time, Yuan Bo continued, "Brother, if you really want to start a live streaming platform, I have an existing platform that I can introduce to you. This platform is quite famous, but due to poor management, it is about to file for bankruptcy. If you can take over this platform, you don't have to build it yourself, you can just continue to operate it." "Oh?" Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked Yuan Bo, "Which platform are you talking about? Have I heard of it?" "Panda TV." Yuan Bo Deo. It was the platform that Principal Wang had set up before. Principal Wang was the major shareholder of the platform at that time, and he also worked with several other people in the industry. Later, the platform's performance was not good, so Principal Wang withdrew his investment. The platform also changed several bosses, and finally fell into the hands of one of my brothers. Yuan Bo said this and sighed again. "My brother is also unlucky. He is a second-generation rich kid who knows nothing except drinking, picking up girls, and going clubbing. How can he run a live streaming platform? After he took over the platform, he basically did nothing except robbing a few female anchors on the platform. The platform is getting worse and worse. My brother has fallen out with his family because of his overseas study, and his family has cut off his financial support. He has no money now, and no way to support that broken platform anymore. I estimate that the platform will go bankrupt in just 1 or 2 months. Brother, if you want, I can take you to meet my brother. The department structure and administrative team of that platform are still complete, and they also own their own office building. It's easier to have such a ready-made framework than to build it yourself. As for the cost, you just need to give my brother a symbolic amount of money, okay, brother?" After Yuan Bo finished speaking, Zhang Yuan immediately lowered his chin and began to ponder. He must have heard of Panda TV, which mainly broadcasts game live. When former Principal Wan launched Panda TV this year, it caused quite a stir in China. Moreover, the platform operated quite well in the beginning, and its valuation once soared to 4 billion yuan. It's just that Principal Wang invested too much in the training of professional teams, causing the platform to run out of money. After Principal Wang's team won a league championship and fulfilled his dream of becoming a professional player, the platform completely failed. Unexpectedly, the once popular Panda TV is now in the hands of Yuan Bo's friends. There is one thing that Yuan Bo said that is not wrong. If he could take over Panda TV, it would definitely be much easier than building a new live streaming platform from scratch. Moreover, Panda TV is quite well known, which will bring many benefits to its future operations. Let's do this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said directly, "Ask your brother if he's free the day after tomorrow and if he can come out and meet me. If everything is suitable, I can buy his Panda TV." "Okay, big brother." When Yuan Bo heard this, he immediately shouted excitedly. With your words, my brother can be saved. He is now staying at home every day and can't even go out. He is almost useless. He will definitely have time to meet you. Okay, let's put it this way. Just give me a reply when you have news. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone after saying that. By this time he had also arrived at the school, so he got off the bus and returned to the dormitory. Zhang Yuan returned to the dormitory, chatted with his friends and played with his phone, and another day passed. At around 3 p.m. the next day, Zhang Yuan took a taxi to the community where Zhao Na lived and met her. Zhao Na dressed up carefully today, and she looked like a lotus flower emerging from water, delicate and beautiful. Her whole state was different from the previous 2 days, and she seemed a little shy. He kept his head down, not daring to look Zhang Yuan in the eye. Although he didn't understand why Zhao Na suddenly became like this, Zhang Yuan didn't want to ask about girls' affairs. So she drove the nanny car directly to the school. In the nanny car, Zhang Yuan was driving attentively while Zhao Na was sitting in the passenger seat. She would glance at Zhang Yuan from the corner of her eye from time to time, as if she was worried about something. After a while, she mustered up her courage and asked Zhang Yuan cautiously. Student Zhang Yuan, where are we going to eat today? Can we just find a small restaurant near the school? Zhang Yuan glanced at Zhao Na and said with a smile. I was originally planning to take you to Cheval Blanc Manor, but something special happened today so I can't go there, and I might have to ask you to do me a favor. Something special? Zhao Na was slightly stunned. What's going on? Is it related to setting up a live streaming platform? That's not the case. Zhang Yuan shook his head and sighed. It's my ex-girlfriend. I had a girlfriend for 5 years, but because she thought I was poor, she found a rich second-generation guy and cheated on me a few days ago on Valentine's Day. These days, she saw that I was rich, so she wanted to get back together with me, but I didn't want to get back together with her. Then she told me yesterday that she wanted to treat me to a final meal, which would be considered a formal breakup. I thought that after all, we had been together for 5 years, so I agreed. At this point, Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, So I may need you to pretend to be my girlfriend later, so that my ex-girlfriend will completely give up, which can be considered as doing me a favor. Ah. When Zhao Na heard this, her eyes suddenly widened. She became even more panicked. Chapter 49 Zhang Yuan is sincere. I've never pretended to be someone else's girlfriend. Zhao Na said in a panic. What if I don't act well and get exposed? Fine. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and said. I asked you to pretend to be my girlfriend just to make her give up. It doesn't matter even if she finds out. Anyway, I won't be with her anymore. Oh well. Zhao Na nodded gently, but she had a different feeling in her heart. Yesterday morning, Zhang Yuan sent him a message, wanting to ask her out for dinner and chat about setting up a live streaming platform based on the current popularity of the two of them. Zhao Na didn't reply to Zhang Yuan until noon. She told Zhang Yuan that the reason she replied so late was because she was in the hospital accompanying her mother for radiotherapy and had no time. That's not actually the case. She told Enchi that Zhang Yuan asked her out and asked for her opinion. As the head of Linjiang University's student union, and she asked someone about Zhang Yuan after returning from Zhao Na's rental house that night. They originally thought that a rich second generation like Zhang Yuan must be a celebrity in the college. But the results of their inquiries surprised them. Zhang Yuan is not only not a prominent figure, he is even a nobody with no sense of existence. The head of the student union of Zhang Yuan's college, although he is in the same class as Zhang Yuan, has no impression of him at all. The head of the college student union looked around for people and finally found Zhang Yuan. But the Zhang Yuan they inquired about and the Zhang Yuan Zhao Na knew seemed to be completely different people. According to the description I got, Zhang Yuan is an ordinary college student with ordinary family conditions, ordinary looks, and ordinary abilities in all aspects. He has a girlfriend whom he has been dating for 5 years. They seem to have a good relationship, but in fact Zhang Yuan is just a bootlicker for that girl. That girl had been hooking up with Liu Yujie from the Foreign Affairs College for a long time, but Zhang Yuan didn't even know about it. He even went out to deliver takeout every day and bought that girl a mobile phone. Sure enough, on Valentine's Day, Zhang Yuan was kicked by that girl. After hearing these descriptions about Zhang Yang, Enchi and Zhao Na were both very surprised. Zhang Yuan delivers takeout and buys a mobile phone for his girlfriend? How is this possible? Zhang Yuan is the kind of person who can give away luxury cars worth more than 100 million and luxury houses worth more than 300 million without even blinking an eye. How could he possibly deliver food just to buy a cell phone for a girl? If the person who inquired about the news had not reported Zhang Yuan's photo and student number, Zhao Na and she would never have believed that the Zhang Yuan they both knew was the same person. However, after Angel's analysis, I think this is possible. They had analyzed before why Zhang Yuan fell in love with Zhao Na. Isn't it because Zhao Na doesn't worship money? This shows that not worshipping money is a very important quality in Zhang Yuan's view when choosing a partner. He would probably pretend to be poor in school in order to find a girl with these qualities. In the end, he still failed. His girlfriend of 5 years left him in the end because he was not rich enough. This is probably why Zhang Yuan was like crazy, giving gifts to others on the live streaming platform. If everything is really as they thought, then it means that Zhang Yuan is a very good person. As a wealthy second generation, in order to find true love, he was willing to hide his identity and even condescend to deliver takeout, using the money he earned from delivering takeout to buy a mobile phone for his girlfriend. Such qualities are definitely not something that an ordinary rich second generation can possess. As for the fact that Zhang Yuan sent a message to Zhao Na and wanted to set up a live broadcast platform in Zhao Na's name, it is easier to explain. And she had said before that the biggest obstacle between Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na was not anything else but family background. For a super rich second generation like Zhang Yuan, his family must be very strict when it comes to his marriage partner. Not to mention that Zhao Na is just a small and unknown anchor. Even if she were a top female star, Zhang Yuan's parents probably wouldn't look down on her. So if the two of them want to be together, at least Zhao Na cannot be a female anchor. Zhang Yuan wanted to build on the popularity of the two of them and show her about a live streaming platform. Isn't that helping her career? If Zhao Na can really make Zhang Yuan's live broadcast platform a success, wouldn't it be possible for her to prove to Zhang Yuan's parents that she is worthy of Zhang Yuan? By doing this, Zhang Yuan is clearing obstacles for their future. This also indirectly shows that Zhang Yuan really likes her and is not just playing around with her. Since Zhang Yuan is so sincere, why hesitate about establishing a live broadcast platform? So Zhao Na agreed under Anchi's suggestion. It was for this reason that when Zhao Na saw Zhang Yuan again today, she was a completely different person. She really didn't expect that Zhang Yuan liked her so much and was willing to consider so much and do so much for her. This made Zhao Na feel a kind of warmth, a warmth that she had never felt from any man since she was a child. Especially when she heard that Zhang Yuan wanted her to pretend to be his girlfriend, Zhao Na became more convinced that Zhang Yuan treated her sincerely. Zhang Yuan asked her to meet his ex-girlfriend, most likely just to let her witness with her own eyes that he and her had broken up. This touched Zhao Na deeply. She felt that perhaps Zhang Yuan was the hero she had been waiting for, the one who could save her from the dire straits. However, because of this thought, she became more and more afraid to look Zhang Yuan in the eye. My heart became more and more flustered. Zhang Yuan, who was driving, had no idea that in just over a day, Zhao Na had asked someone about her and had imagined so many things about him. He saw that Zhao Na looked flustered. I thought Zhao Na became like this because she was nervous about pretending to be his girlfriend. Therefore, he smiled at Zhao Na very gently and said, "It's okay, don't be nervous. If you don't know what to do later, just sit next to me and keep quiet. For a breakup dinner, no one will sit down and eat seriously. They will just say a few words and then the relationship will be over. After we finish this, let's find a small restaurant. I will also report to you on the progress of the live broadcast platform." Chapter 50 Abnormal. No. Zhao Na quickly waved to Zhang Yuan and said with a red face, "Just decide on the live streaming platform. I trust you." "That won't work. After the platform is established, you will be the CEO. You should be fully aware of every aspect of the platform." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Otherwise, how can you manage the platform well?" Okay then." Zhao Na nodded, but she was still very nervous. Although she was particularly touched that Zhang Yuan opened a live broadcast platform for her. But she is just a part-time female anchor who hasn't even graduated from college. She knows nothing about company management and platform operations. Can she really operate the platform Zhang Yuan gave her well? Thinking of this, Zhao Na raised her head again and asked Zhang Yuan weakly, "By the way, Zhang Yuan, I have a good friend who is a member of our school's student union. She is very capable in all aspects. Can I invite her to our live broadcast platform to help me?" At this point, Zhao Na said a little embarrassedly, After all, I have never had any experience in running a company. If I were to manage the company alone, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to manage it well and the company would fail. No problem. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan agreed without thinking. You will be the CEO of the platform in the future. You can hire anyone you want without my approval. This is really thank you. Zhang thanked Zhang Yuan and felt even more moved. It seems that when Zhang Yuan said that he wanted her to be the CEO of the future live broadcast platform, he was neither trying to coax her nor asking her to be a short-term CEO. But I really intend to entrust the platform to her. Zhang Yuan is the kind of person who can spend tens or even hundreds of millions on buying a car or a house. This time he said he would build a live streaming platform, and I'm afraid he would have to invest several hundred million again. No matter how rich a person is, his money doesn't come from the wind. Zhang Yuan handed over such a huge industry to himself. What a trust this is. Zhao Na made up her mind. If Zhang Yuan really built a live streaming platform and really let her be the CEO of the platform, she must run the platform well with Anqi and never let Zhang Yuan down. After chatting about this, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na came to school chatting and laughing, then found a random cafe near the school and sat there waiting for news from Tang Lu. At around 5 in the afternoon, Tang Lu finally sent Zhang Yuan a location. It is a small restaurant called Lawu Grilled Fish located nearly 10 kilometers north of the school. Since Zhang Yuan's school is located in the suburbs, the location of the restaurant Tang Lu sent is already considered to be in the far suburbs of Linjiang City, almost out of the jurisdiction of Linjiang City. After Tang Lu sent the location, she added, I've already chosen the restaurant, let's go here. If I remember correctly, the first time you treated me to a meal, we had barbecue. The barbecue here tastes great, so I'll treat you again, so that we can end on a good note. After reading the message sent by Tang Lu, Zhang Yuan felt a little sad. Unexpectedly, after so much time, Tang Lu still remembered what they had for dinner the first time he invited her to dinner. But what's the use of this? If she had known this would happen, why would she have been so heartless when she went to find Lu Yujie? After feeling sad, Zhang Yuan took Zhao Na out of the cafe, got into the nanny car, and drove to the location Tang Lu had sent them. There is no evening rush hour in the suburbs, so they arrived at the restaurant located on WeChat in less than 20 minutes. Zhang Yuan found a place to park the nanny car, and then got out of the car with Zhao Na. However, as soon as he got off the car, he felt something was wrong. The restaurant that Tang Lu sent him was located next to the provincial road. There were no villages, communities, or factories around it. There was only an abandoned construction site and an unfinished building. It was a completely desolate place. Moreover, the restaurant sign was tattered, and the words Lawu Grilled Fish had become blurred due to weathering. The whole restaurant looked like it had been abandoned for a long time and did not look like a normal business place. Student Zhang Yuan. Zhao Na, who was with Zhang Yuan, looked around and asked Zhang Yuan with some fear. Are we in the wrong place? Is your ex-girlfriend really going to treat you to a meal here? Zhang Yuan frowned and said nothing. Then he took Zhao Na's hand and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Tang Lu suddenly walked out of the Lawu Grilled Fish shop. When Tang Lu saw Zhao Na beside Zhang Yuan, the corners of her eyes twitched and the look she gave Zhang Yuan became somewhat vicious. She snorted softly and said to Zhang Yuan coldly, That's right, Zhang Yuan. Now that you have money, you are really different from before. You can change your girlfriend every 2 or 3 days. The one who was by your side 2 days ago was Lin Jiajia. How come it became someone else so quickly? Lin Jiajia? After Tang Lu finished speaking, Zhao Na, who was standing next to Zhang Yuan, was stunned for a moment. If she remembered correctly, Lin Jiajia seemed to be the school belle of their Linjiang University, right? And it seems like he's from Zhang Yuan's school. Could it be that there is an unclear relationship between Zhang Yuan and Lin Jiajia? After hearing Tang Lu's words, Zhang Yuan snorted with disdain, and then said, Come on, Tang Lu. Lin Jiajia and I are just friends. It's not as bad as you think. Besides, we are just ordinary classmates now. No matter who I am with, it has nothing to do with you. If you can't stand it, then don't eat today's meal. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he was about to take Zhao Na away. Seeing this, Tang Lu hurriedly said, No, now that you're here, why don't you eat today's meal before you leave? You can't be a multi-millionaire who can't even eat the food that ordinary people like us eat, right? After Tang Lu finished speaking, she ignored Zhang Yuan and turned directly into the Lawu barbecue restaurant. Zhang Yuan frowned when he saw this. Like Zhao Na, he felt that this place was very unusual as soon as he got off the car. A restaurant opened in such a desolate place, who is it planning to sell food to? Passing ghosts? Now, Tang Lu looks so weird again. Is there really a ghost here? Thinking of this, he patted Zhao Na's shoulder gently and said to her, I feel like today's matter is not simple. Don't come in with me later. Just wait for me in the car. I want to see what my ex-girlfriend is up to. Chapter 51. Who's got a problem with his brain? Then, you have to be careful. Zhao Na said with some concern. Don't worry. Zhang Yuan patted Zhao Na's shoulder confidently. Not only does he now possess the physical fitness that is beyond the limits of an ordinary person, he also possesses the ultimate fighting skills. Even Yuan Bo, who was accompanied by more than 20 thugs, was no match for him. Even if Tang Lu was setting a trap for him, he was not afraid. After comforting Zhao Na, Zhang Yuan walked straight towards the Lawu Grilled Fish Restaurant. The door of the Lawu Grilled Fish Restaurant has been weathered beyond recognition, and it feels like a strong wind will blow it off. Zhang Yuan pushed open the door and walked inside. The inside of the restaurant looked the same as the outside, shabby and obviously had been abandoned for a long time. As soon as he entered, 2 burly thugs jumped out and blocked the door behind him. At the same time, a dozen people who were originally sitting in the restaurant immediately stood up. A young man in his 20s was sitting on a worn-out chair, holding a baseball bat in his hand. He smiled at Zhang Yuan with a ferocious look on his face. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I haven't seen you for a few days. You still look as cool as before. The person who spoke was none other than Lu Yujie. As soon as Zhang Yuan saw Lu Yujie, he understood everything. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a last meal before a breakup. Tang Lu invited him to this remote place just to set a trap for him. Zhang Yuan ignored Lu Yujie and glanced at the people who were hiding in the restaurant in advance. Finally, looking at Tang Lu, he asked self-deprecatingly. After 5 years of relationship, it ended like this. Tang Lu, is this the last meal you want to treat me to? Tang Lu's face was now blue and purple, looking extremely ugly. But she still glared at Zhang Yuan and said viciously. You forced me to do this, Zhang Yuan. I've already told you that I knew I was wrong and I've apologized to you, but what about you? After winning 20 million in the lottery, you didn't know who you were. Not only did you deliberately act like a woman, but you also kept putting on airs in front of me. To be honest, Zhang Yuan, don't you think you're the one who went the furthest? I'm overdoing it? Zhang Yuan sneered. Okay, I'm just going too far, whatever you say is fine. At this point, he asked Lu Yujie. What's the matter, young Master Lu? You let Tang Lu trick me into this godforsaken place, and brought so many people with you. How are you planning to punish me? TSK, young Master Jiang is worthy of being young Master Jiang. Even at the point of death, he is still so arrogant. He really deserves to be the man who bought the entire Hermes store. Looking at Zhang Yuan's expressionless face, Lu Yujie thought that Zhang Yuan was just holding on. He immediately swung the baseball bat in his hand, looking smug, and started to sneer at Zhang Yuan. It's a pity that my friends are all very arrogant. They hate it most when someone is more arrogant than them, so they really want to learn from you, young Master Jiang. But don't be afraid, young Master Jiang. Although they look fierce, they are not particularly violent people. Today, as long as you kneel down, kowtow to us, call us grandpa, and let us kick you a few times to prove that you only look arrogant but are actually a coward, we will mercifully let you go. How about this condition, isn't it okay? After hearing this, Zhang Yuan sneered. What if I don't want to? Not willing? Lu Yujie said with a mocking look. That's going to be hard to deal with. My brothers are all rough men, and they don't know how to control their strength. If I'm not careful, I might cripple you, young Master Jiang. That would be so embarrassing. Yeah? Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and said. If you really beat me to a cripple, aren't you afraid of being sued? Lawsuit? Okay, Mr. Jiang, only a piece of trash with no background like you would say something so naive. Lu Yujie laughed loudly twice and said with disdain. To tell you the truth, people like me who come from a family with a lot of connections have a lot of backgrounds. Even if I really beat you up and crippled you, I can just spend some money and bribe people to get away with it. And you want a lawsuit? Sue your mother. At this point, Lu Yujie said to Zhang Yuan with disdain. The so-called law is specifically for ordinary people like you, not for us, do you understand? When Lu Yujie said this, he was actually pretending to be cool. After all, with the little money their family has, it's not enough to ignore the law. But in his opinion, Jiang Yuan was just a nouveau riche who had never seen the world and a country bumpkin. If he tried to scare Jiang Yuan with these words, maybe he could scare Jiang Yuan into giving in. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan shook his head. Then he took his stance and said, "In that case, come on, let me see what kind of tough guys Lu Xiao brought with him." Seeing Jiang Yuan actually getting ready to fight in front of him, Lu Yujie laughed out loud. He turned his head, smiled, and said to a yellow-haired man sitting behind him, "Brother Qi, this kid won't listen to advice. It's up to you guys to deal with him from now on. You don't want to listen to advice? I love to punish people who don't listen to advice the most." The yellow-haired man was holding a wooden stick in his hand. After hearing what Lu Yujie said, he immediately walked out from behind Lu Yujie and prepared to deal with Jiang Yuan. But when he walked up to Jiang Yuan and saw Jiang Yuan's appearance clearly, the wooden stick in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He was stunned there for a moment. "Jiang! Young Master Jiang? Why is it you? Oh my goodness, this is a flood that has flushed the Dragon King Temple." After saying this, Huang Mao immediately frowned and shouted to the other people in the restaurant. "Damn it, who told you to point your weapons at young Master Jiang? Throw the weapons away now." "Master Jiang?" Huang Mao's address to Jiang Yuan shocked everyone. Even Jiang Yuan looked at Huang Mao with a puzzled expression and asked him in confusion, "Why, you know me? Master Jiang, you are such a forgetful person." Huang Mao changed his previous fierce look and said to Jiang Yuan with a smile on his face like a pug, "2 days ago, at that construction site in the city, didn't you have a small conflict with our young Master Yuan? I was there at the time, and I even fought with you, young Master Jiang. You were so powerful at the time, just like a god descending from heaven, you knocked me down in one fell swoop. Afterwards, our Master Yuan told us that you are his elder brother and that no matter where we meet you in the future, we should treat you the same way we treat him. I really didn't know that the person we were going to deal with today was you." After saying this, Huang Mao immediately turned around, walked up to Lu Yujie aggressively, and slapped Lu Yujie in the face with a slap. Lu Yujie was a little disoriented after being slapped unexpectedly by the yellow-haired man. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Tang Lu, who was standing next to him, also screamed suddenly, "What are you doing, Brother Qi?" The slap from the yellow-haired man was so hard that 5 bright red finger marks appeared on Lu Yujie's fair and tender little face. He covered his face and cried to the yellow-haired man in a crying voice, "I paid you to come here so that you could help me beat that boy. Why did you hit me? Even my dad has never slapped me in my life, and you actually hit me. What's wrong with me hitting you?" The yellow-haired man stared at Lu Yujie and shouted angrily, "Fuck, didn't you say that the person you asked me to help you deal with was just a nouveau riche who won the lottery? Why did I see young Master Jiang? You are such a piece of shit. You only spent 5,000 yuan and you want me to help you deal with young Master Jiang. Is there something wrong with your brain, or is there something wrong with mine?" Chapter 52. Do you know who Mr. Jiang is? No way, Brother Qi. Lu Yujie looked at Jiang Yuan beside him and shouted in disbelief. "This guy is just a lucky upstart who won 20 million in the lottery. He has no power behind him. Why are you so afraid of him? Damn it, it's already this late, and you're still playing dumb in front of me?" Huang Mao was sweating coldly on his back and was very angry. His name is Lei Qi, and his uncle is the leader of a thug group under Hongjing Real Estate Group, specializing in demolition. He is also a well-known gangster in Linjiang City and met Lu Yujie during a disco. Lu Yujie is a very arrogant guy at school. He drives his Audi Q7 around every day. But I was still very honest in front of him. Ever since Lu Yujie met him, he has been treating him like an older brother. Not only does he often invite him to go clubbing, but from time to time, he also sends him the female college students he has picked up so that he can also have a taste of what it's like to be a female college student. So if Lu Yujie gets into any trouble at school, he will help Lu Yujie settle it. Yesterday afternoon, he received a call from Lu Yujie, saying that a kid from Lu Yujie's school was very excited after winning the lottery and was causing trouble for him and embarrassing him. He said he had already made an appointment with this guy and wanted to spend 5,000 yuan to ask Lei Qi to help him deal with that guy. After the matter is accomplished, he will give that boy's ex-girlfriend to Lei Qi so that Lei Qi can have sex with her. Lu Yujie repeatedly emphasized that the guy he wanted to deal with was just a nouveau riche who suddenly won the lottery and had absolutely no background. Lei Qi believed Lu Yujie and agreed. But he didn't expect that the person Lu Yujie asked him to deal with was Jiang Yuan. Lei Qi now wants to beat Lu Yujie to death. If he hadn't met Jiang Yuan once before with Yuan Bo, then he will be used by Lu Yujie to take action against Jiang Yuan today. Who is Jiang Yuan? Hundreds of millions can be thrown away casually. Even a top second-generation rich guy like Yuan Bo didn't dare to go back and cause trouble for him after being beaten by him. He could only recognize him as the boss and admit defeat on the spot. If I really was deceived by that bastard Lu Yujie and fought with Jiang Yuan, let alone whether I could beat Jiang Yuan, if Yuan Bo knew about this, he would definitely destroy me. Since Lu Yujie was able to pay me to deal with Jiang Yuan, he must be very clear about Jiang Yuan's background. Isn't this deliberately digging your own grave? Thinking of this, Lei Qi immediately raised his foot and kicked Lu Yujie hard. As he kicked, he cursed. Damn it, I let you play dumb, so that you can cheat me. Lu Yujie screamed in pain after being kicked by Lei Qi. Tang Lu, who was beside Lu Yujie, was also frightened by this scene. What is going on? Brother Qi, was this the person Lu Yujie invited to deal with Jiang Yuan? Why did he hit Lu Yujie? In fact, not only Tang Lu, but even Lu Yujie, who was being beaten, was completely confused. He cried out in pain and sobbed. Don't hit me, Brother Qi, don't hit me, I was wrong. I really didn't cheat you. You still say you didn't cheat me. Lei Qi spat at Lu Yujie's head and shouted angrily. Do you know who you asked me to help you deal with? It's the current #1 rich man on the internet, Brother Shiqingjiu, and the eldest brother of Mr. Yuan from our Hangjing real estate group, Mr. Jiang. Damn it, young Master Jiang can spend tens of millions just by giving gifts to a female anchor online, and can spend hundreds of millions just by buying a house. Even Tang Wanyan has to be respectful when he sees young Master Jiang. For a person like this, you tell me that he is just an ordinary upstart. Aren't you just cheating me? No. After hearing what Lei Qi said, Lu Yujie was completely dumbfounded. That boy is the legendary internet's #1 tycoon, Brother Shiqingjiu? I didn't know anything about this. Brother Qi, you didn't recognize the wrong person, did you? I recognized the wrong person, damn it, even if I mistook monkey for your father, I would never have mistaken young Master Jiang. Lei Qi kicked Lu Yujie in the stomach twice again, and the pain made Lu Yujie almost vomit his bile. At this moment, Tang Lu, who was already a little dumbfounded, suddenly had red eyes and said to Jiang Yuan with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry Yujie, Jiang Yuan is the matter of Shiqingjiu, he actually told me. What? Lu Yujie almost went crazy after hearing this. While being beaten, he stared at Tang Lu with wide eyes and shouted hysterically. You fucking bitch, you knew Jiang Yuan was the 9th brother of Shiqing, why didn't you tell me? Why did you ask me to contact Brother Qi to cause trouble for Jiang Yuan? I didn't know Jiang Yuan was so powerful that he even knew Brother Qi. Lu Yujie's appearance scared Tang Lu to tears. She sat down on the ground, crying. Aren't people saying on the internet that the 9th brother of Shiqing is fake and is just hype? Jiang Yuan and I have known each other since high school, and he has always been an ordinary person, not at all like a super rich man. So when he told me that he was the 9th brother of Shiqing, I felt that the so-called #1 super rich man on the internet was just hype, and they didn't tell you. Oh my god, you bitch, can you use some brains? Lu Yujie almost collapsed after hearing what Tang Lu said. After the incident in which Brother Jiu of Shiqing bought a luxury house worth more than 300 million yuan for a female anchor went viral on the internet, he also suspected that it was hype. But after watching the entire live broadcast, he instantly dispelled this doubt. The reason is very simple, that is, normal live broadcasts are too natural and too real. Tang Wanyan, who was introducing the luxury house, was introducing the house seriously. The others were also listening carefully to Tang Wanyan's introduction. There is no trace of acting at all. Moreover, he came from a moderately wealthy family and had seen some of the world. He knew very well that no matter what the reason, a wealthy man like Tang Wanyan would never become an actor for others to hype him up. So the content of that live broadcast must be true. That mysterious rich man, Brother Jiu of Shiqing, definitely deserves the title of the richest man on the internet. But, after knowing that Jiang Yuan was the 9th brother of Shiqing, Tang Lu actually thought that the 9th brother of Shiqing was a hype and did not tell him. If he knew that Jiang Yuan was the 9th brother of Shiqing, how could he possibly bring Lei Qi with him to cause trouble for Jiang Yuan? Isn't that just asking for death? Lu Yujie really hated Tang Lu at this time. He had seduced Tang Lu because he thought she was pretty and a virgin, but was slapped in the face by Jiang Yuan again and again. Chapter 53. Let Her Cry. Now, because of Tang Lu, he was going to be beaten up by Lei Qi in this abandoned hotel in the wilderness. All of this was caused by Tang Lu. It's all Tang Lu's fault. After Lei Qi kicked Lu Yujie hard, he himself was tired. So he grabbed Lu Yujie's collar and dragged him to Jiang Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yujie's body had curled up into a ball, lying on the ground and wailing constantly. Lei Qi saw this, spat at him and cursed. Damn it, stop pretending to be dead and get up now. Lu Yujie, who had been beaten half to death, slowly raised his head and looked at Jiang Yuan and Lei Qi after hearing these words. His eyes were trembling, like a little animal that had been tortured by humans, and he looked very pitiful. Lei Qi kicked him on the head again, then turned around and said to Jiang Yuan with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, Master Jiang. Today's incident was all caused by this little bastard. I don't have the guts to cause trouble for you. Now that this guy has been dealt with by me, are you satisfied? Having said this, Lei Qi suddenly paused, then continued. If you're still not satisfied, then my brothers and I will have no choice but to seal him in a cement tank and sink it into the Yangtze River, making him disappear forever. When Lei Qi said this, his eyes were full of playful smiles. It was obvious that he was trying to scare Lu Yujie, not really wanting to kill him. After all, he is just a small gangster, not a desperado, so how could he kill people casually? However, Lu Yujie, who had already been beaten up, had no time to think about these things. After hearing what Lei Qi said, he was so scared that his legs went limp. Then my crotch felt wet and I actually peed. Then he hugged Lei Qi's thigh and shouted at the top of his lungs. No, Brother Qi, even if I treated you to so many discotheques and gave you so many girls, you can't kill me. I really know I was wrong. I was blind and shouldn't have asked you to help me deal with young Master Jiang. Please don't kill me. Beg me? What's the point of begging me? Seeing that Lu Yujie had been frightened by him, Lei Qi immediately said very proudly. Whether or not to kill you is not up to me. It's up to Master Jiang to decide. You should go and ask Master Jiang for help. After hearing this, Lu Yujie hurriedly crawled to Jiang Yuan and wanted to hug Jiang Yuan's thighs. Lu Yujie, who had already wet his pants, had an unpleasant smell all over his body. Seeing Lu Yujie approaching him, Jiang Yuan frowned in disgust, then kicked Lu Yujie aside. However, Lu Yujie, who had an overwhelming desire to survive, did not give up. After he got up from the ground, he knelt down in front of Jiang Yuan with a plop, slapping himself with his hands while begging. I'm sorry, Master Jiang, I shouldn't have seduced your girlfriend, and I shouldn't have been so ignorant of the world and come to trouble you. I'm a waste, and I'm only worthy of being your grandson. Please spare my life. Jiang Yuan looked at Lei Qi, who was nodding and bowing to him, and then looked at Lu Yujie, who was kowtowing to him continuously, and suddenly felt a bit amused and helpless. To be honest, he really had no impression of this yellow-haired guy named Lei Qi and had no recollection of ever having seen him before. What he didn't expect was that after seeing him, this guy would actually turn his gun around and help him deal with Lu Yujie. But it's better this way, so I don't have to do it myself. Lu Yujie is such an unlucky guy. He originally wanted to find someone to beat him up, but unexpectedly, the person he found turned out to be Yuan Bo's man. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also got himself beaten. Looking at Lu Yujie's pitiful appearance, Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, Forget it. You've already said you're a loser. What's the point of dealing with you? If you see me in school in the future, remember to stay away. I don't want to say anything else. Go away. Thank you, Master Jiang, thank you, Master Jiang, thank you, Brother Qi. After hearing this, Lu Yujie kowtowed to Jiang Yuan and Lei Qi as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Then he didn't care about Tang Lu anymore and just crawled out of the abandoned restaurant. After Lu Yujie left, Lei Qi glanced at Tang Lu, who was already frightened, and asked Jiang Yuan in a somewhat obscene manner. Master Jiang, Lu Yujie is gone. What should we do with his girlfriend? I heard that this girl seems to be your ex-girlfriend, and she is still a virgin. How about I give her an injection, and then you can take her back home directly? Having said this, Lei Qi lowered his voice and said to Jiang Yuan in a very evil tone. My medicine is all imported. After using it on this girl, I guarantee she will completely forget what happened today. You will definitely have a great time. No. When Tang Lu, who was sitting slumped beside him, heard this, she screamed in fear. Jiang Yuan glared at Lei Qi and said unhappily. No need. After all, she is my ex-girlfriend. I don't want to use such a despicable method to deal with her. I will take her away. You did a good job today. Add me as your WeChat friend later. I will send you a red envelope and treat my brothers to a meal. Okay. Lei Qi responded very happily, thinking that young Master Jiang was indeed a wealthy man that even Yuan Bo admired, and his style of doing things was just the same as that of ordinary people. I was hired by others to cause trouble for him, but in the end, not only did I not get scolded, I even got a red envelope. He quickly took out his cell phone and added Zhang Yuan's WeChat. Zhang Yuan transferred 100,000 yuan to him via WeChat without thinking twice. Lei Qi looked at the money Zhang Yuan transferred to him, and his eyes glowed green with excitement. He immediately patted his chest and said to Zhang Yuan with a solemn oath, Master Jiang is so generous. I, Lei Qi, am impressed. If Master Jiang encounters any trouble in school in the future, just tell me. I, Lei Qi, don't have any other abilities, but I do have a certain reputation in Linjiang. If anyone is blind and offends Master Jiang, I will make sure he doesn't survive in Linjiang. Okay, I'll find you if I need anything later. Zhang Yuan responded expressionlessly, then walked up to Tang Lu, pulled the frightened Tang Lu up, and left the abandoned hotel. Zhang Yuan pulled Tang Lu to the front of the nanny car, opened the door, and stuffed Tang Lu into the back seat of the nanny car. Tang Lu finally came to her senses, covering her face and crying. Zhao Na, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw this and asked in confusion. What's going on, Zhang Yuan? Why did you come back together? And why is she crying? Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at Tang Lu, sneered, and said, It's okay. She and her boyfriend wanted to set me up, but ended up trapping themselves instead. Just let her cry. When she reaches school crying, everything will be fine. Chapter 54, Lin Jiajia is coming back? The nanny car arrived at the gate of Linjiang University in less than 20 minutes. After Zhang Yuan parked the car, he opened the door and said to Tang Lu expressionlessly, Okay Tang Lu, we're at school, get off the bus now. Although Tang Lu's eyes were still red, her emotions had gradually calmed down. She looked at the open car door, then looked at Zhang Yuan, who had an expressionless face, and lowered her head with a gloomy look. Then he silently asked Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan, I am sorry for what happened this time. Can you forgive me? When Zhang Yuan heard this, he suddenly felt a chill and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He glared at Tang Lu and said unhappily, Tang Lu, is it still meaningful for you to say this now? I will pretend that what happened today never happened. But from now on, the two of us are not even ordinary classmates. Let's just be strangers. Tang Lu choked and tears flowed from her eyes again. But this time, Zhang Yuan no longer had any sympathy for her. He honked the horn several times, urging Tang Lu to get out of the car quickly. After Tang Lu got out of the car, he stepped on the accelerator and disappeared into the night with Zhao Na. Looking at the nanny car going away, Tang Lu squatted on the ground and burst into tears. She lost completely. She really didn't expect that Zhang Yuan was actually the richest man on the internet. Moreover, his power is so strong that even the people hired by Lu Yujie have to kneel down and lick his ass. It turns out that Zhang Yuan is her boyfriend. She has been dating Zhang Yuan for 5 years, and Zhang Yuan treats her so attentively. How could she lose Zhang Yuan? Are you okay, Zhang Yuan? In the nanny car, Zhao Na saw Zhang Yuan's gloomy face and immediately asked cautiously. Zhang Yuan shook his head at her, then sighed softly. Tang Lu really went too far this time. After 5 years of relationship, let us just break up. She actually hired someone to plot against her. If he hadn't activated the super rich system. If he didn't have the ultimate fighting skills given by the system. If he hadn't dealt with Yuan Bo before. He didn't even dare to think about what he would become today. He didn't expect that after being with Tang Lu for 5 years, he didn't realize that Tang Lu was such a cruel person. After sighing, he called Manager Shin of the White Horse Manor directly, booked a private room at the Bai Hai Chao Shang, and took Zhao Na to the White Horse Manor. Now he is already a super VIP of Cheval Blanc Manor. Therefore, as soon as he received his call, Manager Shin immediately cleaned up the private room for him and arranged the most luxurious dinner for him. After the two of them arrived at the private room, while eating dinner, Zhang Yuan introduced the progress of the live broadcast platform project to Zhao Na. He told Zhao Na that he had met a little fish and invited the little fish to join the platform. At the same time, he also talked to Zhao Na about his plan to acquire Panda TV through Yuan Bo. and asked Zhao Na to go with her tomorrow to meet with Yuan Bo's brother, the current owner of Panda TV, to discuss the acquisition. Zhao Na naturally agreed completely with these things and did not raise any objections. After discussing these things, the two of them talked about the next plan for the platform. Panda TV is a platform that focuses on game live streaming. The reason why it became so rich was, on the one hand, because Principal Wang was the financial backer behind it and because of the huge traffic brought by Principal Wang. On the other hand, it is also because Principal Wang has indeed invested a lot in the training of professional teams and has trained a large number of super popular professional game anchors. However, this is also one of the reasons why this platform declined. This era is an era of universal entertainment. Everyone wants to show themselves through the internet, attract fans, and become an internet celebrity who can make money without doing anything. In this era, games are just a part of life, or even just a small part. It is just a tool for mass entertainment, not the whole of entertainment. Many people don't even play games, but they can also become internet celebrities. Douyin and Kuaishou have seized on this feature of the current era and attracted a large number of video viewers and anchors who want to become internet celebrities by shooting videos in the form of short videos. Zhao Na felt that after they acquired Panda TV, they could also learn from the development ideas of Douyin and Kuaishou and transform Panda TV into a short video platform. Then, through publicity, we can increase the platform's traffic. By then, maybe it can really become as big as Douyin or Kuaishou and get a share of the short video field. If you want to turn an almost dying platform into the same scale as Douyin or Kuaishou, you will definitely have to spend a lot of money. Especially in terms of publicity and promotion, a large amount of money will definitely be incurred. At the same time, there must be professional talents to be responsible for this content. Although Zhang Yuan has a lot of money, he is very short of talent. Therefore, if they can successfully take over Panda TV tomorrow, recruiting relevant talents for the company as soon as possible will become their top priority. Most of the above things were said by Zhao Na and listened by Zhang Yuan. After Zhao Na finished speaking, Zhang Yuan also began to look at her with a new respect. He originally just wanted to find an excuse to spend money and build a platform for Zhao Na to play with, but he didn't expect Zhao Na to take it seriously. Be serious if you want to. If Zhao Na can really build this platform, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After they finished their meal and talked about the platform, they agreed to meet at the community where Zhao Na lived the next morning, and then left the hotel together. Zhang Yuan first drove Zhao Na to where she lived. Then I took a taxi back to school. When he left the community where Zhao Na lived, he looked at the dilapidated building where Zhao Na lived and couldn't help feeling a little confused. He has already given Tang Guang'an's mansion to Zhao Na, so why is Zhao Na still living here? Zhao Na had said before that her mother didn't seem to be in good health and seemed to be still in hospital. She doesn't live in school or a mansion, but stays in this shabby neighborhood. I guess it's to take care of her mother, right? I have to ask Zhao Na later to find out what's wrong with her mother's health. If the condition cannot be cured in Linjiang, he will spend money to transfer her to another hospital. He has plenty of money anyway, and he must cure Zhao Na's mother. Zhang Yuan made up his mind. However, at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he looked, it turned out to be a WeChat message from Lin Jejia. Brother Zhang Yuan, I will be back to school tomorrow. Can you come to the high-speed rail station to meet me? Chapter 55, Ulterior Motives. Lin Jejia is coming back? Zhang Yuan looked at the WeChat message and was stunned. Didn't Lin Jejia say she was going home to clean up the mess? Why did she come back so soon? After thinking about it, he sent a message to Lin Jejia. About what time will you arrive in Linjiang? Lin Jejia quickly replied. I took the high-speed train at around 9 a.m. and arrived in Linjiang at around 1 p.m. After sending this message, Lin Jejia followed it with a shy expression and then sent him another voice message. Brother Zhang Yuan. I can't eat on the high-speed train. After you pick me up, can you take me out for lunch? The voice message Lin Jejia sent to Zhang Yuan sounded as if she was acting coquettishly. Her voice was soft, charming, and sweet. She even deliberately blew into the receiver while she was still talking. Zhang Yuan was so softened by Lin Jejia's sweet and charming voice that his whole body went limp. His mind couldn't help but imagine Lin Jejia's charming and enchanting figure. What a seductive little devil. Zhang Yuan sighed, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. However, Lin Jejia's words made him feel a little embarrassed. He has made an appointment with Zhao Na to meet tomorrow morning, and then go to find Yuan Bo's brothers to discuss the acquisition of Panda TV. Although Yuan Bo has not given him a specific meeting time, it is probably either noon or evening. And if nothing unexpected happens, Song Euro will also come to Lin Jian tomorrow. Although he had no special feelings for Jiana, Lin Jia, and Song Euro, he just regarded them as tools for him to burn money. But, judging from the performance of Song Euro and Lin Jia, these two girls must be interested in him. And these two girls are not easy to deal with. One of them is a big internet celebrity with 30 million fans, and the other is a famous female sea queen at Lin Jian University. If they were to get together, the scene would be terrifying to imagine. No, they must not be allowed to get together. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately replied to Lin Jia. I'm sorry, Jia. I plan to build a live streaming platform in the next few days. Tomorrow, I will go to the person in charge of Panda TV with my partner to discuss the acquisition of their platform, so I may not have time to pick you up. Yeah? After receiving Zhang Yuan's reply, Lin Jia seemed a little disappointed. Not long after, she sent another voice message to Zhang Yuan. Brother Zhang Yuan, your partner, isn't that Zhao Na? When Zhang Yuan saw this message, he was stunned and quickly replied to Lin Jia. Do you know Zhao Na? Good boy, he is really with Zhao Na. In a residential area in Huayuan City, Lin Jia, wearing a very loose t-shirt and shorts, was leaning on the sofa holding a mobile phone. When she saw the message from Zhang Yuan, her pretty face immediately turned red with anger. At the same time, she clenched her fists and pounded the sofa cushion beside her. A few days ago, after she received 20 million from Zhang Yuan, she immediately asked for leave and returned to her hometown Huayuan to deal with the mess at home. After she used the 20 million yuan Zhang Yuan gave her to pay off her father's high-interest loans and employee salaries, she had about 5 million yuan left. Originally, she planned to use the money to renovate several shops in her home, and she had even contacted a decoration company. Unexpectedly, just when things had calmed down at home, she saw the news online that the mysterious rich man, Shicheng Zhouge, spent 20 million to reward the female anchor. As soon as Lin Jia saw the news, she felt that the mysterious rich man, brother Zhou of Shicheng, might be Zhang Yuan. Because Zhang Yuan's WeChat name is Shicheng Zhouge. This name is quite obscure. It's unlikely to be a coincidence that it has the same name as that of the wealthy man on the internet. Moreover, as a famous female sea queen in Lin Jian University, Lin Jia knew Zhao Na. She knew that Zhao Na was also one of the campus beauties of their school. She also knew that Zhao Na was doing live broadcasts to make money in order to pay for her mother's medical treatment. Since Zhao Na is a student of Lin Jian University, the mysterious rich man who gave Zhao Na crazy rewards, brother Zhou of Shicheng, is most likely also from Lin Jian University. They have the same online name, are both students of Lin Jian University, and are both incredibly rich. If that ninth brother of Shicheng is not Zhang Yuan, then there must be something fishy going on. So, ever since seeing this news, Lin Jia has been quietly following Zhao Na, wanting to see what is going on between Zhao Na and Zhang Yuan. But unexpectedly, just one day later, Zhang Yuan bought Zhao Na 3 luxury cars and a mansion worth 340 million yuan. Even the entire process of buying a house was live broadcast. Thanks to this incident, the ID Shicheng Zhouge became the richest man on the internet. After watching Zhao Na's house buying live broadcast, Lin Jia was angry and panicked. She was angry because she had only been away from school for a few days, and Zhang Yuan had already hooked up with Zhao Na, and had spent so much money on her. She panicked because she had a premonition. That is, the matter of becoming Zhang Yuan's girlfriend might be overtaken by someone else. When she asked for leave from school, Zhang Yuan had just broken up with Tang Lu a day or two ago. Although she also thought that there might be some little fairies who would take advantage of the time when she was not at school to hook up with Zhang Yuan. But when she thought that Zhang Yuan had just broken up with his love, and that she had offered herself to Zhang Yuan before leaving, Zhang Yuan was not moved. There shouldn't be anyone who can take down Zhang Yuan in such a short time, right? Who knew that she had only been gone for a few days and Zhang Yuan had already started buying her a car and a house? That fairy named Zhao Na really deserves to be a host. The speed with which he controlled Zhang Yuan was beyond the reach of even her, the female sea king of Lin Jian University. This made her ignore the decoration of the store and immediately buy a high-speed rail ticket to rush back to school. What made her most angry was that Zhang Yuan was unwilling to pick her up because of Zhao Na. Is that female anchor so good? For the sake of that female anchor, you just don't want her anymore? Lin Jia was so angry that her teeth were itching. But she also knew that now was not the time to be angry. If she got angry with Zhang Yuan at this time, then that witch Zhao Na would get the upper hand for nothing. So she suppressed her jealousy and continued to speak in that soft voice. Zhao Na is a famous campus beauty in our school, of course people know her. Brother Zhang Yuan, is it true that you gave Zhao Na over 10 million yuan worth of gifts and even gave her a mansion? Zhang Yuan, who was in Linjiang, smiled bitterly after hearing the voice message. Although Lin Zhejia's voice was still as soft and cute as ever, he could tell that there was an unconcealable sourness in her words. Although he was not very fond of Lin Zhejia and did not have any special feelings for her. But Lin Zhejia is also one of his important tools for burning money. If he makes Lin Zhejia sad, one of his ways to spend money will be cut off. Thinking of this, he also turned on the voice chat and replied to Lin Zhejia. That incident is indeed true, but I did this for other reasons. Chapter 56, Lu Yujie has a strong background? In the next few days, I plan to set up a new live streaming platform, give Zhao Na gifts and a luxury house, and also want to stir up the topic before the platform is established. In this way, when the platform is established, I can use the hyped topic to directly attract a large wave of traffic and gain a relatively high level of popularity. So that's how it is. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Lin Zhejia's mood immediately relaxed a lot. That is to say, in her impression, Zhang Yuan is not the kind of person who is promiscuous. How was it possible that he was seduced by Zhao Na in just a few days? Besides, she, Lin Zhejia, is also one of the campus beauties of Linjiang University. In terms of figure and looks, she is no worse than Zhao Na. There is no reason for Zhang Yuan to ignore me and pursue Zhao Na instead. But having said that, Zhang Yuan still felt a little unhappy that he made excuses not to take her up. So she pouted and continued to speak to Zhang Yuan in that coquettish tone. So you really can't come pick me up tomorrow, brother Zhang Yuan? I haven't seen you for several days, and I miss you a little bit. Lin Zhejia's coquettish words were so soft and sweet that Zhang Yuan's scalp tingled. Although he knew that Lin Zhejia was deliberately seducing him. But, how many normal men can resist the temptation of a school beauty? Zhang Yuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then said. How about this, when you get to Linjiang, go back to school by yourself first. When Zhao Na and I finish our business, I'll pick you up from school. I'll treat you and Zhao Na to dinner together, okay? Okay, Zhang Yuan, see you tomorrow, moi. Lin Zhejia sent Zhang Yuan a flying kiss emoticon, then put away her phone triumphantly. Since Zhang Yuan was willing to bring Zhao Na to meet her, it meant that the relationship between Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na had not developed to the point she imagined. In that case, that's easy to say. When she meets Zhao Na tomorrow, she will definitely declare her sovereignty in front of Zhao Na and let Zhao Na know that Zhang Yuan belongs to her, Lin Zhejia's, and is not someone that a little devil like her can touch. After Zhang Yuan sent this message to Lin Zhejia, he went straight back to the dormitory. Three brothers in the dormitory are playing the mobile game PUBG together. As soon as Zhang Yuan came back, they stopped playing games, put their phones aside and stared at Zhang Yuan without blinking. Zhang Yuan felt uncomfortable being stared at by them, and couldn't help but scold them with a smile. What's wrong, brothers? I'm not a beauty, why are you staring at me? The second oldest in the dormitory, Feng Zhou, and the third oldest, Zhou Zhang, continued to stare at Zhang Yuan without saying a word. Chen Guanyuan, on the other hand, asked Zhang Yuan with a serious face. Yuanzi, Lu Yujie was beaten, did you know? Ah. Zhang Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Of course he knew that Lu Yujie was beaten. After all, Lu Yujie was beaten in front of him. But how did Chen Guanyuan and the others know about this? Could it be that after Lu Yujie was beaten, he went back to school to publicize it? Seeing that Zhang Yuan looked completely confused, Chen Guanyuan thought that Zhang Yuan didn't know about this, so he handed his cell phone to Zhang Yuan. After Zhang Yuan saw it, he became even more dumbfounded. What Chen Guanyuan showed him was a post in their school as forum. The title of that post is very interesting. The most scumbag in Linjiang University tried to escape after the accident, but was caught and beaten by a passing classmate. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. The content of the post is even more interesting. It is said that at the time when Zhang Yuan was sending Zhao Na home, Lu Yujie was driving his Audi Q7 and knocked down a girl in front of the school's affiliated hospital. After he knocked the man down, instead of getting out of the car to check, he tried to drive away. Fortunately, there were a lot of people in cars in front of the hospital at that time. He tried to drive the car back and forth several times but couldn't get it to leave. Then the girl's boyfriend reacted and brought a few friends to stop Lu Yujie's Audi Q7. Without saying a word, he dragged Lu Yujie out of the car and gave him a good beating. The boyfriend of the girl who was knocked down is from the sports college, and his brothers are also from the sports college. Each of them is as strong as a calf. It is a piece of cake for them to teach a playboy like Lu Yujie a lesson. Unexpectedly, among those people from the sports college, there was another person who, like Zhang Yuan, had been cheated on by Lu Yujie. This time, all the new and old accounts were settled together, and Lu Yujie was beaten unconscious. If the hospital security hadn't arrived in time, Lu Yujie would have been beaten to death by those students from the sports college. The post recorded in detail the entire process of Lu Yujie being beaten, as well as photos of Lu Yujie after he was beaten unconscious. Below the post, there are many replies from netizens from the same school, most of whom are cursing Lu Yujie, saying that a scumbag like Lu Yujie has harmed countless girls and should be dragged away and beaten to save Linjiang University from a clean and clear sky. After reading it, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Yujie must have gone to the school hospital because he was beaten in Lawu Grilled Fish Restaurant and needed to see a doctor. But he was really unlucky. He was beaten unconscious at the door of the hospital. This can also be said to be a case of evil being punished, right? After Zhang Yuan finished reading the content of the post, he returned the phone to Chen Guanyuan. Chen Guanyuan also smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "When Lu Yujie said he was going to find someone to punish you, I was quite worried. But now, after getting beaten up like this, he will definitely not be able to move for a while. You don't have to worry about this guy causing trouble anymore." Zhang Yuan nodded. However, at this moment, Zhou Zhang on the side said sarcastically, "That's not necessarily true. I heard from our Jiaojia that Lu Yujie has a very powerful background. He has a very good relationship with a very famous gangster in Linjiang named Brother Qi. It is because Brother Qi protects him that he dares to do all kinds of things in our school, and no one dares to touch him. After being beaten by the people from the sports college this time, he will definitely not let it go. He will definitely ask Brother Qi to help him fight back. When the time comes, he might even take care of Yuanzi as well." As soon as Zhou Zhang finished speaking, Fang Zhou pushed him and said unhappily, "Can you please stop boosting their morale and destroying our own prestige? Doesn't Lu Yujie just know a few hooligans outside the school? What era is it now? Can a few hooligans still cause chaos? You don't understand this." Zhou Zhang rolled his eyes at Fang Zhou and said, "Jiao Jiao from our family said that Brother Qi, who is protecting Lu Yujie, is the demolition specialist at Hongjing Real Estate. He is extremely ruthless and may even kill someone. For a person like him, dealing with a college student like Yuanzi is like dealing with a chicken. Do you think he can turn the tables?" Chapter 57, I'm coming to you. No way, this guy Lu Yujie knows someone like this? Fang Zhou was shocked by Zhou Zhang's words. People all over the country know that those who can do demolition work for real estate companies are extremely difficult to deal with. It is not uncommon for such a person to have 1 or 2 lives on his hands. If Lu Yujie could hire such a person to deal with Zhang Yuan, then Zhang Yuan would indeed be in some danger. However, after Fang Zhou thought about it, he still asked back in disbelief, "Zhou Laosan, how did your Jiaojia know all this?" Zhou Zhangjian frightened Fang Zhou, and immediately said triumphantly, "Our Jiaojia recently met a big brother who is under Brother Qi. Wasn't Yuanzi threatened by Lu Yujie a few days ago? I told Jiaojia about this, and then Jiaojia told me what I just told you. But you don't have to worry too much. Jiaojia knows that big brother, and he still has a high status under Brother Qi. If Lu Yujie really asks Brother Qi to cause trouble for Yuanzi, he will help our Brother Qi to plead for him, and Yuanzi will then treat Brother Qi to a meal, and that will be enough. So that's how it is. That's fine." Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. But the next second, his expression became a little strange. Then he patted Zhou Zhang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Old 3. Your Jiaojia recognized a gangster as her big brother. Don't you think this is a bit abnormal? What's wrong with that?" Zhou Zhang rolled his eyes at Fang Zhou and said, "Jiaojia from our family studied music and often performed in bars. Working in such places, it's normal for her to know 1 or 2 big brothers, right?" Having said this, he smiled and said to Zhang Yuan, "By the way, Yuanzi, didn't you say that Mr. Tang Guangan is going to invest in a live streaming platform for Zhana in the next few days? You have such a good relationship with Zhana, can you help us talk to her and let our Jiaojiao develop on Zhana's new platform? You have seen our Jiaojiao, whether it is her figure, appearance, or talent, she is no worse than those female internet celebrities. If someone can help her, she can definitely become a big internet celebrity, more popular than a small fish." When Zhang Yuan told his brothers in the dormitory that Zhao Na was going to start a live broadcast platform, in order not to expose his own system, he claimed that the person who invested in Zhao Na was Tang Guangan. So in the eyes of the brothers in the dormitory, Zhao Nai's financial backer was not Jiang Yuan, but Tang Guangan. But this is also good, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain to his brothers why he suddenly became so rich. Therefore, Jiang Yuan smiled at Zhou Zhang and said, "No problem. After the platform is established, I will bring this up with Zhao Na." After hearing this, Zhou Zhang excitedly punched Jiang Yuan on the chest and said, "Hey, brothers are brothers, that's very considerate. Don't worry about Lu Yujie's matter, I will let Jiaojiao find her eldest brother to help you talk to Brother Qi and say good things, you don't have to worry about it." Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded at Zhou Zhang, then went back to bed and played with his cell phone. The next morning, Jiang Yuan left the dormitory early and took a taxi to the community where Zhao Na lived. He and Zhao Na went to have breakfast together, and then he received a call from Yuan Bo. Yuan Bo said that he and his brother had made an appointment to meet at the World Trade Center in Linjiang City at 11 noon, and Yuan Bo would also be there at that time. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone and was about to go to the China World Trade Center with Zhao Na when Song Yuro called him again. Song Yuro said on the phone that she had terminated her contract with her original agency, returned the account A Little Fish with 30 million followers to the company, and fired her agent Molly. She also said that Jiang Yuan's guess was not wrong. After she proposed to terminate the contract with the company really made things difficult for her. In addition to paying a penalty of 50 million yuan for breach of contract, the company also required her to pay an additional 10 million yuan in training fees to the company before they were willing to terminate the contract with her. The company's boss thought she couldn't come up with the money and could only continue to serve the company honestly. Unexpectedly, she threw the check for 60 million in her boss' face without even thinking about it. Then he signed the termination of service contract in a very casual manner and left the company. Now she has brought all her belongings to Linjiang to seek refuge with Jiang Yuan. She is now at the high-speed railway station, asking Jiang Yuan to take her in. After Jiang Yuan received the call from Song Yuro, he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Although he had guessed that Song Yuro would most likely rush back to Linjiang today, he didn't expect her to come so early. And he went straight to the high-speed rail station without even saying hello. To be honest, he was about to go with Zhao Na to meet Yuan Bo's brothers. It is really inconvenient to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up Song Yuro. But Song Yuro was dug out by him personally. Moreover, in order to join him, Song Yuro had already broken up with her original agency and had no place to stay in Linjiang. If he left Song Yuro at the high-speed rail station at this time, Song Yuro would probably be very sad. In desperation, Jiang Yuan had to tell Zhao Na about the situation, and then the two of them drove to the high-speed rail station to pick up Song Yuro. Outside the high-speed rail station, Song Yuro was wearing a mask and sunglasses, just like last time. She was wearing a gray JK skirt, a pair of black leather shoes, and a pair of white over-the-knee cotton socks. She was standing on the road next to the square, standing on tiptoe and looking into the distance. The difference from last time was that there were 2 or 3 huge suitcases next to her. However, she was petite, only about 1.5 meters tall, and the 3 suitcases were very large. Therefore, she standing in the middle of the 3 suitcases looked like a little rabbit standing in the middle of a giant stone tablet, and looked particularly cute. When she saw Jiang Yuan, an expression of joy immediately appeared on her pretty face. Then she didn't even care about her luggage, and trotted all the way to Jiang Yuan, like a young swallow returning to its nest, and threw herself into Jiang Yuan's arms. Then she put her arms around Jiang Yuan's waist, nudged her little head against Jiang Yuan's chest, and said to him in a sweet and coquettish manner, "Brother Jiang Yuan, I have given up everything to come to you. You must take good care of me in the future." Faced with Song Yuro's sudden hug, Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. He secretly glanced at Zhao Na out of the corner of his eye and found that Zhao Na's face was ashen, and the smile that had originally appeared on her face was completely frozen. Chapter 58, Tit for Tat. "What's wrong, brother Jiang Yuan?" Seeing that Jiang Yuan's body was a little stiff, Song Yuro took off her mask and sunglasses, winked at Jiang Yuan playfully, and said, "Aren't you happy to see me?" "Happy? Of course I'm happy." Jiang Yuan responded with a somewhat amused tone. Any man would be happy if a beauty like Song Yuro threw herself into his arms, and he would definitely be no exception. But now we are in a public place and Zhao Na is watching right next to us. And he and Song Yuro are not in a serious boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Hugging each other like this is so ambiguous that it might lead to misunderstandings among others. So Jiang Yuan gently pushed Song Yuro out of his arms and said to her awkwardly, "Our Ruru is a well-known internet celebrity. With your coming, our platform will be even more powerful. How can I not be happy?" Is that why you're happy? After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Song Yuro pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, as if she had been wronged. Zhang Yuan patted her head twice and said with a smile, "If it's not because of this, what else could it be?" As he spoke, he pointed at Zhao Na beside him and introduced her to Song Yuro. "This is Zhao Na, the female anchor Nana who competed with you last time, and the future CEO of our platform." "I know, you told me that last time." Song Yuro came to Zhao Na in a bounding manner, tilted her head, and smiled at Zhao Na. "Hello, Sister Nana, my name is Song Yuro, the female internet celebrity called Etio Xiaoyuer. I have seen you twice in live broadcasts before, but I didn't expect that you were even more beautiful in person than in the live broadcasts." "Yeah?" Zhao Na stared at Song Yuro, and the corners of her eyes twitched involuntarily once or twice. When she saw Song Yuro for the first time, there was a smile on her face. After all, Zhang Yuan had already informed her about Song Yuro's matter. In her opinion, the reason why Zhang Yuan invited Song Yuro to join their future new platform was mainly to build momentum for the platform and use Song Yuro's popularity to attract a wave of traffic to the platform at the beginning of its establishment. Song Yuro can be regarded as a well-known internet celebrity in China. With her joining, the newly established platform will definitely develop better. But he didn't expect that this woman would throw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms right in front of him, as if she was Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. This made Zhao Na feel a little angry. The look in her eyes as she looked at Song Yuro gradually revealed hostility. It seems that Anqi was right. For a top-notch guy like Zhang Yuan who has wealth, looks, and abilities, there must be countless little fairies who want to seduce him. If she wants to be Zhang Yuan's girlfriend, she must learn how to deal with this kind of little goblin, and even cultivate the ability to deal with goblins as her main business ability. Thinking of this, Zhao Na suppressed her anger, and very calmly extended her hand to Song Yuro, then smiled and said, "You're very beautiful, too. And you look even cuter than you do online." Song Yuro shook hands with Zhao Na, and at the same time, there was a hint of subtle surprise in her eyes when she looked at Zhao Na. As soon as she saw Zhang Yuan just now, she threw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms, and it was not just because of excitement. Another part of the reason was that she saw Zhao Na and did it on purpose for Zhao Na to see. Although she had never met Zhao Na in real life before. However, ever since she decided that she liked Zhang Yuan, she has been full of hostility towards Zhao Na. After all, Zhang Yuan was so good to Zhao Na. He bought her a car and a house, and even planned to let her manage the live broadcast platform in the future. It was hard for her not to be jealous. And she was sure that Zhao Na liked Zhang Yuan. Faced with this kind of woman who was not Zhang Yuan's girlfriend but has taken so many advantages of Zhang Yuan and even has bad intentions towards Zhang Yuan, she must of course do something to show her power. She originally thought that Zhao Na would be very angry after seeing her hugging Zhang Yuan, and would even give her a cold look in front of Zhang Yuan. I didn't expect Zhao Na could control her emotions so well and didn't look angry at all. I really underestimated her. The two women were competing secretly. Zhang Yuan was watching from the side and felt his scalp tingling and cold sweat running down his back. Zhao Na and Song Yuro both had smiles on their faces. But anyone with a sound mind could sense the tense atmosphere between the two of them. What scared him the most was that there were only Song Yuro and Zhao Na, and the situation had turned out like this. He really didn't dare to even think about what the scene would be like after picking up Lin Jejia at night. This is simply the real-life Shura field. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He just spent some money from Song Yuro, Zhao Na and others. How did it turn out like this? Zhang Yuan loaded all of Song Yuro's 3 large boxes into the car, and then drove Song Yuro and Zhao Na to the China World Trade Center. At this moment, it is definitely too late to arrange a place for Song Yuro to stay, so he can only take Song Yuro with him to negotiate with Yuan Bo's brothers. Anyway, Song Yuro will also be a shareholder of the platform in the future, so there is nothing wrong with taking Song Yuro to the negotiations. 40 minutes later, the nanny car stopped under an office building in the China World Trade Center. Zhang Yuan had just got out of the car when he saw Yuan Bo sitting next to him. Yuan Bo was wearing a sweatshirt, a pair of pants with holes all over them, and a baseball cap today, and looked like a rapper. Zhang Yuan called out to him. After hearing Zhang Yuan's voice, he hurried over to Zhang Yuan. "Fuck, brother, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for so long that my brother was worried that you wouldn't come. What a mess." Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at Yuan Bo and said unhappily. "You made an appointment with me for 11 o'clock, and it's not even 10:30 yet. How come your butt has become round from sitting so hard? Lift your butt up so I can see if it's round or not." After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Yuan Bo smiled and said, "I'm just using a metaphor. But seriously, big brother, ever since my brother found out that you were planning to acquire Panda TV, he's been so happy that he's almost flying. Even his family wants him to sell Panda TV as soon as possible and turn it into cash. Originally, he was grounded by his family because he didn't want to study abroad. But his family let him out so that he could sell Panda TV. He's waiting for you upstairs now." Chapter 59, Is this Panda TV? Okay. Zhang Yuan glared at Yuan Bo and said, "Stop talking nonsense to me and take me to see your brother." Okay. Yuan Bo is also a shameless person. Even though Zhang Yuan retorted to him, he responded happily as if nothing had happened. Then he took Zhang Yuan, as well as Zhao Na and Song Euro, who had just gotten out of the car, into the elevator. In the elevator, Zhang Yuan and the other three stood in silence, not saying a word to each other. Yuan Bo was bored and secretly glanced at Zhao Na and Song Euro out of the corner of his eye. He had met Zhao Na before. It was because Zhao Na took a fancy to his nanny car that he had a conflict with Zhang Yuan, and was then beaten up by Zhang Yuan and recognized Zhang Yuan as his elder brother. But Song Euro was just a stranger to him. After carefully looking at Song Euro, he suddenly came close to Zhang Yuan and asked him quietly, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, that pretty girl in JK clothes is the internet celebrity with 30 million fans, right? She ignored you a few days ago because the internet was going crazy over this matter. It's only been a few days and you've already picked her up?" Yuan Bo spoke in a very low voice. But the elevator was so small that no matter how softly he spoke, Zhao Na and Song Euro could still hear him. Just a few days ago, Zhang Yuan spent more than 10 million in Song Euro's live broadcast room and wanted to ask Song Euro out for dinner, but was rejected by Song Euro. This incident caused heated discussions on the entire internet. Yuan Bo once mocked Zhang Yuan about this matter. Now that the old matter was brought up again and fell into Song Euro's ears, her face immediately blushed with shame. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly patted Yuan Bo on the head and said unhappily, "Don't talk nonsense. Nana, Ruru, and I are partners. When my live streaming platform is built, I will hand it over to them to manage. There is no such thing as no soaking, and it's not as dirty as you think. Hey, don't explain, bro." Yuan Bo smiled at Zhang Yuan and said in a very obscene way, "We are all men, I know what you are thinking. But you are really good at this, brother. You set up a live broadcast platform just to pick up girls. I don't think even Principal Wang can match this. If I were a woman, I would also fall in love with you wholeheartedly." As soon as Yuan Bo finished speaking, Zhao Na and Song Euro's faces suddenly became a little ugly. They both looked at Zhang Yuan at the same time, and doubts arose in their hearts. Zhang Yuan wouldn't really set up the live streaming platform just to hook up with them, right? Come to think of it, this is not realistic. How much does it cost to set up a live streaming platform? From 200 to 300 million yuan, to more than 100 to 200 million yuan. No matter how rich Zhang Yuan is, he wouldn't spend so much money to pick up girls, right? In other words, with so much money, he could find any kind of beautiful woman. Why did he have to use it to pick up these two? Seeing that Zhao Na and Song Euro's faces had changed a little, Zhang Yuan hurriedly kicked Yuan Bo on the butt and scolded him coldly. "If you can't speak, shut up and stop talking nonsense here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kick you out of the elevator." After being kicked by Zhang Yuan, Yuan Bo immediately became much more obedient. But he still smiled to Zhang Yuan. Okay, I won't tell you if you don't want to. I don't want to be beaten by you, big brother." Not long after he said this, the elevator door opened. Yuan Bo brought Zhang Yuan and the others to the gate of a company. The scene they saw scared them. There were originally several pots of green plants planted at the entrance of this company. But due to lack of supervision, more than half of the green plants have completely dried up and died. Several pots of dead green plants were piled together. The desolate scene reminded Zhang Yuan inexplicably of the graves covered with dead grass in his hometown. He suddenly felt a deep discomfort. Passing through the pile of dead green plants and entering the company's gate, the scene inside the company is still dilapidated. First is the front desk. There was no one at the front desk of this company. There was a thick layer of dust on the table and no one came to clean it. Behind the front desk, the screen wall with the Panda TV logo on it looks like a piece of clothing covered in patches, with a piece missing here or there. Even the 4 words Panda TV are not quite complete. The second is the office. The company's office was also a mess, with piles of useless items everywhere. Most of the tables and chairs here are broken, and all the computers are turned off and no one is using them. In the huge office with 200 to 300 workstations, except for 4 or 5 people slumped on the few relatively intact chairs playing with their mobile phones, all other seats were empty. After seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan, Jana and Song Yurua's faces all turned bitter. Zhang Yuan turned around, pointed at the office that looked like a waste recycling station, and asked Yuan Bo with a somewhat amused look. Yuan Bo, are you sure this place is Panda TV and not a theme house in some abandoned office? Can I joke with you about this, bro? After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Yuan Bo sighed helplessly. Then he led Zhang Yuan and the others to a door with a sign that read Chairman's Office. Without even knocking, he kicked the door open and shouted inside. Old one, what are you doing? Get out here right now. My eldest brother and his 2 girlfriends are here to visit your company. As soon as the office door was opened, a strong smell of smoke came out, causing Jana and Song Yurua to step back and cough continuously. Not long after, a young man in his 20s staggered to the door of the office. The young man was wearing a baggy suit and had a shaggy afro. His body seemed to be exhausted, he was extremely thin and his eyes were dull. However, when he saw Zhang Yuan, he immediately said to him with a smile on his face. Hey, this must be the legendary internet #1 tycoon, Brother 9? What a pleasure to meet you. With Brother 9 here, my crappy company will be saved. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at his emaciated appearance and then at this company which was like a garbage dump, and suddenly felt a little disgusted with this guy named Lao Wan. Therefore, he simply pushed aside the hand that Lao Wan extended to him and did not shake hands with him. Chapter 60 No Bargaining. Seeing that his handshake was rejected, Lao Wan's face suddenly became ugly and he felt a little angry. After all, I am a top-rich second generation. After meeting, he didn't even shake my hand. This shows that he looks down on me too much. But when I think about it, Zhang Yuan might be the only one willing to acquire Panda TV. Moreover, Zhang Yuan has a strong background. Even a lawless person like Yuan Bo has to admit defeat in front of him and recognize him as his big brother. Lao Wan had no choice but to suppress his temper and continue to say with a smile. Brother Jiao, do you want me to take you around the company and introduce you to its situation? Forget it. Zhang Yuan glared at Lao Wan and said calmly. Your office is already in such a mess, what's there to see? Don't tell me about revenue. Looking at the mess your company is in, it's estimated that there is no revenue. Just tell me how many employees your company has, how much debt it has, whether you have 100% control over the Panda TV brand, and how much you plan to sell it for. This Brother 9 is really generous. After hearing this, Lao Wan rubbed his hands excitedly and said. Since Brother Jiao has said so, I will not be polite. It is really distressing that Panda TV has been run like this. Take the company's current situation for example. Not only does it have no revenue, it also owes more than 30 million in foreign debts. Even if I give the company to you, Brother Jiao, for free, it can be considered that I am taking advantage of you. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded. This guy named Lao Wan looks weak and seems unreliable. What he said is quite true. At first glance, Panda TV is now a shell company on the verge of bankruptcy. Not only does this kind of company fail to make money, but it also has a lot of foreign debt. Anyone who takes over such a company is simply doing charity, throwing themselves into the hole for nothing and letting others get out. But to be honest, Brother Jiao, even though I am about to lose the management of this company, the Panda TV brand still has some commercial value. Lao Wan continued. And the office buildings where the company is now located are all owned by the company, which is worth some money. So, if you really want it, I will transfer the entire company's equity, including all the company's properties, to you for 70 million, is that okay? 70 million. Zhang Yuan held his chin and thought quietly. Seeing this, Lao Wan couldn't help but become nervous. The price he quoted was 70 million, most of which was the money from the several floors of office buildings that Panda TV currently owns. Only a small part of this is the value of the Panda TV brand. You have to know that when Lao Wan took over Panda TV from someone else, he paid more than 50 million in brand surcharges. He transferred it to Zhang Yuan at the current price, which can be considered a bargain. But Lao Wan was still worried that Zhang Yuan would refuse. After all, Panda TV now has more than 30 million in foreign debts in addition to tens of millions in fixed assets. This means that if Zhang Yuan acquired Panda TV for 70 million, he would actually have to pay 100 million to make Panda TV debt-free. Then more money will be needed to recruit people and renovate the company before Panda TV can operate normally. Spending more than 100 million to buy a shell company with only a few floors left, I guess few fools would do such a thing. But if he doesn't sell the company to Zhang Yuan, he will have no choice but to file for bankruptcy once the company's debts mature in a few days. By then, this company will be worth nothing except those few floors of office buildings. So after thinking about it, Lao Wan said to Zhang Yuan cautiously, "Brother Jiu, if you really want this company, I can give you a better deal. 6,700, no, 65 million will be enough. Do you think this price is okay?" After hearing this, Zhang Yuan snorted softly at Lao Wan and then said, "I was introduced by Yuan Bo. Before I came here, Yuan Bo also told me roughly what the situation is here. So even though this place is terrible, I won't bargain with you for Yuan Bo's sake. Since you want 70 million, then I'll give you 70 million. Really?" Lao Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. He really didn't expect that after he took the initiative to lower the price, Zhang Yuan was still willing to buy the company at the original price of 70 million. He suddenly shouted excitedly, "Fuck, Brother Jiu, you really deserve to be the #1 rich man on the internet, your moves are so cool. I, Lao Wan, have really opened my eyes today. That's it." Zhang Yuan's words also made Yuan Bo feel proud. He patted his chest and said to Lao Wan in a boastful tone, "The elder brother that I, Yuan Bo, recognize, can he be just an ordinary person? Don't you think about it, from childhood to adulthood, who else has I, Yuan Bo, ever obeyed except my elder brother? Damn, don't just say you're convinced, I'm convinced too now." Lao Wan sighed deeply, and then said to Zhang Yuan very seriously, "Brother Jiu, if you are really willing to use 70 million to take over my company, then you will really help me a lot. From now on, I will recognize you as my elder brother just like Yuan Bo. If you have any problems in Linjiang in the future, just call me and I will do my best to help you." After Lao Wan finished speaking, Song Yuro and Zhao Na, who were standing next to Zhang Yuan, looked at Zhang Yuan with eyes full of admiration. Although Lao Wan looked skinny and like a drug addict. But at this age, he was able to take over Panda TV, a live streaming platform that has a certain degree of popularity across the country. This means that he was born into a wealthy family with a fortune of at least 10 billion. He is a second-generation rich among second-generation rich. And now, such a rich second generation actually asked to recognize Zhang Yuan as his big brother. Alright. Unlike Zhao Na and Song Yuro, Zhang Yuan himself was very disdainful of Lao Wan's desire to recognize him as his eldest brother. He waved his hand at Lao Wan disapprovingly, and then said, "What, big brother or not? Let's talk about it later. Although I can buy your company for 70 million, you must promise to tell me everything about the company's current situation. You must not hide anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Don't worry, brother 9. Lao Wan patted his chest and said, "Since you are so loyal, I will definitely not cheat you. Although I don't know how to run a business and almost ruined a good platform, I still know the situation of the platform very well. Even for Yuan Bo's sake, I will not hide anything from you." Chapter 61 Lin Jiajia asks for help. It would be better this way. Zhang Yuan responded expressionlessly, then directly asked for Lao Wan's account and transferred the money to him. Looking at the transfer information received on his mobile phone, Lao Wan was suddenly confused. Brother Yuan Bo is really willful. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone transfer money to someone else without even signing a contract. Isn't he afraid that he will be cheated after he takes the money? Zhang Yuan pointed at Zhao Na and Song Yuro beside him and said, "I have already transferred the money to you. 80% of the company's equity will go to Ms. Zhao Na, and 20% to Ms. Song Yuro. Next, you will coordinate with them on matters such as signing the contract, transferring equity, financial reports, and handing over work." Clear. All the money had been received, so how could Lao Wan dare to say no? He nodded to Zhang Yuan hurriedly. Seeing that Zhang Yuan transferred all the money to Yuan Bo, Zhao Na and Song Yuro suddenly became nervous. Although the idea of creating a live streaming platform has been talked about for a long time, all their ideas have remained in the planning stage and have not been put into practice. Now that Panda TV has really been acquired, the two of them don't know what to do. Especially Zhao Na. She gently pulled Zhang Yuan's clothes and said to him in a very low voice, "Student Zhang Yuan, do we really have to do the docking? We don't know anything about company operations and equity transfers. What should we do if something goes wrong? It's fine. Zhang Yuan patted Zhao Na on the shoulder and said with a smile. Just do it boldly and with confidence. With me here, you don't have to worry about any problems. Even if something goes wrong and the company loses money, it doesn't matter. I will cover the bottom line for you. Student Zhang Yuan. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Zhao Na was so moved that her eyes turned red. San Euro felt a little sour in her heart. Although according to Zhang Yuan's plan, she will also own 20% of the platform's shares. But Zhang Yuan is too gentle to Zhao Na. It's as if Zhao Na is his girlfriend. If you really don't know what to do next, you can also recruit people from our school. Zhang Yuan thought about it and said to Zhao Na. There are many professors and teachers in our school's law school and School of Economics and Management who have participated in corporate practice. If we pay them some money and ask them to come and help us with equity transfer and financial handover, they should be happy to do so. If it doesn't work, we can find a professional lawyer or accountant to help us do this. I'll transfer 100 million to your account as the company's startup capital. As long as we have money, these problems will not be a problem for us. After Zhang Yuan said this, Zhao Na's mind suddenly became clear, and her beautiful big eyes lit up. Lao Wan on the side took a breath of cold air. The Panda TV he owned, along with several floors of office buildings, was sold for only 70 million. After Zhang Yuan paid this money to himself, he would transfer another 100 million to Zhao Na. All adding up the total, it's more than 170 million. The most important thing is that Zhang Yuan himself does not hold any shares in Panda TV. If Zhao Na and Song Euro do not recognize him in the future, then the more than 170 million yuan he invested will be completely wasted. It's totally unreasonable to spend money like this. Does Zhang Yuan's family print money? Why do they take money so lightly? How's it going, Lao Wan? Are you frightened by my boss's handiwork? Yuan Bo patted Lao Wan on the shoulder and said proudly. I'm telling you, this is called realm, a realm that only my eldest brother has. A poor bastard like you can never understand it. Ah, I don't think I understand either. Lao Wan sighed, then said to Zhang Yuan. Brother Jiao, you took over my company today, which is a great help to me. If everything is fine, let me treat you and your two sisters-in-law to a meal. In the afternoon, I will hand over the company to my two sisters-in-law. It can be regarded as letting me fulfill my duty as a host, okay? Since Lao Wan had said so much, Zhang Yuan couldn't refuse anymore and could only nod in agreement. The three of them went downstairs together, got into the nanny car that Zhang Yuan bought for Zhao Na, and went to a Huayang restaurant. The name of this restaurant is Zuojixian. It is very famous in Linjiang and can even be regarded as a business card of Linjiang City. Lao Wan brought Zhang Yuan and the others to a private room, ordered a table of signature dishes, and then started chatting while eating. During the chat, Zhang Yuan learned that Lao Wan's real name was Wan Jun. When he took over Panda TV from someone else, he spent a total of 120 million yuan. Although Panda TV was not doing well at that time, it was still able to operate normally. It was just that he did not know how to run it and could only flirt with the female anchors on the platform. In the end, Panda TV became what it is today. What Zhang Yuan didn't expect was that Wan Jun's background was also quite prominent. His father was actually Wan Changqing, the chairman of Su Ming Yixian, a nationally famous e-commerce platform. Su Ming Yixian received investment from Alibaba 3 years ago. Its e-commerce business was partially merged with Alibaba's Tenggu platform and was also vigorously promoted by Alibaba. The current market value of Su Ming Yixian is around 30 billion yuan. In other words, although Lao Wan is as thin as a skeleton and looks like neither human nor ghost. In fact, he is a super rich second generation. At least he is much richer than Yuan Bo. Otherwise, his family would not have given him more than 100 million yuan to buy a live streaming platform to date female anchors. But even so, Lao Wan still admires Zhang Yuan very much. After all, he had only asked his family for more than 100 million yuan, but he was scolded by his family. His father even told him that he was not allowed to invest more than 10 million before he turned 30. And what about Zhang Yuan? Buying 2 cars would cost more than 100 million yuan, and buying a house would cost more than 300 million yuan. Today, he threw out 170 million without even blinking an eye. Not to mention him, even if his father came, he probably wouldn't be as domineering as Zhang Yuan. The few of them became happier and happier as they talked. After eating and drinking, Lao Wan insisted on recognizing Zhang Yuan as his big brother, just like Yuan Bo did. He also told Jiang Yuan that he would introduce all his younger brothers to Jiang Yuan in the future, and let Jiang Yuan become the boss of all the rich second generations in Linjiang. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to accept this younger brother. The meal was a great success for both the host and the guests, and everyone was very happy. After the dinner, Zhao Na, Song Yuro, and Lao Wan returned to the company to do the handover. Jiang Yuan was originally a hands-off boss, so he naturally would not get involved in such matters. He planned to let Yuan Bo find a place to take him to have some fun, and then meet up with Zhao Na and the others in the evening. But what he didn't expect was that he actually received a message from Lin Jia asking for help. "Brother Jiang Yuan, come and save me. I'm being held captive at the high-speed railway station." Chapter 62 ISNT This Extortion? Outside the high-speed railway station in Linjiang City, a girl in a beige windbreaker was standing on the side of the road in panic. Next to her was a suitcase with a Doraemon pattern on it and a new Prado with a scratch on it. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a suit and with a slightly bald head, was standing next to Badeo, staring at the girl angrily, gritting his teeth and cursing at her. "What the hell is wrong with you? You are so young, are you blind? My car is parked here fine, but you scratched it when I got in. This is a new car, you know that?" As the middle-aged man continued to curse, many people gathered around them. Everyone just watched the fun and no one came forward to help the girl. "Yes, I'm sorry, brother." The girl's eyes turned red from the scolding by the middle-aged man, but she didn't dare to talk back and could only bow her head and apologize. This girl was none other than Lin Jia. Just now, she came out of the high-speed rail station, and when she passed by this car, her foot in high heels suddenly sprained and she almost fell down. In a panic, she pushed her suitcase to steady herself, but unexpectedly pushed the suitcase onto the new Prado next to her, leaving a long cut on the body of the car. Before she could react, the middle-aged man in his 50s jumped out of the car and started cursing at her without saying a word. Lin Jia knew that she was not right, and she was alone. She was a little confused when she was scolded by others. She could only say to the man who scolded her, "How much do you think it will cost to repair your car? I'll compensate you. You want to pay? Can you afford it?" The middle-aged man glared at Lin Jia and continued to curse. "This is a new car. I just picked it up from a 4S store. I spent more than 800,000 yuan in total. I drove it for less than 3 days and you scratched it. Do you think it's okay to just give me compensation? No way?" Lin Jia took a look at the Prado and said weakly, "Your car doesn't look new. It must have been driven for a while, right? What the hell are you talking about? You're just a little girl, do you even know what a new car is?" When the middle-aged man heard this, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. But this time the panic quickly disappeared, and he continued to scold Lin Jia with a frown. "This is a genuine car of mine. I just picked it up from the 4S store. It's a new car that's only been in use for a few days. I haven't even driven it for a few days, and you've already spent money on it. What the hell do you think I should do? Then what do you think we should do?" Lin Jia said this somewhat at a loss. The middle-aged man looked Lin Jia up and down. Looking at Lin Jia's attractive figure, he immediately started drooling, and then smiled at Lin Jia in a very obscene manner. "Well, I'll give you 2 options. Either you pay me 200,000 yuan to compensate for my car, or you pay me 20,000 yuan and go out drinking with me." "Ah?" Lin Jia was stunned, then smiled bitterly. You are blackmailing me, aren't you? I just scratched your car, why would it cost 200,000? What you said has no common sense at all." The middle-aged man continued to curse. "Do you know what kind of car this is? It's a Prado. Even if I give you the money to buy it, you still can't buy it. And this car is new. You scratched it, so I charge you 200,000 yuan. Is that too much? We Prado drivers never cheat people. Anyway, this is my price. If you can't pay the price, forget about leaving today." As the middle-aged man spoke, he wanted to grab Lin Jia's arm with a lewd look on his face and take advantage of her. After Lin Jia screamed, she quickly pushed the middle-aged man's hand away. Seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted angrily, "You little bitch, you don't want to pay the money and you want to cheat, right? Do you believe that your dad will beat you to death?" As he spoke, he reached out to hit Lin Jia. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a huge force hitting his waist. Then his whole body was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, and flew for 5 or 6 meters before falling heavily to the ground. The middle-aged man climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. He looked up. I saw a young man in his 20s standing where he had just stood, with one of his kicked feet still hanging in the air, and he had not had time to retract it. The young man was in such a posture that anyone who was not a fool could see that he had just flown so far because he was kicked by this young man. The middle-aged man was completely furious. He stared at the young man fiercely and shouted at him viciously. "Where did you come from, you bully? How dare you hit me, your grandfather? Do you know who I am? What? Are you a good guy?" Before the young man who kicked him could speak, another young man in ripped pants walked up to him, looked at him jokingly and said, "Tell me, who are you?" The young man wearing ripped jeans was Yuan Bo. The young man who kicked the middle-aged man was Jiang Yuan. The place where they were having dinner was near the high-speed rail station, so as soon as Jiang Yuan received Lin Zhejia's message, he rushed over with Yuan Bo. Before coming, Yuan Bo made a special call to a construction site near their company. So as soon as Yuan Bo finished speaking, more than a dozen pickup trucks drove over here and surrounded the space around them tightly. 30 or 40 young thugs with hair dyed in various colors jumped off the pickup truck and surrounded the middle-aged man. Although they didn't have any weapons in their hands, they kept laughing strangely at the middle-aged man, scaring him so much that cold sweats broke out on his back. At this moment, no matter how stupid the middle-aged man was, he understood that Jiang Yuan, Yuan Bo, and the more than 30 gangsters who suddenly appeared were here to stand up for the girl he had just bullied. However, even though he was surrounded by dozens of people, the middle-aged man still did not give in. He glanced at the hooligans around him, then shouted at Jiang Yuan and Yuan Bo. "What do you punks want to do? Are you trying to scare me? I'm telling you, I'm not buying it. That girl scratched my car, you have to pay me compensation, even if there are 1,000 of you. And, that bastard just kicked me and injured me. I'm going to the hospital right now, and then I'll call to arrest you, damn it, just wait for you to pay me until you go bankrupt." While shouting, the middle-aged man took out his cell phone and wanted to make a call. However, just as he took out his cell phone, Jiang Yuan kicked his hand and kicked his cell phone away. Chapter 63, We are shooting a video. "Oh shit, my phone!" The middle-aged man screamed. Then he saw his mobile phone fell to the ground and the screen was broken into pieces. "This is the iPhone 13 Pro Max I just bought. You bastard, do you know how much this phone costs?" The middle-aged man screamed in a state of collapse. Jiang Yuan doesn't care about that. He asked a few hooligans to pin the middle-aged man to the ground, then leaned over and asked him with a sneer, "How much did you ask that girl to pay you just now? 200,000, right?" "That's right." The middle-aged man's face turned pale. Although he was scared to death, he also realized that the young man standing in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. But he still puffed up his face and held on, glaring at Jiang Yuan fiercely. After all, this is outside the high-speed rail station, and there are people coming and going everywhere. He believed that no matter how powerful Jiang Yuan was, he would never dare to do anything to him here. "Fuck, you are such a tyrant, and you dare to ask for 200,000 yuan for drawing a line. Can I use this 200,000 yuan to buy you a coffin?" As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, before Jiang Yuan could react, Yuan Bo, who was standing next to him, became angry. He raised his foot to kick the guy, but was stopped by Jiang Yuan. Then Jiang Yuan said, 200,000, huh? I'll compensate you. But I spent 200,000 and only scratched your car. It's too cheap for you. Let me give your car a complete makeover." Having said that, Jiang Yuan glanced at Yuan Bo and said, "Come on, let the brothers give his car a makeover and draw a Hello Kitty on it for me." "Okay." Yuan Bo responded excitedly, and then he waved his hand, and 20 or 30 gangsters immediately rushed to the front of the Prado car and smashed it. Seeing this, the middle-aged man wailed like a pig being slaughtered. He even wanted to come up and fight Jiang Yuan and the others. But he was held down by a few thugs and couldn't move. At this moment, several high-speed railway station managers in uniform came over and shouted at Jiang Yuan and the others. "Hey, what are you doing? How can you just smash someone's car?" Yuan Bo walked up with a smile, handed a cigarette to the managers, and then said, "Sorry, we are all online anchors. We are not smashing cars, but shooting short videos." "Oh. So you are all internet celebrities." The managers took the cigarettes and looked at the hooligans who were in a mess because of the constant smashing of cars, and said with some dissatisfaction, "If you want to shoot a video, Find a deserted place and don't do it outside our high-speed railway station. Look at how bad the impact will be. Yes, the elder brothers are right. After hearing this, Yuan Bo quickly took out a few red banknotes and stuffed them into the hands of the managers, then said with a smile, "We will be done filming soon. After we are done, we will leave immediately and clean up the scene for you. We will definitely not cause any trouble for you." The managers quietly put the red notes into their pockets and said to Yuan Bo, "Then hurry up, finish the filming and leave quickly. If our leader sees it, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Okay, I won't cause any trouble for you." The manager nodded and left the scene. When the middle-aged man who was pinned to the ground saw the manager coming over, he thought his savior had arrived and kept wailing to get the manager's attention. Unexpectedly, Yuan Bo just stuffed a few red bills into the manager's hands and tricked them away. The middle-aged man is really about to collapse now, and can only watch his dominance being shattered. About 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man's car was smashed to pieces. The car's glass, seats, and floor were all destroyed. A cat's head was scratched crookedly on the hood of the car with a stone. Yuan Bo looked at the cat head and immediately laughed and cursed. "Who drew this cat head? It's uglier than a dog. The picture above is Hello Kitty. Is this Hello Kitty?" After he finished cursing, he turned around, pointed at the middle-aged man who was pinned to the ground, and asked Zhang Yuan, "Brother, we've smashed his car. What should we do with him next? How about I take him to the construction site and do something else with him?" "Never mind." Zhang Yuan sneered and said, "There's no point wasting time on this kind of guy. Find someone to give him 200,000 yuan in cash as compensation for his car, and then tell him to get out." "Okay." Yuan Bo responded, then squatted down, patted the middle-aged man's fat face, and said, "Boy, you're lucky today. I won't bother with you for bullying my eldest brother's woman. If you come out to cheat people again in the future, remember to keep your eyes open. There are some people you can't afford to offend no matter what." The middle-aged man still didn't give up. He stared at Yuan Bo and asked viciously, "Damn it, I don't have anyone around me today, and I'm unlucky to fall into the hands of you young fools, but this matter is not over yet. Do you dare to tell me your name and where in Linjiang you are from? I'll make you die." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the gangsters surrounding him burst into laughter. Yuan Bo also smiled and said to the middle-aged man, "Remember this, kid. My name is Yuan Bo. The man who kicked you just now was my elder brother Zhang Yuan. Hunjing Real Estate is owned by my family. As for where I live, my family owns more than 30 real estate projects and hundreds of buildings in Linjiang City. The entire Linjiang is where I live. If you want to cause trouble for me, I'm always here to accompany you. Let's see who can beat the other one to death." Yuan Bo? When the middle-aged man heard the name Yuan Bo, his face suddenly turned extremely pale as if he had heard the name of the king of hell. He stared at Yuan Bo with wide eyes, and shouted in disbelief, "Are you the prince of Hunjing Real Estate, Master Yuan?" "How?" Yuan Bo frowned. "Do you know me?" "Yes." "I'm sorry, Master Yuan. Everything that happened today is my fault. I was blind and offended your eldest brother's woman. I apologize to you now, please don't bear a grudge against me." The middle-aged man, who was originally lying on the ground, jumped up from the ground all of a sudden, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Then he actually kowtowed to Yuan Bo madly. This made Yuan Bo, Zhang Yuan, and the others all dumbfounded. Chapter 64, How about going upstairs and taking a rest? Do you really know me? Yuan Bo was shocked. The middle-aged man was so frightened that his clothes were almost soaked with cold sweat. If the person standing in front of him was someone else other than Yuan Bo, the middle-aged man would definitely continue to shout and would never admit defeat. But if the person standing in front of him was Yuan Bo, he really wouldn't have the courage to shout. The middle-aged man was originally a contractor. The domestic economic situation was not very good in the past few years. The construction funds for several projects he had contracted could not be settled, so he had to keep putting money into the projects. In the end, he almost had nothing to wear. It was not until later that he gave his niece, whose parents had died early, to a senior executive of Hunjing Real Estate as a mistress. Only then did he take over several downstream projects from Hunjing Real Estate and make money. He also earned this prada with the help of Bao Hunjing Real Estate's downstream projects. In other words, Hunjing Real Estate is his breadwinner and his god of wealth. Yuan Bo is the prince of Hunjing real estate. If anyone wants to mess with him, they only need to give a word in the company and he will be back to the days before liberation overnight, with nothing left, even his underwear. That's why he acted so frightened after hearing Yuan Bo's identity. Seeing the middle-aged man kowtow to him and keep silent about whether he knew him, Yuan Bo shook his head helplessly and said, "It looks like you must know me. Since you know me, today's matter is written off. My eldest brother asked me to give you 200,000 yuan, so forget it." Of course. It's my honor that Master Yuan can smash my car. How dare I take your money? The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded hurriedly to Yuan Bo. Although his Prado was smashed to pieces by Yuan Bo's men, only the glass frame and other parts were broken, while the big parts such as the engine and gearbox were not damaged. If you tow it to a 4S shop, it will cost at most hundreds of thousands to repair it. But if Yuan Bo knew his identity and held a grudge against him, his source of income would be cut off. How could he cut off his own source of income for just a few $100,000? Well, we won't care about your broken car anymore. Just call someone to tow it away. Yuan Bo also nodded with great satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and dismissed the thugs he had called over, then hailed a taxi from the roadside and asked Zhang Yuan and Lin Jia to get in the car. Brother Zhang Yuan. In the taxi, Lin Jia, who was sitting in the back seat, hugged Zhang Yuan tightly and buried her head in Zhang Yuan's arms like an ostrich, refusing to raise her head. And her shoulders were shaking as if she was crying. What happened just now really scared Lin Jia. She really didn't expect that she would scratch someone else's car outside the high-speed rail station and was almost molested by a middle-aged man who could be her father. If Zhang Yuan hadn't arrived in time, she couldn't imagine what would happen next. As the saying goes, tears are a woman's best weapon. Facing the frightened Lin Jia, Zhang Yuan could only let her lie in his arms, then gently patted her back and whispered to her in comfort. All right, it's okay. With me here, no one will bully you anymore." Yuan Bo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but admire the scene in his heart after seeing it. Brother is so awesome. He just bought a company with 2 girls this morning, and now another girl has come. And she is also such a top-notch girl. Brother is simply a beauty harvester. How did he do it? After Yuan Bo sighed in his heart, he asked Zhang Yuan. By the way, big brother, where are we going now? Should we go to the company to meet up with Lao Wan and the others? After hearing this, Zhang Yuan frowned and thought for a while, then asked Lin Jia softly. Jia, you just got off the high-speed train. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? Lin Jia looked at Zhang Yuan with tears in her eyes red, and nodded gently. Then let's go eat. Zhang Yuan said. The Huayang restaurant called Zuajixian is pretty good. Let's go there to eat. Okay. Yuan Bo told the taxi driver the name of Zuajixian. Not long after, the driver took them to Zuajixian. Zhang Yuan asked Yuan Bo to find a private room and asked Lin Jia to order a few of her favorite dishes. Lin Jia was also very hungry. When the dishes came, she started to eat them without caring about her image. Zhang Yuan and Yuan Bo ordered a pot of scented tea and drank it on the side. Looking at Lin Jia eating with big mouthfuls, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but asked with a smile. Jia, how are things going at home? Are your uncle and aunt okay? After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Lin Jia realized that her current image was a bit indecent. She quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, and then said to her family a little embarrassedly. My family is fine now, brother Zhang Yuan. After I took the money you gave me and went back, I paid off all my father's debts. Then I used the remaining money to hire a decoration company to renovate the store and then continue to operate it. After all the family debts were paid off, my parents' mental state is much better than before, and my father's leg injury has recovered faster than before. When my mother found out that you helped us, she told me. When Lin Jia said this, she suddenly closed her mouth and stopped talking. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly asked. What did your aunt tell you? Lin Jia raised her head and looked at Zhang Yuan shyly. Then, in a voice that only mosquitoes could hear, he said to Zhang Yuan. Tell me, let me thank you properly. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he felt as if an electric current had passed through his whole body, and he felt numb and tingling. Yuan Bo, who was standing by, saw this and said to Zhang Yuan with a very obscene smile. Brother, my sister-in-law just got off the high-speed train and must be tired. How about I get you to a room in the hotel next door so you two can go up and rest? Anyway, it's still early and there's still at least 4 or 5 hours before dinner. When Yuan Bo said this, Lin Jiejia's face turned even redder. But she just bit her lip, lowered her head, and didn't say anything to refuse. Looking at Lin Jiejia's charming appearance, Jiang Yuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and a restless fire was ignited in his heart. However, when he thought of Zhao Na and Song Yuro still in the company handing over business to Lao Wan, the anger in his heart immediately subsided. Then he shook his head and said, "Forget it, Nana and the others are still busy. We can't be lazy at this time. Let's wait until we get back to school to rest." Chapter 65, Bought It. After Jiang Yuan said this, Lin Jiejia's face immediately showed a hint of disappointment. Yuan Bo also secretly gave Jiang Yuan a thumbs up. The girl had already said so much just now, and when I mentioned getting a room, she didn't refuse, but just lowered her head embarrassedly. This shows that the girl is very willing to sacrifice herself. I didn't expect that in this situation, the eldest brother could still remember his other two girls. And he used the other two girls as an excuse to resist the urge to get a room. This means that the girl in front of me knows the existence of the other two girls. Jiang Yuan is openly playing with three girls at the same time with all three of them knowing about it. Sure enough, the elder brother's level of picking up girls is far beyond his reach. If it were him, dating three girls at the same time, he would have been torn to pieces by them. By the way, brother Jiang Yuan. While Yuan Bo was still sighing in his heart, Lin Jiejia suddenly asked Jiang Yuan with some doubt. "If the Nana you just mentioned is Zhao Na, then who is Roro referring to? You don't have another female partner besides Zhao Na, do you?" Lin Jiejia's tone was sour, and she was obviously jealous. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan hurriedly explained. "Roro is the famous female anchor on the internet, a little fish. Her real name is Song Yuro, and we all call her Roro. Didn't I tell you before that I plan to set up a live broadcast platform in the next few days? Since it is a new platform, it will definitely be beneficial to the development of the platform if there is a super popular internet celebrity sitting in it, so I gave her 20% of the platform shares and brought her into our team." "Oh, I see." Lin Jiejia responded with some disappointment. Seeing Lin Jiejia sighing, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but asked with a smile. "What's wrong? You don't look very happy. Can I be happy?" Lin Jiejia pouted like a pufferfish and said to Jiang Yuan angrily. "Brother Jiang Yuan, you set up a live streaming platform for Zhao Na to manage, and gave that Roro 20% of the platform's shares. I have nothing. I'm almost the most useless person around you." When Jiang Yuan heard this, he burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, is this why you're unhappy? It's nothing." As he spoke, he glanced at the private room they were in and asked Lin Jiejia, "Do you like this restaurant? How about I buy it for you?" "Ah." Jiang Yuan's words shocked both Lin Jiejia and Yuan Bo. This restaurant is not just a small restaurant, but Zuojixian, which is famous in the whole Linjiang area. Any small dish costs hundreds or thousands, and if it is their signature dish, it is possible for a dish to cost tens of thousands. Buying this restaurant and giving it to Lin Jiejia, is this a joke? Even the waiter who had been standing in their private room couldn't help but laugh. Does this young man in front of me know how great their restaurant is? He even wanted to buy their restaurant and give it away as a gift. He's not afraid of hurting his back from bragging too much." Lin Jiejia hurriedly said to Jiang Yuan. "That's not what I meant, brother Jiang Yuan. I don't want to ask you for anything. I feel that I'm too useless and can't help you with the real thing." "It's fine." Jiang Yuan waved at Lin Jiejia, then smiled calmly. "You haven't even graduated from college yet, so it's normal that you can't help me. But all abilities are developed through practice. If you can run this restaurant well, I have other things that need your help, and you can definitely do them well." After that, Jiang Yuan said to the waiter beside him, "Please call your boss over. I want to discuss the acquisition of this restaurant with him." "Sir, you are not kidding, are you?" The waiter was completely confused. She looked at Jiang Yuan as if he was a psychopath and said in a tone that made her laugh and cry, "If you have any opinions about our dishes, I can ask our chef to come and explain or redo them for you. If you like our dishes, I hope you can come more often in the future. As for the acquisition of our restaurant." "What? You think I'm kidding or showing off, right?" Jiang Yuan asked with a smile. The waiter lowered his head quickly and said, "I'm sorry, sir, that's not what I meant. It may be difficult for you to understand that I want to buy your restaurant." Jiang Yuan took a sip of scented tea and said slowly, "But it's not your fault. After all, you're just a waiter. There are many things that you can't understand. So just do as I say and call your boss over. For your boss, selling the restaurant to me may be one of the few opportunities in his life to make a lot of money. This. Looking at Jiang Yuan's calm appearance, the waiter was a little dazed for a moment, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Yuan Bo, who was sitting next to him, shouted to the waiter. Just go if my big brother tells you to. Why are you standing here dithering? Whether your boss is willing to sell the restaurant to my big brother or not, it has nothing to do with you as a waiter. Do you understand? Okay, sir. After the waiter responded, he lowered his head and hurriedly walked out of the private room. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a suit and tie, walked into the private room. He glanced at Jiang Yuan and the other two sitting in the private room, smiled very professionally, and then asked, Excuse me, which gentleman wants to buy our Zhujixian? Jiang Yuan raised his hand slowly. Hello, sir. I am Kai Shukuan, the general manager and owner of Zhujixian. Thank you for your love for Zhujixian. It is our honor and recognition that you have the idea of acquiring us. But the Zhujixian brand has been passed down from our ancestors for more than 70 years. No matter what the situation is, we will not sell Zhujixian. Please forgive us. Yeah. Jiang Yuan was not angry at the manager's rejection. He glanced at the manager and said slowly, If I offer 200 million, you won't sell it? After hearing the three words 200 million, manager Kai Shukuan's body trembled slightly. The smile on his face suddenly became a little stiff. Although your restaurant is an old store and is relatively well known in Linjiang, its annual net profit is less than 10 million at best. I'll give you 200 million, which is equivalent to your net profit for 20 years. If it were someone else, they would definitely not offer such a good price. Are you really not going to consider it? Chapter 66. This is called being rich and willful. Manager Kai Shukuan secretly swallowed his saliva, and his eyes turned serious when he looked at Jiang Yuan. Just now, when he was in his office and heard his waiter come to report that a customer wanted to buy their Zhujixian, he thought that the customer was drunk and joking. He originally didn't want to follow the waiter. After all, for those who work in the catering industry, it is very common for customers to brag and make trouble in the restaurant after drinking too much. The lobby manager can settle the matter without him having to step in. It was not until the waiter told him that the customer had not been drinking and was very serious about buying their restaurant that he reluctantly followed the waiter out. But he still felt that the guest who claimed to buy their Zhujixian was joking. The reason why he followed the waiter out was simply because they were in the catering industry, and only by treating customers like gods could they make their store prosperous. The customer who dared to joke about buying out Zhujixian must be a very powerful person. If they offend such a customer, it would be equivalent to losing a big customer, which would be a loss for them. He originally thought that he would come to the private room to meet the guests, say a few words to them, and then serve a fruit plate or 2 dishes to the guests in the private room, and then he would be able to send this table of guests away. Unexpectedly, the young man who said he would take his Zhujixian would directly quote the net profit of their restaurant in a year, and offered a high price of 200 million. The annual net profit of their restaurant is indeed around 10 million. Moreover, this is the business secret of their restaurant, and outsiders will definitely not know it. This couldn't help but make manager Kai suspicious. Where did this young man in front of me come from? Are you well prepared? In fact, manager Kai really blamed Jiang Yuan wrongly. The reason why Jiang Yuan was able to guess Zhujixian's net profit for a year was because Jiang Yuan's intelligence had exceeded the limit of an ordinary adult under the strengthening of the system. Just by looking at the prices on the restaurant's menu, the number of customers during mealtimes, the number of staff members in the restaurant and their service attitude, you can roughly guess the restaurant's daily turnover and how much net profit it will make. Considering the brand value of Zhujixian and the value of the real estate on this land, the price of 200 million he offered was definitely a high price. Manager Kai was feeling very nervous. But when he saw Jiang Yuan, still sitting in his seat with a calm expression, he suddenly became even more panicked. However, after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, sir. The price you offer is indeed high for us, but as I said just now, Zhujixian was passed down from our ancestors. It has been passed down for more than 70 years. No matter what the situation is, we will not sell it. 250 million. Jiang Yuan seemed not to have heard what manager Kai said, and continued to speak nonchalantly. I'll give you 250 million, please think about it. I'm sorry, sir. No matter how high the price you offer, we will. 300 million. Sir, it's really not about the money. Manager Kai smiled bitterly and shouted. Our Zhuojixian brand is indeed a brand passed down from our ancestors. If I sell it, how can I face my ancestors? 400 million. Zhang Yuan slowly stood up from his seat, stared at Manager Kai, and said in a very serious tone. 400 million, fixed price. If you are willing to sell, I will transfer the money to your account now. If you are not willing to sell, I will open a Huayan restaurant exactly the same as yours in front of your Zhuojixian restaurant, and then poach your waiters and chefs with 10 times the salary. No matter where you move the restaurant in the future, I will treat you the same way. I don't believe that after spending 400 million, you can still keep this so-called 70-year-old signboard. You. Looking at Zhang Yuan's sharp eyes, Manager Kai couldn't help but take a step back. Although what Zhang Yuan said sounded like a fairy tale. But his decades of experience as a businessman told him that the young man in front of him was definitely not joking with him. If he dared to refuse the young man would definitely do as he said. Thinking of this, he pointed at Zhang Yuan and trembled as he shouted to him. Sir, there is no grudge between us. There is no need for you to treat me like this, right? Aren't you being a jerk by doing this? What's the trick? Yuan Bo, who was sitting next to him, rolled his eyes at Manager Kai and shouted angrily. My eldest brother is rich and willful, do you understand? Manager Kai was choked by Yuan Bo and was speechless. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Yuan. Okay, if you are really willing to buy our Zhuojixian for 400 million, I can sell it to you. But I want you to transfer the money to my account today. If you can't do it, please don't embarrass me anymore. If you come to our store to consume again in the future, we will still welcome you, okay? Manager Kai said this in order to deliberately make things difficult for Zhang Yuan so that he would give up. After all, a large transfer of 400 million yuan requires reporting to the relevant departments, and it will take a long time for the transfer to be successful. There is no way Zhang Yuan could transfer 400 million to his account today. By that time, when Zhang Yuan is rejected by him because he cannot meet his requirements, Zhang Yuan will have nothing to say. Manager Kai originally thought that after he made this request, Zhang Yuan would definitely say that he was making things difficult for him, or even get angry with him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan said to him very calmly. No problem, give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Looking at Zhang Yuan's confident look, Manager Kai suddenly felt a little unsure. But he still thought Zhang Yuan was bluffing. After all, 400 million is a really huge number. Unless Zhang Yuan has a powerful official background. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to transfer 400 million to his account today. Thinking of this, he wrote his account number on a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Yuan. As soon as Zhang Yuan got Manager Kai's account, he took out his mobile phone and started operating it. About 5 minutes later, Manager Kai's cell phone rang. Manager Kai took out his cell phone. When he saw the text message on the phone clearly, his legs suddenly went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Dear user, your bank card with the last number 4587 has received a transfer amount of 400 million yuan, and the current balance is 402,586,321 yuan. Chapter 67. You can check it as you like. This actually turned around. Kai Shukuan was completely confused. This is 400 million. In this era, if you transfer more than 100,000 yuan between individuals, you must report it actively. This young man in front of him actually transferred 400 million to him in just a few minutes? This is too outrageous. It seems that you have received the bank transfer information, right? Looking at Kai Shukuan's panic-stricken look, Zhang Yuan curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. In that case, from now on, this restaurant belongs to me. Let's sign the contract now. No. I don't believe this is true. Kai Shukuan tried very hard to calm himself down, then he took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Yuan very seriously, and said, no one can transfer 400 million to someone else in a few minutes, not even the world's richest man. I suspect you are using fake text messages to deceive me. There are many telecom fraud software that can pretend to be a bank to send text messages to others. I have every reason to believe that you are deceiving me. Fuck, Mr. Kai, you are going too far. Upon hearing what Kai Shukuan said, Yuan Bo immediately shouted. Do you know who my eldest brother is? A mere 400 million is nothing to my eldest brother. How dare you say that my eldest brother lied to you? Okay, Xiaobo, stop talking about Manager Kai. He doesn't know us well enough, so it's normal for him to have such doubts. Zhang Yuan waved his hand at Yuan Bo and said, Since Manager Kai doesn't believe my transfer is real, let Manager Kai check it out. Having said that, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on Kai Shukun again. Manager Kai, I'll give you 1 hour to check the authenticity of this transfer. You can check it however you want within this hour, and I won't interfere. But after 1 hour, I want you to stand here and sign the transfer contract of the restaurant with me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Good. Kai Shukun grunted in response, then walked out of the private room with the waiter. After Kai Shukun left, Lin Jia looked at Zhang Yuan and asked with some concern. Brother Zhang Yuan, you spent 400 million yuan to buy this restaurant. Isn't that too much? Seeing Zhang Yuan spending a huge amount of money on her, Lin Jia felt both touched and happy. This shows that Zhang Yuan cares about me. And Zhang Yuan treats her better than the other two girls. But Zhang Yuan actually paid 400 million to buy this restaurant. This amount of money is really too much. Lin Jia's family also runs a shop. Although her family is not in the catering business, it is also in the service industry. In addition, after she returned home this time, most of the household chores were taken care of by her. So she had an idea of how much it would cost to open a store. Although Zhujixian is very famous in Linjiang City, its consumption level is also very high and its annual turnover is not small. But it's only worth 100 million at most. Zhang Yuan spent 400 million to buy a store that was only worth 100 million. It was really a loss. However, as soon as she finished her words, Zhang Yuan waved his hand to interrupt her, then said to her with a smile, It's okay. I must have my own reasons for spending so much money to buy this store. The Zhujixian brand is not only well known in Linjiang, but also has a certain reputation throughout the country. Aren't we going to build a new live streaming platform next? After our live streaming platform is built, we can use our own platform to make the Zhujixian brand more well known, and even make it a big hit in China. At this time, as long as we can develop a suitable talent training and management plan and replicate the success of this store, we can spread the Zhujixian brand all over the country in an instant. It's just like fishing from the bottom of a river, right, brother Zhang Yuan? Lin Jia admired Zhang Yuan so much that her eyes were full of little stars. She had always thought that Zhang Yuan's plan to buy Zhujixian was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan had a plan for Zhujixian's development. He has even thought of using the new live broadcast platform he is building to promote Zhujixian and do talent management, so as to promote it to the entire country. If Zhang Yuan really succeeds, then Zhujixian will become a behemoth with a market value of tens of billions, just like Hedi Lao. By then, what will these hundreds of millions of investments mean? From other people's perspective, Zhang Yuan is both a live streaming platform and a catering business, which makes people feel a little confused. But in fact, Zhang Yuan is playing a big game. Yeah, you're right, it's like fishing at the bottom of a river. Looking at Lin Jia's admiring eyes, Zhang Yuan nodded and gave two dry laughs, feeling somewhat guilty. What he just said to Lin Jia sounded very reasonable, but in fact, it was just something he made up on the spur of the moment. He doesn't care about national brands or talent management. He spent 400 million to buy Zhujixian, simply because he spent too little money on Panda TV this morning and needed to buy something else to burn some money. The third task given to him by the system was to spend 700 million within 10 days. Now more than half of the time has passed, but he has only spent 270 million yuan, and there is still 430 million yuan left to be spent. It just so happened that Lin Jia gave him some suggestions about setting up a live streaming platform for Zhana and Song Yurua. In this case, why not buy Lin Jia an industry, and then spend some money to complete the task? Isn't that great? But now that he has said it, he might as well just keep pretending. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan cleared his throat and said to Lin Jia very seriously, There will definitely be no problem with the money I transfer to that Kai. He will come to us with the contract in an hour to sign the contract. I have other things to do and cannot invest too much energy in Zhujixian, so Zhujixian must be registered under your name. At the same time, you must manage Zhujixian according to my development direction. Whether we can make Zhujixian another Hedi Lao in the future depends on you. I understand. After hearing this, Lin Jia immediately nodded to Zhang Yuan excitedly. Even though Zhang Yuan had said long ago that he would give this Zhujixian restaurant to himself. But in Lin Jia's opinion, the meaning of giving at that time and giving now are completely different. If Jiang Yuan gave her the Zhuojixian before, it was just a gift to compensate her. So giving Zhuojixian to her now represents Jiang Yuan's trust and encouragement in him. This shows that Jiang Yuan has already included himself in his future business empire. He not only regards herself as a little woman by his side, but also as his right-hand man in his career. This shows that Jiang Yuan's feelings for her are not fake, and Jiang Yuan wants to be with her for a long time. Therefore, Lin Jiezhou said to Jiang Yuan very seriously, "Don't worry, brother Jiang Yuan, I will never let you down." Chapter 68, Ride Your Horse. Brother. Looking at Lin Jiezhou's excited expression, Yuan Bo, who was sitting next to her, was immediately envious. He looked at Jiang Yuan eagerly and said pitifully, "Look, you are so good to my sister-in-law. You gave her a store worth 400 million yuan right away. I have been running around for you. Can't you give me something? I am sincere to you." Asshole. Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes at Yuan Bo. "You don't have to be so sincere to me, I don't deal in glass." "Hey. Boss, don't be so stingy." After being rebuked by Jiang Yuan, Yuan Bo not only did not shut up, but instead looked at Jiang Yuan with a disgusting tone and said to him in a coquettish way, "He is your younger brother after all, don't be so heartless." All right, you win." Jiang Yuan shuddered at Yuan Bo's disgust. He glanced at the 30 million balance in his account and said to Yuan Bo, "You can pick any item you want, the limit is 30 million. I'll pay for it after you've chosen it. So put away your shameless look." "Ah, boss, you are awesome." After hearing this, Yuan Bo immediately jumped up excitedly. He rushed over and wanted to hug Jiang Yuan, but was kicked away by Jiang Yuan with disgust. Jiang Yuan then said to him, "Let me tell you, the 30 million I promised you is only valid here and at this moment. After we sign the contract and leave this room, you won't have this chance anymore, understand?" "Clear." Yuan Bo smiled at Jiang Yuan and said, "It's just spending 30 million here, no big deal." As he spoke, he moved closer to Jiang Yuan and handed him his cell phone. A website opened on Yuan Bo's mobile phone. All the products on the website are luxury goods such as luxury cars and watches. Yuan Bo pointed to one of the yachts and said to Jiang Yuan, "I've been eyeing this yacht for a long time. It's exactly 30 million, and it can be delivered to my private dock in Shanghai. Pay now, and we can have a party on the yacht in 2 months. Big brother, it's up to you now. I really admire you." Jiang Yuan sighed helplessly. He then placed an order and paid according to the payment method provided on the webpage, and filled in Yuan Bo as the recipient and owner. After he completes the payment, his task amount in the system is officially cleared. At the same time, he heard the system prompt sound. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd mission. The host is rewarded with 7 million in cash, 10 points of super rich reinforcement, and the ultimate chi healing skill is activated for the host. Since the host has completed the task of this system ahead of time, the host will be rewarded with an additional 5 points of godly enhancement." Host's current status. Host, Jiang Yuan. Age, 21. Physical condition. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Intelligence, 11. Agility, 10. Perception, 10. The average adult peaks at 10. Skills, Ultimate Fighting Skills, Ultimate Chi Therapy, College English Level 4. Super Rich Skill Points, 15. The host can use the Godly Enhancement Points to enhance any physical indicator. The 4th mission has been released. Please spend 1.8 billion within 20 days. The mission countdown has started. After completing this mission, the host will receive 1% of the mission amount, 10 points of Super Rich Enhancement Points, and the Ultimate Game Control Technique. The 3rd mission is finally completed. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart, and then started to operate his attribute panel in his mind. He evenly distributed the 15 godly strengthening points awarded to him by the system among his 5 physical indicators, upgrading all indicators to 13 points and intelligence to 14 points. After distributing the reinforcement points to the rich, he immediately felt a warm current flowing into his body. Under the nourishment of this warm current, all functions of his body began to rise rapidly, and soon reached a level that amazed him. After allocating the strengthening points to the rich, Jiang Yuan began to study the ultimate chi healing technique given to him by the system. On the system page, there is a line of skill introduction about the ultimate chi therapy. Zhang Yuan clicked on the introduction and read it word by word in his mind. The ultimate chi therapy, using one's own chi to treat patients, can cure most diseases in the world. If used on healthy people, it can beautify the skin and prolong life. What an awesome skill! After reading the introduction, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It can cure most diseases in the world, beautify the skin and prolong life. This is really a bug. The ultimate chi healing technique truly deserves the name of ultimate skill. It is indeed amazing. With this skill, wouldn't he become a miracle doctor? But how should we use that energy? It's not mentioned in the skill introduction. Zhang Yuan studied the skills for a long time but still couldn't figure out what they were. I can only put this ultimate chi therapy aside for now and return to reality. In reality, after Zhang Yuan paid for the yacht, Yuan Bo was so happy that he almost took off. This yacht was something he had been dreaming of for half a year. He had always wanted to buy it, but he never had enough money. After all, 30 million is not a small amount. Even if he is the richest of the rich, it is difficult for him to come up with such a large sum of money at once. He even asked his father several times to help him buy it. But his father felt that a yacht was just a consumable item for him to pick up girls and indulge himself, and it would not bring him any positive influence, so he refused to buy him one no matter what. That's right, buying this yacht has almost become Yuan Bo's dream for more than half a year. Unexpectedly, his dream would come true today, at this moment. Even if Zhang Yuan only spent 30 million on him, it was far less than the 400 million he spent on Lin Jia. But he still felt very happy. He even shouted at Zhang Yuan. Damn it, Big Brother is worthy of being a big brother, he is so generous. Don't worry, Big Brother, from now on, half of the girls I pick up with this yacht will be yours. As long as I can have fun every night, Big Brother, I'm sure you can also gallop on horseback. Zhang Yuan almost vomited blood after hearing his words. Lin Jia is sitting next to me now. Can I say something like galloping on horseback in front of her? So he rolled his eyes at Yuan Bo and said to him unhappily. Alright, just have fun every night, I won't get involved in your galloping. Chapter 69, Non-Compete Agreement. Just as Zhang Yuan was scolding Yuan Bo, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Then, Kai Shukuan, with a look of despair on his face, walked in with a stack of documents. He set his gaze on Zhang Yuan. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke with some difficulty. I have just checked, sir. The 400 million you transferred to my account is indeed real. This is the transfer contract for the restaurant and the Zhujixian brand that I prepared. You can take a look and see if there are any problems. If you think there are no problems, please sign it and Zhujixian will be yours. After Kai Shukuan finished speaking, he put the contract on the revolving table and then turned it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at the contract, smiled slightly, and said, How about it, Manager Kai? Now you don't think I'm a liar anymore, right? Kai Shukuan lowered his head. His face was as pale as paper and he couldn't utter a word. Just now, in order to verify the authenticity of Zhang Yuan's transfer, he first called the bank's customer service number and checked his balance. The customer service told him that his account balance was indeed the same as shown in the text message, which was more than 400 million. Kai Shukuan couldn't believe it, so he called the president of a local branch and asked the manager whether the more than 400 million yuan in his account was real. Zhujixian is considered a major depositor of the bank and has a very good relationship with the branch. The branch manager answered his call and enthusiastically checked his account balance for him. After the inquiry was completed, the branch manager was also shocked. Not only did he tell Kai Shukuan that the money in his account was real, but he also kept complaining to Kai Shukuan, asking why he transferred such a large sum of money into the account without even saying hello. Such a large sum of money should be told to him anyway. As long as he takes out a portion of it and buys the financial products sold by their branch, wouldn't their branch's sales performance for this quarter meet the target? The branch manager kept recommending to Kai Shukuan the newly launched funds of their branch, asking Kai Shukuan to try them out. He even said that he would come to the store to visit Kai Shukuan in person and introduce the benefits of those new financial products to him in person. Kai Shukuan was in no mood to listen to him and turned off his phone with lifeless eyes. The branch manager's words completely verified the authenticity of Zhang Yuan's transfer. No matter how much he couldn't accept it, the 400 million that Zhang Yuan transferred to him was actually deposited into his account, and he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. In other words, Kai Shukuan must transfer Zhujixian to Zhang Yuan as agreed. Of course, when Jiang Yuan transferred money to his account, they had not signed a contract yet. He could have simply cheated, not recognizing the verbal agreement between him and Jiang Yuan and not transferring Zhuojixian to Jiang Yuan. But after careful consideration, Kai Shukuan finally chose to give up. After all, he has been doing business for decades, and he knows what he can do and what he cannot do. Jiang Yuan is a person who can easily take out 400 million yuan and transfer it to his personal account within a few minutes. Kai Shukuan really doesn't even dare to think about how much power and how terrifying the background of such a person is. Playing tricks with such a person is almost like seeking death. If he dares to cheat after taking it, he may not even see tomorrow's sunrise. Moreover, in Kai Shukuan's opinion, Jiang Yuan was able to tell the net profit of Zhuojixian in one breath and to take out 400 million yuan to acquire Zhuojixian. He must have done his homework before coming and came well prepared. Since the other party is well prepared and dares to transfer the money to his account before signing the contract, there is no need to worry about him cheating. Since you can't beat him anyway, you might as well just hand over Zhuojixian honestly. After all, for Zhuojixian, the price of 400 million can be considered a sky-high price, and he got a great bargain. It's just that Zhuojixian was passed down from their ancestors. Selling Zhuojixian really made him feel ashamed of his ancestors. Thinking of this, Kai Shukuan sighed to Jiang Yuan and said, "I, Kai, am short-sighted and have misunderstood you. I hope you will not be offended. You are so generous and powerful, which is something I have never seen before. I hope that after you take over Zhuojixian, you can manage this brand well and make it flourish. Don't worry." Jiang Yuan smiled softly. Then he pushed the contract in front of Lin Jejia and said to her, "Jejia, please sign this contract." Looking at the transfer contract in front of her, Lin Jejia's face flushed with excitement, and Zhou Yi began to tremble slightly. This is a transfer contract for a store worth 400 million yuan. After she signed the contract, this restaurant worth 400 million yuan belonged completely to her. Her father worked hard for most of his life and his business was going smoothly. He opened 2 or 3 bath centers, but the total assets were only tens of millions. She has 400 million in one fell swoop? This is too unreal. Lin Jejia took a deep breath, and then under Jiang Yuan's encouraging eyes, she picked up a pen and signed her name one by one in the places where signature was required on the transfer contract. After she signed, Jiang Yuan picked up the contract again and quickly read it through. Nowadays, his intelligence has far exceeded the limits of ordinary people. For ordinary people, the obscure contract terms are as easy to understand as an elementary school student's composition for him. Therefore, he reads contracts even faster than professional lawyers. After he finished reading the contract and confirmed that there were no problems with the details, he said to Kai Shukuan, "Okay, Manager Kai, now the contract has been signed. Zhuojixian is now the property of the beautiful lady next to me. Thank you very much for your dedication to Zhuojixian over the years. Now you can take Zhuojixian's new owner to learn about the work." "Okay." Kai Shukuan sighed and made a pleased gesture to Lin Jejia. Lin Jejia also hurriedly stood up from her seat. Just when Lin Jejia was about to hand over her work to Kai Shukuan, Jiang Yuan suddenly said, "By the way, Manager Kai, before you leave Zhuojixian, there is one more thing you need to do." "What's up?" Kai Shukuan frowned slightly. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and said, "In order to ensure that Zhuojixian can continue to operate normally after you leave, I need all Zhuojixian employees, including you, to sign a non-compete agreement, promising not to resign within 3 years, and once you resign, you will not work in the same industry within 10 years. I will double everyone's salary as compensation for signing the non-compete agreement." Chapter 70. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Non-compete agreement? Kai Shukuan was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and shouted to Jiang Yuan, "Sir, isn't this too cruel of you? You have to be ruthless." Jiang Yuan sighed slowly and said, "Everyone in this world knows that the most important thing for a restaurant is its chef. If I don't let you sign a professionalism agreement with the restaurant's employees, after you leave Zhuojixian, you turn around and poach all the old employees in the restaurant, and then use the money I give you to open at Zhuojixian, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? So you still have to sign the non-compete agreement. This is also my request to you, and you must agree to it." Jiang Yuan spoke very slowly when he said this. But there was an indescribable sense of oppression emanating from him. Kai Shukuan glared at Jiang Yuan with gritted teeth. To be honest, he really wanted to reject Jiang Yuan. After all, the non-compete agreement proposed by Jiang Yuan is really bullying. Moreover, in his opinion, Jiang Yuan, who was able to transfer 400 million yuan to him within a few minutes, must have an all-powerful official background. With such a background, who among him and the employees of Zhujixianli would dare to act rashly, as he said? This is totally a waste of time. However, looking at Jiang Yuan's determined eyes, Kai Shukuan did not dare to refuse and could only nod helplessly. After Kai Shukuan and Lin Jejia left, Yuan Bo immediately said to Jiang Yuan with great admiration, "You're amazing, boss. You're so good at Kung Fu, but you even thought of a non-compete agreement. Look how angry that Kai is, his legs are shaking. There's nothing I can do." Jiang Yuan sighed helplessly. After all, Zhujixian is a brand passed down from their ancestors. If there is no non-compete agreement, even if we take over the store, we will only be taking over an empty shell. To be honest, this manager named Kai is pretty good. I've thought about keeping him in the store and letting him help Jejia. That way, Jejia will be more comfortable when she takes over the store. But this guy is the successor of Zhujixian. All Zhujixian employees listen to him. He must have his own ideas about Zhujixian's business methods. If I keep him here, Jejia will be easily sidelined by him. Then it will be difficult to promote my business philosophy and make Zhujixian a national brand. So I can't keep him here. Yuan Bo nodded in agreement. I think the boss is awesome and he thinks so far ahead with every step. Compared with the boss, he is a waste who only knows how to eat, drink, play, pick up girls and fight. But what he didn't know was that what he just said was actually made up by Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan asked Kai Shukuan and all the employees of Zhujixian to sign a non-compete agreement because he was indeed worried that after Kai Shukuan transferred Zhujixian, he would run away with all the employees of the restaurant, leaving them with an empty shell. But the purpose of driving Kai Shukuan away was purely to train Lin Jejia's management ability. As for whether Lin Jejia could manage the store well and whether she would lose money, it was not within his consideration at all. Some even say that it would be better if Lin Jejia kept losing money. In this way, he can keep injecting capital into the store, keep spending money, and then complete his task. There are 90 billion in his super rich fund. No matter how much Lin Jejia loses, it will never be enough. Yuan Bo and Jiang Yuan had nothing to do, so they drank scented tea in the private room and chatted about all sorts of topics. The two of them sat in the private room for more than 3 hours. It was not until the sky began to darken that Lin Jejia returned to the private room with a flushed face. At this time, in addition to Kai Shukuan, there were several senior leaders of Zhujixian following Lin Jejia. They all seemed to have accepted the fact that Lin Jejia had become the new master of Zhujixian. After Lin Jejia cleared her throat, the restaurant managers immediately stood in a row, bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuan, and shouted in unison, "Hello, Mr. Jiang." This was the first time Jiang Yuan had been treated like this in his life. He immediately stood up from his seat and said to those people somewhat awkwardly, "You are too polite. From now on, the owner of Zhujixian is Miss Lin Jejia, and the one who leads you is also Miss Lin Jejia, so you don't need to call me President Jiang. If I come to your place for dinner in the future, just give me a discount." Brother Jiang Yuan. After hearing this, Lin Jejia gave Jiang Yuan a coquettish look. "What do you mean by just giving you a discount? You bought this store with your own money, and even I am your person. You are saying this to me just to make me feel uncomfortable." Lin Jejia is a beautiful woman with an appearance score of around 9. When she said coquettishly to Jiang Yuan, she was half shy and half charming, with her eyes full of love, which made Jiang Yuan's anger rise again. For some reason, this thought suddenly popped up in Jiang Yuan's mind. Now that the store has been bought, Lin Jejia has no opinion on him anymore. Moreover, Zhujixian's handover work is almost complete. If he took Lin Jejia away at this time and found a place to have an in-depth communication, Lin Jejia would definitely not refuse, right? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, his breathing became a little rapid, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Jejia also became a little hot. Brother Jiang Yuan? Feeling Jiang Yuan's fiery gaze, Lin Jejia seemed to be moved as well, her heart beating wildly like a deer. Her body gradually became soft. Just as the two of them looked at each other affectionately, sparks of love seemed to be flying. Jiang Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang, pulling him out of his agitated state. "Damn it, who's calling me at this time?" Jiang Yuan cursed angrily. However, when he took out his mobile phone and saw the name Zhana jumping on the screen, he immediately lost his temper. I could only slide the answer button and asked helplessly, "How's it going, Nana? Is everything going well over there?" "Good. Jana's tone was also cheerful, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. Although Panda TV is quite shabby, it has its advantages. There are not many things to hand over, and it is easy to count. We finished the handover very quickly. And the accounts of Panda TV are very clear. Ruru, Lao Wan, and I have discussed it and plan to invite an accounting firm to come over tomorrow to recheck the accounts. As long as there are no problems with the accounts, the handover of Panda TV will be successfully completed. We just need to redecorate it, recruit some people, and then we can open for business. Chapter 71. The atmosphere is wrong. That's great. Zhang Yuan responded with a smile. He glanced at Lin Zhezhe beside him, hesitated for a while, and then said to Jana, Yuan Bo and I are still at Zui Jixian. If you are done with your work, come over. It just so happens that I also bought Zui Jixian. We have acquired so many industries today, which can be regarded as a great victory. When you come, we will celebrate properly. Ah. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Jana was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he shouted in disbelief. You are kidding, classmate Zhang Yuan, did you buy Zui Jixian? Yes. Zhang Yuan sighed and said. I can't explain the reason in a few words. Let's talk about it after we meet. I also have a new friend to introduce to you. Okay. Jana responded and hung up the phone with some worry. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan asked Lin Zhezhe to give orders to prepare a table of signature dishes for them, and then serve a few bottles of good wine. About 20 minutes later, Jana, Song Yuro and Lao Wan came to their box. As soon as the door of the box opened, Song Yuro rushed directly to Zhang Yuan and threw herself into his arms. At the same time, she used that cute and coquettish voice to act coquettishly towards Zhang Yuan. I've finally finished taking care of brother Zhang Yuan. I was so exhausted this afternoon. Jana followed behind Song Yuro. There was a hint of fatigue on her face. But when Song Yuro got into Zhang Yuan's arms right away, the tiredness on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy look like water. She was so angry that she couldn't make anything happen. This Song Yuro is too scheming. When the company was doing the handover this afternoon, she also went with us. But she didn't do anything at all. From the beginning to the end, she has been emphasizing that she is just a small shareholder with only 20% of the shares, and Zhang Yuan has not arranged any specific position for her in the company. So she only participates in dividends and does not directly participate in the company's operations. Since she is not even involved in the operation of the company, the handover matter naturally has nothing to do with her and should be the sole responsibility of Jana. Although Jana was very angry about Song Yuro's statement, she thought that she would be the actual operator of the company in the future and the person who owned the largest share of the company's shares. Although what Song Yuro said was infuriating, it was also true. So she completed the handover with Lao Wan alone. Song Yuro played games in the company for the whole afternoon and basically didn't help her at all. But unexpectedly, this man who had done almost nothing actually threw himself into Zhang Yuan's arms and asked for credit as soon as he saw Zhang Yuan. He also said something like, I'm so tired. This kind of behavior is too green tea. If you are tired to death after playing games for an entire afternoon, then what about me who has been really busy all afternoon? After Song Yuro got into Zhang Yuan's arms, her face suddenly became gloomy. Not only Zhao Na, but also Lin Zhezhe. Ever since Zhang Yuan gave her 20 million last time to help her solve her family's debt crisis, she has decided that she is Zhang Yuan's person and is determined to become Zhang Yuan's official girlfriend. This afternoon, Zhang Yuan went to the high-speed rail station to help her out, and spent a huge price to buy Zui Jixian and gave it to her. This series of events made her more determined in her idea. Now there is actually a woman who dares to hug Zhang Yuan in front of him and act coquettishly towards Zhang Yuan. Isn't this a provocation? But unlike Zhao Na, Lin Zhezhe is not a good-tempered person. As a famous female sea queen in Linjiang University, she has much more experience in dealing with young girls than Zhao Na. Therefore, she walked to Song Yuro without thinking and said to her in a sarcastic tone, Hey, where did this beauty come from? She's really open-minded. She hugged brother Zhang Yuan right away. If you don't know, you would think she is brother Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. As soon as Lin Zhezhe said this, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to her. Zhang Yuan also reacted at this time. He patted Song Yuro on the back and quickly pushed her out of his arms. Then he introduced Lin Zhezhe somewhat awkwardly. Jia, this is Song Yuro, she is a very famous internet celebrity, a little fish. Standing over there is Zhao Na, also a student of our Linjiang University. After the new live broadcast platform is established, it will be managed and operated by the two of them. The other one is Lao Wan, the son of Wan Chongqing, the chairman of Su Minjixuan. The Panda TV we acquired today was acquired from him. After introducing Lin Jia, he pointed at Lin Jia and introduced her to Zhao Na and the others. This is Lin Jia, my friend and the new owner of Zuojixian. It was Jia who invited us to the celebration banquet today. Brother Zhang Yuan, you are talking nonsense again. Lin Jia gave Zhang Yuan a coquettish look. You bought this shop with your own money. I am just the one who manages the shop for you. How can you be considered as my guest? After she finished her coquettish speech, she walked up to Lao Wan and shook hands with him very generously. Then he turned his head and stretched out his hand to Zhao Na. Hello, classmate Zhao Na, I've heard of you in school before, and I've even watched your live broadcast. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in real life than on the internet. You too, classmate Lin Jia. Zhao Na also responded with a smile. She had heard Jiang Yuan mention Lin Jia before, and knew that Jiang Yuan and Lin Jia had a special relationship. Therefore, before meeting Lin Jia, she had always had a bit of hostility towards Lin Jia. But today Song Yuro's behavior was really too much. As a result, all her anger was now directed at Song Yuro. When she saw Lin Jia, she actually felt a sense of intimacy with her as a revolutionary comrade. In fact, it's not just her. Lin Jia feels basically the same way about her at this moment. The two women looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they seemed to have formed a special tacit understanding invisibly. And when their eyes fell on Song Yuro, they all revealed an unconcealable chill. Facing the scary looks from Zhao Na and Lin Jia, Song Yuro straightened her chest, raised her chin, and showed a fearless smile. The three women just stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Lao Wan, who had just entered the private room, quietly approached Yuan Bo and said to him in a low voice. Shit, Yuan Bo, the atmosphere here is a bit weird. Are the boss's three girls going to fight here? Chapter 72. It's too sudden. It's hard to say. Yuan Bo swallowed quietly and said with some fear. The situation today is indeed a little hard to control. It depends on whether the boss can hold it. Ahem. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became like a battlefield, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Zhang Yuan himself was a little scared. He coughed twice, then said to the three women with a smile. Today we have acquired two companies at once, and all three of you have become capitalists at once. This is a great event. Everyone, stop looking at each other like that, and sit down and celebrate. Yes. As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Song Yuro immediately echoed with a delicate face. Everything we have today was given by Brother Zhang Yuan. We should thank Brother Zhang Yuan very much. Snort. After hearing this, Zhao Na snorted coldly, then found a seat and sat down. Seeing this, Lin Jia also sat down next to Zhang Yuan very obediently. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then asked Song Yuro, Yuan Bo, and Lao Wan to sit down. Then, the prepared meals were brought up one by one. Although there were no new conflicts between Song Yuro and Zhao Na, the meal was still very depressing. At the dinner table, everyone ate the food in front of them in silence without saying a word to each other. Yuan Bo and Lao Wan occasionally told a joke or two to liven up the atmosphere. But no matter how funny their jokes were, none of the three women laughed. They all had cold and stern faces. What was supposed to be a celebration banquet turned out to be even more deserted than a funeral banquet for the ancients. What Zhang Yuan couldn't stand the most was that after the dishes started being served, Lin Jia and Song Yuro, who were sitting on his left and right sides, kept picking up food for him as if they were competing with each other. If he didn't eat the food one of them picked for him, that person would look at him with pitiful eyes, as if he had suffered a great injustice, until he finished eating the food. As a result, nearly half of the dishes on the table were eaten by Zhang Yuan alone. There are a lot of dishes on the table. Zhang Yuan is not a big eater, how can he eat so much? In the end, he was so full that he couldn't stand it anymore. He even wanted to go to the bathroom to pick his throat and vomit out what he had eaten. Seeing Zhang Yuan's miserable appearance, Yuan Bo and Lao Wan couldn't help but feel emotional. It seems that having three relationships at the same time openly is still a technical job. Even a romantic like the boss can't hold it back. About an hour later, this so-called celebration banquet finally ended. Yuan Bo and Lao Wan were afraid of being implicated, so they said hello to Zhang Yuan and ran away. Zhang Yuan looked at the three women around him and suddenly felt troubled. According to previous practice, he would usually drive Zhana back to the community in the nanny car, and then take a taxi back to school. But today Song Yuro and Lin Jia are both here. Both of their luggage were also in Zhana's nanny car. It would definitely be inconvenient if I sent Zhana first and then Lin Jia and Song Yuro. Especially Song Yuro, she didn't even have a place to live in Linjiang, and we had to find a way to accommodate her. But there was obviously some discord between Song Yuro, Zhana and Lin Jia. If Song Yuro is settled first, Zhana and Lin Jia might get angry. Just when Zhang Yuan was feeling a bit overwhelmed, Zhana suddenly glanced at him and said to him calmly, "Zhang Yuan, this place is close to where I live, so you don't have to send me off. I'll just take a taxi back by myself. If I remember correctly, doesn't Yuro have a place to live yet? You can also drive the nanny car and help Yuro and Lin Jia carry their luggage." After Zhana finished speaking, she waved at Zhang Yuan and left without caring about Zhang Yuan's reaction. Is Zhana angry? Looking at Zhana's receding back, Zhang Yuan suddenly began to murmur in his heart. Brother Zhang Yuan. At this moment, Lin Jia also patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said to Zhang Yuan, "I still have some things to take care of in the store. I can take a taxi back to school by myself later. I won't go back to school with you." Ha! Zhang Yuan was stunned, and then couldn't help asking Lin Jia, "You're not angry too, are you? What do you think?" Lin Jia rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan, and then, like a wronged young wife, she asked Zhang Yuan with some resentment. "Brother Zhang Yuan, how many women are around you? Besides Zhana and Song Yuro, there are no other girls around you that I haven't seen, right? No more, absolutely no more." Even though Lin Jia is not his girlfriend yet. But when asked by Lin Jia, Zhang Yuan felt inexplicably guilty and quickly shook his head to deny it. "Hey, I hope you're not lying to me." Lin Jia wrinkled her nose and snorted softly. Then she looked at Song Yuro again, her pretty face blushed, and she lowered her voice and said in Zhang Yuan's ear, "Brother Zhang Yuan, I asked you to settle her down, but I didn't ask you to do anything else. You can't take this opportunity to do that kind of thing with her." After hearing what Lin Jia said, Zhang Yuan almost vomited blood. "What do you mean don't do that kind of thing with her? I sound like a pervert with no self-control at all. Besides, if I were really a pervert, I would have eaten you till not even a bone was left. How could you have the right to say these things here? Okay, brother Zhang Yuan, go and settle her down." Seeing Zhang Yuan's somewhat embarrassed look, Lin Jia immediately covered her mouth and laughed twice. After hesitating for a while, she leaned close to Zhang Yuan's ear and gently kissed Zhang Yuan on the cheek. Then he ran away with a red face, like a thief who had succeeded in stealing. Oh my god, a sneak attack. Zhang Yuan touched the place where Lin Jia had just kissed him and cried out helplessly. Whether he approached Lin Jia or Zhao Na at the beginning, he just wanted to spend money through them and didn't have any extra thoughts about them. How come it feels like I'm trying to pick up girls? When Zhang Yuan was feeling emotional, Song Yuro suddenly came up to him. He was just about to lead Song Yuro into the car when Song Yuro suddenly hugged his neck. Before he could react to what was happening, Song Yuro stood on tiptoe, pressed her red lips against his, and kissed him deeply. This kiss came too suddenly. Zhang Yuan felt as if he had been electrocuted. His mind suddenly went blank. Chapter 73 But I like you. Just when Zhang Yuan's mind had gone blank, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. The patient has been selected, the ultimate chi therapy has been activated, and we are now starting to scan the patient's body. The scan of the patient has been completed. Now I am reporting the scan results to the host. Subject type, ordinary human female. Age, 20. Physical condition, sub-healthy state. Specific analysis, slight neurasthenia, slight bone hyperplasia of the cervical spine, poor liver function, poor heart function, and below average physical fitness. If it continues to develop, it may induce cardiovascular disease. The host can use the ultimate chi healing technique to treat the patient's body. This treatment will consume 7 points of the host's chi. The host currently has 500 points of chi. The host can restore his own chi by eating, exercising, and strengthening his physique. May I ask if the host would like to use the ultimate chi healing technique to treat the patient? The sudden voice startled Zhang Yuan. However, after he saw the information that appeared in his mind, he immediately came to his senses. Unexpectedly, Song Yuro's kiss to him actually activated the ultimate chi healing technique given to him by the system. After the ultimate chi therapy was activated, Song Yuro was actually given a physical examination. According to the analysis of the ultimate chi therapy, Song Yuro's current physical condition is a bit poor and she is already in a sub-healthy state. Since he can use the ultimate chi healing technique to cure Song Yuro, let's give it a try. Anyway, it only takes 7 points of his energy, and he has more than 500 points of energy in total. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately selected agree from the options given by the system. Immediately afterwards, he felt a trace of energy flowing out of his body and entering Song Yuro's body. At this moment, Song Yuro, who was hugging Zhang Yuan's neck and kissing him forcefully, also felt a warm breath passing through Zhang Yuan's mouth and into her body. After the warm air entered her body, it quickly dissolved and soon spread to every corner of her body. Under the nourishment of this energy, she seemed to be reborn. Her limbs became unusually strong and her mind became unusually clear. Even my cervical spine, which used to ache from time to time, suddenly became as light and flexible as it was when I was a child. Feeling the changes in her body, Song Yuro widened her eyes in surprise. What's going on? Why did her body suddenly become like this? While Song Yuro was still surprised, Zhang Yuan slowly pushed her out of his arms and said to her with a serious face. Ro, what you did today was a bit too much. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend. If others see you doing this, they will misunderstand you. Song Yuro, who was still shocked by the changes in her body, suddenly had red eyes after hearing Zhang Yuan's words. She raised her head, looked at Zhang Yuan with tearful eyes, and asked him pitifully. Brother Zhang Yuan, you hate me, don't you? No. Zhang Yuan originally planned to scold Song Yuro. After all, her behavior today was really too much. She hugged me on purpose in front of others twice. He even kissed her forcefully after Lin Jia left. Today's celebration party ended in a bad mood, and the main reason was her. But looking at Song Yuro's pitiful appearance, Zhang Yuan's heart, which had hardened up with great difficulty, softened again. He sighed helplessly and said, How could I hate you? Then why don't you like it when I hug you and kiss you? This is inappropriate. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, We are just ordinary partners now, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Have you ever seen partners hugging and kissing each other? But I like you. Song Yuro looked at Zhang Yuan with tears in her eyes and said very seriously. I like you and am willing to do this with you. Is this not okay? I'll go. Song Yuro's words confused Zhang Yuan so much that he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Song Yuro is a big internet celebrity with 30 million fans. Her appearance is above 9 points and she is the dream goddess of many people. Moreover, she has a petite figure and a pure and cute appearance, and is the type of girl that hits Zhang Yuan's target. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan would not have chosen her among so many female internet celebrities and went to her live broadcast room to give her rewards. Although after this period of contact, Zhang Yuan already knew that Song Yuro was definitely interested in him. But he never expected that Song Yuro would say these words in front of him without any concealment. This really made it difficult for him. What to do next? If he said he knew and accepted Song Yuro's love for him, then Song Yuro will be his girlfriend from now on, and Lin Jia and Zhao Na will definitely be in trouble. But if he said that he knew but rejected Song Yuro's love, isn't that just nonsense? Regardless of whether there is any affection between him and Song Yuro, what normal man can resist a beautiful girl like Song Yuro, who wears white stockings, JK, small leather shoes, twin ponytails, and black-framed glasses? Although Zhang Yuan doesn't want to be a scumbag, this is the fact. Although he can keep his true heart and not touch Song Yuro, he can't say that he has no feelings for her. As a real man, how can I deceive myself? Therefore, after listening to Song Yuro's words, Zhang Yuan could only sigh and be speechless. Seeing Zhang Yuan's embarrassment, Song Yuro slowly lowered her head and said slowly, Brother Zhang Yuan, since you can't answer my question, it means you like me too, right? I know you don't know much about me. Even if you have feelings for me, it may just be my appearance and my body. But I don't care, because my love for you is real. I also know that you are a little angry because of what I did today, but I have no choice. I have known you for a short time, and I am not your classmate, so I can't be with you often. Besides, there are so many beautiful girls around you, I can only express my feelings by doing this. Maybe in the eyes of others, what I did today was cheap and green tea, but no matter how others see me, I have to fight for it in this way. I really don't want you to be with another girl one day, and I haven't even fought for it. The more Song Yuro spoke, the more excited and emotional she became. In the end, the affection in her eyes almost melted Jiang Yuan's heart. Brother Jiang Yuan. I have terminated my contract with my previous company and fired my agent. You are everything to me. I really can't live without you. Chapter 74, Zhao Na's Accident. Okay, Ruru, I understand. After Son Yuro finished saying those words, she threw herself into Jiang Yuan's arms again. This time Jiang Yuan did not push her out again. Instead, he patted her on the back and comforted her in a low voice. Son Yuro was not wrong. In order to join him, Son Yuro almost completely gave up her previous career, and even returned the live broadcast account with 30 million fans to the company. Although he once gave Son Yuro 70 million. But most of this money was used to pay the company's penalty for breach of contract, and not much was left in Son Yuro's hands. Now he is indeed Son Yuro's only support. Besides, Son Yuro really likes him. So when facing him, Son Yuro could not help but behave excessively. Come to think of it, this is normal. Jiang Yuan hugged Son Yuro and patted her back gently. After Son Yuro's emotions stabilized, he said to her slowly. Don't worry, Ruru. Since you have come to me, I will definitely not let you down. You will definitely get the best development here. As for the relationship, to be honest, I am not sure what I am thinking now. Let's put the relationship aside and do our business well first, okay? Son Yuro nodded gently, and Jiang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, don't cuddle with me in front of other people anymore, okay? Son Yuro nodded again. But after nodding, she suddenly blushed again and asked Jiang Yuan. Then, can we do this without being in front of others? I don't want it either. After hearing what Son Yuro said, Jiang Yuan felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his whole body felt numb. He looked at Son Yuro in his arms, his old face flushed, and he said a little embarrassedly. After all, you are so beautiful, and I am a normal man. If our actions in private are too intimate, I am afraid I will not be able to control myself. If you can't control yourself, then you can't control yourself. I'm not asking you to endure it. Son Yuro glanced at Jiang Yuan in a charming manner. Jiang Yuan felt so relaxed and his soul drifted away at the sight of this glance. Son Yuro is simply a fairy. She actually seduced him like this. He hurriedly pulled Son Yuro into the nanny car and stuffed her into the back seat. He climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. My goodness, he felt that if he continued chatting with Son Yuro, he would definitely make a mistake. After the nanny car started, Son Yuro, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Jiang Yuan's back, her lips slightly curled up, revealing a smile like a little fox. Although today's events were full of twists and turns, her goal was achieved. That would let Jiang Yuan understand her feelings, and at the same time directly narrow the distance between her and Jiang Yuan. Most importantly, she also disgusted the other women around Jiang Yuan. Let those women know that Jiang Yuan has someone like her by his side. In this way, it would be much easier for her to advance her relationship with Jiang Yuan. As for whether she would be called a green tea by those women, she doesn't care. As long as I can get Jiang Yuan, I can just be a green tea girl, what's the big deal? Son Yuro still hasn't found a place to live in Linjiang. Therefore, after Jiang Yuan started the car, he called Yuan Bo again and asked Yuan Bo if his family had any houses for sale that could be moved into directly. He planned to buy a house for Son Yuro and settle down there first. Yuan Bo gave Jiang Yuan the phone number of the sales manager of Hongjing Group. After the two sides contacted each other, they met in front of a real estate project called Oriental Star. The sales manager took Jiang Yuan and Son Yuro to see a duplex house of more than 300 square meters, which was fully decorated and furnished, with a total price of nearly 20 million yuan. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Yuan. After swiping the card very quickly, he asked Son Yuro to sign the house purchase contract and move Son Yuro's luggage into the new house. After buying the house, Jiang Yuan called Yu Liang again and asked Yu Liang to send a Porsche Panamera to Son Yuro as a means of transportation. When Yu Liang came to deliver the car, he recognized at a glance that Son Yuro was the internet celebrity with 30 million fans, Seeing how Son Yuro was acting like a little bird and obeying Jiang Yuan and everything, Yu Liang couldn't help but feel emotional. It's only been a few days since Son Yuro rejected Jiang Yuan's request for dinner online, and now they're being so intimate, almost like a couple in love. Sure enough, money is always advantageous in front of women. Even a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans cannot resist the attack of money. After receiving the car sent by Yu Liang, Son Yuro finally settled down completely in Linjiang. It was already very late at this time, and Song Euro was reluctant to let Jiang Yuan stay overnight. Looking at Song Euro, who was letting others do whatever they wanted, Jiang Yuan felt a little itchy in his heart. But when he thought of Lin Jiejia's instructions to him, if he really stayed, it would be difficult to handle the relationship between him and Lin Jiejia and Zhao Na in the future. Therefore, he could only suppress his thoughts and said goodbye to Song Euro. As Jiang Yuan was driving back to school, thinking back on the day's experiences, he felt that it was a very eventful and exciting day. Originally, he just wanted to take Zhao Na with him to acquire Panda TV. Unexpectedly, Song Euro came from the Demon City to kill us first. Then Lin Jiejia came from her hometown to kill her. He bought Zuojixian for Lin Jiejia and completed the third task issued by the system. The three women got together again and staged a real-life Shura battle for him. Song Euro even kissed him forcefully and gave him a true confession of love. This day was so exciting that it was almost as exciting as a TV drama. However, what happened today also made Jiang Yuan worry. That means that if he spends money again in the future, he must pay attention to the line between spending money and picking up girls. I can't take on emotional debts anymore. Otherwise, he would really become a scumbag. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. When he had no money before, it was so difficult for him to lick Tang Lu. Now that he is rich, all the goddess-like beauties are licking him. So is it his own charm or the charm of money that is greater? Jiang Yuan was sighing in his heart when suddenly a phone call came in. The caller ID showed Zhao Na's name. It's so late, why is Zhao Na calling? Are you still angry about what happened this afternoon? Jiang Yuan muttered in his heart. He answered the phone, but before he could say anything, he heard Zhao Na on the other end of the line crying. Jiang Yuan, can you come to the Municipal People's Hospital? My mother is dying. Chapter 75. I have a solution. Outside the operating room of the oncology department of Linjiang People's Hospital, Zhao Nair was pacing non-stop, with an expression of extreme panic on her face. Just then, a young man in his 20s came over in a hurry. As soon as the girl saw the young man, she felt like she had found a backer. She threw herself into the young man's arms and started crying. What should I do, Jiang Yuan? My mother, she might not make it. It's all right. Jiang Yuan patted Zhao Na's back gently to comfort her. He and Zhao Na have known each other for such a long time, but there has always been a certain distance between them. Even though he could feel that Zhao Na was interested in him. But the relationship between them is still not as close as that between Lin Jiejia or Song Euro. Like today, it was the first time that I threw myself into his arms as soon as we met. It seems that things have really gotten serious. Jiang Yuan thought in his heart. He hugged Zhao Na and comforted her for a while. After Zhao Na's emotions gradually stabilized, he asked her. What's going on, Nana? Why did Auntie suddenly become like this? My mother was actually diagnosed with advanced gastric cancer 3 years ago and has been hospitalized. Although Zhao Na's emotions were not as unstable as before, the tears in her eyes still kept flowing out like a flood that had broken through the dam. While crying, she said to Jiang Yuan. Over the past 3 years, although my mother has been undergoing chemotherapy, her health has been getting worse day by day. The doctor said that it is a miracle that my mother can hold on until today. I rent a house and live outside to do live broadcasts, in order to make money and take care of my mother at the same time. When I came back this afternoon, my mother suddenly had internal bleeding and was sent to the operating room. The doctor said. Say what? They said that my mother's body functions have been severely depleted due to long-term chemotherapy. Even if we find the bleeding site, it will be difficult to recover. So my mother. Having said this, Zhao Na burst into tears and threw herself into Jiang Yuan's arms and started crying again. I see. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. He had heard before that Zhao Na's mother was not in good health, and Zhao Na lived outside, probably to make it easier to take care of her mother. I didn't expect it to be so serious. At this moment, a doctor in a white coat came out of the operating room and asked in a cold tone. Is Zhang Huilan's family here? Seeing this, Zhao Na hurried forward and asked. Zhang Huilan is my mother. How is she, doctor? Is she okay? The doctor looked at Zhao Na and shook his head. The patient's internal bleeding has stopped, but because her organs have been severely damaged, the internal bleeding has caused her great trauma, so the chances of her making it through are slim. Family members, please be mentally prepared. After the doctor finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the operating room. After hearing this, Zhao Na's eyes went dark and she almost collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yuan hurried forward to support Zhao Na. Anyone with a little common sense knows that when a doctor who is performing an operation suddenly comes out and says something like this to the patient's family, it means that the patient's condition has become extremely bad and basically cannot be saved. Seeing the despair on Zhao Na's face, Zhang Yuan said to her cruelly, "Nana, I have a way that may be able to save your mother. Would you like me to try it?" "Really?" After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Zhao Na's eyes, which had already dimmed, once again burst into a ray of hope. She reached out and grabbed Zhang Yuan and asked him excitedly, "Student Zhang Yuan, you are not lying to me, are you?" "I didn't lie to you, but I don't know if my method will work." Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said to Zhao Na, "And my method seems ridiculous. If you want, I can give it a try. I'm not sure if it can save Auntie." Zhao Na is now completely panicked. When she heard Zhang Yuan say this, she said to him without even thinking, "I am willing to do anything you can do to save my mother." "Good." Zhang Yuan nodded, then he helped Zhao Na to a chair nearby, pushed open the door of the operating room and walked in. In the operating room, several doctors in surgical gowns were busy around the operating table. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, which scared them. One of the elderly doctors frowned and immediately scolded Zhang Yuan. "Who are you? Who let you into the operating room? Get out right now." Several younger doctors also hurried over to Zhang Yuan, wanting to drive him out of the operating room. Zhang Yuan didn't care about that. He pushed the young doctors away and walked straight to the operating table. Looking at the woman lying on the table with all kinds of tubes inserted all over her body, his expression became extremely solemn. The method he just told Zhao Na was none other than the ultimate qi healing technique given to him by the system. According to the system's introduction, his ultimate qi therapy can cure most of the diseases in the world, which should also include cancer. Moreover, this afternoon, he also used the ultimate qi therapy to regulate Song Yuro's body. However, because of other things, he did not ask Song Yuro how she felt after the treatment. But the skills given by the system should all be bug level. Maybe it really can bring the dead back to life. But how can one use the ultimate qi healing technique? It was only after Song Yuro kissed him this afternoon that he activated the skill. Does this mean that he has to kiss Zhao Na's mother again before he can use the ultimate qi healing technique to treat Zhao Na's mother? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Just when Zhang Yuan felt embarrassed, the old doctor standing next to the operating table scolded him again. "Who are you? Get out of here. I'm doing surgery right now. If something goes wrong during the surgery, can you take responsibility?" "Something's wrong? What's wrong?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the old doctor and asked calmly. "The patient is already in this state. Are you sure you can bring him back? Let alone anything else, as long as you are 30% sure you can bring him back, I will leave immediately. If not, then don't say anything and just watch what I do." "You." The old doctor was so angry that he was fuming, but he didn't know what to say. To be fair, the patient lying on the operating table had severe organ failure and there was no need to rescue him. But the patient hasn't died yet, and out of professional ethics as doctors, they cannot stop rescuing him. Chapter 76, It's a Miracle. So let alone 30% certainty, he is not even 3% certain. But in a place like an operating room, how could he let others do whatever they want just because he was not sure he could save the patient? The old doctor glared at Zhang Yuan and was about to get angry again. At this moment, Zhang Yuan grabbed one of Zhao Na's mother's hands. At the same time he prayed in his heart. System, please let me activate my ultimate qi healing technique. I really can't kiss Zhao Na's mother in a place like the operating room." Ding dong, according to the host's request, the ultimate qi healing technique has been activated, and the diagnosis and treatment target is now locked. The patient has been selected. We are now starting to scan the patient's body. The scan of the patient has been completed. Report the scan results to the host. Subject type, ordinary human female. Age, 48. Physical condition, life-threatening. Specific analysis, the functions of all organs in the body are extremely weakened, the immune cells are basically lost, the stomach is partially missing, the heart's blood supply function is basically lost, and cancer cells are detected in multiple organs in the body. The patient will die within 5 minutes. The host can use the ultimate qi therapy to treat the patient's body, but this treatment cannot restore the patient to a healthy state. It can only remove cancer cells from the patient's body and restore 60% of the functions of various organs. This treatment will consume 460 points of the host's chi. The host currently has 493 points of chi. After the treatment, the host will enter a weak state. The host can restore his own chi by eating, exercising, and strengthening his physique. May I ask if the host would like to provide treatment for the patient? Fuck, this ultimate chi healing technique can actually save people. After listening to the introduction of the system, Jiang Yuan's face suddenly showed ecstasy. Although the ultimate healing technique cannot directly restore Zhao Na's mother to health, but it can save lives. It can also restore Zhao Na's mother's organ function to 60%. In this way, as long as I rest for a while, won't I be able to completely recover my health? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan chose the agree option without hesitation. The next second, Jiang Yuan felt that all his energy and strength were drained away in an instant, and all flowed through his hands into the body of Zhao Na's mother. A strong feeling of weakness rushed into his brain, his legs went soft, and he almost collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a female doctor next to the operating table exclaimed in an exclamatory tone. "Look, Director, the patient's heart rate has recovered, and all his physical indicators have returned to normal. This is simply incredible." What? After hearing the female doctor's call, the old doctor no longer had time to scold Jiang Yuan. He hurried to the instruments and checked Zhao Na's mother's various indicators. Upon seeing it, the old doctor was also shocked. Judging from the data displayed on the machine, the patient is indeed recovering to normal. But this is not scientific. Just now, the patient's organs had failed to the extreme, and adrenaline was useless. He was about to die. How is it possible to suddenly come back to life in the blink of an eye? This is too abnormal. He has been practicing medicine for decades and has never seen such a strange thing. The old doctor turned his gaze to Jiang Yuan again. Jiang Yuan had become extremely weak at this time. He had to hold on to the operating table with both hands very hard to barely prevent himself from falling. This made the old doctor even more confused. Just now, this young man looked energetic and full of energy. How come it became like this in the blink of an eye? Could it be that after this young man broke in, something happened that he didn't know about? What should I do, Director? A young doctor next to the old doctor looked at the patient, then looked at Jiang Yuan, who was standing weakly beside the bed, and asked the old doctor somewhat at a loss. The old doctor thought for a moment and said, "Send this young man out and continue the operation. Since the patient has recovered, we cannot give up this opportunity and must treat the patient well." The young doctor nodded, then helped Jiang Yuan out of the operating room. Zhao Na, who was waiting outside the operating room, was shocked when she saw Jiang Yuan become like this. She was already frightened when Jiang Yuan pushed open the door of the operating room and rushed in. However, because Jiang Yuan had already told her that he had a way to save her mother, and that method seemed ridiculous, she did not stop Jiang Yuan. Now seeing Jiang Yuan become like this, she suddenly shouted in panic. "What's wrong with you, Jiang Yuan? Why did you suddenly become like this?" With the help of the young doctor, Jiang Yuan sat down on a bench. However, due to his extreme weakness, his face was extremely pale and sweat was constantly coming out of his forehead. He looked up at Zhao Na, then opened his mouth with great effort and smiled at her. "Don't worry, Nana. My method is effective for Auntie. She will be fine." After saying this, he actually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Is this true?" Zhao Na screamed in disbelief. After screaming, she turned her gaze to the young doctor again, hoping to verify what Jiang Yuan said from him. But the young doctor did not answer Zhao Na. He just looked at Jiang Yuan deeply and then returned to the operating room. Zhao Na, who was outside the operating room, was watching over Jiang Yuan, who had fallen asleep, while looking at the door of the operating room. She was so confused that she didn't know what to do. About 20 minutes later, the door of the operating room opened and several doctors pushed her mother out. Seeing this, Zhao Na hurried over and asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is my mother? Is she okay?" The leading old doctor did not look at Zhao Na, but glanced at Jiang Yuan, who was sleeping beside him, and said slowly, "The patient's vital signs are very stable, and the functions of his organs have basically recovered. If nothing unexpected happens, he will gradually recover as long as he rests for a period of time. He is now completely out of danger." "Yeah?" After hearing what the doctor said, Zhao Na almost cried with joy and kept bowing to the old doctor. "Thank you, doctor, thank you for saving my mother." The old doctor looked at Zhao Na, shook his head, and said, "You don't have to thank me. Just now in the operating room, your mother's condition was already very serious, and we were at our wits' end. As for why she suddenly got better, we don't quite know. We can only say, this is a miracle. Chapter 77 What a Misunderstanding. After the old doctor finished speaking, he pushed Zhao Na's mother back to the ward. Zhao Na looked at the old doctor's back, then looked at Jiang Yuan, who was still lying on the bench, and for a moment she was a little dazed. Even the doctors were helpless in the situation, but it suddenly got better. Is this really a miracle? But Zhao Na no longer had time to think so much. As the only caregiver, she had to go back to the ward to take care of her mother after she was pushed back to the ward. But now Jiang Yuan was still sleeping on the bench, and she couldn't just leave Jiang Yuan there. After thinking about it, she could only take out her cell phone, make a call, and then said to the other end of the phone, "Angie, do you have time now? I need your help with something. Let us talk about Jiang Yuan." After he fell asleep due to weakness, he had a very long dream. In the dream, he was floating in an unknown sea with weak limbs, drifting with the current. After floating in the sea for an unknown amount of time, he gradually regained some strength and swam toward the shore with all his might. However, the coastline that appeared in his field of vision seemed very close to him, but in fact it was very far away. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to the coast at all. He was hungry and thirsty, and his body became weak again. Just when he was about to give up, suddenly a boat made of marshmallows passed by him. He felt a strong wind pulling at his face, causing it to burn with pain. At the same time, an angry voice came into his ears, which made him wake up all of a sudden. "You shameless fellow, how dare you take advantage of me? I told you to pretend to sleep, I told you to pretend to sleep." Jiang Yuan opened his eyes hazily, and saw a beautiful woman with long hair looking at him with anger on her face. The beautiful lady was holding a thermos in her hand and was about to smash it on his head. When Jiang Yuan saw this situation, he suddenly became completely sober. The thermos in the beautiful woman's hand is made of stainless steel. If it hits his head, he will definitely get a concussion. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan quickly did a somersault and jumped up from the chair. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, firmly grasped the wrist of the beautiful woman holding the thermos cup, and shouted at the beautiful woman unhappily, "What are you doing, pretty girl? If you hit someone with this thermos, it could easily get someone killed, you know that? Someone died?" The beauty glared with gritted teeth. "You shameless fellow, I'm just afraid that no one will die." After saying this, the beautiful woman wanted to hit Jiang Yuan. But Jiang Yuan held her wrist tightly and she couldn't break free. Looking at the beautiful woman's hysterical appearance, Jiang Yuan felt puzzled. Is this beauty sick? He had just been lying on the bench and sleeping and dreaming, and he didn't provoke her. Why did she have to hit herself for no reason? Jiang Yuan's face suddenly turned red. At the same time, he also understood why this girl acted as if she was going to kill him. But it's no use saying anything now. Facing the aggressive girl, Jiang Yuan could only smile bitterly and shouted, "I'm sorry, beautiful lady. What happened just now was really a misunderstanding. I was sleepwalking and definitely didn't mean to molest you. Just keep making it up for me." The beautiful woman was almost angry and didn't listen to Jiang Yuan's words at all. She was like a mad tigress, with red eyes and a ferocious face. He scolded Jiang Yuan without any hesitation. "You were sleepwalking when you took advantage of me. How come you woke up when I wanted to hit you? Even now you are making up stories for me. You dare to take advantage of me, but you dare not admit it? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be named in." The beautiful lady who was roaring at Jiang Yuan was none other than Zhao Na's best friend, and she, the head of the student union of Jiang Yuan's school. When Enchi received Zhao Na's call, she was in the student union office processing scholarship application materials. When Enchi heard Zhao Na say that her mother had just come out of the operating room and she was too busy in the hospital alone, she immediately put down everything she was doing and rushed to the hospital. As soon as she arrived at the hospital, Zhao Na took her to the bench where Jiang Yuan was sleeping and asked her to help take care of Jiang Yuan. Zhao Na herself returned to the ward to take care of her mother. Looking at Jiang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bench, and she thought that Jiang Yuan fell asleep on the bench because he was too tired from helping Zhao Na take care of her mother. Therefore, at the beginning, she had a pretty good feeling about Jiang Yuan. She thought that although Jiang Yuan was a wealthy second generation, he was willing to give so much for Zhao Na, and he was considered a good man. Because she was afraid that Jiang Yuan would catch a cold if he slept on the bench, she took out a piece of clothing and prepared to cover Jiang Yuan with it. Unexpectedly, as soon as she sat down next to Jiang Yuan and before she had time to cover Jiang Yuan with clothes, Jiang Yuan suddenly got into her arms and put his arms around her waist, making her unable to move. Then, he opened his mouth and bit her. And she was completely stunned after being bitten by Jiang Yuan. Seeing Jiang Yuan opened his mouth again, he was about to bite the same place. She immediately raised her hand and slapped Jiang Yuan hard on the face. At the same time, she picked up a thermos cup beside her with her other hand and prepared to smash it towards Jiang Yuan's head. Now and she hates Jiang Yuan to death in her heart. All the good impressions I had towards Jiang Yuan were gone. As expected, none of the rich second-generation boys who are surrounded by beautiful women are good people. The most infuriating thing is that after this guy took advantage of me, he refused to admit it. What about sleepwalking? If she doesn't teach this scumbag a lesson today, she is not worthy of being Zhao Nia's best friend. As in she thought about it, she raised her foot and kicked Jiang Yuan in the most vulnerable part. Chapter 78, Someone is Crying? Jiang Yuan now masters the ultimate fighting skills, and his physical fitness has far exceeded the limits of ordinary adults. So, even though An-Chi's kick was very tricky, Jiang Yuan could still easily dodge it if he dodged. But his two hands were now holding Angie's two hands. And because Angie wanted to beat him, all her focus was on him. So if he dodged it this time, An-Chi would fall directly to the ground and fall flat on her face. When I think about how I just took advantage of someone, if I let him fall to the ground again now, it would be too much. Therefore, even if An-Chi's kick was in a tricky position, Jiang Yuan was prepared to grit his teeth and withstand the kick. However, just when An-Chi was about to hit Jiang Yuan, Zhao suddenly walked over here. She was holding 2 cups of soy milk and some food such as buns and eggs. Seeing that Jiang Yuan and An-Chi were about to fight, Zhao shouted in confusion. An-Chi? Jiang Yuan? What's wrong with you? After hearing Zhao's voice, An-Chi immediately retracted her foot. At the same time, she shook off Jiang Yuan's hand, walked to Zhao's side, and said to her angrily, I'm sorry, Nana. I have something else to do at school, so I'll go back first. If you have anything else, please call me and I'll come back later. Okay. Zhao responded somewhat bewilderedly, while An-Chi hurriedly left the door of the operating room. Looking at An-Chi's back, Zhao asked Jiang Yuan with a bewildered look. Jiang Yuan, what happened between you and An-Chi? Why, it looks like you're about to fight. Why? Jiang Yuan sighed, smiled bitterly and said, I can't explain it to you clearly in just a few words. It's all a misunderstanding anyway. By the way, how is Auntie doing? My mother's condition has stabilized and she just fell asleep. When Zhao heard about her mother, she immediately looked at Jiang Yuan and said with great gratitude, The doctor just did some tests on my mother and said that her organ functions have recovered to a level slightly weaker than that of an average middle-aged or elderly person. After she wakes up, she just needs to rest for a while before she can walk again. Zhao paused for a moment, then bit her lips and asked Jiang Yuan. Student Jiang Yuan, the doctor told me that they didn't know why my mother recovered so suddenly. It was completely unbelievable. So I was wondering if you used some special method to save my mother. After all, you were fine when you entered the operating room, but when you came out, you looked exhausted and fell asleep on the chair. I've never seen you in such a bad mood. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan smiled without commenting. The reason why Zhao's mother was able to recover from the brink of death to her current state in an instant was, of course, because his ultimate qi healing technique took effect. In order to save Zhao's mother, he almost used up all his energy. Until now, he felt that he had no strength left in his body. I don't know how much of his energy has recovered after a good night's sleep. However, this kind of thing is too far-fetched for ordinary people. Even if I told Zhao, she probably wouldn't believe it. So after he finished laughing, he said to Zhao, This is mainly due to the doctor's excellent medical skills, and has nothing to do with me. Since Auntie's condition is fine, I won't bother you here anymore and will go back to school first. Jiang Yuan said this and was about to leave. However, when he saw the buns and soy milk in Zhao's hands, he couldn't help swallowing and his stomach growled. This made him very embarrassed. When Zhao saw this situation, she burst out laughing. She handed the soy milk and buns in her hand to Jiang Yuan and said softly, These things were originally bought for you. I saw that you were so weak before you fell asleep, and I was worried that you would be hungry when you woke up, so I bought these for you. If you are hungry, take them and eat them. Then I'll be welcome. Jiang Yuan chuckled, grabbed the food Zhao was holding, and stuffed it into his mouth. It was as if he hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. 4 or 5 buns, 2 eggs, and 2 cups of soy milk were all finished by him in less than a minute. If the eggs Zhao Na bought were not tea eggs that needed to be peeled, he would probably have taken even less time. Seeing Jiang Yuan wolfing down his food, Zhao Na couldn't help but laugh. You have a huge appetite. This afternoon at Zhuai Jixian, you ate half of the dishes on the table. It's only been a short while, and you're already so hungry. Oh, you don't understand. Jiang Yuan finished his food and drank the soy milk, and immediately felt his strength restored. He smiled at Zhao Na and said jokingly, I'm different from ordinary people. I consume a lot and eat much more than ordinary people. After I finish eating all the things you bought, I might have to eat something else to feel full. Yeah? Zhao Na looked at Jiang Yuan with her bright eyes. Suddenly she lowered her head and said to Jiang Yuan in a very weak voice. Thank you, Jiang Yuan. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not even be able to pay for today's surgery. I'm still worried about the money for my mother's treatment. My mother might not be able to make it today, so All right. Jiang Yuan patted Zhao Na on the shoulder and said with a smile. I am very touched that you thought of me immediately after Auntie got into trouble. As for whether to thank you or not, there is no need to say anything more. Don't worry about the company's affairs for now. Take good care of Auntie. Wait until Auntie recovers before you deal with the company's affairs. After saying that, he waved to Zhao Na, and then left the door of the operating room in a very free and easy manner. Looking at Jiang Yuan's gradually receding back, Zhao Na's eyes were as gentle as autumn water, revealing a deep friendship. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Yuan still felt hungry. So he found a restaurant and ate a big meal until the hunger in his stomach disappeared, then he took a taxi back to the dormitory. Today was really exhausting for him. Especially when he was treating Zhao Na's mother, he almost sucked her dry. Therefore, after returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yuan was too lazy to even wash up. After saying hello to his brothers, he fell asleep on the bed. However, while he was sleeping, he faintly heard someone crying in their dormitory. Chapter 79, Zhou Zhang's Experience. Why is there someone crying in the dormitory for no reason? The crying sounds in the dormitory became louder and louder, and Jiang Yuan's brows became more and more furrowed. Finally he couldn't stand it anymore, so he opened his eyes and sat up in bed. However, when he sat up, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The person crying in their dormitory was none other than Zhou Zhang, the third oldest student in their dormitory. The dormitory leader Chen Guanyuan and the second in command Fang Zhou were sitting next to him, comforting him with indignant looks on their faces. Okay, third brother, she's just a woman, right? If you want to break up, just do it. Do you have to make yourself like this? Yes, third brother, Lu Yuzhou is a crazy girl, and the people she hangs out with are not good people. It won't hurt to break up with her as soon as possible. You are not bad either, and after breaking up with her, you can find someone better in a few minutes. So easy. Facing the consolation of his two brothers, Zhou Zhang yelled and cried. How many pretty girls like Jiao Jiao are single now? My conditions are not particularly good. If I break up with Jiao Jiao, where can I find a girlfriend as pretty as her? Depend on. After hearing this, Fang Zhou couldn't help but complain. To put it bluntly, the reason you love Lu Yuzhou so much is because you are attracted to her face. Your awareness is not good enough, third brother. Okay, second brother, third brother is feeling bad right now, stop making sarcastic remarks. The boss Chen Guanyuan glared at Fang Zhou, then said to Zhou Zhang. Third brother, no matter how beautiful Lu Yuzhou is, she is breaking up with you now and has nothing to do with you in the future. Whether you are willing or not, this is the fact and you can't change it. So don't cry here, adjust your mentality and find someone to start over. If Lu Yuzhou knew you were like this, she would only look down on you even more. Just look down on me if you don't like me. Zhou Zhang still shouted loudly. Anyway, Jiao Jiao is my life. If she doesn't want me, I don't want to live anymore. I'm going to jump off the roof of our dormitory tomorrow. That shouldn't be the case, third brother. What on earth is going on? Why is it so serious that he wants to jump off the building? Jiang Yuan was startled by Zhou Zhang's words, and he quickly stood up and asked Zhou Zhang. When Zhou Zhang saw Jiang Yuan, he felt even more aggrieved. He grinned, cried, and shouted to Jiang Yuan. Yuanzi, why can't I win a 20 million lottery ticket like you? If so, my Jiao Jiao won't leave me, right? What on earth is going on? Zhou Zhang's words left Zhang Yuan speechless. He turned his head and looked at Chen Guangyuan. Chen Guangyuan sighed and started talking to him. It turned out that this afternoon, when Zhou was waiting for his girlfriend downstairs of her dormitory, he found that his girlfriend Lu Yujiao got out of a Mercedes-Benz driven by a middle-aged man in his 30s, and her behavior with the middle-aged man was very intimate. Seeing this situation, Zhou Zhang was shocked and very angry at the same time. He quickly asked his girlfriend who the man driving the Mercedes was. Lu Yujiao didn't want to pay any attention to Zhou Zhang, so she turned around and went into the dormitory building. But she couldn't stand Zhou Zhang's constant pestering. So Lu Yujiao laid her cards on the table directly with Zhou Zhang. The man who drove the Mercedes-Benz to send Lu Yujiao back was called Brother He. It is said that he is the vice president of an internet celebrity agency. His main job is to help the company discover new talents with training value. Lu Yujiao was a person whom I met in a bar a month ago. At that time, she was a resident singer in a bar. After Brother He heard her singing, he found her and told her that she had great potential. Not only was she a good singer, but she was also very beautiful. She could become the new internet celebrity promoted by their company. Becoming a star or a big internet celebrity has always been Lu Yujiao's dream. She also has accounts on several short video live streaming platforms, but because she doesn't know how to operate them and doesn't know how to buy popularity, the number of fans on all her accounts combined is less than 2,000. Now, the head of an internet celebrity company came to her. Naturally, she was very happy and immediately started chatting with Brother He. At the same time, she performed all her talents to Brother He. After appreciating Lu Yujiao's talent, Brother He once again told Lu Yujiao that she had great potential. He even took Lu Yujiao to visit their company, where he introduced Lu Yujiao to several internet celebrities that their company was promoting, and also allowed her to meet the CEO of their company. The CEO of Hei's company also said that Lu Yujiao had great development value and that their company could recruit Lu Yujiao and train her as their main newcomer. However, in order to prevent Lu Yujiao from terminating her contract with their company after becoming famous, they required Lu Yujiao to pay a deposit of 300,000 yuan. If she took the initiative to terminate the contract with the company in the future, the deposit of 300,000 yuan would not be returned to her. Originally, after hearing that she was asked for money, Lu Yujiao planned to leave. After all, there are so many scammers these days. Maybe this black guy and this so-called company are specifically designed to cheat her of her money. Moreover, Lu Yujiao's family conditions are not particularly good, and she cannot afford the 300,000 yuan. However, just when she left Hei's company, He caught up with her. Brother He not only talked about the 300,000 yuan issue, but also said that he would negotiate with the company to resolve it. He even took Lu Yujiao to the mall and bought her 2 very expensive sets of clothes and a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan. He said that he could make Lu Yujiao the main newcomer of their company, and Lu Yujiao would not have to pay a penny. The premise is, Lu Yujiao has to be his girlfriend. After receiving the gift from He, Lu Yujiao's impression of He changed greatly, and naturally she no longer regarded He as a liar. As for being He's girlfriend, she thought about it and felt that it was nothing. After all, her current boyfriend Zhou Zhang is just an ordinary college student. He has no money and no power. He is so stingy that he can't even afford to buy her the latest model of Apple phone. He is indeed unqualified to be the boyfriend of a beauty like her. But considering that Zhou Zhang often brought her breakfast and went to the bar to pick her up when she was drunk, she felt a little guilty about kicking Zhou Zhang out all of a sudden. If there is suddenly one less bootlicker around her, she may feel uncomfortable in the short term. Therefore, he kept it a secret from Zhou Zhang. But since she was caught by Zhou Zhang, there was no need for her to hide it from him anymore, so she broke up with him directly. So Zhou Zhang became what he is now. Chapter 80. I'll help you. I'm not saying that, third brother. Chen Guanyuan had just finished explaining the matter, and before Zhang Yuan had time to speak, Fang Zhou started to mutter. Lu Yujiao and that black guy have known each other for more than a month. I think they have already done what they should have done. Even though it's like this, you still want to get back together with her. Do you think the grassland above your head is not big enough? You're talking nonsense, Fang Lao. After hearing what Fang Zhou said, Zhou Zhang immediately shouted at him hysterically. Jiajiao is a good girl who keeps herself clean. I've been dating her for 3 years and I've never kissed her. She would never, and it's impossible for her to do that kind of thing with He. TSK, she's willing to be the girlfriend of a 30-something man just to become an internet celebrity. How come she wouldn't do that kind of thing? Fang Zhou rolled his eyes at Zhou Zhang and said. Besides, your attitude towards Lu Yuzhou is different from Yuanzi's attitude towards Tang Lu. Yuanzi really likes Tang Lu. When he was with Tang Lu, he wanted to give his life to Tang Lu. As for you, you just like Lu Yuzhou's face. Is it necessary to do this for a face? Just shut up. Zhou Zhang stared at Feng Zhou with red eyes, and even wanted to beat Feng Zhou. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly stood between the two of them and said to Feng Zhou unhappily. Okay, second brother, the third one is in trouble now, so don't provoke him anymore. After he finished talking about Feng Zhou, he turned around and said to Zhou Zhang. To be honest, I think what Feng Zhou and Big Brother said is actually correct. Lu Yuzhou is now determined to be with Brother He. No matter how upset you are, it's useless. Can you make her change her mind? No. Yuanzi, there is still a chance. Zhou Zhang suddenly grabbed Zhang Yuan's shoulders and shouted seriously. Tomorrow is Jiujiao's birthday. Brother He will celebrate for her at the Jinjiang Hotel. Didn't you say that Tang Guangyan plans to open a live streaming platform for Zhao Na? Jia Jiao also knows about this. As long as we go there with Zhao Na and ask Zhao Na to say that I will be the deputy general manager of President Tang's new live streaming platform. In this way, Zhao Jia will definitely change her mind. Third brother, it's not nice for you to do this. As soon as Zhou Zhang finished speaking, before Zhang Yuan could speak, Chen Guangyuan said. Even if Yuanzi helped you deceive Lu Yuzhou, it's still fake. When Lu Yuzhou knows the truth, she will still break up with you. There's no point in doing this. I don't care. Zhou Zhang screamed hysterically at Chen Guangyuan again. Anyway, I just want my Jiao Jiao to change her mind. I don't care about anything else. Aren't you asking for trouble? Chen Guangyuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Zhang Yuan saw it and said quickly. Zhao Na's mother is having surgery in the hospital today. Her condition is quite serious. She will definitely not be able to help you tomorrow, but... Yuanzi, what do you mean? Before Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Zhou Zhang shouted. Even you don't want to help me, right? Zhao Na's mother was hospitalized earlier or later, but at this time. In order to reject me, you actually used the old woman as an excuse. Is this kind of thing? That's not what I meant, Zhou Zhang. Zhang Yuan sighed and said. Zhao Na's mother really had surgery. I'm not lying to you about this. Although Zhao Na can't come tomorrow, I can help you with your problem. Really? Zhou Zhang's eyes lit up, and then he said excitedly. Yes, didn't you say that you and Zhao Na are in a cooperative relationship now? It's enough to have you support me. Moreover, you have the identity of the internet's #1 rich man, Brother 9 of Xicheng. Although this identity is fake, it's enough to scare people. Then I will rely on you tomorrow, Yuanzi. No problem. Zhang Yuan smiled, and then said to Zhou Zhang very seriously. But Zhou Zhang, there is one thing I must make clear to you. Although I can help you vent your anger tomorrow, it is limited to venting your anger. I cannot help you and Lu Yuzhou get back together. Why? Zhou Zhang's face darkened again. Zhang Yuan, I've always been nice to you. Is it appropriate for you to treat me like this? It's not a question of whether it's appropriate or not. Zhang Yuan patted Zhou Zhang on the shoulder and comforted him. Although what Feng Zhou said just now was harsh, it was also true. You and Lu Yuzhou have been dating for 3 years, and she wouldn't even let you touch her. Now she has found a boyfriend in his 30s just to become an internet celebrity. It's okay to break up with a woman like this. There's really no need to get her back. If you really like beautiful women, when the platform is established, you can pick any female anchor on the platform. I will introduce you to them. As long as you can have a good relationship with them, it will be fine. This. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Zhou Zhang suddenly hesitated. But after thinking for a while, he sighed softly. Let me be honest with you, Yuanzi. What I just said, that I only like Jiaojia because she was pretty, was actually said in anger. We have been together for 3 years. If it was just for this reason, I might have given up a long time ago. So, I have feelings for Jiaojia. So if possible, I still hope to win Jiaojia back, okay? Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded. Although Zhou Zhang is a little narrow-minded at ordinary times, he is still very nice to him. Since Zhou Zhang has already said this, there's nothing wrong in giving Zhou Zhang a hand. Lu Yuzhou's birthday party will be held at Jinjiang Hotel tomorrow, right? Do you know what time it will start? 5 p.m. Zhou Zhang said hurriedly. Zhang Yuan nodded, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Yuan Bo. Not long after, Yuan Bo's somewhat obscene laughter rang out from the other end of the phone. How's it going, big brother? You called me so late. Have you dealt with my 3 sisters-in-law? Okay, stop talking nonsense to me. Zhang Yuan yelled angrily, then said to Yuan Bo. Contact Lao Wan later. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., bring some more people and a few nice cars, and go to Jinjiang Hotel with me. I have something important to do. What's the big deal, brother? Yuan Bo is a man who is not afraid of anything. When he heard Zhang Yuan's words, he immediately asked excitedly. Are you planning to destroy the Jinjiang Hotel? If so, I will bring our company's demolition team to you and smash them to pieces. Chapter 81. Don't worry. What a mess. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan said with a bit of a smile. Tomorrow we are not going to fight, but to help a brother of mine, so the person you bring with you has to be of higher quality. If you have a car like the Neo, Enzo, Cullinan, or something similar at home, bring it out to me. In short, you can't lose face, understand? Oh, so you want to show off with others. I see, big brother. Yuan Bo chuckled. I'm very familiar with pretending to be cool, big brother, don't worry, I will make sure everything is clear for you. Then it's up to you. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The 3 brothers who shared the same dormitory stared at Zhang Yuan with shock in their eyes. Yuanzi, who did you call just now? You want to smash the Jinjiang Hotel at any time. You are so arrogant. Yes, Yuanzi. The boss Chen Guang Yuan also said with some concern. Could it be that after winning the lottery, you made some shady friends in society? Let me tell you, society is very treacherous nowadays. You are still young and cannot control yourself. Don't let those people lead you astray. Don't worry, big brother. Zhang Yuan smiled and waved to his roommates, saying, The people I know are all reliable and won't lead me astray. Having said this, he turned his head again and said to Zhou Zhang, Tomorrow's affairs have been arranged. You should have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow afternoon, I will make sure you blind Lu Yujiao's eyes. The long night passed quickly. On the morning of the next day, after Zhang Yuan and his roommates finished their classes, they took Zhou Zhang out of the school and went directly to the shopping mall in the city center. He brought Zhou Zhang to the Hermes store where he and Lin Jejia had booked the entire store last time. He bought Zhou Zhang a set of casual clothes and a pair of limited edition shoes, spending nearly 200,000 yuan in one go. After Zhang Yuan paid the bill, Zhou Zhang looked at the long string of zeros on the bill and swallowed fearfully. Then he hurriedly said to Zhang Yuan, Yuanzi, these clothes are too expensive. Why did you buy me such expensive clothes? What else can I do? Of course, it's to cooperate with your performance later. Zhang Yuan smiled at Zhou Zhang and said, You will be the vice president of Panda TV soon. With such a high position, you must have decent clothes, right? But, this is too expensive. Zhou Zhang smiled bitterly and said, It's fine if you're willing to help me with this matter, but now I don't want you to spend so much money. I feel bad about it. Hey, we are all brothers, there is no need to say such polite words. Zhang Yuan waved his hand at Zhou Zhang disapprovingly. Then he drove and took Zhou Zhang to the private manor worth more than 300 million yuan that he bought for Zhao Na. This is the first time Zhang Yuan has come here since he bought the place. Looking at the idle manor and its luxurious furnishings, Zhang Yuan felt that it was a waste of resources to leave the manor here uninhabited. Now the cancer cells in Zhao Na's mother's body have been cleared by him, and she should be able to be discharged from the hospital soon. When the time comes, I have to persuade Zhao Na to bring her mother to live here, otherwise such a nice yard will be wasted. Zhou Zhang was also very envious when he saw such a yard. He was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, looking here and there, full of curiosity about everything. At the same time, he sighed. Mr. Tang is indeed a billionaire. His house is amazing. It's even more shocking to see it in person than when I watched the live broadcast. At this point, he asked Zhang Yuan curiously. By the way, Yuanzi, isn't this house owned by Mr. Tang Wangen? How come you have the key to this house? When Zhang Yuan bought the house, Zhao Na live streamed the entire process of purchasing the house, which became an instant hit, and even his 3 brothers in the same dormitory watched the live broadcast. In order to fool his roommates, he lied to them and said that the transaction in the live broadcast was fake, and that the house was still Tang Wangen's property, and that Tang Guanyin had given it to them as a prop in order to hype up the topic. So in the eyes of his roommates, Tang Guanyin is still the owner of this house. Including him and Zhao Na, they all worked for Tang Guanyin. Therefore, after hearing this, Zhang Yuan smiled at Zhou Zhang and said, "Although this house actually still belongs to Mr. Tang, in the eyes of netizens, it has been bought by me and given to Zhao Na. In order to avoid being exposed, Mr. Tang gave the key of the house to me and Zhao Na respectively, so that we can use this house to continue to stir up topics and do publicity when necessary. So that is how it is." Zhou Zhang Zhang Yuan's words immediately exclaimed. Mr. Tang is worthy of being Mr. Tang. He gave the keys to such a nice house to you and Zhao Na with such confidence. This layout is really not something that ordinary people can compare to. No wonder he can become a wealthy man. Zhang Yuan smiled and said nothing. Then he took Zhou Zhang to the garage and saw the 2 super sports cars parked in the garage. There is no man who doesn't like sports cars. As soon as Zhou Zhang saw the 2 cars, his eyes almost popped out of his head with excitement. He rushed to the 2 cars in 2 steps, circled around them, exclaimed. "Fuck, are these the 2 sports cars you bought for Zhao Na, the Lamborghini 6th Element and the Pagani Zonda? Oh my god, these 2 cars are so cool. I never thought I would be able to see these 2 cars in person in my lifetime. It's so fucking awesome. What's the point of seeing it with your own eyes?" Zhang Yuan patted the body of the Lamborghini 6th Element and said with a smile, "Let's drive this car out today to get back the face you lost and make Lu Yujie change her mind about you. Is this true or false?" After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Zhou Zhan was extremely excited, but still asked Zhang Yuan with some concern. "These 2 cars should also belong to Mr. Tang. If you just drive Mr. Tang's car away like this, won't Mr. Tang blame you?" "Don't worry." Zhang Yuan opened the door of the 6th Element while smiling and pushed Zhou Zhang into the passenger seat. Then he got into the driving seat and started the car. After the accelerator was stepped on, the roaring 6th Element, like a roaring beast, rushed out of the garage with a whoosh. Chapter 82, Get Out of Here. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the Jinjiang Hotel in Linjiang City, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The doorman opened the car door enthusiastically, and then a man and a woman got out of the car. The man was in his early 30s, wearing a black windbreaker and a pair of black sunglasses. He had a fat head and round ears, and looked a bit like a construction site contractor. He also had a smug smile on his face, full of arrogance. The woman was in her early 20s. She was wearing a white princess dress, a pair of princess socks and a pair of black leather shoes. Her appearance was about 7 points, almost the level of the class beauty. Although the girl is very beautiful and looks very cute in a princess dress. But princess dresses are, after all, for little girls to wear. It always feels a bit weird to see a girl in her 20s wearing a princess dress. The girl hugged the man's arm and said coquettishly with a soft face, "Brother, hey, it's my birthday today. What kind of surprise did you prepare for me that made me dress like a child?" The man known as Brother Black put one arm around the girl's waist and kept touching her back, taking advantage of her. At the same time, he smiled at the girl lecherously. "Don't ask me anymore, my little darling. I've already told you it's a surprise. If I tell you now, can it still be called a surprise? Tonight you are my little princess, and I will definitely let you experience the happiness you have never felt before." "Okay, I believe you." The girl shook Hei's arm sweetly again, her face flushed. Just as the 2 of them were about to enter the hotel, a roar of an engine like the roar of thousands of beasts suddenly sounded at the end of the road. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 super sports cars drove over from the end of the road and formed a circle on the road in front of the Jinjiang Hotel. Before the girl and Brother Hei could react, more than 20 young people in various clothes got out of the sports car and surrounded Brother Hei and the girl. A man in Hermes casual clothes walked through all the young people, holding a bouquet of roses, walked up to the girl, and said to her affectionately, "Jiao Jiao, today is your birthday. I wish you a happy birthday." "Zhou Zhang?" After the girl saw the young man's appearance clearly, she immediately shouted to him in a shrill voice, "Why is it you? Didn't I tell you that we've broken up? Why are you still here?" "What?" Zhou Zhang held his chin high with pride. "Of course I'll take you back." "Take her back? Are you confused because of the fever?" After hearing this, Brother Hei immediately sneered. At first, he was shocked to see so many luxury cars surrounding him. But when he saw that it was Zhou Zhan who walked out of the crowd, a look of disdain immediately appeared on his face. He glanced at Zhou Zhang and said with a smile, "How's it going, little brother? After being dumped by Jiao Jiao, you rented a few luxury cars and came to show off at my place? Hey, when I looked closely, you even changed into an Hermes outfit. Which store did you rent this outfit from, and how much did it cost?" "Rent? I, Zhou Zhang, bought a whole set of Hermes. Do I need to rent?" Zhou Zhang glared at Hage and said viciously, "Aren't you just the vice president of a small internet celebrity agency? What's so great about that? Let me tell you, starting today, I am the vice president of the new Panda TV. Our Panda TV is a serious live broadcast platform. We can't compare with a small internet celebrity agency like yours. Do you understand? Oh my, even Panda TV has been brought out, how scary." When Brother He heard this, he immediately laughed out loud, holding his belly. Even Lu Yujiao's expression turned very ugly. "Zhou Zhang, will you die if you don't brag? The Panda TV you mentioned has been closed for more than a year. Principal Wang has already withdrawn his investment. Why are you still pretending here? Jiao Jiao, you are wrong." Zhou Zhang raised his eyebrows and said very proudly, "Didn't I tell you before? Mr. Tang Wengan, in order to develop new business, I plan to entrust Zhao Na and my brother Jiang Yuan to build a new live broadcast platform. This new platform is Panda TV. Now Mr. Tang has injected capital into Panda TV, and Panda TV will soon come back to life. Do you understand? This." Looking at Zhou Zhang's confident look, Lu Yujiao suddenly began to have doubts in her heart. Tang Wengan entrusted Jiang Yuan and Zhao Na to work on the new live broadcast platform. She did hear Zhou Zhang talk about it. To be honest, she didn't believe Zhou Zhang's words at first and thought he was lying to her. After all, a person like Tang Wengan is simply a legendary existence to an ordinary college student like her. And creating a live streaming platform is a big deal. How could a person like that entrust such an important matter to college students like Jiang Yuan and Zhao Na who are inexperienced in the world? She even didn't quite believe what Zhou Zhang had told her, that Jiang Yuan was the legendary #1 internet tycoon, the ninth brother of Xicheng. She also watched Zhao Na's live broadcast and was very envious of the fact that someone could give Zhao Na so much money in tips. But in her eyes, Jiang Yuan and Zhou Zhang were both poor losers with little money. How could a loser become the richest person on the internet in such a short period of time? This is not scientific at all. But, looking at the crowd of people in front of me, and the more than 20 super sports cars parked outside, Lu Yujiao was still shaken. Could it be that what Zhou Zhang said was true? Did Tang Wengan really inject capital into Jiang Yuan and Zhao Na to allow them to revitalize Panda TV? And is Zhou Zhang really going to become the vice president of Panda TV? Lu Yujiao glanced at Jiang Yuan, who came with Zhou Zhang again, but found that Jiang Yuan was standing aside, looking at her with a very disdainful look, as if he didn't take her seriously at all. This made Lu Yujiao even more hesitant. Just as Lu Yujiao was hesitating, Brother He suddenly hugged her waist and said loudly to Zhou Zhang, "Stop bragging to me here. The current boss of Panda TV, Mr. Wan, is the chairman of the Fortune 500 company Su Minjiixuan, the son of Wan Changqing, and my lifelong brother. If he really sold Panda TV to Tang Wengan, how could I not know about this? What vice president of Panda TV? I think you are a shitty vice president. I give you 3 minutes to get out of here immediately with your friends, otherwise if I get angry, you will all be in trouble." Chapter 83, Stop Fighting. As soon as Brother He finished speaking, everyone present burst into laughter. One of them even shouted at Lao Wan, who was standing behind the crowd. "Brother Wan, this man said he is your brother who has sworn all his life for you, and he wants to take care of us, did you hear that?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young man as thin as a stick squeezed out from the back of the crowd. Before Brother He could see the young man's face clearly, the young man raised his foot and kicked Brother He in the lower abdomen. Brother He was caught off guard by the kick and immediately squatted on the ground, holding his stomach. The young man who kicked him started to curse. "Fuck, where did you come from? Someone actually said you were my friend. When did I ever have a life or death friendship with you? Tell me." The young man was none other than Lao Wan. After Lao Wan finished cursing, he continued to kick Hage. When the other people around saw this, they didn't show any mercy and all rushed up to punch and kick the young man. These guys are all second-generation rich people called by Yuan Bo, and each of them is used to being a bully in Linjiang City. Just now, Brother He actually said that he would make them pay for what happened, which really made them angry. In Linjiang City, no one has ever dared to speak to them like this. Since Lao Wan has already fired the first shot, they will no longer be polite and will naturally swarm up to beat Brother He. Under the violent beating of a group of people, He was beaten and ran away with his head in his hands. Lu Yujiao also screamed beside him. "Hey, stop it, how can you hit someone here?" Lu Yujiao called out several times in a row. It seems that those people have no intention of stopping. She rushed to the security guard and shouted at him. "What are you doing here? There are so many of them beating people up here, don't you see? Hurry up and stop them." After hearing this, the security guard rolled his eyes at Lu Yujiao. Prevent? Can he stop it? There were more than 20 people beating Hage, but he was the only security guard on duty at the door. If he rushed forward at this moment, not only would he be unable to stop these people from beating up Brother He, but he himself might even be beaten as well. Besides, these young men who beat up Hage all got out of sports cars worth millions of dollars. They were obviously the second generation of rich people from wealthy families. This kind of rich second generation is fearless and has no regard for severity when fighting. Moreover, even if someone is beaten to death, the family can make a big thing small or a small thing nothing with some efforts. He works as a security guard and only earns 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. How could he risk himself for such a small amount of money? He would never get involved in this mess. However, since Lu Yujiao came to him for help, he couldn't just ignore it. So after thinking about it, he walked forward and, like Lu Yujiao, yelled at the crowd that was beating up Hage, asking them to stop committing the crime. However, his scolding of these people was merely verbal and had no deterrent effect at all on those who were beating up Hage. Seeing that the security guards were unreliable, Lu Yujiao could only run to Zhou Zhang and beg him. "Please, Zhou Zhang, please ask them to stop. If they continue, Brother He will be beaten to death." Seeing the rich second generation called by Yuan Bo beating people so fiercely, Zhou Zhang felt a little scared. After all, everyone came here because of him. If he really beat someone up, he would definitely take responsibility for it. However, looking at Lu Yujiao's worried look, he felt happy. So he deliberately snorted and said in a boastful tone, "TSK, so what if I beat him up? He's just the vice president of a small internet celebrity agency. Even if I beat him up, he has to endure it. Do you understand?" I understand." Lu Yujiao didn't have time to say any more at this moment. She shook Zhou Zhang's arm and said anxiously, "I beg you, Zhou Zhang, please make them stop. If they continue fighting, something bad will really happen." Zhou Zhang was so delighted by Lu Yujiao's shaking. He and Lu Yujiao have been together for 3 years, and Lu Yujiao has never spoken to her in this tone. So after feeling refreshed, he turned around and said to Zhang Yuan, "Okay, Yuanzi, tell the brothers to stop. That guy already knows how powerful we are. There's no need to fight him anymore." Zhang Yuan nodded, and then shouted to the group of people who were beating up Hage, "Okay, stop fighting now." Although this group of rich second generations brought by Yuan Bo met Zhang Yuan for the first time, they were already familiar with Zhang Yuan's deeds and admired Zhang Yuan himself very much. In addition, Yuan Bo and Lao Wan, who are leaders in the circle, also recognized Zhang Yuan as their big brother. Naturally, they regarded Zhang Yuan's words as an imperial edict. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Yuan shouted out his words, those people stopped immediately. Even the most indignant Lao Wan could only withdraw his kick at Hage and cursed angrily. "Damn it, you're lucky today. If my big brother hadn't told me to stop, I would have beaten you to death." After saying that, he spat on Hage's head. At this time, Brother He was already stunned. He lay on the ground screaming for a long time and still couldn't recover. Zhou Zhang then handed the flowers in his hand to Lu Yujiao, and said to her affectionately, "Jiao Jiao, we have been together for 3 years. You know my feelings for you. I can understand why you broke up with me because you dislike me as a useless college student. I am different now. Just come back to me, okay?" After Zhou Zhang finished speaking, Zhang Yuan winked at the second-generation rich people around him. They understood and immediately returned to their cars, turning on the headlights to shine on him, making Zhou Zhang look like a god descending from heaven. After turning on the car lights, more than 20 rich second generations all got out of their sports cars and stood in a row behind Zhou Zhang. Under Lao Wan's slogan, these second-generation rich people bowed to Lu Yujiao in unison and shouted in an unusually uniform voice, "Sister-in-law Jiao Jiao, our brother Zhang will treat you well, come back to us." The behavior of these second-generation rich people is really eye-catching, and the Jinjiang Hotel is located in the downtown area. When they did this, they immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Those confused onlookers took out their cell phones and started taking pictures of Lu Yujio and Zhou Zhang. While they were filming, they were talking about it below. Chapter 84, Begging for Mercy. What the hell, what's going on? Are you filming a movie, or are you confessing your love? If it's a confession, this is too much. Look at the cars parked behind that man. They are either Ferrari Enzos or Rolls-Royce Dons. There are more than 20 of them in total. These are cars worth millions. What's a Ferrari Enzo? Have you seen that car? It's the Lamborghini Element 6. There are only 10 units in the world. That's enough to buy more than a dozen Enzos. Who is this person who confessed his love to me? He is so rich. It's such a blessing to be confessed to in public by a man like this. And did you see that? That boy is quite handsome. Yes, if I were that girl, I would be willing to marry him right here. The crowd around was talking about it. Under the gaze and envy of everyone, Lu Yujio's vanity was greatly satisfied. Although she knew that Zhou Zhang might be lying to her, after thinking about it, she nodded to Zhou Zhang and said, "Well, I'll give you another chance." "Yeah." After hearing this, Zhou Zhang immediately jumped up excitedly. Then he hugged Lu Yujio in his arms and wanted to kiss her on the mouth. Seeing Zhou Zhang's expression, Lu Yujio turned her head away with some disgust and just let him kiss her on the face. Although he failed to touch Lu Yujio's red lips, Zhou Zhang was still extremely excited. After all, in the 3 years that he and Lu Yujio had been in love, he had only held Lu Yujio's hand at most. Today is the first time that I can kiss Lu Yujio. So after kissing her, he grabbed Lu Yujio's shoulders with both hands and said to her excitedly, "Baby, today is your birthday. In order to make your birthday unforgettable, I have specially arranged a big surprise for you. Come on, let's go to Cheval Blanc Manor now to see the surprise I prepared for you." White Horse Manor? As soon as she heard the name of White Horse Manor, Lu Yujio's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone in Linjiang knows that the most luxurious and stylish hotel in the whole of Linjiang is Cheval Blanc Manor. There, a simple meal would cost tens of thousands of dollars. It is truly a gathering place for the upper class. The Jinjiang Hotel that Brother He brought him to is also a 5-star hotel. But compared with Cheval Blanc Manor, it is still a long way behind. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhang, who had always been a loser, actually wanted to invite her to the White Horse Manor. This really surprised and delighted her. In fact, the matter of White Horse Manor was arranged for Zhou Zhang by Jiang Yuan when he was rushing here. He thought that if Zhou Zhang could make Lu Yujio change her mind, he must win her over tonight, so he called the catering manager of the White Horse Manor and asked him to help Zhou Zhang reserve the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Pavilion at the White Horse Manor. Jiang Yuan sees too clearly into a woman like Lu Yujio. She is just a gold digger with no principles. Once she arrived at the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Pavilion, she would definitely be stunned by the elegant and luxurious scene inside. By then, perhaps Zhou Zhang will be able to successfully reach base. Seeing that Lu Yujio was interested, Zhou Zhang said hello to Jiang Yuan, then took Lu Yujio into Jiang Yuan's Lamborghini 6th Element and went to the White Horse Manor. After Zhou Zhang left, Jiang Yuan took care of Yuan Bo and Lao Wan, walked up to Brother He, and said to him with a smile, "What do you think, brother? You want us to be in trouble, right? Do you want me to give you a phone number so that you can call someone here?" At this time, Brother He was already scared by the beating. He looked at the gloomy smile on Jiang Yuan's face and said with a wry smile, "Brother, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have boasted, let alone threatened you. Look, you hit me, and I know I was wrong. How about we just end this matter here, okay?" As soon as Brother He said this, the rich second generations burst into laughter. Yuan Bo even patted Lao Wan on the shoulder and smiled at the foreigner with a playful look on his face. "No, Lao Wan, your lifelong brother is a coward. How can you have a lifelong friendship with such a person? You are the only one who would risk your life for such a fool." Lao Wan glared at Yuan Bo, then he grabbed Hege by the collar and shouted at him viciously, "You bastard, it's fine that you stole my eldest brother's woman, but you even dared to use my name to show off outside. Tell me, which company are you from? When did you ever have a life and death relationship with me? Are you really the only son of Chairman Wan Changqing, young Master Wan?" Looking at Lao Wan's ferocious appearance, Hage's legs became weak with fear and his face turned extremely pale. Just now he said that he knew Lao Wan, purely to show off in front of Liu Yujiao and make Liu Yujiao believe his words and not be intimidated by what Zhou Zhang said. After all, he is the vice president of a small brokerage company. With his status, there is nothing strange about him even if he knows Lao Wan. But I didn't expect that this time of pretending would be so unsuccessful. I actually met the real person at the scene of pretending. This luck is so bad. Although Panda TV owned by Lao Wan is about to collapse, the father behind Lao Wan is still very powerful. Their Su Ming Yixian has an Alibaba background and has a certain influence on the live streaming industry. If Lao Wan wanted to target him, he could just make a few phone calls and have their small internet celebrity agency banned by all online platforms. By then their boss will have to kill him. When he thought of this, Hage immediately begged for mercy from Lao Wan in a hurry. "I'm sorry, Master Wan. I really didn't mean to pretend to be your friend. Please forgive me and don't bother with someone like me. Please." Fuck you, now you know how to beg for mercy. Weren't you very impressive when you were showing off by pulling my tiger skin just now? Lao Wan patted brother He's head. Just when he wanted to beat Hage again, Zhang Yuan hurriedly stopped him and said, "Forget it. There's no point in beating up this kind of person. Just get him out of here. Remember not to mess with just anyone in the future, and don't take advantage of anyone." After Zhang Yuan said this, Lao Wan didn't know what to say, so he could only scold Hage impatiently. Go away, go away. I am just a big brother with a good temper. I will let you go today. If I see you again next time, I will beat you to death." "Thank you, Master Wan, thank you, brother." After hearing this, brother He breathed a sigh of relief. After thanking Lao Wan and Zhang Yuan several times, he ignored the pain on his body, crawled back to his Mercedes-Benz, started the car, and drove away. Seeing brother He running away in panic, the rich second generation immediately booed. Chapter 85. Are you doubting Big Brother? After Hage fled, Zhang Yuan patted Lao Wan and Yuan Bo on the shoulders and said with a smile, "You two performed well today and gave me face. I am very satisfied." After hearing this, Yuan Bo and Lao Wan looked at each other and said happily, "Brother, you are being too polite. We are all your subordinates. You have given us the order. Can we not do it for you?" "That's right, everyone has worked hard today, I'll treat everyone to a night of disco." Zhang Yuan shouted with a smile on his face. After hearing this, the rich second generation all cheered. A group of people got into their respective sports cars, while Zhang Yuan got into the Xi'an driven by Yuan Bo. More than 20 sports cars started at the same time. The sound of the engine is like a roaring flood beast, shocking. The onlookers all around shouted excitedly once again and took out their mobile phones to take pictures of this spectacular scene which ordinary people might only see once in their lifetime. Immediately afterwards, the Lamborghini Xi'an in which Zhang Yuan was sitting took the lead, and the rest of the sports cars followed closely behind, all of them speeding towards the end of the road like arrows. Not long after, these more than 20 sports cars disappeared from everyone's sight. On the bar street in Linjiang City, more than 20 supercars came roaring like mad beasts, instantly attracting the attention of the entire street. Soon, these 20-plus supercars stopped in front of a bar called Another Dimension. Zhang Yuan, Yuan Bo, Lao Wan, and the rest of the rich second generations all got out of the car and entered the bar. The Other Dimension bar is one of the most famous bars in Linjiang City. Although it's not even 6 o'clock yet, the bar is already packed. Zhang Yuan directly spent 1 million to book the largest and most luxurious booths in the bar, and ordered dozens of bottles of liquor such as Ace of Spades, Brandy Hennessy Charlie, and Remy Martin Louis XIII. After the wine came, the group of people immediately started to have fun. Brother. Under the dim light, the people who came with Zhang Yuan were like a group of demons dancing wildly, swaying their bodies to the rhythmic DJ music. Yuan Bo, who was already a little drunk, staggered to Zhang Yuan with a bottle of Royal Salute in his hand. He smiled at Zhang Yuan, pointed at the brothers who were having fun behind him, and said to Zhang Yuan, "These brothers of mine are all well-known people in Linjiang. After hearing about your deeds, they all admire you very much and want to meet you. Do you want me to introduce you to them?" "Okay." Zhang Yuan nodded. "Today's work is all thanks to everyone's help, and it's only right that I get to know you all." Seeing that Zhang Yuan agreed, Yuan Bo's face also showed joy. He quickly waved to the people behind him and said, "Hey, you guys stop playing around and come over here and introduce yourselves to Big Brother." After hearing Yuan Bo's greeting, the second generation rich people immediately gathered here, and then said to Zhang Yuan one by one, "Hello, Big Brother. My name is Yu Chuan Tao. You can just call me Tao Tao. My family works at Xinchuan Heavy Industry. My name is Brother Zhao Shuiqi, and my family works for Greenland Chemical. Tian Hualei, from Zhou Media. Wu Dongxiu, from Mori Clothing. More than 20 rich second generations introduced themselves one by one. After each of them introduced themselves, Zhang Yuan would nod at them with a smile on his face, but at the same time he was secretly surprised in his heart. Each of the more than 20 people brought by Yuan Bo came from a wealthy family. Behind each of them, there is at least one listed company, and the market value of those companies ranges from tens of billions to hundreds of billions. Those with deep pockets may even have assets worth tens of billions. These 20-odd people together form an interest group with a total of 20 to 30 listed companies and an asset size of nearly 100 billion. No wonder these people were so arrogant in Linjiang. When they beat Brother He just now, they wanted to beat him to death. Given their terrifying background, even if they beat He to death, it is estimated that they would not be able to trace the crime back to them, and He's death would have been in vain. Just when Zhang Yuan was feeling emotional, a man named Dong Heng suddenly came up to him. He was a little drunk at this time, and smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "Brother, everyone knows that you are the richest man on the internet. They also know that you give out gifts in your live broadcast room, tens of millions of dollars. You even spent 400 million to buy Zhu Xian. But these are all hearsay, and no one has seen it with their own eyes, so, can you show us your skills here? Let everyone see with their own eyes the financial strength of the richest man on the internet." How? As soon as Dong Heng finished speaking, Yuan Bo and Lao Wan glared at him and said to him unhappily, "Do you suspect that Big Brother's title of the most wealthy man on the internet is justified? How dare I do that?" Dong Heng waved his hands quickly and said with a wry smile, "I just haven't seen anyone spend money like Big Brother since I was a child. I just want to see it with my own eyes. I have absolutely no other intentions." Dong Heng is right. After Dong Heng said this, the others also followed suit and said, "We have never seen anyone who spends as much money as Big Brother. It's rare for us to get together like this. Big Brother, why don't you show us your skills? Let us also see the power of the legendary West City Ninth Brother." Sure. Zhang Yuan was also a little tipsy at this time. Seeing that everyone was very excited, he waved his hand and said arrogantly, "Brothers, tell me how you want me to show off." Seeing Zhang Yuan agreed, Dong Heng immediately shouted excitedly, "Brother, you became famous by giving gifts online, so keep giving gifts. Let's see how many WS you can get today." Good. Zhang Yuan laughed twice, then took out his cell phone and handed it to Dong Heng. Then he said to Dong Heng, "I'll give you this phone today. You can find a live broadcast room and swipe the money yourself. You can swipe as much as you want and in any way you want. I'll give you 2 hours to see how much money you can swipe within these 2 hours." Fuck. Zhang Yuan's arrogant words stunned all the rich second generations present. When Dong Heng took his phone, his hands began to tremble slightly. Dong Heng used his mobile phone to open the live broadcast software. Looking at the various anchors on the software, he didn't know who to give gifts to for a moment. Chapter 86, Gifts. He searched the anchor page for a long time, and finally picked a female anchor who looked familiar and clicked on it. This live broadcast room is quite lively. The female anchor looks to be about 27 or 28 years old. She looks gentle and intellectual, and has a sweet voice. There are more than 10,000 people watching the live broadcast of the female anchor, and small gifts are constantly being given. After Dong Heng entered the live broadcast room using Zhang Yuan's mobile phone, the entire live broadcast room immediately exploded. The people watching in the live broadcast room kept typing on the barrage. Fuck, isn't the guy who just came in the legendary #1 rich man on the internet, Brother 9 of Xicheng? Brother 9 of Xicheng has also come to watch this bitch Zhang Yuyan? Brother Jiu, please don't spend money in this live broadcast room. This woman doesn't deserve your gift. Brother Jiu, I am your fan and your most loyal lackey. Please take me with you. Brother Jiu, can you come to her live broadcast room later? She is also very beautiful, not inferior to this female liar, and she is also very talented. Looking at the barrage of comments scrolling on the screen, the female anchor who was broadcasting live was suddenly a little confused. Her name is Zhang Yuyan. Actually, she is not a female anchor, but an actress. 6 years ago, she had just graduated from the Film Academy. With her gentle appearance and outstanding temperament, she was spotted by a big domestic director at first sight. She played the leading female role in the national love movie Under the Banyan Tree that year and became an instant hit, becoming a pure and innocent girl known to every household in China. She originally thought that she could continue to be popular in the entertainment industry with her good audience appeal. Unexpectedly, her performance in Under the Banyan Tree that year was so deeply rooted in people's hearts that her next few dramas could not get rid of the shadow of Under the Banyan Tree that year, and their reputations were also very bad. This also caused her popularity to decline again and again, and she soon went from being a popular first-tier female star to a second- or third-tier star. As her popularity continued to decline, she no longer had any chance of playing the leading female role in movies or TV series. Especially in some blockbusters with good scripts and high production costs, she can only play the third or fourth female role and can't even get the role of the second female role. In order to turn her life around and improve her popularity, she followed her agent's advice and announced to the public that she wanted to devote herself to charity and help build hope schools in remote mountainous areas. In order to make her statement credible, she actually went to some remote areas with her agent and donated some money and supplies to local schools. Then, together with local students, she posed for some photos of herself teaching poor children in the classroom. As soon as she made this move, she immediately won the favor of passers-by across the country. Her popularity began to soar, and she received invitations from all kinds of blockbuster movies and variety shows. She also returned to the ranks of first-line female stars. However, the good times did not last long. She had just become popular for a few months when paparazzi dug up her charity fraud and posted it directly on the internet. Although she found the best team to conduct crisis public relations, this incident still caused an uproar on the entire internet. For a time, everyone on the internet was calling for her to be punished, and she became the target of public criticism. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. It was her agent who suggested her to pretend to do charity work. But after the incident, her agent kicked her aside and terminated the cooperation with her. At the same time, all the movies, TV series, variety shows, and advertising endorsements she had previously taken on also came to her and began to demand sky-high compensation from her. Not only did she lose all the money she had earned during her years of popularity, she even owed a large amount of foreign debt. In desperation, she could only follow her friend's advice, registered a self-media account on the live broadcast platform, and tried to post some works to attract fans. Then start live streaming from time to time. When the number of fans is large enough, I will make money and pay off my debts by selling goods through live streaming. However, what she didn't expect was that the impact of her fraudulent charity work was so huge. Even in the live broadcast room, everyone was cursing at her. Although some people would give her gifts just to join in the fun, she still felt wronged when she saw the screen filled with insults against her. What makes her most uncomfortable is that some people would even deliberately give her large gifts in order to make her stay in the live broadcast room and be scolded, so that she would not want to turn off the live broadcast. Just when she felt like she was about to collapse, the ID Shiqing Joga entered her live broadcast room and immediately attracted everyone's attention. This ID looks familiar, she seems to have heard it somewhere. Also, judging from everyone's reactions, he should be a pretty famous internet celebrity. She was just about to say hello to this Shiqing Joga, but suddenly she saw Shiqing Joga in her live broadcast room, giving out the most expensive gift on the platform, the Dream Manor. Explosive special effects lit up in her live broadcast room. And once it lit up, it never stopped. The barrage of messages announcing the gift began to play. Brother 9 of Shiqing has given you a Dream Manor 1. Brother 9 of Shiqing has sent you a Dream Manor 14. Brother 9 of Shiqing has sent you Dream Manor 117. Fuck, Brother 9 is really giving out gifts now, why is that? Brother Gio, you are not interested in Jiang Yuyin, are you? She is a liar who does fake charity work. Brother Gio must be tired of playing with female internet celebrities and wants to play with female stars. Even if you want to play with a female celebrity, you don't have to look for Jiang Yuyin. That's right. Zhu Jingyi, Rocket Girls 101 and the like, all of them are sweet, cute, and young. Jiang Yuyin can't compare to them. Stop it, Brother Gio. This female liar really doesn't deserve your gift. The onlookers in the live broadcast room were talking about it. But Brother Gio of Shiqing did not stop giving gifts because of the discussions of the onlookers. 10 minutes later, the number of Dream Manors he had brushed soared from over 100 to over 1,000. Jiang Yuyin looked at the more than 1,000 Dream Manors and was so surprised that she was speechless. One Dream Manor costs 520 yuan, and 1,000 of them costs 520,000 yuan. This Brother Gio from Shiqing had only been in for more than 10 minutes, but he had already spent so much money on her. Who is he? Just when Jiang Yuyan was surprised, brother Jiu of Shiqing, who was giving her gifts, perhaps felt that it was not enough and started giving her the emperor set directly. And one brush, that's 1,000 sets. One emperor set costs 5,200 yuan, and 1,000 emperor sets cost more than 5.2 million yuan. This is 5.2 million Chinese yuan. Even for Jiang Yuyan when she was at the peak of her popularity, this was a huge sum of money. Chapter 87, 300 million in 2 hours. This is just the amount she gets paid for a TV series or a movie. And this brother Jiu from Shiqing came into her live broadcast room and gave her so much money without even saying a word to her. Is this person crazy? In the bar in the other dimension, Dong Heng's hands were shaking after he used Jiang Yuan's mobile phone to buy 1,000 sets of emperor sets. He knew very well how much 1,000 sets of the emperor set were worth. Even for rich second generations like them who spend money like water, it is rare for them to throw out such a large sum of money at once. What's more, this money belongs to someone else. If it were any other time, he would definitely stop after collecting 1,000 sets of emperor sets. After all, he took the lead in making trouble and asked Jiang Yuan to give gifts in the live broadcast room just to see Jiang Yuan's financial resources. Spending more than 5 million at once is enough to prove Jiang Yuan's financial strength. If it really takes 2 full hours as Jiang Yuan said, how much money would he have to pay Jiang Yuan? Wouldn't Jiang Yuan be offended to death by then? However, the platform coins in Jiang Yuan's account seemed to be infinite and could never be used up. Even after buying 1,000 sets of emperor suits, he can still send gifts continuously. At the same time, under the stimulation of alcohol, his mind had become dizzy and he was much braver than usual. In addition, after he started to brush the emperor set, other rich second generations also gathered around him and began to encourage him to continue. So Dong Heng started to give out gifts. Soon, the second and third sets of emperor suits were displayed in Jiang Yuyan's live broadcast room. Fuck. 1,000 sets of emperor suits in a row. So damn rich. You are indeed the most wealthy person on the internet. This gift looks so cool. So much money was actually spent on a female liar. What a sin. What a sin. Our ninth brother is just enjoying the pleasure of giving gifts. When has he ever cared about who was receiving the gifts? This is called being rich and willful. Do you understand? Brother Joe, please pay attention to me. I am a delicate and soft sister who was easy to push down, with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. I want to get to know you. When Dong Heng sent out the third set of 1,000 emperor sets, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Everyone focused their attention on Shiqing Jiuge who was giving out gifts. As for who was broadcasting live and why Jiuge wanted to give him gifts, these issues no longer mattered. These 3,000 emperor sets also successfully made Jiang Yuyan's live broadcast room the number 1 on the entire platform's 24-hour hot list. The number of people in the live broadcast room also began to surge, and the number of people watching the live broadcast suddenly increased from 10,000 to more than 1 million. The most wealthy man on the internet, buying emperor suits crazily and rewarding female stars instantly became the most popular search term on the platform. The rich second generations who were watching Dong Heng giving out gifts in the bar were all having a blast. Under their instigation, Dong Heng continued to fire continuously. Soon, the 4th, 5th, and 6th groups of 1,000 emperor sets appeared in the live broadcast room. The fan points of the ID Shiqing Jiuge in Jiang Yuyan's live broadcast room directly exceeded 1 billion. In an upscale residential area in Beijing, Jiang Yuyan stared at her live broadcast screen, completely stunned and dumbfounded. She had just started live streaming and didn't know much about the platform's mechanisms, nor was she very clear about how much a set of imperial suits was worth. But there was one thing she understood. That is, for every $1 worth of gift given by the people watching in her live broadcast room, their fan points will increase by 10. Shiqing Jiuge's fan points have exceeded 1 billion, which means that the money he has spent on himself has exceeded 100 million. That's 100 million. Such a huge sum of money can be considered a small goal even for the famous Chanda real estate. Even the richest man, Principal Ma, would not reward the female anchor like this. Who is this brother 9 of Shiqing? Why does he spend so much money in his live broadcast room? Is it really just because you have money and are willful? The emperor set in the live broadcast room was still constantly being refreshed, but Jiang Yuyan had already felt numb. The onlookers also began to feel numb. There was only a cry of amazement in everyone's heart, that is, this mysterious rich man, brother Jiu of Shiqing, is so rich and generous. Time passed by minute, and soon 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, Dong Heng used Zhang Yuan's mobile phone to buy nearly 60,000 sets of Emperor sets. Converted into Chinese yuan, it's more than 300 million. Even so, the platform coins in Zhang Yuan's account have not been used up yet, and are still in a state where they can be continuously issued. The rich second generations around Dong Heng no longer had the energy to make a noise, and instead, there was deathly silence. 2 hours, 300 million yuan, it is no exaggeration to say that the amount of gifts given out is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. It can definitely set a record for the most gifts received in a single live broadcast in the history of global live broadcasts. And they are the creators and witnesses of this record. What shocked them the most was the amount of platform coins in Zhang Yuan's account. Dong Heng swiped out platform coins worth 300 million yuan. After swiping so much money, he still hasn't used up all of his platform coins. How much money did he recharge into his account? In other words, what kind of background does Zhang Yuan have that he could actually recharge so much money on a live streaming platform? Dong Heng, who had been brushing the Emperor set for 2 hours in a row, felt as if his body was drained out and collapsed on the chair due to exhaustion. At this time, a rich second-generation man came up to him, lowered his voice, and said to him, "Yuan Bo, you just bought so many Emperor sets, it must be more than 300 million, right? You spent so much money on me, will I be angry?" "Yes." Another second-generation rich man also echoed with some concern. "Brother, you have added so much money to your platform account. It must be for a purpose. You spent more than 300 million yuan on him today. If he knew about it, he would be furious, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's face turned a little ugly. Yuan Bo looked as if his father had died, his face was extremely gloomy. Yes, who is a normal person and would recharge hundreds of millions of platform coins into their live streaming platform account? Zhang Yuansheng must have other uses for so much money. Now he has burned 300 million yuan from Zhang Yuan's account. That's 300 million. If Zhang Yuan knew about this, wouldn't he eat him? When he thought of this, Yuan Bo suddenly made a bitter face and shouted to the people around him. "I just said I wouldn't swipe my card anymore, but you guys kept pushing me to swipe my card. Now I've swiped so much money from my brother, how am I going to explain this to him?" Chapter 88, Still Not Captured. The other rich second generations remained silent. At this time, Zhang Yuan slowly walked towards him. "How was it, Dong Heng? You spent 2 hours on gifts. How much did you spend? Did you enjoy it?" Dong Heng looked at Zhang Yuan as if he was a mouse looking at a cat, and he was extremely scared. He trembled as he handed Zhang Yuan's phone back to him, then said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, brother. You can see for yourself how much money I spent." Zhang Yuan took the phone and started looking through it. Dong Heng looked at Zhang Yuan cautiously, waiting for the next storm. However, what he didn't expect was that after Zhang Yuan finished looking at his phone, he just glanced at him calmly and then said to him nonchalantly, "It took only 2 hours to swipe over 300 million. Your hand speed is not good enough. You need to practice more in the future." After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he put away his phone. "Ha!" Dong Heng was stunned. He spent more than 300 million yuan from Zhang Yuan in 2 hours, and Zhang Yuan just said this to him casually, and that was it? This is too outrageous. The other rich second generations were also dumbfounded. Isn't Zhang Yuan so generous? That's 300 million. If it were someone else present, let alone 300 million, they would be furious if someone dared to use their accounts to swipe out 3 million. But what about Zhang Yuan? Still looking calm and composed. From beginning to end, he didn't even blink. With such courage, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the richest man in the world. Now they were completely convinced by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan truly deserves the title of Big Brother. No wonder Lao Wan and Yuan Bo, who are so arrogant in their circle, are so timid in front of Zhang Yuan and dare not challenge him at all. Compared with Zhang Yuan, they are not on the same level at all. However, what the rich second generation did not know was that after Zhang Yuan received the task from the system to spend 1.8 billion yuan within 20 days, he had a headache about how to spend the money, so he recharged money into the platform when he had nothing to do. Up to now, 600 million yuan has been deposited into the account. Therefore, even if Dong Heng sent out the Emperor set for 2 hours in a row, it only cost half of his recharge amount, and he would not be able to use it up even if he spent another 2 hours. And Dong Heng was also helping him by spending so much time giving gifts. After all, it's quite tiring to keep holding your phone to check for gifts. Like Dong Hang, after 2 hours of browsing gifts, he was completely exhausted and his eyes were a little blurry. It was completely strenuous work. He wished someone could do this kind of heavy work for him. Even if someone is willing to use his account to spend money, he will let that person go ahead and spend all the 1.8 billion allocated to him by the system. After Jiang Yuan took back his phone, he ordered more than 1 million bottles of wine at the bar and continued to party with Yuan Bo, Lao Wan, and others until 12 o'clock in the evening. After this revelry, everyone was drunk and couldn't drive the car back, so they could only find a way to send everyone home. Since Jiang Yuan gave his car to Zhou Zhang, he could only take a taxi back to school. When he returned to the dormitory, everyone was still asleep. What surprised Jiang Yuan the most was that Zhou Zhang was also in the dormitory. When Jiang Yuan booked a private room for Zhou Zhang at the White Horse Manor, he also booked a presidential suite for him. What he meant was to let Zhou Zhang take advantage of this opportunity to take down Lu Yujiao directly. But he didn't expect that Zhou Zhang actually came back, and came back earlier than him. When Zhou Zhang saw Jiang Yuan return to the dormitory, he immediately threw the sixth element car keys to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked at the car keys in his hand, then looked at Zhou Zhang, and asked in confusion. "What's going on, Zhou Zhang? Didn't I book a room for you at the White Horse Manor? Why are you back? Even after what happened tonight, you still haven't gotten Lu Yujiao? Hey! Yuanzi, don't mention it." Zhou Zhang sighed and said. "I feel like Jiao Jiao didn't believe what I told her this afternoon, that I would be the vice president of Mr. Tang's new live streaming platform. Although her attitude towards me was a little better today than before, it was only a little better. When I went to hold her hand in the evening, she was still reluctant to let me hold it, let alone take the next step. Fuck, it's already like this, and she won't even let you hold her hand? This woman is too cruel." Jiang Yuan sighed. But it makes sense when you think about it. Zhou Zhang had nothing to do with the newly established live broadcast platform. Suddenly he said that he had become the vice president of the new live broadcast platform. Anyone would be suspicious. A smart girl like Lu Yujiao would doubt the authenticity of this matter. Where is Lu Yujiao now? Zhou Zhang curled his lips and said a little aggrievedly. Tonight during dinner, she drank a little wine, and then she said she was a little sleepy and wanted to go to the private room you opened to rest. I wanted to go with her, but she said she was still young and not ready to do that kind of thing, and hoped that I could respect her. After she said that, what else could I do? I could only come back by myself. Fuck. After hearing what was said, Chen Guanyuan and Fang Zhou on the side shouted angrily. This woman is clearly trying to hook you up for fun. To be honest, third brother, you should break up with her. We think she doesn't really want to date you. Jiang Yuan also shook his head helplessly. What do you mean you are too young? What do you mean you are not ready yet? That is nonsense. When Lu Yujiao followed Brother He to Jinjiang Hotel today, it was obvious that she was planning to devote herself to Brother He. But now she is saying all this to Zhou Zhang, isn't she just teasing Zhou Zhang? However, Zhou Zhang is his brother. Although he knows everything in his heart, he cannot make these things clear in front of Zhou Zhang. I could only keep my mouth shut and say nothing. Why? Zhou Zhang sighed softly at this time. He patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder and said, Yuanzi, no matter what, I have to thank you for what happened today. If it weren't for you, Jiao Jiao would have really been snatched away by that black guy, and I would definitely have been cuckolded. If you have anything to ask in the future, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not let you down. Jiang Yuan heard this, smiled and waved his hand, saying, All right, we are all brothers, there is no point in talking about this. After saying this, he went straight to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to bed to rest. He and Yuan Bo and the other guys had been having fun in the bar for half the night and were extremely sleepy. He was about to fall asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed. However, at this moment, his mobile phone screen suddenly lit up, and then he saw that someone had sent him a WeChat message. Jiang Yuan picked up the phone impatiently and prepared to turn it off. But when he looked at the screen, he found that the person who sent him the WeChat message was actually Lu Yujiao. Chapter 89 Lu Yujiao's Seduction. Are you there, Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan frowned as he looked at the message Lu Yujiao sent him, and then replied. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me about something? Why, can't I just talk to you when I have nothing to do? Lu Yujiao quickly replied to Jiang Yuan, and followed this sentence with a shy emoticon. Jiang Yuan frowned even more tightly. He glanced at Zhou Zhang, who was lying on the bed like him, and replied to Lu Yujiao. We are not close friends, what do you have to talk to me about? It's getting late, I'm going to bed, you should go to bed early too. Hey, don't be so cold. I just want to ask you something. Then just tell me. That is? Zhou Zhang wants to be the vice president of Panda TV. Is that true? Of course it's true. Hey, don't lie to me again. Lu Yujiao sent Jiang Yuan another shy emoticon. Zhou Zhang doesn't even know Tang Wengan, so how could President Tang let him be the vice president of Panda TV? You made this up to vent your anger on Zhou Zhang, right? Jiang Yuan sneered and ignored Lu Yujiao. Seeing that Jiang Yuan did not reply to her message, Lu Yujiao said to Jiang Yuan. If that's the case, just tell me the truth. I won't blame you. Jiang Yuan was still too lazy to reply to Lu Yujiao. About 2 minutes later, seeing that there was still no movement from Jiang Yuan, Lu Yujiao sent another photo to Jiang Yuan. In the photo, Lu Yujiao was wearing a translucent lace dress and a pair of white princess socks, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the hotel bathroom. Her seductive figure was looming in the distance, and after Jiang Yuan saw it, he suddenly felt his blood boiling. After Lu Yujiao sent him the photo, she added. Actually, I don't dislike Zhou Zhang. He has been very good to me in the past 2 years and is a very competent boyfriend. But now we are both juniors. After this semester, we will start looking for jobs and internships. Zhou Zhang's personal ability is not very strong, and he has nothing outstanding in school. It will be difficult for him to find a good job after graduation. I work so hard because I hope I can make more money in the future and share more pressure with him. So what do you want to do? Jiang Yuan replied. I was thinking, if Mr. Tang has really acquired Panda TV and plans to hand it over to you and Zhao to manage, can you let me become a signed artist of Panda TV? Lu Yujiao sent a message. You see, I have pretty good qualities, and I have a lot of talents. Even compared to those internet celebrities with millions of fans, I'm not much worse. It's just that no one packages me or helps me promote myself. If you are willing to sign a contract with me and let me be your artist, I believe I can bring considerable profits to the platform. If you think my ability is not good enough, you can come to the hotel and I will show you what I know on the spot, okay? After sending this message, Lu Yujiao sent another selfie to Jiang Yuan. It was a photo of her lying on the bed. This photo was more revealing and the pose was more provocative. After seeing this photo, Jiang Yuan immediately understood what Lu Yujiao meant. This woman is deliberately seducing him. If he went to the hotel, he would not be examining Lu Yujiao's talent, but Lu Yujiao's body. When he thought of this, Jiang Yuan felt furious. He and Zhou Zhang are brothers in the same dormitory. Although Zhou Zhang is usually a bit narrow-minded, he still has a good relationship with Zhou Zhang, otherwise he would not have been able to help Zhou Zhang in this matter. But now Lu Yujiao actually wants to seduce him. This suddenly reminded Jiang Yuan of his ex-girlfriend, Tang Lu. Isn't Zhou Zhang's experience exactly the same as his own before activating the system? This slut. If he wasn't in the dormitory right now, he would definitely send a voice message to Lu Yujiao and scold her harshly. But he is in the dormitory now after all. If Zhou Zhang knew about this kind of thing, he would hate him to death. Therefore, after Jiang Yuan glanced at Zhou Zhang, he replied to Lu Yujiao. Lu Yujiao, you are Zhou Zhang's girlfriend, and I am a roommate of Zhou Zhang. Do you think it's interesting for you to send me this kind of thing? Since I said that Zhou Zhang will be the vice president of Panda TV, then he must be the vice president of Panda TV. If you want to sign a contract with Panda TV, go find Zhou Zhanghao, don't bother me here. After Jiang Yuan replied, he threw his phone aside and went to sleep. In the presidential suite of the White Horse Hotel, Lu Yujiao, who was lying on the bed, read these words and became furious. Jiang Yuan is so ignorant. She had said so much and sent him such sexy photos of herself, but he didn't even say a single nice word in reply and instead sent her a message to scold her. Is this guy still a normal man? It was really helpless to say. There was a reason why she sent such an ambiguous message to Jiang Yuan so late. This afternoon, after she and Zhou Zhang arrived at the White Horse Manor, everyone in the White Horse Manor treated them like super VIPs, even more attentively than the emperor was treated in ancient times. The private room where she and Zhou Zhang had dinner together, the Bai Hai Chaoshang Pavilion, was also extremely luxurious. Both its decoration and scenery could be considered top-notch in the country. Lu Yujiao had never eaten in such a high-end place in her life, and she was immediately stunned by the aura here. Not only Lu Yujiao was stunned by the aura here, but also Zhou Zhang, who came here with Lu Yujiao. Zhou Zhang was very satisfied with Jiang Yuan's arrangement, and proudly boasted in front of Lu Yujiao, saying that he had arranged this place himself, and the reason why he could enjoy such high treatment here was because he often ate here and was a super VIP of this place. But Lu Yujiao is not a fool, so she naturally would not believe what Zhou Zhang said. While going to the bathroom, she asked the waiter at the White Horse Manor who booked the room, but she didn't expect the answer to be Jiang Yuan. The waiter also told her that Jiang Yuan had eaten here several times, and each time he spent over $1 million. The entire White Horse Manor regarded Jiang Yuan as the emperor's #1 god of wealth. Lu Yujiao was quite surprised when she got this answer. She has been dating Zhou Zhang for 3 years and knows everyone in Zhou Zhang's dormitory well. In his eyes, Jiang Yuan was just a loser like Zhou Zhang, and his family conditions were even worse than Zhou Zhang's. How did you become so rich all of a sudden? Chapter 90. It's not for anyone. Although Zhou Zhang once told her that Jiang Yuan won 20 million in the lottery some time ago. But this is not reasonable. A lottery ticket worth 20 million is only worth more than 10 million after paying taxes. How is it possible for a person with only over 10 million to eat a meal that costs over 1 million? And when Jiang Yuan was dealing with Brother He in the afternoon, his aura was also very scary. So many rich second generations, so many supercars, all follow his lead. Especially the young man who was the first to beat up Hage. It seemed that he was the previous boss of Panda TV, Mr. Wan himself. How could a person who suddenly became rich by winning the lottery be so prestigious among a group of rich second generations? This is obviously not normal. After Lu Yujiao asked the waiter at the White Horse Manor about Jiang Yuan, she secretly called Brother He. In name, she was concerned about Brother He and asked if he was okay. In fact, she wanted to find out Jiang Yuan's background through Brother He. The result was just as she expected. After being beaten up, Brother He didn't even dare to fart. When he received her call, he apologized to her repeatedly, claiming that he should not have provoked her, let alone had any ill intentions towards her. He hoped that she could say a few good words for him in front of Jiang Yuan and Wan Xiao, so that Jiang Yuan and Wan Xiao would let him go. This made Lu Yujiao even more certain that Jiang Yuan was definitely not an ordinary person. He was most likely a super-rich second generation who had been pretending to be poor. Lu Yujiao even suspected that Jiang Yuan's real identity was Tang Guanyan's illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could Tang Guanyan hand over Panda TV to Jiang Yuan and Zhao Na after acquiring it? If this is true, then Jiang Yuan is the real rich son-in-law. It was because of this that after she had dinner with Zhou Zhang, she decisively rejected Zhou Zhang's request to have an in-depth communication with her. And at this time, he sent messages to Jiang Yuan to seduce Jiang Yuan. She is very confident about her appearance, with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. When their college was selecting the most beautiful girl, she was once selected. The most important thing is that she has never done that kind of thing with any boy since she was a child. In other words, she is still a novice. She believed that as long as Jiang Yuan saw her sexy photos and couldn't control himself and came to her, she would definitely be able to conquer Jiang Yuan. At that time, even if she couldn't be Jiang Yuan's girlfriend, she could still get Jiang Yuan's support. In this way, becoming a top internet celebrity is just around the corner. Anyway, she gave her first time to anyone, she gave it to Jiang Yuan, and then bought herself a bright future. Isn't that good? I didn't expect that even after she had done this, Jiang Yuan still didn't appreciate it. It's so abominable. Lu Yujiao hugged the quilt and sulked. But she soon came to her senses. The reason why Jiang Yuan didn't appreciate it was probably because Zhou Zhang had already returned to the dormitory, and Jiang Yuan was also in the dormitory and was embarrassed to come out. She just didn't believe that with her natural beauty, as long as she kept seducing Jiang Yuan could resist touching her. If it really doesn't work, I can use Zhou Zhang to ask Jiang Yuan out, and then think of a way. Thinking of this, Lu Yujiao stopped worrying about it and just covered herself with the quilt and went to sleep. However, before she went to bed, her mind was full of Jiang Yuan. So she had a wonderful dream that night. In the dream, Jiang Yuan was her boyfriend, and he did his best to nourish and love her. The dream was so beautiful that she didn't want to wake up from it until the next morning. The next morning, after Jiang Yuan got up, he packed up simply and left the dormitory with his brothers to prepare for class. However, as soon as they left the dormitory building, they saw Lin Jejia waiting downstairs of their dormitory building with a cup of soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks and an egg. Lin Jejia is naturally beautiful, and she is also a famous school beauty and a sea king. The people who pursue her in the school can form a reinforced company. Therefore, she was extremely eye-catching standing downstairs of the dormitory building. Many people would talk about her when they passed by her. Fuck, isn't this Lin Jia? Why is she downstairs of the boys' dormitory? Is she waiting for someone? I don't know. Look at her, she's still holding breakfast in her hand. Could she be bringing breakfast to her boyfriend? No way. Lin Jia is not an ordinary person. The number of people who serve her as a bootlicker can form a circle around the school. Which man is so awesome that he can take her in? And he can even make her wait downstairs of the dormitory to deliver breakfast to her. That's right. Is he still a human being if he can conquer Lin Jia? He is simply a love saint. I think it's hard to say. I heard that some time ago, Lin Jia ran to the classroom of the School of Chemical Engineering and confessed her love to a boy in public. She also gave the boy a very expensive set of clothes. Fuck, are you kidding me? He can make Lin Jia confess her love in public, and even let Lin Jia pay for gifts? Who is that guy? I want to ask him to be my master right now and let him teach me how he picked up a top-notch girl like Lin Jia. Just as everyone was talking, Lin Jia also saw Zhang Yuan walking out of the dormitory building. She waved at Zhang Yuan, then hopped over to him like a little rabbit, and smiled sweetly at him. Good morning, brother Zhang Yuan. I was afraid that you woke up too late and didn't have breakfast, so I bought some breakfast for you. After saying that, she handed the breakfast in her hand to Zhang Yuan. Lin Jia's action shocked everyone who was watching. Lin Jia appeared downstairs of the boys' dormitory early in the morning, actually to deliver breakfast to a boy. This is simply outrageous. The most famous female sea queen in Linjiang University actually changed her nature and started licking boys. The eyes of all the onlookers were focused on Zhang Yuan, and they looked at him carefully. Especially the boys. The look they gave Zhang Yuan was one of envy and jealousy. Zhang Yuan felt a little embarrassed being stared at by so many people at once. However, he and Lin Jia are in an ambiguous period, and there is still some affection between the two. And seeing Lin Jia's sweet smile, he felt embarrassed to refuse. So he took the breakfast from Lin Jia's hand. At the same time, he smiled and said to Lin Jia, "Thank you, Jia. I actually asked you to bring me breakfast. You've worked so hard." No. After Zhang Yuan took the breakfast, the smile on Lin Jia's face suddenly became sweeter. She was like Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. She put her arm around Zhang Yuan and said happily, "Originally, I was planning to bring you breakfast from the store, but our store is too far from school. I was worried that it would get cold and not taste good, so I just bought some for you at school. Please don't mind." Chapter 91, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Lin Jia's voice was so tender and charming that it made people's souls melt. When the boys around Zhang Yuan heard it, they drooled with envy. Especially those boys who didn't know Zhang Yuan, they were guessing Zhang Yuan's identity in their hearts. At this moment, Zhou Zhang on the side suddenly asked Lin Jia, "Classmate Jia, what store are you talking about? Did you and our Yuanzi open a store together? It's not really a partnership." Although Lin Jia had no impression of Zhou Zhang and the others, she must be in the same dormitory with Zhang Yuan since she came out of the dormitory building with Zhang Yuan at this time. So she smiled at Zhou Zhang and said, "Brother Zhang Yuan saw that I had nothing to do, so he sent me a restaurant that specializes in Huaiyang cuisine. If you have time in the future, you can go to the restaurant to eat, and I'll give you a free meal." My goodness, Yuanzi, your generosity is really huge. When Zhou Zhang heard this, he screamed in surprise. Fang Zhou on the side also sighed. Yes, buying a decent Huaiyang restaurant would cost at least 2 to 3 million, right? You're giving away a business worth so much money, you really are willing to spend all your money just to pick up girls. After hearing what Zhou Zhang and Fang Zhou said, Lin Jia's face suddenly turned ugly. It sounded as if she was with Zhang Yuan and was nice to him just for his money. What's more, the restaurant that Zhang Yuan gave her was not an ordinary Huaiyang restaurant, but the famous Suajixian. Zhang Yuan spent 400 million to buy that restaurant, not just 2 or 3 million. Seeing Lin Jia's face darken, Zhang Yuan quickly smiled and said, "Jia Jia's family is originally in the service industry. Giving her a store is for long-term profit, and there is no other intention." At this point, he asked Lin Jia, "How is the store these days? Are the employees easy to manage? After the previous boss left, did anyone follow him to change jobs?" "Of course there is. Zhang Yuan's words made Lin Zhezhe feel warm in her heart, and she immediately said to Zhang Yuan in a very obedient manner. But the number is not large. After all, you asked them all to sign a non-compete agreement and doubled their salaries. Who would be reluctant about money? So even though some people resigned, not many left, and it didn't have much impact on our store. That's fine. After hearing what Lin Zhezhe said, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he never expected Lin Zhezhe to make money through Zhuojixian, he was still a little worried that Lin Zhezhe would not be able to manage Zhuojixian after taking over. Now after hearing what Lin Zhezhe said, he felt a little more relieved. By the way, brother Zhang Yuan. Lin Zhezhe suddenly leaned over to Zhang Yuan's ear. She put her ear close to Zhang Yuan's and asked him in a very low voice. After you and Song Yuro left that night, you didn't go with her to do that kind of thing, right? The way Lin Zhezhe spoke into Zhang Yuan's ear sounded like a young couple whispering to each other. When the three brothers who shared the same dormitory with Zhang Yuan saw this, they immediately walked away tactfully so as not to disturb their intimacy. Zhang Yuan blushed at Lin Zhezhe's question and said with a smile, "What are you thinking? I'm not a sex maniac who gets high on beautiful women. How could I possibly do that kind of thing with Song Yuro? Besides, even if I wanted to do that kind of thing, Song Yuro might not agree." "TSK, don't say that." Lin Zhezhe curled her lips in disapproval. When that little devil surnamed Song saw you, her eyes were full of green light. She really wanted you to do that kind of thing with her. Okay, are you still not confident in me? Zhang Yuan gently scratched Lin Zhezhe's nose. I'm famous for my ability to remain calm even when someone's wooing me. Even if she wants to seduce me, I won't fall for it. If I didn't even have this much self-control, you would definitely be the first one to be dealt with. How could she get her turn? You are disgusting. Lin Zhezhe's pretty face turned red, and she punched Zhang Yuan's chest in embarrassment and annoyance. Just as the two of them were playing, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a strong wind coming towards them. At this time, Zhang Yuan's perception ability has far exceeded the limit of normal people. Plus he also has the ultimate fighting skills. Therefore, as soon as he sensed danger, he immediately protected Lin Zhezhe behind him. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked in the direction where the strong wind came from. Bang! A crisp voice rang out. A can full of coke was kicked away by Zhang Yuan and hit the big tree next to him. Then with a loud bang, the can broke into pieces when it hit the tree, and the cola inside burst out like flowers from the sky. Who attacked me? Zhang Yuan's face darkened and he looked in the direction where the can was flying from. He saw a beautiful woman with long legs, wearing a red sweatshirt and jeans, standing about 10 meters away from him, looking at him with an angry face. Who are you? After seeing the beauty, Zhang Yuan, who was about to get angry, suddenly became dispirited. A somewhat awkward smile suddenly appeared on his face. What? Don't you recognize me? The beauty glared at Zhang Yuan, her beautiful big eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. Zhang Yuan laughed dryly twice. How could he not recognize this beauty? Zhao Na's mother had surgery 2 days ago, and he was still in the hospital and took a bite of her. If Zhao Na hadn't arrived in time, this girl would have fought him to the death. I didn't expect to meet her here again. This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. If he remembered correctly, this beauty seemed to be called Anqi? Zhang Yuan sighed quietly, then waved at the beauty and said, Hello, classmate Anqi, I didn't expect to see you here. Humph, you stinky scumbag, there are many things you can't imagine. Anqi cursed Zhang Yuan viciously, then she quickly ran to Zhang Yuan and kicked him directly in the chin with a high whip kick. Fuck! Zhang Yuan really didn't expect that this beautiful woman who looked so charming and attractive would actually attack him directly. And he acted so decisively. Her high whip kick was fast and sharp. If you haven't practiced before, you definitely can't reach this level. So he quickly dodged backwards. At the same time, while flashing, he said to Anqi, Student Anqi, what happened in the hospital that night was really a misunderstanding. I definitely didn't mean to take advantage of you. Can you calm down and listen to my explanation? Chapter 92, Lin Zhezhe's boyfriend is a scumbag? Explain? Anqi sneered. What are you explaining to me, you scumbag? You're just a dog that can't change its nature. It's your bad luck to meet me today, just wait for your hospitalization. As soon as she finished speaking, her slender and long legs kicked towards Zhang Yuan again. Although Anqi's kick was not as powerful as her previous high whip kick, it was also fast and fierce. Each kick was aimed directly at Zhang Yuan's vital points, as if she wanted to kill Zhang Yuan. While dodging Anqi's attacks, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This beautiful girl named Anqi is very extraordinary. Just from the few kicks she threw, it was clear that her skills were the result of hard work and practice since childhood, and were definitely not just fancy tricks. Zhang Yuan was a little puzzled. Although there were some misunderstandings between him and this beautiful lady named Anqi. He did take advantage of Anqi by accident. But it shouldn't have to be like this, right? Is it necessary to come up and fight him to death as soon as you see him? As Zhang Yuan and Anqi started fighting, the area around them became lively. When Zhang Yuan and Lin Jejia were being intimate, there were already a lot of people watching them. Now that he and Anqi started fighting, more people gathered around. Those guys were watching the fun from the side, pointing at him and saying, "What's going on now? Why is Lin Jejia's boyfriend fighting with another beautiful woman? Who is this beautiful woman? You don't even recognize this beautiful woman. Are you still a student of Linjian University?" "Yes, this is Anqi, the head of our school's student union and one of the top 10 beauties in our school." "Fuck, so she is Anqi? No wonder she is so beautiful. But how come she is so powerful? She looks like a martial artist. You don't know this, do you? Anqi has been teaching Taekwondo since she was a child, and she was already a black belt master before she went to college. Ordinary men like us, even 3 or 5 of them can't get close to her. So she is not only the head of our school's student union, but also the nominal coach of our school's martial arts club. She often teaches the girls in our school the art of female self-defense." "Oh my god, if that's the case, then Lin Jejia's boyfriend is doomed, right? I think it's almost certain that he's finished. He's a black belt in Taekwondo. We'll be thankful if he's not paralyzed. Then tell me, how did Lin Jejia's boyfriend offend Anqi? He actually wanted to beat him up in front of so many people. Who knows? Could it be that Lin Jejia's boyfriend was two-timing, flirting with both Lin Jejia and Anqi, and was discovered by Anqi? I think this is possible. Anqi just called him a scumbag, and Anqi was so cruel to him. It might be because of this reason. Fuck, if that's the reason, this guy is incredible. He's dating 2 of the top 10 beauties in our school at the same time. Damn it, if that's the case, Anqi deserves to beat him to death. I've been single for over 20 years and I've never even held a girl's hand, and he actually flirted with 2 of them. Damn it. Yes, all scumbags deserve to die." Zhang Yuan, who was dodging Anqi's attack, had no idea that he had become a damn scumbag in everyone's eyes. Although Anqi's skills are sharp, her kicks are also fast and fierce. For him, whose physical fitness has far exceeded the limits of an ordinary adult and who also possesses ultimate fighting skills, this level of attack is like a child playing house and is not worth mentioning at all. Angel kicked out 7 or 8 times in a row, but didn't even touch his clothes. All her kicks went in vain. To be honest, as far as he was concerned, he really didn't want to get entangled with Anqi, especially in public. But Anqi refused to give in. If he missed the first time, he would kick again. If he missed the first time, he would kick again. It seemed that he would not stop until he hit him. Zhang Yuan finally couldn't bear it anymore. When Anqi kicked him again, he grabbed Anqi's ankle and said to her angrily, "Student Anqi, can't we just talk it out calmly? Do we have to fight here?" After Zhang Yuan grabbed Anqi's ankle, Anqi's face suddenly changed and she was secretly surprised. She is a black belt in Taekwondo, and she knows very well how powerful the kick she just gave was. It is no exaggeration to say that if this kick hit Zhang Yuan, his ribs would definitely be broken. There was a reason why she was so cruel to Zhang Yuan. It was not only because Zhang Yuan had taken advantage of her in the hospital, but also because she saw an intimate scene between Zhang Yuan and Lin Jejia, and she was so angry. She and Zhao Na have been best friends since childhood, and their relationship is like that of sisters. In her opinion, Zhang Yuan must have been interested in Zhao Na and was deliberately flirting with her because of the way he treated Zhao Na before. And Zhao Na, under his offensive, began to fall in love with him. She knew Zhao Na's character very well. She grew up in a single-parent family. Although she was very beautiful, she was somewhat inferior and lacked a sense of security. She had kept her heart closed for so many years and had never liked anyone. In this situation, once she falls in love with someone, she will definitely love him to death. But Zhang Yuan is a playboy. It doesn't matter if he flirts with me in the hospital, I'm too lazy to argue with him. He was actually still flirting with other girls in public at school. It's obvious that he wants to cheat Zhao Na. As Zhao Na's best friend and also Zhao Na's only support, how could she stand idly by? She originally wanted to teach Zhang Yuan a lesson and change the scumbag's temper? But she didn't expect that this scumbag was so skilled. He dodged all the kicks she threw. He even caught the last kick. The more Anqi thought about it, the angrier she felt. So he gritted his teeth and cursed at Zhang Yuan. I have nothing to say to a scumbag like you. Today, I must teach you a lesson. While cursing Zhang Yuan, she tried hard to pull her feet back from Zhang Yuan's hands. However, Zhang Yuan's hand was like a pair of pliers, tightly clamping her ankle. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pull her foot out of Zhang Yuan's hand. And she got angry, grabbed something from her pocket and threw it hard at Zhang Yuan's face. The thing was soft and hit Zhang Yuan's face. Zhang Yuan was distracted and the strength in his hands suddenly weakened. And she took this opportunity to quickly pull her foot back. Then she only pulled out her own foot, and the shoe on that foot still fell into Zhang Yuan's hand. Chapter 93, Do Beautiful Women's Feet Smell Good? What the hell is this? Zhang Yuan, who was hit, took the soft thing off his face and found that it was a black plastic bag. The things in the plastic bag are square and seem very strange. He subconsciously reached out to pull the plastic bag, wanting to see what hidden weapon was inside. However, when he used this thing to hit his hidden weapon, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and quickly stretched out his hand to him and shouted, "Don't open it." But it was too late. Zhang Yuan's hands had completely torn the outer black plastic bag, and the contents were exposed. When everyone saw what was in the plastic bag, they were all stunned. Especially Anqi and Zhang Yuan, their faces immediately turned into the color of dried vegetables. The thing in the black plastic bag is nothing else but special equipment used by girls when their relatives come to visit every month. This morning, Anqi found out that her relatives were coming, so she left the dormitory building early to buy this special equipment. Although when girls buy this special equipment, the supermarket owner will be very considerate and put it in a black plastic bag for them. But if you see a girl walking around the campus carrying a black plastic bag, anyone who is not a fool can guess what is inside. So Anqi stuffed this special equipment into her sweatshirt pocket. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Yuan grabbed her ankle just now, she got so anxious that she actually threw this thing out. The most hateful thing is that Zhang Yuan actually tore off the black plastic bag covering this special equipment, allowing everyone to see this special equipment. And she now felt extremely embarrassed and wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The look she gave Zhang Yuan was filled with murderous intent. "I'm sorry, Anqi-san." Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say at this moment. He subconsciously felt that such sensitive things should not be exposed to everyone's eyes for a long time. So he hurriedly stuffed the special equipment into his pocket. However, when he did this, the murderous look in Anqi's eyes suddenly became even stronger. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly and waved his hands at Anqi, saying, "I definitely didn't do this on purpose. This matter is also a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? There are not so many misunderstandings in this world. And she was so angry at Zhang Yuan that tears welled up in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said harshly, "Zhang Yuan, you bully me like this, I must kill you today." After saying this, and she rushed towards Zhang Yuan again. But she had just taken a step forward when she suddenly felt a staggered movement under her feet, and she fell to the ground. And she looked down and remembered that one of her shoes had been taken off by Zhang Yuan. Now only her left foot is still wearing a shoe, and the shoe on her right foot is still in Zhang Yuan's hand. Since her shoes had insoles, when one of her shoes was missing, her two legs were of different lengths. No wonder she almost fell to the ground. "Zhang Yuan, I hate you so much." And she is really going to collapse now. She suddenly took off her left shoe and threw it hard at Zhang Yuan. Then she turned around and ran away, wearing only a pair of pure white cotton socks, crying as she returned to the girls' dormitory. Zhang Yuan took the shoes that Anqi threw to her. He was holding Angel's shoes in his hands, with Angel's special equipment in his pocket. Looking at Angel's receding back, he didn't know what to do for a moment. At this moment, Lin Jia, who had been taking photos beside him, walked up to him, looked him over carefully, and then asked him with great concern, "Brother Zhang Yuan, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhang Yuan looked at the shoes in his hand, then looked at Lin Jia, and asked with a wry smile, "Jia, did I go a little too far just now? What do you think?" After confirming that Zhang Yuan was not injured, Lin Jia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then she rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan and said with some displeasure, Brother Jiang Yuan, when did you get involved with Anqi? Looking at her, you don't think you have an unclear relationship with her, do you? No. There is absolutely nothing going on between her and me. TSK, you just lied to me. Lin Zhezhe obviously didn't believe what Jiang Yuan said. She curled her lips at Jiang Yuan and said, Angel wanted to kill you just now. If you had nothing to do with her, would she treat you like this? Hey, I can't explain this matter to you in just a few words. It's all a misunderstanding anyway. Jiang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Then, he shook the shoes in his hand at Lin Zhezhe and asked in a somewhat bewildered manner. What should we do with Anqi's 2 shoes? These shoes are not ours, and we can't just throw them away, right? TSK, not only do you have 2 shoes, but you also have a pack of sanitary napkins in your pocket. Lin Zhezhe snorted softly. Suddenly she leaned close to Jiang Yuan's ear and said to him with a sly smile. Brother Jiang Yuan, I heard that beautiful women's feet are all fragrant. A beautiful woman like Anqi must have even more fragrant feet. Why don't you take Anqi's shoes and smell them to see if they smell good? What a mess. Lin Zhezhe's words made Jiang Yuan's face turn red. Jiang Yuan glared at Lin Zhezhe unhappily, thinking that this little girl was really a seductress who teased him at every turn. Looking at the smug smile on Lin Zhezhe's face, like that of a little fox. Jiang Yuan also leaned close to Lin Zhezhe's ear and whispered to her. If that's the case, then your feet must smell good too? How about we find a place where no one is around and smell yours? Brother Jiang Yuan, you are so annoying. You actually acted like a hooligan to me. After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, Lin Zhezhe's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She snatched Anqi's shoes from Jiang Yuan's hand, took out Anqi's bag of special equipment from Jiang Yuan's pocket, and put it in her own pocket. Then he snorted at Jiang Yuan and said, Just let me return Anqi's things for you. I'll also ask Anqi to see if you're lying to me or if you're having an affair with Anqi. After saying that, she skipped and ran into the girls' dormitory to chase Anqi. Looking at Lin Zhezhe's back, Jiang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zhezhe is quite considerate. After all, she is a girl, and it is easier for girls to talk to each other. If she could send Anqi's things back, he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Chapter 94, No Contact for Over a Day. However, thinking back to what just happened, Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered Yang Kong and Mu Nianzi in the martial arts novel The Return of the Condor Heroes. Today Anqi is wearing a red sweatshirt, and in The Return of the Condor Heroes, when Yang Kong and Mu Nianzi met for the first time, Mu Nianzi was also wearing a red dress. Also, after the two fought, Yang Kong also took off Mu Nianzi's shoes. The scene in the novel is exactly the same as what he encountered today. However, Yang Kong was a villain and ended up with a miserable death. Jiang Yuan is a gentleman and it is absolutely impossible for him to have the same ending as Yang Kong. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and then went to class. The morning classes passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for lunch. Jiang Yuan originally planned to go to the restaurant to eat with his roommates. But he had just walked out of the teaching building when he received a call from Zhao Na. Zhao Na's mother had just had surgery 2 days ago, so when he saw the call was from Zhao Na, he immediately became a little nervous. After the call was connected, he asked the other end of the phone without even thinking. What's wrong, Nana? Is there something wrong at the hospital? No, Jiang Yuan. Zhao Na, who was on the other end of the phone, felt warm in her heart when she heard Jiang Yuan's somewhat anxious tone. She smiled gently and said softly to Jiang Yuan. There's nothing wrong at the hospital. My mother is doing very well. The doctor examined her yesterday and said that all the cancer cells in her body have disappeared. And according to her physical condition, she only needs to stay in the hospital for another 10 days for observation before she can be discharged. The doctor said this is simply a medical miracle. He also said that he would invite experts from Beijing and Shanghai to come for another consultation with my mother to discuss how the cancer cells in my mother's body disappeared. Really? That's great. After hearing what Zhao Na said, Jiang Yuan immediately felt relieved. What he is most worried about now is the health condition of Zhao Na's mother. As long as Zhao Na's mother is safe, he can easily solve any other problem. As for the fact that the cancer cells in Zhao Na's mother's body had been completely eliminated, he knew about it a long time ago, so he didn't feel very surprised. Jiang Yuan. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, Zhao Na on the other end of the phone hesitated for a while and then said to Jiang Yuan. My mother's physical and mental condition is getting better day by day, so I told her everything about the two of us. Now my mother wants to see you. Do you have time to come to the hospital? Ah. Zhang Yuan screamed in surprise when he heard what Zhao Na said. What does Zhao Na mean? Do you want to take him to meet your parents? This is a bit too fast. Has his relationship with Zhao Na developed to this point? After Zhao Na heard Zhang Yuan's exclamation, she hurriedly explained to Zhang Yuan. Don't get me wrong. My mother just wanted to meet you out of gratitude after hearing that you helped me so much. It's not for any other reason. Oh, I see. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. That is to say, among the three women who currently have a somewhat ambiguous relationship with him, the distance between him and Zhao Na can be said to be the farthest. If Song Yuro or Lin Jejia wanted to take him to meet their parents, he could still understand. It would be a bit outrageous to say that Zhao Na wanted to take him to meet her parents. But think about it from another perspective. Putting aside the ambiguous feelings between him and Zhao Na, based on their current relationship, they can be considered good friends. Zhao Na's mother is an elder, and even as a friend, he should go to the hospital to visit her. Therefore, Zhang Yuan nodded and said, Okay, I don't have classes today, so I'll go to the hospital later. Zhao Na responded very gently and said, Then just call me when you get there. I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. Good. After hanging up the call with Zhao Na, Zhang Yuan said hello to his roommates, and then sent a WeChat message to Lin Jejia, reporting his whereabouts so that Lin Jejia would not look for him at school. Then he drove the Lamborghini Sixth Element towards the city hospital at lightning speed. As a super sports car limited to only 10 units worldwide, the appearance of Lamborghini Element 6 is extremely cool. When he drove this car in the city, he attracted a lot of attention, and many people took out their phones to take pictures of him along the way. When he parked his car in the open-air parking lot of the municipal hospital, he attracted a large crowd of onlookers. But Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He locked the car, called Zhao Na, bought some nutritional supplements downstairs, and then went up to the inpatient building. Zhang Yuan followed the room number Zhao Na sent him and walked towards the ward where Zhao Na's mother was. Just as he walked outside the ward and saw the room, suddenly a pair of slender white arms stretched out from behind him and tightly wrapped around his waist. Then, a soft and fragile body, emitting a faint fragrance, pressed against his back. Brother Zhang Yuan. A soft voice sounded. The girl standing behind Zhang Yuan, clinging to Zhang Yuan's body and hugging Zhang Yuan with both hands, said to Zhang Yuan in a slightly resentful tone. It's been more than a day since you settled her down. How come you didn't even send her a WeChat message? People thought you had forgotten about her. Zhang Yuan turned around slowly and found that the person who suddenly appeared from behind him and hugged his waist was none other than Song Yuro. Song Yuro didn't wear her most common JK skirt today, but instead wore a beige sportswear and a pair of sneakers. Her hair was simply tied into a ponytail and her face was lightly made up, making her look cute and pure. Song Yuro seemed a little angry. She looked at Zhang Yuan with puffy cheeks, like a little hamster. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then he reached out and scratched Song Yuro's nose, and asked her in confusion. This is a hospital, why are you here? If I'm not here, where else can I be? Song Yuro wrinkled her nose, snorted angrily, and said. After you bought her a house and a car that day, you never contacted her again. She had nothing to do, so she called Zhao Na and asked if there was anything she could do in the company. Zhao Na said her mother was in the hospital and she had to stay there to take care of her mother, so I had no choice but to come to the hospital and help her take care of her mother. Chapter 95 Zhao Na's mother. I didn't expect that. Zhang Yuan gently scratched Song Yuro's little nose again. You can actually come to the hospital and help Nana do these things. Song Yuro raised her chin towards Zhang Yuan with great pride and said. Humph, do you think I'm just jealous? There are many things you can't imagine. That's right. Zhang Yuan thought about it and asked Song Yuro. How's Panda TV going? You and Nana are not at the company, so there won't be any problems there, right? Don't worry, my big boss. Song Yuro dragged out a long nasal sound and said angrily. The lawyers and accounting firms we hired have already moved in. In about a week, they will be able to sort out all of Panda TV's accounts over the years. I have also told their person in charge that if they have any questions, they should come directly to the hospital and report to me and Zhao Na, so there will be no problems with the project. At this point, Song Yuro complained to Zhang Yuan with some grievance. You haven't messaged me for over a day, and you didn't even ask me how I was doing, or if I was used to living in Linjiang. But you asked me about the company right away. How abominable. Okay, okay. Zhang Yuan laughed. So how have you been these past few days? Are you used to living in Linzhong? Humph, I'm not used to it at all. Song Euro snorted angrily, but her arms were still tightly wrapped around Zhang Yuan's waist, refusing to let go. This little devil is even more annoying than Lin Zhezhe. Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. He patted Song Euro's back gently, trying to comfort her. At this moment, Jana suddenly walked out of the ward and just saw him and Song Euro hugging each other. As soon as Zhang Yuan saw Jana, he looked a little flustered, like a husband caught cheating by his wife. He also hurriedly patted Song Euro's shoulder, asking her to let go of him. I thought that after seeing him and Song Euro hugging each other, Jana would be very angry, or at least give him a cold look. Unexpectedly, Jana was just stunned for a moment, then waved to him calmly, and smiled at him very gently as usual. You're here, Zhang Yuan? Yes, yes. Zhang Yuan laughed twice, somewhat awkwardly. Song Euro, however, looked disapproving. She was even a little dissatisfied with Zhang Yuan's attitude. She frowned and snorted angrily. Zhao walked up to Zhang Yuan and took the nutritional supplements that Zhang Yuan bought downstairs. Then she said to Zhang Yuan with some complaints. Just come if you want to. Why buy these things? They are expensive and impractical. It's a waste of money. Zhao Na's attitude really surprised Zhang Yuan. The last time when she acquired Zhuojixian, Song Euro also hugged her twice, which made Zhao Na jealous. She didn't even drive the nanny car and went straight back to the hospital by herself. The same situation happened today, but Zhao Na remained so calm. It's really a bit abnormal. But, no matter what, it's a good thing that Zhao Na is not angry. Therefore, Zhang Yuan hurriedly said with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. The last time I saw Auntie, she was still undergoing surgery, so this is my first official visit to her. As a younger generation, it's my duty to bring something when I visit my elders. All right. Zhao Na sighed softly and seemed a little depressed. Then she said to Zhang Yuan. Then come on, my mother is waiting for you. Zhang Yuan nodded and went into the ward with Zhao Na. Song Euro was very tactful and waited outside the ward and did not go in with them. Zhao Na's mother, Zhang Huilan, lives in a high-end intensive care unit, which is equipped with air conditioning, sofa, TV, and refrigerator. It should be that Zhao Na received the reward from him in the live broadcast room and paid extra money to buy it for her mother. Zhang Huilan was lying on the bed. Although she is only in her 50s, due to long-term illness, half of her hair has turned white, and she has many more wrinkles on her face than people of the same age, making her look very haggard. However, since the cancer cells in her body have been cleared, her body is gradually recovering and her mental state is also good. After Zhang Yuan walked into the ward, Zhang Huilan immediately sat up from the bed and said to Zhang Yuan very enthusiastically. Hey, you must be the Zhang Yuan that Nana has been talking about, right? Come and sit down. Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. Just continue to lie on the bed and rest. Zhang Yuan smiled at Zhang Huilan somewhat awkwardly. Then he sat down on the stool next to the bed. Zhang Huilan saw this and quickly said to Zhao Na. Don't just stand there, Nana, go get Zhang Yuan a glass of water. Good. Zhao Na responded somewhat helplessly, then went to pour water for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Huilan looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile on her face. She looked Zhang Yuan up and down, left and right, like a scanner, very carefully, and the smile on her face became more and more intense. Zhang Yuan felt uncomfortable and restless when Zhang Huilan stared at him like that. After looking at Zhang Yuan, Zhang Huilan said to Zhang Yuan with a smile. Student Zhang Yuan, thank you so much for this period of time. I heard from Nana that my medical expenses, nursing expenses, and surgery fees were basically paid by you during this period. Even the fact that my body has recovered to its current state is probably due to your efforts. I and my family owe you a life. No, no, no. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately stood up from his chair and said in fear and trepidation. Auntie, you are so polite. How can I be so useful? All your expenses are earned by Nana herself through live broadcasting. As for your health, it is also the doctor's skillful medical treatment. It has nothing to do with me. Hey, kid, don't be so modest in front of your aunt. Zhang Huilan said with a smile on her face. Nana has been doing live streaming for 2 or 3 years. At most, she only makes 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. She can't afford this intensive care unit and other expenses. As for my health, Although I am not well educated and don't understand science, I know my own body. Before you came, the doctors had Auntie undergo chemotherapy every day. She was almost dying, but her condition didn't improve. After you came, Auntie's health immediately became what it is now, and she will be discharged from the hospital soon. If you say this has nothing to do with you, then who else can it be related to? Chapter 96, Care for her, Love her. Having said that, Zhang Huilan looked at Jiana again, and her eyes became a little red. Speaking of which, my illness has caused Nana a lot of trouble. She finally got into college and had just registered when I found out she had this disease. As a result, she never had a normal college life. Not only did she have to earn her own tuition and living expenses, but she also had to find a way to make money to pay for my medical treatment. I don't know how she managed these past few years. Sometimes I think it would be better for me to just die so I wouldn't be a burden to her anymore. Mom, what are you talking about? When Jiana heard this, her eyes turned red. She walked up to Zhang Huilan, took her hand, and said with a choked voice, "You are my only relative in this world. If you are gone, I won't even have anyone to talk to. What's the point of living then?" "Oh, you silly child." Zhang Huilan touched Jiana's head, and tears couldn't stop flowing from her eyes. She wiped away the tears from her eyes again and said with a smile, Okay, stop crying. No matter what, our hard times are finally over, and we will have good days from now on." At this point, she asked Zhang Yuan. "Classmate Zhang Yuan. Can I call you Xiao Jiang? It sounds more intimate." "Of course." Zhang Yuan nodded quickly and said, "You can call me anything you like. Xiao Jiang." Zhang Huilan sighed and said somewhat dejectedly, "I just said that I and our family owe you a life, and we can never repay it. You have done so much for our Nana and our family, and I know your intentions. Nana lost her father when she was young. I raised her alone and she suffered a lot. Logically speaking, it's her blessing for her to meet a guy like you. And I can see that Nana likes you, otherwise, based on her personality, she would definitely not accept your help." "What are you talking about, Mom?" Before Zhang Huilan finished speaking, Jiana interrupted her with embarrassment and annoyance. "Didn't I tell you? Zhang Yuan and I are not in the relationship you think, and I don't have that kind of feeling towards him." "It's not that feeling. What kind of feeling is that?" Zhang Huilan said unhappily. "I'm your mother, how can I not understand you? How can I not know whether you like Xiao Jiang or not?" Jiana lowered her head, blushed, and said nothing. Zhang Huilan continued. "But to be honest, Xiao Jiang, the gap between our two families is indeed too big. Although I don't know what your parents do, from what Nana told me, your family is definitely not something that ordinary people like us can compare to. As the saying goes, since ancient times, men and women have been marrying each other based on their social status. There is too big a gap between our two families. If Nana really gets together with you, I'm worried that Nana will be upset." "No, Auntie." Zhang Yuan heard this and said with a wry smile, "In fact, my family conditions are very ordinary, and I am just an ordinary person, not a wealthy or powerful person. You are really overthinking this." "Okay, stop comforting Auntie." Zhang Huilan waved her hand at Zhang Yuan and said, "Auntie is not old and confused. Do you think I will believe you when you tell me this? I am not saying that you can't be with Nana. I just want to say that if you really like Nana and are willing to spend the rest of your life with her, I hope you can protect her, love her, and not let her suffer any injustice because of her background. Is that okay?" This. After Zhang Huilan finished speaking, she stared at Zhang Yuan with her burning eyes, which made Zhang Yuan a little at a loss. If you ask him whether he likes Xiaona or not, there is no doubt that he likes her a little. Putting everything aside, based on Xiaona's appearance, no man would dare to say that he doesn't like her. But the questions Zhang Huilan asked were too sharp. This is not as simple as whether or not to like her, but a question of whether to marry Zhang Na or not. If he agreed in front of Zhang Huilan, it would be like he was admitting that Zhang Na was his girlfriend and that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Of course. Zhang Na is a good girl among thousands in terms of both appearance and personality. There is absolutely no way she is unworthy of him. If Zhang Na is willing, it's not impossible to be with Zhang Na. But what about Lin Jejia and Song Yuro? If these two little bastards start to quarrel, how should I explain to them? However, looking at Zhang Huilan's burning eyes, Zhang Yuan finally softened his heart. So he took a deep breath, nodded solemnly to Zhang Huilan, and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. I will take good care of Nana and will never let her suffer any grievances. Well, Auntie believes you. Looking at Jiang Yuan's serious look, Zhang Huilan nodded with great satisfaction. Then she actually sat up from the bed and said to Jiang Yuan with a smile, I've been lying in this bed for too long. I feel like my body is getting rusty. I'm going to go downstairs for a walk. You two can chat here for a while. As she said this, she actually wanted to leave the ward alone. Seeing Zhang Huilan was about to leave, Jana panicked and quickly pulled Zhang Huilan's arm and said, What are you doing, Mom? What are you asking me and Jiang Yuan to talk about here? Just talk about whatever you want. I'm an old woman, how can I know what you two young people can talk about? Zhang Huilan glared at Jana, then shook off Jana's hand and walked out of the ward alone. Looking at Zhang Huilan's back as she left, Jiang Yuan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Jana's mother is so interesting. He had just promised to be nice to Jana, and she was about to leave, giving the two of them some space to be alone. This is totally creating opportunities for the two of them to be close. Come to think of it, the promise I just made was almost like a confession. At this time, Jana and he must have a lot to talk about. Jana's mother left them space so that they could confide in each other and further strengthen their relationship. Sure enough, old Ginger is still spicy. As soon as Zhang Huilan left, Jiang Yuan and Jana were the only ones left in the huge ward. Jiang Yuan looked at Jana and felt that it was somewhat awkward to be alone with her at this time. Just when he was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, Jana suddenly threw herself into his arms, then stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Chapter 97, and she was bullied. The sudden kiss made Jiang Yuan's mind a little confused, and he was at a loss for a moment. After the deep kiss, Jana put her arms around Jiang Yuan's waist, looked at him, and said with red eyes, Thank you, Jiang Yuan, thank you for what you said in front of my mother. What are you thanking me for? Jiang Yuan sighed softly, then smiled and said to Jana, I'm telling you the truth, I'm not lying to you, so you don't have to thank me. Okay, Jiang Yuan, stop talking. Before Jiang Yuan could finish his words, Jana interrupted him and buried her head in his arms. There are some things that I understand even if you don't say them. I know you like me, and I like you too, and you're the first boy I've liked since I was a child. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do for you. But I know that the gap between us is too big. No matter how much you like me, it is difficult for me to become your wife. Your family will definitely not let you marry an ordinary girl like me. When I found out that I had fallen in love with you, I got a little angry when I thought about it. I even hated you a little. I hated why you were so outstanding, why there were so many women around you, and why you made me feel unworthy of you. But now I've let it go. Even if I'm not worthy of you and can't be your wife, so what? I don't care. If I can't be your wife, I can be your lover, even if it's just one of your lovers. I will stay by your side and protect you like this forever. Nana. Jana said this in Jiang Yuan's arms while sobbing softly. Jiang Yuan sighed softly, then hugged Jana tightly, not knowing what to say. It must be difficult for Jana to say such words, right? Jana may be the poorest girl who has an ambiguous relationship with him at present. After all, she has been a single-parent girl since childhood. After she was admitted to university, her mother was diagnosed with cancer, and her life has always been very tight. But Jana may also be the one who loves money the least among all the girls who have had an ambiguous relationship with him. This can be seen from the fact that when he first met Jana took the initiative to ask for the return of the money he had given as a tip in the live broadcast room. To be honest, Jiang Yuan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard a good girl like Jana say that she wanted to be his lover. But he has no choice now. He still had to complete the tasks assigned by the system, and had countless amounts of money to spend, and he had no idea what his future would be like. Under this circumstance, there is really no way to make a promise to Jana. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan finally said to Jana helplessly, Don't worry, Nana. No matter what happens, I will take good care of you and will never let you suffer any injustice. Song Yuro, who was standing outside the ward, felt sour in her heart after hearing Jiang Yuan's words. She also muttered to herself, Humph, isn't it just being lovers? If you can do it, so can I. Anyway, brother Jiang Yuan is mine, and no one can take him away from me. In the gymnasium of Linjiang University, a group of college students wearing monastic robes were practicing fighting techniques in a methodical manner under the supervision of a boy. Their movements were in perfect unison, and after each move they would shout in unison, looking quite murderous. The boy who was supervising their training was wearing white sweatpants and a black vest. He was over 1.9 meters tall, with a broad back and strong muscles all over his body. That physique is almost comparable to that of Schwarzenegger, who played the Terminator. The boy's name is Zhang Meng, and he is the president of the Wushu Club of Linjian University. Those who practice in the gym are also members of their club. Looking at the members who were practicing seriously, Zhang Meng had a very gratified smile on his face. In another month, it will be the day of the Martial Arts League among 13 universities in Linjiang. This is an extremely important day for their martial arts club. Originally, the Martial Arts Club of Linjian University was just a small, unknown club. Since he became the president of the Wushu Club, Linjiang University Wushu Club has won the championship of the Wushu League of 13 colleges and universities for 2 consecutive years, becoming one of the top 10 clubs in the school. He is already a junior this year, and when he reaches his senior year, he will have to step down from the position of president. Therefore, in the year when he becomes the president of the Wushu Club, he must ensure that their club retains the championship title in the 13-school league. However, judging from the current training status of the members, this year's championship should be almost certain. Zhang Meng thought confidently in his heart. However, at this moment, someone broke into the gymnasium. That person seemed to be on fire. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted at Zhang Meng in a panic. "Oh no, Brother Meng, senior sister Anqi has been bullied." Zhang Meng, who had a smile on his face, immediately turned gloomy after hearing this. "What did you say? Anqi was bullied?" "Yes." The man took out his cell phone and held it in front of Zhang Meng's face. As soon as Zhang Meng saw the content on his phone, the veins on his forehead immediately jumped. What was displayed on the phone was a post posted on their school's forum, titled "A Scumbag Suddenly Appeared Inside the School, and the Beautiful Head of the Student Union Was Molested." The person who posted it is a person named Tenji Unjiawujin Hengu. He narrated the incident from his own perspective, in which Anqi beat Jiang Yuan downstairs in the dormitory building this morning. In his description, Jiang Yuan, who had a conflict with Anqi, was a 2-timing scumbag. This scumbag possessed superb PUA skills. Not only did he seduce Lin Jejia, the female sea queen of Linjiang University, he also won the heart of Anqi, the head of the student union. At the same time, he was in love with 2 beauties from Linjiang University without being discovered by anyone. However, this morning, when the scumbag was being intimate with Lin Jejia, he was caught by Anqi. As the head of the Linjiang University Student Union, how could Anqi tolerate being cheated on? She immediately wanted to tear the scumbag apart. But I didn't expect that the scumbag was actually a martial artist. Not only was Anqi no match for him, he also forced both of her shoes to be taken off by him and tore her sanitary napkin apart in public. At the end of the post, the poster also posted a video he recorded in the morning, which recorded the entire process of the fight between Jiang Yuan and Anqi. Zhang Meng watched the video and was shaking with anger. When he saw the end, Anqi took off her other shoe and threw it at Jiang Yuan, then left in great anger. Zhang Meng, unable to bear it any longer, threw his phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Chapter 98, None of Your Business. My cell phone. Seeing his phone being smashed to pieces by Zhang Meng, the person who handed the phone to Zhang Meng suddenly turned green in the face. This is the iPhone 13 he just bought. He worked part-time for 3 months and saved enough money by living frugally to buy this phone. He hadn't even had time to warm up his new phone when Zhang Meng smashed it to pieces. The man originally wanted to get angry, but when he looked at Zhang Meng, who was like a volcano about to erupt, he felt scared again and could only weakly close his mouth. Just when he wanted to quietly pick up his broken cell phone, Zhang Meng suddenly grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground. "You tell me." Zhang Meng was like a mad tiger, staring at the person who leaked the information as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. He gritted his teeth and asked the person who leaked the information word by word. "Who is the person who bullied Anqi? I'm going to kill him." "Brother Meng, calm down, Brother Meng." The messenger was so frightened by Zhang Meng's appearance that his legs were shaking and he almost peed. Then he said tremblingly, "I only found out about this after seeing this post, and I don't know who the person who bullied senior sister Anqi is. But I'm the moderator of our school's forum. As long as I can contact the person who posted it, I will definitely be able to find out who bullied senior sister Anqi." "Then what are you still doing here? Go check it out for me." Zhang Meng threw the messenger to the ground as hard as he threw a cell phone. The messenger screamed and felt that his but was broken into 8 pieces just like his mobile phone. However, looking at the furious Zhang Meng, he still didn't dare to get angry. I could only silently pick up my phone, cover my butt, and leave the gym. Damn, who on earth dares to bully my Anchi? After the messenger left, Zhang Meng was still filled with rage and could no longer control his temper to supervise the members' training. He was Anji, whom he had met during his freshman year. At that time, Anchi, in addition to being an executive of the school student union, was also a member of the martial arts club. Like Zhang Meng, she was a newcomer to the club. Since the martial arts group at that time was just a small and unknown club, there were simply few decent masters. Zhang Meng has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has won awards in many official competitions. So when he first joined the club, he was invincible and extremely arrogant. Just when he thought the entire society was under his feet, Anji showed up and taught him a lesson. At that time, he was not as strong as he is now, but Anchi was already a black belt level taekwondo master. In addition, after he saw that Anchi who challenged him was a little girl, he underestimated his opponent. As a result, he was knocked unconscious by Anchi's high whip kick, and he lay in the infirmary for a whole afternoon before he recovered. This kick from Anchi not only defeated him, but also made him fall completely in love with Anchi. From then on, he became Anchi's #1 bootlicker, caring and concerned about Anchi every day. Even though he was rejected by Anji again and again, he didn't care at all. He practiced fighting skills hard so that he could defeat Angel one day and become the man who conquered Angel. However, because he harassed Anchi too much, Anchi later quit the martial arts club and devoted herself to the work of the school student union. It was for this reason that Anchi became the head of the school student union in her junior year. However, even though Anchi quit the martial arts club, Zhang Meng did not stop pursuing her. Especially after he became the president of the martial arts club, he often took club members to the dormitory building to confess his love to Anji, or took his own club members to help the school student union do some dirty and strenuous work that required hard work. The fact that Anchi was able to become the head of the school student union was also related to Zhang Meng's support. Until now, Zhang Meng is still thinking about Anchi and believes that Anchi is his true love. But I didn't expect that my goddess was bullied like this by a scumbag in school. How can I swallow this? It will take some time for the person who informed him to find out the identity of the scumbag. But he really couldn't wait any longer. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called Anchi. As soon as the call was connected, he roared at the other end of the phone. Anji, who was that bastard who bullied you this morning? Tell me, and I'll kill him right now. The bastard who bullied me this morning? At this time, Anchi was in the office of the school student union, processing documents. She was a little surprised when she heard Zhang Meng's call suddenly. She didn't know why Zhang Meng called her at this time. But when she heard Zhang Meng's words, her face suddenly darkened, and she asked Zhang Meng in a cold voice. How did you know this? Someone has already posted this matter on the forum, and now the whole school knows about it. Anchi, tell me who the bastard who bullied you is, I must kill him. I'm telling you, Zhang Meng. After listening to Zhang Meng's words, Anchi took a deep breath, and then said to Zhang Meng very seriously. This matter is my own and has nothing to do with you. I won't let you interfere, and I won't let you cause trouble for that person. If you dare to disobey me and provoke him, I will never let you go. Why, Anji? When Zhang Meng heard this, he almost broke down and his voice began to tremble. That guy bullied you like that, why did you still protect him like this? Anji sighed softly. The reason why she said this to Zhang Meng was not to protect Zhang Yuan, but to protect Zhang Meng. After all, she and Zhang Meng have known each other for 3 years and she knows Zhang Meng's character too well. Zhang Meng is a person with a very extreme personality. Ever since he met her, he has been pursuing her. His liking for her has even reached an almost paranoid level. If she revealed Zhang Yuan's identity to Zhang Meng, then Zhang Meng would definitely bring the entire martial arts club to surround Zhang Yuan. By then, even if Zhang Meng didn't kill Zhang Yuan, he would at least seriously injure him. If things really develop like this, once Zhang Yuan holds him accountable afterwards, Zhang Meng might end up in jail. Although she doesn't like Zhang Meng, she can't let Zhang Meng do such a stupid thing for her. Chapter 99 Break his legs. So she said such seemingly heartless words to Zhang Meng just to protect him. Of course, she could also tell Zhang Meng directly that she was worried that Zhang Meng would do something stupid because of a momentary impulse, so she didn't let Zhang Meng cause trouble for Zhang Yuan. But saying this is equivalent to sending a signal to Zhang Meng, that is, she cares about Zhang Meng. As mentioned before, Zhang Meng pursued her for 3 whole years, and even though she rejected him countless times, he still had great passion for her. If Zhang Meng knew that I cared about him, he would definitely do something even more outrageous in the future. Her care for Zhang Meng was just the kind of care between friends, and she didn't want Zhang Meng to have any misunderstandings about her. Therefore, after Anqi thought about it, she said to Zhang Meng decisively, "Okay, Zhang Meng, I've already said that this is my own business, so just don't interfere. As for whether I've been bullied or not, it has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to help me out." "Why, Anqi?" When Zhang Meng heard this, his eyes turned red and he almost went crazy. "Do you really like that boy that much? Even though he bullied me like this and treated me like a scumbag, you won't let me teach him a lesson for you? He's just a cheating scumbag. Why can't I compare to him? What the hell?" When Anqi heard what Zhang Meng said, she felt a little confused. She had not read the post in the forum yet, and did not know that in the minds of Zhang Meng and the majority of netizens, she had become the miserable heroine who was PUA'd by Jiang Yuan and then bullied by the scumbag when she was caught cheating in the scene. So after she heard what Zhang Meng said, her first reaction was, why did she fall in love with Jiang Yuan? When was she cheated on by Jiang Yuan? Does Zhang Meng have any misunderstanding about the relationship between him and Jiang Yuan? But at this time she herself was a little upset. In addition, he was pursued by Zhang Meng for 3 years. Because she was pursued by Zhang Meng, even though she was such an outstanding person, no boy dared to pursue her except Zhang Meng during her 3 years of college life. Therefore, she also felt a little resentful towards Zhang Meng. Now when she heard Zhang Meng say this, she replied to Zhang Meng without thinking. "That's right, I just like him, and I'm willing to be cheated on by him, so what? Zhang Meng, can you wake up a little? I know you like me, but I really don't have any feelings for you. And I've already said that my affairs have nothing to do with you, so please don't always think from my boyfriend's perspective, okay? You are not my boyfriend at all." I. After being bombarded by Anqi, Zhang Meng stood there stupidly, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. After all, Anqi is the head of the school student union, and her personal psychological quality is still very strong. After she yelled at Zhang Meng, she quickly calmed down and her emotions gradually returned to normal. After noticing that Zhang Meng was silent on the other end of the phone, and she suddenly felt that maybe her words just now were a bit too harsh. So he asked quietly, "Hello, Zhang Meng? Are you still there?" "I'm here, Anqi." Zhang Meng responded slowly. And she breathed a sigh of relief and was about to apologize to Zhang Meng, saying that she shouldn't have yelled at him. However, before she could open her mouth, she heard Zhang Meng say, "I understand. You must have been deceived by that scumbag and lost your mind, so you said that to me. Don't worry, Anqi. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. I will definitely help you to deal with that scumbag and make him dare not lie to you again, so that you can wake up again." "Fuck, I've been talking for a long time, but you don't understand what I'm saying, right?" Upon hearing what Zhang Meng said, Anqi couldn't help but swear. Seeing that his mood had calmed down just now, he suddenly became irritable again. "I told you, what happened between Jiang Yuan and I is my own business. You don't have to worry about it. Do you understand? Jiang Yuan?" Zhang Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. "So that boy's name is Jiang Yuan? I know, Anqi. I'll go find this boy later and break his legs. I'll go." And she cried out in pain, somewhat helplessly. She wanted to say something, but Zhang Meng hung up the phone. And she sighed helplessly again, then she called Zhao Na and said to her, "Hello, Nana? Tell Jiang Yuan to ask the teacher for a month's leave, and then leave school for a month. Don't ask me why, just do it honestly. Someone will cause trouble for him in school recently, so tell him not to come back to school, do you understand?" "Okay, that's it." After hanging up the phone with Zhao Na, and she immediately started watching it. She collapsed in the chair, looking at the ceiling of the office, and shouted helplessly, Jiang Yuan, you must be obedient and don't go back to school. If you don't listen and continue to stay in school, you will be finished." At the same time, on the highway in Linjiang City, Jiang Yuan was driving the Lamborghini Element 6, speeding on the road, and he was in a very good mood. After a trip to the hospital today, Zhao Na's problem was solved. Even if he has an ambiguous relationship with other girls in the future, Zhao Na will probably not be angry with him again. Although it sounds a bit mean to think this way, it is indeed a good thing for him. Without the troubles of women, I can devote all my energy to this great money-burning business. Just when Jiang Yuan was feeling happy, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Na. Zhao Na on the other end of the phone conveyed to Jiang Yuan word for word what Anqi had told her. After listening to this, Zhang Yuan frowned immediately. Looking for trouble? Who would look for trouble with me in school? I don't think I've offended anyone in school, right? Then I don't know. Zhao Na on the other end of the phone said. However, Anchi was quite anxious when she called me. She didn't seem to be lying to me. I think you should listen to her and take a month off and hide outside first. Hide? Zhang Yuan laughed twice and said. It's impossible for me to hide. Being timid is not my style. If someone really wants to cause trouble for me, then let him come. I want to see what kind of person can deal with me. When Zhao Na heard this, she was still very worried and asked Zhang Yuan to go out and hide. But no matter what she said, she couldn't convince Zhang Yuan. Helplessly, she could only sigh and told Zhang Yuan to be careful. After hanging up the phone with Zhao Na, Zhang Yuan also drove to the gate of Linjiang University. Chapter 100, I don't need a reason to beat you up. Downstairs of a male dormitory building at Linjiang University, a dozen people were hiding in the bushes at the entrance of the dormitory building, staring at the dormitory building and carefully observing everyone who entered and left the dormitory building. It is almost the beginning of summer, and there are already mosquitoes in Linjiang at this season. Therefore, it didn't take long before the dozen or so people hiding in the bushes were covered in mosquito bites and kept scratching their bodies. Meng bro. One person was bitten by mosquitoes and couldn't stand it anymore. He approached a burly boy and asked him in a low voice. You said we should stop that scumbag who bullied senior sister in Chi, but why do we have to hide in the bushes? Can't we just wait for him at the dormitory door? There are too many mosquitoes in the grass, and the brothers really can't handle it. Yes. Seeing someone take the lead, others followed suit. Zhang Meng glared at everyone and shouted angrily. How come you guys can't understand my good intentions? In the entire Linjiang University, who doesn't know that Chi is my, Zhang Meng's, woman? And I, Zhang Meng, am the president of the martial arts club. That scumbag named Zhang Yuan bullied Chi. If he saw us standing at the door of the dormitory building, he would definitely guess that we are here to stop him. If he runs away by then, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? But, if we just stay here like this, we don't know what Zhang Yuan looks like. Even if we catch him, we won't be able to recognize him. Yes, the video in the forum is not very clear. It's a bit difficult to recognize the person just by looking at it. TSK, how do you know that? I can't recognize him? Zhang Meng rolled his eyes at the person who spoke, then took out his cell phone and sent a photo to the WeChat group of their martial arts club. The person in the photo was an ordinary boy. The boy was only about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a very ordinary sweatshirt, had a buzz cut, and there was nothing special about his appearance. This photo was sent to him by the boy who first tipped him off. The boy who reported the news said that the person who posted in the forum was called Lu Yujie. He had a grudge against Zhang Yuan, who cheated on Chi, so as soon as he contacted him, he immediately posted all the information about Zhang Yuan. As a result, Zhang Meng learned the dormitory building number where Zhang Yuan lived, as well as Zhang Yuan's specific appearance. After the dozen people following Zhang Meng saw the photo, they immediately muttered. Is this the boy who scumbag Anchi and bullied her in public this morning? He looks so ordinary. Compared to you, Minga, there is a world of difference. How could Anchi fall for such a guy? That's right, this guy isn't handsome, isn't tall, and is just an ordinary guy. How could senior sister and Chi fall in love with him? How would I know that? When Zhang Meng heard this, he immediately said indignantly. That's why I said that Chi was PUA'd by this scumbag. Damn, this scumbag named Zhang Yuan is so blind that he actually dared to PUA Chi. I must teach him a lesson today and beat him up so that he can't stay in school. Let's see if he dares to cheat Chi again. Having said this, he roared to the crowd. Wait a minute, all of you keep your eyes open and keep a close eye on him. You must not let that scumbag go. Whoever can find the scumbag first, I will give him my secret weapon and make him the next president of our club. Do you understand? Understood. When the people following Zhang Meng heard this, they immediately shouted excitedly. Then she didn't care about the mosquito bites anymore, and stared at everyone who entered and left the dormitory building, afraid that they would let the scumbag Zhang Yuan go. Just then, a Lamborghini sports car arrived at the door of the dormitory. The shape of that sports car is extremely cool. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. After the sports car stopped downstairs of the dormitory building, a boy wearing an Armani casual suit opened the door and got out of the car, then walked towards the dormitory building. The person following Zhang Meng saw the boy and immediately shouted at Zhang Meng. "Brother Meng, look at that rare guy who just got off the sports car. Isn't he the one who cheated on senior sister in Qi? Is it him?" Zhang Meng looked at the photo of Jiang Yuan on his phone, then looked at the boy who got out of the sports car, and his brows immediately frowned. Although the boy driving the sports car looks somewhat like Jiang Yuan in the photo, but the temperaments of the two people are so different. Jiang Yuan in the photo looks ordinary, just like a loser. The boy driving the Lamborghini sports car, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, looked much more dignified and handsome than Marshal Jiang in the photo. At first glance, he was a rich second generation from a wealthy family. Zhang Meng really couldn't accept that he and Jiang Yuan in the photo were the same person. However, at this moment, another member of Zhang Meng suddenly shouted, "Brother Meng, this guy is definitely Jiang Yuan. The clothes he wears are exactly the same as the clothes worn by the guy who bullied senior sister in Qi in the video. He is definitely Jiang Yuan." After hearing this, Zhang Meng remembered that the person who bullied in Qi in the Tieba video seemed to be wearing Armani casual wear. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He directly called his members and rushed out of the bushes. Everyone in their martial arts club was practicing martial arts all the time and had excellent physical fitness. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with Jiang Yuan and formed a circle around Jiang Yuan, trapping Jiang Yuan inside the circle. After Jiang Yuan parked the car, he originally wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest. But he didn't expect that someone would rush up and surround him at this time. Recalling the call Zhao Na made to him on the way back, he immediately realized that these guys were the legendary ones who came to cause trouble for him. But Jiang Yuan didn't care. He smiled coldly at those people twice, and then asked, "Classmates, what do you mean by this? There are so many people surrounding me, are you trying to cause trouble for me? Hey, you're quite smart." A boy wearing a monk's robe and about 1.8 meters tall responded, then laughed mockingly. "Then why are you bothering me?" Jiang Yuan glanced at the guy and asked slowly, "If I remember correctly, I haven't offended you, right?" The boy Jiang Yuan was about to answer when Zhang Meng on the side shouted impatiently, "Fuck it, I'm in school, I can cause trouble to whoever I want, what else do I need a reason for? Brothers, go and beat him up." Chapter 101. Do you think you are Captain America? After Zhang Meng finished yelling, he immediately rushed forward, clenched his fist and smashed it directly on Jiang Yuan's head. Seeing this, the others also rushed towards Jiang Yuan. Seeing that he was about to be besieged by more than a dozen people, Jiang Yuan was not panicked at all. Instead, he curled the corners of his mouth and sneered, "It's already this late, and you're still laughing. You're really courting death." Seeing the smile on Jiang Yuan's face, Zhang Meng's heart suddenly burned with anger, and his fists hitting Jiang Yuan's head became faster. But just when his fist was about to touch Jiang Yuan's body suddenly flashed and disappeared out of thin air. Zhang Meng was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain coming from his calf. Then he staggered and fell heavily to the ground. What just happened? Why did I fall down out of nowhere? Zhang Meng was shocked and horrified. He quickly used his hands to support his body and tried to get up from the ground. However, as soon as he raised his head, the scene he saw frightened him so much that he trembled all over. In his sight, Jiang Yuan was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth among the members of the martial arts club, and attacking their club members at tricky and weird angles. Jiang Yuan's attack was fast, fierce, and accurate. The most important thing is speed beyond the limits of a normal human body. Jiang Yuan's speed was so fast that it could be captured with the naked eye. The members of the martial arts club were like targets in front of Jiang Yuan. They could only be beaten and were completely vulnerable. Every time Jiang Yuan makes a move, he can make a club member lose his fighting power. Although Zhang Meng has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, he has won many championship titles of varying sizes over the years, and his fighting skills have almost reached the level of professional athletes. But after seeing Jiang Yuan's series of actions, he was still scared. Jiang Yuan's series of actions are really perverted. Even a world-class fighting master can't do what he does. How could this skinny-looking scumbag be so strong? Before Zhang Meng could finish expressing his feelings, the dozen or so martial arts club elites he brought with him all fell at Jiang Yuan's feet. Fuck, our entire martial arts club was wiped out just like that? Seeing this situation, Zhang Meng suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He brought a dozen people here today to beat Jiang Yuan. As a result, not only did they fail to beat Jiang Yuan, but after they rushed up, within less than 3 minutes, they were beaten up by Jiang Yuan. The psychological gap is really too big. Jiang Meng couldn't accept it no matter what. I saw Zhang Yuan brushing off the dust on his body and preparing to leave. Jiang Meng roared unwillingly and finally pushed the ground with both hands and stood up directly from the ground. Then he jumped on one leg, and the explosive power of his leg muscles enabled him to rush in front of Zhang Yuan. Then he swung a punch, hitting Zhang Yuan straight in the face. Jiang Meng performed this series of actions subconsciously in anger, without even thinking. Therefore, the speed of his movements was extremely fast. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way they could dodge it and they would definitely be seriously injured by his punch. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was not an ordinary person, but Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was slightly surprised to see that Jiang Meng was able to jump up and attack him after falling to the ground. However, he quickly recovered from his surprise, then gently turned his body to the side to avoid Jiang Meng's punch. One of Jiang Meng's legs had been broken by Zhang Yuan's kick. The sudden punch he threw at Zhang Yuan was the only one he could throw. After missing the attack, even if Zhang Yuan did not counterattack him, he would fall to the ground because of his injured leg and unstable center of gravity. Jiang Meng is not very handsome. If he fell to the ground in this position again, his face would definitely be injured, and his appearance would definitely be even worse. But just as his face was about to hit the ground, suddenly, a hand grabbed his clothes from behind and lifted him up as he was about to fall. Jiang Meng looked back in surprise, and saw that the person holding him was none other than the scumbag Zhang Yuan whom he wanted to deal with. "How's it going, classmate? Do you still want to fight?" Zhang Yuan straightened Jiang Meng's body so that he could stand on one foot and barely stay standing. Then he gave Jiang Meng a faint smile. Looking at the smile on Zhang Yuan's face, Jiang Meng felt that Zhang Yuan was laughing at him. So he gritted his teeth and called out to Zhang Yuan. "Come on, keep fighting. Whoever gives in will be a grandson." "Okay, classmate, stop trying to show off." Zhang Yuan shook his head and said helplessly. "There is a huge gap in strength between us. Even if there are 20 more people like you, they are still no match for me. Just tell me straight, who are you and why are you looking for trouble with me? Did I offend you before, or are you hired by someone and sent here?" Jiang Meng stared at Zhang Yuan. He really wanted to tell Zhang Yuan loudly that he was here to stand up for Enqi. It's because Zhang Yuan cheated on Enqi that he came here specifically to teach Zhang Yuan a lesson. However, under the circumstances, he really didn't have the face to say such words. He pretended to be a hero and a good man, and stood up for the girl, but in the end, he failed to stand up and got beaten up instead. This kind of thing is really shameful. If he told this kid the purpose of his visit, wouldn't he be so angry that he would laugh at him for not knowing his own limitations? Not only this kid, I'm afraid Angie will also laugh at him afterwards. Thinking of this, Jiang Meng closed his mouth tightly. Even if his face turned red, he refused to reply to Zhang Yuan. Seeing that Jiang Meng didn't say a word and looked like he didn't intend to say anything, Zhang Yuan immediately shook his head and said, "Well, it seems that you are probably hired by someone else. Since you don't want to tell me who hired you to cause trouble for me, I won't force you. Go back and tell the person who hired you to send a few experts next time. It would be best if you could find 20 or so Special Forces soldiers. This way, you might be able to threaten me. In my eyes, there is no difference between small thugs like you and ordinary people. Even if more of you come, it will be in vain." Fuck. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Jiang Meng, who was originally holding his breath, finally couldn't help it. He gritted his teeth and cursed at Zhang Yuan. "You're just a little bit stronger than me, aren't you? You're just pretending. It takes more than 20 Special Forces soldiers to threaten you? Do you think you're Captain America?" Chapter 102 Supermaster. It makes sense for Jiang Meng to scold Zhang Yuan like this. Although Zhang Yuan had just shown very strong skills, it was no problem for him to crush him. But he still felt that Zhang Yuan was talking nonsense when he said that it would take more than 20 special forces to pose a threat to him. After all, the fighting skills of special forces are completely different from the fighting skills in boxing matches. Ordinary people and boxers practice fighting techniques that belong to competitive sports. The main goal of competitive sports is to score points and win games, so their attack routines are limited. And there are many parts that cannot be hit. But special forces are different. The fighting skills that special forces practice are all killing moves. Once they attack, the victim is either dead or disabled, and they will not leave any tricks for themselves. So, even if he is the champion of the national fighting competition, If you fight with a special forces soldier in a life or death situation, you may very likely be killed by him. Only those who have practiced unrestricted fighting can fight with special forces. This scumbag actually said that it would take more than 20 special forces soldiers to pose a threat to him. Isn't that nonsense? Why, you don't believe it? Zhang Yuan was not angry when he heard Zhang Meng scolding him. He shrugged indifferently and said, "It's normal that you don't believe it. After all, things of this level are not something that a little rascal like you can understand. Fuck, you are the gangster." After being called a gangster by Zhang Yuan twice in a row, Zhang Meng was really overwhelmed and started cursing at Zhang Yuan again. "Sure." Zhang Yuan laughed. "Then tell me, if you are not a gangster, who are you?" Zhang Meng really wanted to say that he was not a gangster, but the president of the martial arts club who had won numerous awards for the school. But after taking one look at the members who were almost wiped out by Zhang Yuan, he was too embarrassed to say the words martial arts club. After thinking about it, he said to Zhang Yuan, "I am Zhang Meng, who is not as skilled as you. I have to accept the fact that I have fallen into your hands. But don't be too arrogant, kid. 3 days later, in the gymnasium in the middle of our school, do you dare to compete with us again? Classmate, do you think that given the gap between us, is it necessary to have another match?" Zhang Yuan shook his head and said helplessly, "Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the injuries on your body now. They won't heal in 7 or 8 days. What can you compare with me in 3 days?" Zhang Meng was choked to death by Zhang Yuan's words. Although he wanted to refute Zhang Yuan, what Zhang Yuan said was the truth. After the fight with Zhang Yuan, almost all the capable fighters in the martial arts club were disabled. Although Zhang Yuan didn't hit them hard, but each of them also suffered severe muscle damage in their calves or joints. This kind of muscle injury will not heal within 7 or 8 days. It was really hasty to make an appointment to fight Zhang Yuan 3 days later. What's more, the gap between them and Zhang Yuan is too big. Even if they could heal their injuries within 3 days, it would be impossible for them to improve their strength by leaps and bounds and defeat Zhang Yuan. So no matter from which angle you look at it, what he just said about having a fight with Zhang Yuan in 3 days is a joke. But, as the saying goes, words once spoken cannot be returned. Their martial arts club had just been wiped out by Zhang Yuan. If I take back my challenge to Zhang Yuan now, I would be slapping myself in the face. Therefore, Zhang Meng stared at Zhang Yuan and said with gritted teeth, "Do you think there are only a few of us? I'm telling you, you're wrong. We have a super expert you haven't met yet. Our super expert is a ruthless man who can't even beat a world champion. Dealing with a weakling like you is as easy as an old lady eating pickles. Just wait to die." Yeah? Although Zhang Meng's words were rude, they successfully piqued Zhang Yuan's interest. Ever since he obtained the ultimate fighting technique given by the system, he has always wanted to see where the limit of the ultimate fighting technique is and how powerful it is in reality. Unfortunately, while he acquired the ultimate fighting skills, his physical fitness was also systematically strengthened, far exceeding the limits of ordinary adults. So whenever someone fought with him, he was always able to defeat the opponent effortlessly. What's more, the people who fought with him were all small thugs, and there were never any decent masters. Therefore, Zhang Yuan himself is not quite clear how strong he is now. If there really was a master who could compete with him, perhaps he would be able to have a clear understanding of his own strength. This is definitely a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan patted Zhang Meng on the shoulder and said to him, "That's fine. Let's meet at our school's central gymnasium at 6 p.m. 3 days later. Let me see how strong this so-called expert you mentioned is." After saying that, he no longer cared about the people from the martial arts club lying on the ground and went straight back to the dormitory. After Zhang Yuan left, one of Zhang Meng's younger brothers climbed up from the ground, screaming in pain and asking Zhang Meng, "President, aren't you the strongest person in our club? When did we get a super expert?" "Yes, President." The other brothers followed up and asked, "Who is that expert you're talking about? Why haven't we seen him before?" "Okay, stop asking." Zhang Meng's face turned red when he was asked by his younger brother. The words challenging Zhang Yuan to a fight were just something he said when he was angry. How would he know if there is any super master who can deal with Zhang Yuan? However, things have come to this point, and he definitely can't handle it on his own, so he can only call for support. Judging from Zhang Yuan's skills, maybe that person can help him? Thinking of this, Zhang Meng waved his hands at his members in frustration, and then said impatiently, "I'll take care of the master's affairs, you don't have to worry about it. Everyone is seriously injured, so we won't train for the next 2 days. Let's go to the infirmary and have a look." Okay. The members of the martial arts club got up from the ground one by one, and then supported each other as they left the dormitory door. After everyone left, Zhang Meng took out his cell phone with a bitter face. He looked at the screen of his mobile phone, hesitated for a long time, and then dialed a phone number. The phone rang less than 3 times before it was connected, and then an extremely seductive voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Meng Meng? Why are you so free today? Did you remember to call me, your sister?" Chapter 103. It's definitely not Lu Yujie. Lin. Sister Lin. When Zhang Meng heard the woman's voice, he shivered involuntarily, just like a mouse hearing a cat's meow. Then he said to his daughter timidly, "Hello, long time no see, how are you doing recently? What do you think?" The woman on the other end of the phone responded lazily, "I've got nothing to do, so I'll just clean up those cucumbers." When Zhang Meng heard the word kai chow, he seemed to remember something horrible. His face turned pale instantly and his body couldn't help but tremble. He swallowed with some difficulty, then smiled and said to the other end of the phone, "It's like this, Sister Lin, if you're not busy these 2 days, can you come to Linjiang? I'm in trouble here and may need your help." "Trouble? What trouble?" The voice on the other end of the phone was still lazy. "Did you offend someone you shouldn't have? Do you need my help to clean up the mess?" "This." Zhang Meng smiled bitterly. "What's this? Did I get it right?" Sister Lin said impatiently. "If so, just say so. Why do you have to hide it from me, your sister? Why?" Zhang Meng sighed softly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Lin, I ran into a master and challenged him, but he beat me up. I called you to ask you to help me get my revenge. TSK, I was wondering what happened, it turns out to be such a trivial matter." Sister Lin snorted coldly. "Xiao Meng Meng, you are really going backwards as you grow older. Everyone who has just come up to the mountain knows that if you lose a fight, you have to fight back on your own. Don't expect others to help you. If a martial artist doesn't even have this much courage, what's the point of practicing martial arts? You've been down the mountain for 3 years, and I thought you were much stronger than before, but why are you getting more and more cowardly?" Sister Lin. After being scolded by Sister Lin, Zhang Meng felt aggrieved. The 7-foot-tall strong man actually had red eyes and started to cry. "When I was in the mountains, I dare not forget every admonition I received, even if I die. If this man was just an ordinary person, even if he beat me to death, I would not dare to call you, Sister Lin, and ask you to help me. But he... What's wrong with him?" Zhang Meng gritted his teeth and finally cried out. "He stole my girlfriend. If I don't get my revenge, I won't be able to swallow this anger." "What did you say?" Sister Lin on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. "Your girlfriend was robbed by this guy? Is this true?" Sister Lin. "I have practiced martial arts with you in the mountains for 4 years. Don't you know who I am? Am I Zhang Meng the kind of person who would joke about something like this?" "I see." Sister Lin's voice sank. "You also have my information. Book a flight for me and I'll come to your school to see you tomorrow." Sister Lin, I. When Zhang Meng heard this, he was so excited that tears filled his eyes, and then he choked up. "Okay, you're already in your 20s, and you're still crying. Is that appropriate?" Sister Ling on the other end of the phone sighed, and then said in a cold voice, "Don't get too excited. Although I can help you, it's also a fact that you lost to them and brought shame to our sect. I will still punish you when I get to Linjiang. Don't worry, Sister Lin, even if you destroy me this time, I will accept it." Okay, let's talk about it when we meet." After Sister Lin finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Zhang Meng put his cell phone into his pocket and a look of excitement appeared on his face. I didn't expect that Sister Lin would be willing to come out and help him. This is really great. Sister Lin's skills can only be described as supernatural. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone who could last more than 3 moves against Sister Lin. When he first went up the mountain 7 years ago, he witnessed with his own eyes the American boxer What, who had won the title of world boxing champion for 6 consecutive times, coming to challenge him. However, even if the world boxing champion was like a god of war and invincible in the ring, he was still like a 3-year-old child in front of Sister Lin and could not withstand a single blow. After being hit by Sister Ling, he fell to the ground like a noodle and remained unconscious until the next morning. If there really is someone in this world who can fight 20 special forces at the same time, Zhang Meng believes that person must be Sister Lin. With Sister Lin's help, getting rid of this scumbag Zhang Yuan would be a piece of cake, right? Moreover, in addition to being extremely powerful, Sister Lin is also a well-known Black Widow in the mountains. She either doesn't take action, or once she does, she will torture the other party to the point where he would rather die than live. Anyone who has practiced in the mountains is not afraid of her. If she fought with Zhang Yuan, she would beat Zhang Yuan half to death. Zhang Yuan, you are so awesome. Not only did you bully my Anqi, but you also challenged more than 20 special forces soldiers? When Sister Lin comes, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. Zhang Meng glared at the door of the dormitory building with gritted teeth, then turned around angrily and left. Let us talk about Zhang Yuan. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, his roommates immediately surrounded him and asked him with great concern. How are you, Yuanzi? Are you okay? Fuck, who were those people downstairs just now? Why were they blocking you at the door of our dormitory building? Yeah. What's going on, Motoko? I don't know either. Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly. When I came back from the city this afternoon, Jana called me and said someone was looking for trouble with me. I didn't expect to run into them as soon as I got back to school. I also want to know who sent them. I see. The brothers who shared the same dormitory with Zhang Yuan looked at each other in bewilderment. Suddenly Fang Zhou asked. Do you think they were sent by Lu Yujie? After all, Lu Yujie has been silent since he threatened you last time. Yes. Zhou Zhang on the side also quickly echoed. I heard someone say a few days ago that Tang Lu didn't seem to be with Lu Yujie, and Tang Lu didn't go to the hospital to see Lu Yujie after he was beaten and hospitalized last time. He must hate Yuanzi to death now. If he asked someone to block Yuanzi, it's entirely possible. No. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said calmly. I don't know who hired someone to block me, but it definitely wasn't Lu Yujie. Why? Fang Zhou and Zhou Zhan looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion. Zhang Yuan just smiled and did not answer their questions. Chapter 104, I have always been strong. Zhou Zhang and Fang Zhou didn't know that Lu Yujie had already caused trouble for him last time in the abandoned restaurant. That time, Lu Yujie gathered a room full of people and wanted to beat him up. As a result, not only did he fail to beat him, but he got beaten up himself. The most crucial thing is that the person who beat Lu Yujie was not someone else, but Lei Qi, whom Lu Yujie regarded as his backer. Even his backers were like pugs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy in front of him. Unless Lu Yujie is tired of living, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to cause trouble for himself again. However, these things happened without Zhou Zhang and Fang Zhou's knowledge. Moreover, Zhang Yuan did not intend to let them know this, so as to avoid them questioning themselves why Lei Qi, Lu Yujie's backer, treated him like a pug treats his master. Therefore, facing the puzzled expressions of Zhou Zhang and Fang Zhou, Zhang Yuan just smiled faintly and had no intention of responding to them. At this moment, Chen Guanyuan said, I also think they are not the people Lu Yujie has sent over. Zhou Zhang said before that the people Lu Yujie knows are all gangsters, and the people who just blocked Zhang Yuan downstairs are obviously not gangsters, but students from our school. One of them was even wearing the monastic uniform of the martial arts club, so I guess those who blocked Zhang Yuan are all from the martial arts club. Martial arts club? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. There's nothing wrong between me and the martial arts club. Why are they picking on me for no reason? I don't know about that. Chen Guanyuan sighed. But the news that you had a fight with Anqi, the head of the student union, downstairs this morning has been posted on our school's forum. I heard that the president of the martial arts club has been pursuing Anqi, so they might have come to stop you just to vent their anger on Anqi. Of course, these are all my guesses, and there is no evidence. I don't know if this is the truth. I see. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately nodded in understanding. Before, when Jana called him and said that someone was going to cause trouble for him at school and asked him to take leave and leave school to avoid the limelight, she also said that it was Anqi who asked him to do so. Let us think about what Chen Guanyuan said. The people who blocked him at the dormitory door this time were most likely members of the martial arts club. No wonder that big boy, after being beaten up by me, made an appointment to fight with me in the school S Central Gymnasium 3 days later. Isn't the martial arts club's training venue in the Central District Gymnasium? But then again, if the people causing trouble for him were really just the school's martial arts club, then he wouldn't have to worry too much. The people in the martial arts club are all students. What kind of threat could a group of students pose to him? They could be completely ignored. As for the fight 3 days later, it depends on whether he is free by then. If he is free in 3 days, he will accept the invitation and go to see how powerful the mysterious master invited by the big boy is. If you don't have time, then fine. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to mess around with a bunch of ordinary college students. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan waved to his brothers in the dormitory, and then went to bed to rest. At this moment, Chen Guanyuan suddenly asked Zhang Yuan, "By the way, Yuanzi, when did you become so powerful? You took less than a minute to defeat more than a dozen people who attacked you alone. My goodness, even if a fighting champion came, he wouldn't be as good as you, right?" "Yes." Zhou Zhang and Fang Zhou also echoed in confusion. Zhang Yuan had already climbed onto his bed. He lowered his head, glanced at Chen Guanyuan and the other three, smiled slightly, and said, "In fact, I have always been very powerful, but when we were together as brothers, I never fought with anyone, so you don't know. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with you, just tell me and I will help you." Chen Guanyuan and the other two looked at each other. They wanted to ask something else, but Zhang Yuan had already put on his headphones and lay down. There are still 2 or 3 hours before dinner, so after Zhang Yuan lay down, he opened the PUBG mobile game on his mobile phone, wanting to play a few games to kill some time. Zhang Yuan was an avid fan of the mobile game PUBG. He was the ace for 7 or 8 seasons in a row, and was very skilled in using the crossbow and shotgun. With the addition of a Snow Mountain Elite suit, he is the 6 out of 6 in the game. There is no ace that he cannot hide in, and no god that is immortal like him. However, ever since he started delivering takeout to buy a mobile phone for Tang Lu, he was tired like a dog all day long. He just wanted to sleep as soon as he got back to the dormitory and had no time to play games anymore. Now that he is broken up with Tang Lu and doesn't have to worry about money anymore, he will definitely go back and have some fun. Zhang Yuan opened the game, and after the CG animation of the new season was played, he entered the game interface. Just as he was about to start a solo 4-person team game, he suddenly received an invitation from his WeChat friend Yuan Bo. Zhang Yuan didn't expect to meet Yuan Bo here. He accepted Yuan Bo's invitation and joined Yuan Bo's team. Yuan Bo seems to be leading girls, and there are 2 girls in his team. The 2 girls were both at the crown level, and they were wearing newly released military costumes, which looked very gorgeous. Yuan Bo was also wearing a Monkey King suit, and in the background behind him was a golden Lamborghini parked. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of money into the game. After Zhang Yuan joined the team, the 2 girls immediately said to Yuan Bo in a sweet and cloying voice, "Hey, brother Bo, didn't you say you were going to find an expert to teach us how to play PUBG? Why did you bring in a rookie from the gold rank?" "That's right, brother Bo, look at him, he doesn't even have decent clothes, and he's still wearing that old 6th uniform. He's so poor, why should we play with him?" Zhang Yuan had just joined the team and was a little confused after hearing what the 2 girls said. But what the 2 girls said was not wrong. Although he was an ace player before, he has not logged in for 2 consecutive seasons, and his rank has dropped from ace to gold. Moreover, since he was relatively poor before and seldom spent money on games, he did not have any decent suits or gun skins in the game. Even when he played more in the past, he always wore a green cotton jacket. Compared with Yuan Bo's gorgeous Monkey King suit and the golden Lamborghini, his current clothes do look very shabby. However, even though he was mocked by the 2 girls, Zhang Yuan didn't feel very angry. He turned on the voice and said slowly, "Xiao Bo, if you want to bring a girl, just play by yourself. My rank is low, so I play solo." Chapter 105, Is this Mengdi? "No, brother." Yuan Bo thought Zhang Yuan was angry, so he quickly opened the voice chat and shouted, "How can girls compare to you? They just said that because they don't know who you are. Please don't be angry." After Yuan Bo yelled at Zhang Yuan, he shouted at the 2 girls, "What the hell are you 2 talking about? The one who just came in is my eldest brother, understand? You dare to say that my eldest brother is poor, believe it or not, my eldest brother will use money to bury you too?" Zhang Yuan was shocked when he heard Yuan Bo's words. He really didn't expect that Yuan Bo would actually scold these 2 girls. What he didn't expect was that after being scolded by Yuan Bo, the 2 girls were not angry at all. Instead, they continued to speak to Yuan Bo in a sweet voice. Wow, it turns out that this little brother is Brother Bo's older brother. Brother Bo, you are so annoying. If you had told him earlier, he wouldn't have misunderstood, right? Yeah. This little brother is so low-key. He's obviously Bo's elder brother, but he didn't even buy him a nice set of clothes. Okay, you two should stop talking. Yuan Bo snorted and said arrogantly. Just play with my big brother and leave the fighting to me. If you make my big brother happy, I will not only pay you 3 times the playing fee, but also give each of you a gold Lamborghini. Really? After hearing this, the 2 girls shouted in surprise. Then Brother Bo, you must keep your word. Don't worry, this isn't the first time you guys have played games with me. When have I, Yuan Bo, ever lied to you? Zhang Yuan listened to the conversation between Yuan Bo and the 2 girls, and suddenly shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He thought these 2 girls were the ones Yuan Bo picked up, and after a while, they were just girls he invited to play with him. No wonder I wasn't angry at all even when he scolded me. Since he was just playing together, he didn't need to care so much. Yuan Bo clicked start at this time. Yuan Bo chose the fast-paced map Resort Island. After entering the map, he first invited everyone to follow him, and then took Zhang Yuan and the 2 girls to jump to Mongkok Town in the corner of the map. Brother Bo, why don't you take us to the technology building to fight? Why do you have to come here? Before Zhang Yuan and his friends even landed, a girl started asking. The map of Resort Island has 2 lives, and you can parachute again after death, so many people will choose to go to the technology building with more supplies or the flame village with steel guns when playing this map. It doesn't matter if you die as soon as you land on the ground, you can always be resurrected. There are not many people like Yuan Bo who jump into the corner and become the number 6 right from the start. I'll dance wherever I want, just follow me, why are you talking so much nonsense? Yuan Bo yelled out a curse, and then he said to Zhang Yuan. Brother, don't run around, just stay close to me. If there's anyone around, call me and I'll protect you. What? After hearing this, Zhang Yuan said speechlessly. It's not like I don't know how to play, do I really need you to protect me? Hey, you misunderstood me, brother. Seeing that Zhang Yuan seemed a little angry, Yuan Bo hurriedly explained. I'm a super ace, and the 2 girls on the team are crowns. When the 4 of us are matched together, we're basically matched with masters at the crown and ace level. You're a gold, and you may not have played such a high-end game, so it's not easy to die if you stay with me, and this way the gaming experience will be better. Ha! Zhang Yuan was annoyed when he heard this. After all, he is an old player who has been at the ace level for 9 consecutive seasons. This guy Yuan Bo actually thought he was a gold-level rookie. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yuan Bo, so he just broke away from following him, went into a residential area alone, and started searching for supplies. When Yuan Bo saw Zhang Yuan fell to a place quite far away from him, he originally wanted to persuade Zhang Yuan. But he is also a very smart man. When he saw this situation, he realized that what he had just said might have been a bit too much, and Zhang Yuan might have been angry with him. If he tried to persuade her again at this time, he would most likely be scolded. So he could only quietly pick up supplies about 100 meters away from Zhang Yuan. If Zhang Yuan was really knocked down by someone else, he would be able to rush over to rescue him in time before Zhang Yuan was killed. I have to say, the resort is a very fertile place. Yuan Bo only picked up 3 or 4 houses, and his equipment was almost enough. What made him most excited was that he also picked up a quadruple scope and an M24. These 2 things are very rare in the resort. Although the resort is a small map, most of the time it's a close combat. But this does not mean that single-shot snipers and high-power scopes are useless in this map. On the contrary, when the circle shrinks to the 4th to 3rd circle, if you can hold a high ground with a single-shot sniper and a high-power scope. As long as you have good skills, you can snipe many players in the distance. So, after picking up the M24 and the quadruple scope, Yuan Bo almost laughed out loud. But he soon stopped laughing. After picking up the equipment, he prepared to find Zhang Yuan. However, as soon as he jumped out of the house, Lao Lu, who was squatting outside the house, shot him. Before he could react, his character fell to the ground. Fuck. You're a bastard who can't even have a child. You're the boss at a resort. Have you never killed anyone? After being tricked by Lao Lu, Yuan Bo was so angry that he jumped up and down, and immediately turned on all the microphones and started cursing. However, the person who defeated him was a senior veteran, and he didn't care even if Yuan Bo cursed at him. Instead, she danced proudly towards Yuan Bo, and then aimed the spray gun in her hand at Yuan Bo's head. Yuan Bo cursed angrily again. Just when he thought he was finished and was ready to wait 15 seconds to revive and then come back to take revenge on this guy, a ball of green light suddenly appeared above the head of the guy who flipped him over. Then the guy fell to the ground like him. Fuck, why did this guy get knocked over? Yuan Bo was stunned. He turned his head and glanced at the battle report. It turned out that it was his teammate, Brother Jiu of Shicheng, who hit Lao Lu in the head with a tactical crossbow and knocked him down. Brother 9 of Shicheng, isn't that the ID of his eldest brother Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan's current position is more than 100 meters away from him. At such a long distance, he was able to hit that old man's head with a crossbow arrow. Brother, was he just guessing? Just as Yuan Bo was shocked, he heard footsteps again. It was obviously Lao Lu's teammate who came to help him after Lao Lu was knocked down. Chapter 106, is this a cheat? It's over. I'm definitely going to die now. Although I can hit one arrow, I'm sure I won't hit the second one. Forget it, I'll wait until I'm resurrected and then seek revenge on these two old men. Yuan Bo sighed in his heart. Then prepare to die. But at the moment when Lao Lu's teammate just showed his head, a ball of green light also appeared above his head. Immediately afterwards, a line of prompts popped up on the battle report. Brother Jiu from Shicheng used a tactical crossbow and knocked down Kumaman with a headshot. Yuan Bo, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. The two guys lying next to him also turned on their microphones and started shouting. Who the hell shot me with a crossbow? Where is he? I don't know either. I was just shot down by this guy with a crossbow. 2 consecutive crossbow shots were both headshots? This is too fake, isn't it? Locker, this guy must have opened the lock. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to hit so accurately. We'll report him after we retreat. The two Lao Lius were still cursing, but Zhang Yuan had already arrived here. He held the shotgun in his hand and shot each of them, killing the two old men first. Then he began to help Yuan Bo up. Fuck, big brother, I really misjudged you. Your use of the crossbow is amazing. You must have been more than 100 meters away from here just now, and you shot him in the head with 2 crossbows. Even professional players can't do this. Zhang Yuan smiled and said nothing. To be honest, he was also scared by those 2 crossbows just now. Although he was also good at using a crossbow to ambush people when he played games before. But only within 100 meters. And if the distance is more than 30 meters, he will need several crossbows to shoot down one person. After all, the range of the crossbow is very limited, and the arrow will fall as long as the distance is a little far. The flying speed of a crossbow arrow is not as fast as a bullet, and it takes a while to hit a person. If the person being targeted moves while the arrow is in flight, the arrow will miss. Therefore, the crossbow is a very unpopular weapon in the game. Except for some anchors who shoot funny videos, few people use it. Although Zhang Yuan was good at using crossbows, he couldn't use 2 crossbows to blow off the heads of 2 moving people from 100 meters away before today. As for why he was able to do this just now, he felt that it was most likely due to the system. After 2 system enhancements, his perception and agility have far exceeded the limits of ordinary people. As soon as he put up the crossbow, his mind immediately made an accurate prediction of the crossbow arrow's flying speed, landing point, and Lao Lu's movement trajectory. This feeling is like predicting your opponent's next move in a fight and reacting in advance. He shot the crossbow arrow according to his prediction, and it really knocked down the 6th man. That's why Zhang Yuan concluded that this was probably a hidden benefit brought to him by the system's enhancement of his physical fitness. Brother, look. The 2 guys you just killed are here to seek revenge. After being pulled up by Zhang Yuan, Yuan Bo started shouting again in the team channel. Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky and saw 2 parachutes appearing above their heads. He smiled slightly and aimed the crossbow in his hand at the 2 parachutes. Then he pulled the trigger one by one, and 2 green lights lit up one after another. The 2 people who parachuted again were knocked down by Zhang Yuan before they landed. Fuck, this fucking horse can even hit it, this is too fake. This guy is definitely a cheater. What are those people from Photon doing? With so many cheats, how can ordinary players like us play? Brother Shicheng, right? I'll remember your ID. Wait and see how I report you. The 2 old men started shouting and cursing again. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He walked up to them again and fired 2 shots from his gun, sending them to the next flight. Wow, little brother, you are really awesome. You've made these 2 people really angry. Brother, are you really not cheating? Your crossbow is too powerful. Nonsense, is it possible for someone of Big Brother's status to cheat? Yuan Bo yelled at the two girls who were playing with him in an unpleasant manner. Then he asked Zhang Yuan excitedly. Brother, how did you learn how to use a crossbow? That's awesome. Can you teach me when you have time? Sure. Zhang Yuan replied indifferently. When I have time, I will teach you. There aren't many people who go to Mongkok for holiday resorts. After killing the two old sixes, the entire area was basically cleared. After Zhang Yuan and his companions collected all the supplies in Mongkok, they carried the poison and ran all the way to the cliff next to Huoyan village. At this time, two teams were fighting fiercely in the flame village. Yuan Bo had an M24 and a 4x scope in his hand, and was on high ground. It couldn't be more exciting to deal with the two teams below in this place. Just then, a player jumped out of the house in the flame village and started shooting at the player on the opposite side. That player had very good skills. Even when all his teammates were dead, he was fighting 1 against 3 and still managed to gain the upper hand. And he quickly killed the 3 opponents. When Yuan Bo saw this, he quickly raised his M24 and aimed at the player's head. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. Sit down, my little darling. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, the player seemed to sense the danger and suddenly started running back and forth. Yuan Bo fired his shot, but failed to hit him and hit him directly to the ground. Fuck! Yuan Bo cursed in annoyance, quickly pulled out a big plate of chicken from behind, and fired it in the direction of the man. However, that person's movements were very agile, and he kept swaying back and forth behind the haystacks and pillars, making it impossible for Yuan Bo to figure out his movements. There are always 47 bullets in Depanji. After firing 47 bullets, Yuan Bo only hit the opponent with 1 or 2 shots. Then the other party completely hid behind the haystack and hid in Yuan Bo's blind spot. Brother Bo, what kind of shooting skills are you using? You're a master of outlining human figures. A girl giggled twice in the channel. Yuan Bo was a little irritated by the girl's laughter and cursed in his heart indignantly. Then he would change the bullets and continue shooting at the man. But at this moment, the player who had been hiding behind the haystack suddenly leaned half of his body out and used the M762 in his hand to prepare for Yuan Bo. Then he fired at Yuan Bo continuously, and all the bullets hit Yuan Bo's head with incredible accuracy. Before Yuan Bo could react, he was already sitting on the ground. At the same time, in a live broadcast room of Douyu TV, the people watching the live broadcast were all laughing with excitement after seeing the host's operation. Chapter 107, A Crossbow Headshot. Jingjing's movement just now was simply amazing. She made the guy on the hillside act like a monkey. That's right, after firing a whole magazine of bullets, only Jingjing was hit twice. It's amazing. Jingjing's M762 is also very powerful. Every shot is a headshot. He is simply a nod master. That's right. Our Jingjing is the captain of NCU and the world champion. You're just playing with me when you beat up a random player? So handsome, Jingjing is really so handsome. The discussion in the comments section is heated. The female anchor who was broadcasting live had a blank expression on her face, looking calm. Although she had only used a few bullets, she had knocked down a player who was trying to ambush her on the cliff. But his qualities as a professional player told him that the opponent was most likely not just one person, but a full team. And it should be a full-strength team that came over from Mongkok Town. Because according to the time calculation, the only person who could appear on the cliff north of Huoyan village at this time could be the one who jumped to Mongkok Town at the beginning. At the same time, since Mongkok Town is a very unpopular place, few people go there. Therefore, the team coming from there is most likely a full team. Even if she knocked down one of them, the opponent's teammates would immediately go to help him up and would not be able to eliminate the opponent directly. Now she is in the flame village, and those who are plotting against her are on the cliff. From the perspective of terrain, the other side has the advantage of being on high ground. If you want to kill this team of people, you must find an opportunity to get close to them, otherwise it will be useless even if you knock down their people. Now the poison circle has shrunk to the flame village. There may be people in the technology building south of Huoyan village, at the intersection to the north, and on the hillside to the west. Moreover, the hostess teammates have all been eliminated, and she is now fighting alone. To attack the eastern cliff at this time, and to fight a full team, is very stressful and almost impossible for ordinary players. But for the anchor, this kind of thing is a piece of cake. After knocking down the man on the cliff who hit him with a big plate of chicken, the anchor immediately went into the room closest to her. Then they threw cigarettes out of the house, blocking the air all the way to the bottom of the cliff. Directly below the cliff is a blind spot for the players on the cliff. There is no way they could hit themselves off the cliff unless they jumped off it. After arriving at the bottom of the cliff, she followed the bottom edge of the cliff and groped her way towards the north intersection of Flame Village. When she reached the hillside where she could touch the cliff, a smile appeared on her face. Now that she has come this far, all she has to do next is rush up the hill and kill the full team. For an ordinary player, it is very difficult to fight against a full team alone. Especially since she is currently playing in the Ace Division. None of those who can reach this level are weak ones, and all of them have their own unique gunfighting skills. But Wu Jing doesn't care about these. She is the captain of the NCU team that just won the PUBG World Championship. Even in the World Championships, she could fight 1 against 3 and defeat 3 world-class professional players at the same time. For her, this kind of segmented game is like an adult beating a 3-year-old child. There is no challenge at all. The anchor slowly moved up along the outside of the hillside. The 4 players who were beating her on the cliff slowly came into her sight. She pointed the M762 in her hand at the head of one of the players wearing a green cotton jacket and prepared to shoot. But at this moment, the player suddenly turned around and pointed the crossbow in his hand at her. Immediately afterwards, a beam of white light shot out from the tactical crossbow and hit her head with incredible precision. Her game character screamed, and a puff of green smoke came out of her body, and then the elimination interface appeared. What the hell? What happened? Jingjing, was she killed instantly by that guy just now? That guy just now was holding a crossbow, right? Jingjing is now wearing a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor. How did he kill Jingjing in 1 second? Can't a crossbow break a level 3 helmet? That has to be able to hit Jingjing's head. That guy just now had his back to Jingjing. As soon as he turned around and saw Jingjing, he shot the arrow. Could it hit Jingjing's head so quickly? Could this guy be a headlock? Fuck, there are cheats in the Ace Division? This is ridiculous. Why can't there be cheats in the Ace Division? I even encountered a clairvoyant a few days ago. Report. Everyone, remember this cheater's ID. Let's report him together later. Wait, the man who killed Jingjing in seconds is called Brother Shichingjio? Isn't that the name of the super rich man who went viral online a while ago? Could they be the same person? How is that possible? He's probably just a trend follower. After seeing Brother Gio become popular, he deliberately changed his ID to the same as Brother Gio. Yes, a wealthy man like Brother Gio can easily sponsor a professional team. Even if he is playing PUBG, he can't cheat. Besides, if Brother 9 is playing PUBG, he must be wearing the most expensive skin. How could he be wearing a set of old 6th class clothes? The comments section was filled with an uproar. However, the host who was broadcasting live didn't care about these. She silently opened the death replay and studied it carefully. The crossbow just now was so fast that it not only scared the audience in her live broadcast room, but also scared her. Watching the death replay, the player in the green cotton jacket shot the arrow the moment he turned around. Then the arrow hit her head squarely, eliminating her from the picture directly. The anchor himself fell into deep thought. The anchor is also an expert at using a crossbow. In order to promote her team, she often posts some videos of her using a crossbow online. After watching her videos, many netizens called her the crossbow goddess. When it comes to playing with a crossbow, I guess there is no one on the entire internet who can play it better than her. But even if it was her, it was impossible for her to shoot someone in the head without even aiming in such a short time. So, this guy should be a padlock hanger, right? The anchor shook his head helplessly. Although the game officials have been very strict in checking cheats, it is not uncommon to encounter 1 or 2 cheats occasionally after playing the game for a long time. So she clicked on the report button and quit the game. After playing this game, the anchor went to the toilet and then came back to continue the live broadcast. This beat her to the point of being in a valley, and as soon as she came up, she jumped into the power plant of the Holy Land of Guns. Chapter 108, Stop Showing Off. There were 3 full teams jumping into the power plant with the anchor. So as soon as the host landed, she was surrounded by gunshots and footsteps. However, this kind of scene is just a small matter for the anchor. She picked up an UMP-9 and started fighting with other players in the power plant. The host's gun skills are extremely superb, and her positioning is also unique. And she has a very stable mentality. Even when facing one against many, he remained calm and performed extremely stably. The players who landed at the power plant with him were like giving away their lives, falling one after another under her gun. Before long, except for 2 players who took advantage of the chaos to escape, all the other players who jumped into the power plant became victims of the Anchor's gun. The Anchor also got 10 kills at once and became the elimination king. Jingjing is so cool, this operation is really cool. One person beats 3 full teams, that's too strong. When will I be as awesome as Jingjing? It feels like Jingjing and I are not playing the same game at all. Forget about it. You are from Earth, and Jingjing is from Chicken Planet. You will never be able to become Jingjing in this life. In the comments section, netizens are still discussing heatedly. The host still had a calm expression. She also doesn't interact with people in the comments section. After picking up all the supplies at the power plant, she left the power plant carrying her most commonly used M762 and an SKS. She walked alone into the circle while sticking to the poison and dealing with enemies she met along the way. By the time she reached the third to last circle, she had already taken 19 kills. The elimination report on the left side of the game screen almost filled her screen. The third to last poison circle was cleared, and the final circle was near the hot spring. The teammates matched by the Anchor this time are quite powerful. Even now, they are still alive. It's just that the 4 of them are scattered and quite far away from each other. If someone falls down, the others may not be able to provide timely rescue. But this doesn't matter to the Anchor. She was the captain of the World Championship team. With her strength, playing in this kind of segmented game is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. There are now 7 people in the entire map. That is to say, in addition to herself and her teammates, there are 3 hostile players in the map. With 3 people, even without teammates, she can easily destroy the opponent. At this moment, a teammate on her west side exposed his position and was shot in the head with an AWM by a player hiding behind the outer wall of the hot spring, knocking him down directly. Shit, there's someone over there in the hot spring. That guy has an AWM and is wearing a ghillie suit. Be careful. The knocked down teammate shouted in the team channel. Before he could even finish his words, the player hiding behind the wall shot him again with an AWM, turning him into a ball of green smoke. The player holding the AWM killed one of their teammates. But he also exposed his position. The host's other 2 teammates immediately went around the poisonous edge and moved towards the wall of the hot spring, ready to touch the butt of the player holding the AWM. The Anchor did not move, but stayed quietly behind the bunker, observing the situation around him. There are now 3 hostile players on the entire map. She was still unsure whether the 3 players were on the same team or separate, and where the approximate locations of the remaining 2 players were. So she couldn't take any risks yet. You have to wait until the circle shrinks again, or until you have determined the opponent's approximate position, before going out to fight. Otherwise, it would be easy to be killed by Lao Lu. At the same time, behind the hot spring wall, Yuan Bo, wearing a ghillie suit and holding the AWM, proudly showed off to Zhang Yuan. How's it going, boss? My AWM is awesome, isn't it? It's going to hit the target with 1 shot. Zhang Yuan was still wearing his old 6th uniform, and the weapons he carried were the same as the last one, a shotgun and a crossbow. After hearing Yuan Bo's smug words, Zhang Yuan curled his lips in disapproval and said, "Okay, stop showing off. You just fired a shot and exposed your position. I think someone is approaching from the side. You should look around and protect your butt." The last game he and Yuan Bo played was at a resort. Yuan Bo was fighting with someone on the cliff next to the Flame Village. After Yuan Bo was knocked down by the other party's burst of bullets, he quickly helped Yuan Bo up. When he helped Yuan Bo up and was about to use a crossbow to kill the guy who had fought with Yuan Bo. But I found that the guy had already sealed several cigarettes and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yuan thought that the man probably felt that it was difficult to attack from a low position instead of a high position, so he had already evacuated from the Flame Village. So I continued to stay on the cliff and looked around to see where the other players were. But not long after, he heard a series of footsteps behind him. Although Zhang Yuan was also an ace player before. But he basically got to that rank by surviving. It is still a little difficult for him to determine the location by sound. However, after being strengthened by the system, his perception ability has far exceeded the limit of normal people. Therefore, as soon as he heard the footsteps, he immediately determined the enemy's position. Then he turned quickly and shot the man in the head with the crossbow in his hand. After dealing with the players who wanted to sneak up from behind the cliff, Zhang Yuan easily shot the rest of them to death with the crossbow in his hand. He and Yuan Bo's team won the game without any suspense. After this game, Yuan Bo opened another valley, and right away he took Zhang Yuan and the others to jump onto the tougher ice castle. This route is closer to the ice castle, so there are many people jumping on the ice castle. After landing, a girl in the team was shot to death by others before she could pick up a gun. Zhang Yuan quickly picked up a shotgun and a crossbow and cleared out the hostile players in the ice castle. Then he took Yuan Bo and the remaining girl to the hot spring and killed the people hiding in the hot spring. Since they were in the Destiny Circle, airdrops were constantly being sent to them. Yuan Bo even picked up a ghillie suit and an AWM from the airdrop. Now, there are only 6 people left in the entire map. Just as they were about to close the last circle, Yuan Bo opened fire without figuring out the positions of the other people, exposing himself. In a high-level game, doing this can easily lead to others attacking and shooting you. Zhang Yuan was worried about these things. A series of gunshots rang out behind them. Chapter 109, Give It a Try. A volley of bullets hit Yuan Bo with incredible accuracy. Yuan Bo, who was wearing a ghillie suit, fell to the ground before he could react. Shit, isn't there anyone behind us? When did this guy get behind us? While cursing, Yuan Bo tried hard to crawl to the back of a toilet. However, the man who knocked him down didn't give him any chance to escape. He was shot directly in the head a dozen times, turning him into a box. Fuck, this guy is too much, just make up for it directly? Yuan Bo was almost furious. This time he brought Zhang Yuan and 2 girls to play with him and jumped onto the ice castle where there were more people. But the people they met were basically killed by Zhang Yuan. Apart from following Zhang Yuan around to pick up supplies, he did almost nothing else, and didn't take any lives. I thought that in the finals, he would be able to kill everyone in the finals and get several kills with his ghillie suit and AWM. I didn't expect that I would be beaten to death by someone else just after killing someone. This really made him feel a little depressed. However, now he could do nothing except curse a few times. There was more than one player approaching from behind. At the same time Yuan Bo was knocked down, another player also aimed at Zhang Yuan and shot at him. However, Zhang Yuan's reaction speed and perception ability have been enhanced by the system. As soon as he was beaten, he immediately flipped over the wall. Although 4 or 5 bullets still hit him, they did not knock him down, but only took away half of his blood. After climbing over the wall, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to stop to spray the pesticides. Instead, he used the tree in front of him to move back and forth, jumped from the bridge outside the wall, and jumped into the house next to the bridge. Just like he said before. Yuan Bo has just exposed their position. In addition to the players who are attacking them from behind, there is probably someone holding them at gunpoint from a distance. If he dared to climb over the wall to use medicine, he would definitely be shot to death by the players who were pointing guns at them from a distance. The facts were exactly as he expected. As soon as he climbed over the wall, someone shot him. But there was a tree in front of Zhang Yuan, and he started moving as soon as he climbed over the wall. So the man in the distance fired several shots but failed to hit him, allowing him to successfully jump into the house under the bridge. Just then, another battle report popped up. The girl who was on the same team with Zhang Yuan was also knocked down and eliminated by the 2 players who approached him. At this time, there were only 4 people left on the field. In other words, Zhang Yuan may be facing a dilemma of fighting 1 against 3. After the girl was eliminated, she anxiously shouted in the channel. "Little brother, be careful. The 2 of them are chasing you." "No." Zhang Yuan responded indifferently, but a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Those 2 guys must have seen him get shot a few times and concluded that he was already low on health, so they chased after him and wanted to kill him. In this game, it is already very difficult to defeat a half-health enemy with full health. It is even more difficult for a person with half health to fight 2 people with full health. In addition, there are 3 of them now. If Zhang Yuan is just an ordinary player, then his chances of winning this time are almost 0. It's a pity that Zhang Yuan is not an ordinary player. After knowing that the 2 men had caught up with him, Zhang Yuan immediately threw 2 gasoline bottles towards the door and out of the window to block their attack. Then he quickly hid in the bathroom inside the house to apply medicine. The 2 men saw that Zhang Yuan had blocked the fire at the door and had no way of getting in. So he started throwing mines into the house. It's a pity that the bathroom where Zhang Yuan was a blind spot in the house, and their bombs couldn't reach here at all. After a few loud noises, Zhang Yuan was not only unharmed, but his status and health bars were all filled up. At this time, Zhang Yuanfeng's fire at the door also disappeared. Although the two men didn't know whether Zhang Yuan was hit by the mines they threw, since the game was not over, it meant that Zhang Yuan must still be alive. There were two of them, and they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Moreover, both of them have good skills in gunfighting. Therefore, after Zhang Yuanfeng's fire died down, the two of them rushed into the house one after another, ready to shoot Zhang Yuan to death. However, the moment they rushed into the house, a gasoline bottle hit them in the face, turning the area beneath their feet into a sea of fire. The life bars of the two people began to drop rapidly. At the same time, since both of them were being burned by fire, they were unable to shoot for a short period of time. Zhang Yuan, who had been hiding in the toilet, jumped out immediately and aimed the shotgun in his hand at the two people. He fired 2 shots, making them fall to the ground. Awesome, bro, this fire throwing is amazing. Brother, you are not using X-ray vision, are you? How do you know our exact locations? After the two men fell to the ground, they couldn't die for a while, so they turned on all the microphones and started yelling at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was not in the mood to chat with them at this time. He aimed the shotgun in his hand at the two people again, intending to kill them first. But at this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps in the earphone on his left ear. An extremely strong sense of danger surged up from Zhang Yuan's back. He immediately controlled his character to retreat. However, his movements were still a little slow. A burst of gunfire rang out to his left, and instantly 2 bullets hit his head. Zhang Yuan's health bar, which had just been filled up, was emptied in an instant. Fuck, these two guys' teammates are here, big brother, hurry up and get some medicine. Yuan Bo kept shouting in the team channel. Zhang Yuan, however, frowned and had no time to pay attention to him. Now he only has a trace of blood left, and the opponent's bullet will kill him if it just touches him. But if he applied the pesticide quickly as Yuan Bo said, it would be too late. It takes 5 seconds to deploy a first aid kit. And now he can hear the other party's footsteps, and the distance between him and the other party is only more than 20 meters at most. If he takes the medicine now, the opponent will rush to him and beat him to death before he finishes. What to do? He saw that the man who had crippled him had rushed out of the house, ready to confront him head-on. Zhang Yuan made up his mind and leaned out of the window with the spray gun in hand. It is said that the shotgun is a metaphysical weapon. No matter what level of armor you are wearing, as long as you hit the right place, it's a shot. In that case, let him fight with his last bit of blood and see if he has a chance to fire a shot with metaphysical power. Bang! Day. The moment Zhang Yuan leaned out, the hostile player outside the window also pointed his gun at him, and flames spewed out of both guns at the same time. Everyone's heart was in suspense, staring at the screen with bated breath, waiting for the next result. Chapter 110, A Piece of Unpolished Jade? You used S1897 to eliminate the player Persian Big Face Cat destroy the team. You beat the Knockout King. A line of elimination notice appeared on Zhang Yuan's mobile phone screen. A few tenths of a second later, a golden champion jumped out from the center above the game interface. Zhang Yuan's health bar instantly filled up. Yuan Bo, who had been beaten to death, and the 2 girls who played with him also got back on the plane and prepared to skydive. Fuck, I ate chicken, ha 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 ha. My little brother is so awesome, I love you. Brother, you have to play with us more often in the future. We are counting on you to become the ace. In the team channel, Yuan Bo and the 2 girls who were playing with him all shouted excitedly. Zhang Yuan was both nervous and excited. That shot just now was really dangerous. In fact, the moment he leaned out of the window, he was already prepared to be killed by the other party. After all, his health bar was almost empty, and the opponent's bullet would kill him if it just grazed him. The most important thing is that the other party opened fire immediately after seeing him. It is incredible that I can still eat chicken in this situation. In the live broadcast room of Douyu TV, tens of thousands of netizens who were watching the anchor were furious after seeing this situation. The comments section of the live broadcast room was a complete mess, filled with all kinds of dirty words and curse words. Damn, did you guys see that just now? Jingjing's bullet had already hit that person's head, but in the end that person was considered the winner? How did the system decide that? Cheat, that guy must be cheating. He must have unlocked the health. Did you notice that the guy using the spray gun seems to be the same person as the one who used the lock-picking hack and the crossbow to kill Jingjing in 1 second? Didn't Jingjing already report him? How come she could still match him? What are those official people doing? We demand that the authorities immediately ban the accounts and punish the cheating players. Give us a green gaming environment. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were furious. The host Jingjing is the captain of the professional team NCU, which has won the world championship. In one day, he was eliminated twice in a row by a cheating player. How could they tolerate such a thing? Looking at the elimination page on the phone, the host who was broadcasting live also frowned. If her judgment was correct, she had already hit Shiqing ninth brother twice when he was about to kill her teammate. According to the power of the M76 bullet, brother Shiqing Jio's health bar should have been exhausted when he was shooting at her. Moreover, according to her operations, the 2 shots she fired during the gun battle with brother Shiqing Jio should have also hit brother Shiqing Jio. But why was she the one who was eliminated instead of brother Jio of Shiqing? Could it be that, as the netizen said, that brother Jio from Shiqing is a cheater who has activated a health-locking cheat? Thinking back to the last time she was shot in the head by brother Jio of Shiqing with a crossbow, the host smiled with some relief. Since the opponent can open the lock, it's not so incredible to open the blood lock, right? I was eliminated twice in a row by the same cheater, and in different maps. This luck is really bad. She shook her head helplessly, then exited the elimination interface and clicked on report just like the previous time. But just after she finished reporting, she suddenly saw that she had received an email. When she opened the email, she found that it was a report feedback sent to her by the system, saying that her report had been accepted and that the player she reported would be closely monitored in the next game. If there are further penalties for the player, she will be notified directly. After seeing this email, the anchor was stunned. Anyone who has played PUBG knows that when you report someone for cheating and the system sends you an email like this, it means that the system does not think that person is cheating. Even if the reported players are closely monitored later, they will basically not be judged as cheating. I'm sending you an email like this mainly to appease you and prevent you from reacting too strongly. So, brother 9 from Shiqing, who eliminated her twice in a row, really didn't cheat? Or is it that brother Jio from Shiqing is so powerful in cheating that even the game officials can't detect it? After thinking about it, the host felt that the latter situation was unlikely. After all, the so-called plugins are achieved by modifying the game files and default data in the mobile phone. After installation, the game PUBG will ask the owner for permission to access the phone's storage files. After being reported for cheating, the game will automatically scan the phone's storage files in the background to see if the data inside has been modified and whether there are any cheat documents. So basically, there is no cheat that cannot be detected by the official. Although there are inspectors in the game, they will watch video replays to determine whether players are cheating. But that is only a supplement to system detection. In fact, the possibility of a behavior that is determined not to be cheating by the system and is determined to be cheating by the inspectors is also very low. Thinking of this, the host Jingjing couldn't help but take a breath. If that brother 9 from Shiqing really wasn't cheating, then his strength is simply too strong. Let us put aside the second gun fight with her for now. Just the shot at the resort, where he turned around and instantly blew her head with a crossbow, is enough to make him a god. People like this are simply born to play games. With a little training, you will definitely be able to shine in professional competitions. The more the anchor thought about it, the more excited he became. As the captain of the World Championship champion team NCU, in addition to being responsible for the team's publicity and training of team members, one of her jobs is to discover potential new generation players for the team. This guy called Brother Jio of Shiqing is simply a rough diamond. If they could recruit him into the team, wouldn't their team have an extra strong main player during the next World Championship? Thinking of this, the anchor immediately found out the information of Brother Shiqing Jio and applied to add Brother Shiqing Jio as a friend. But when she clicked on Shiqing Jioga's personal information, she found out that this Shiqing Jioga was only at the gold rank and had already gone offline. The anchor frowned upon seeing this. Then, she ignored the tens of thousands of viewers who were already arguing in her live broadcast room, and turned off the live broadcast without hesitation. Then he opened the address book and found his agent's phone number. After dialing, I said to the agent, "Hey, Brother Yang, can you help me check the IP address of a player? I found a very talented guy, I want to find him and let him join us." Chapter 111, a shocking idea. Brother, you were so awesome just now, an ultimate counter kill. I've been playing PUBG for so long, but I've never seen such a sharp move. Damn, when I saw you fighting with someone at low health just now, I was so nervous that my heart almost jumped out of my throat. After Jiang Yuan finished that game, he logged off directly. However, he had just exited the game interface when he received a call from Yuan Bo. Listening to Yuan Bo's chattering, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and laughed. Then he said calmly, "Okay, stop bragging. I'm not as awesome as you say. I was able to win just now purely by luck. Didn't you see that the guy who was shooting at me also fired his gun? I think his bullet hit me too. It's just that we were relatively close to each other. At such a short distance, the system probably assumed that the bullets from a shotgun would fly faster than those from an automatic rifle, so the system determined that I won. If I had a crossbow, then the other person would definitely have one. I don't care. Anyway, you showed off to me today. From now on, my title of the best warrior in PUBG belongs to you, big brother." Yuan Bo continued to whimper. Zhang Yuan also started laughing. "That's right, big brother." After Zhang Yuan's laughter died down, Yuan Bo suddenly said, "Isn't your Panda TV going to reopen soon? Have you thought about the celebration activities on the opening day?" "Not yet," Zhang Yuan said. "I have handed over the matters concerning Panda TV to Zhao Na and Song Yuro. The details of the opening ceremony will also be decided by them. I will not get involved." However, Zhao Na's mother has been hospitalized recently, and the accounting firm they hired has not yet sorted out the company's previous accounts, so I estimate that the opening ceremony will take some time before it can be held. "Is that so?" Yuan Bo murmured twice in response. Then he said to Zhang Yuan excitedly, "Brother, tell me, if I came up with a great celebration plan for you and made your Panda TV a huge hit, how would you thank me?" "Yeah?" After hearing this, Zhang Yuan smiled disapprovingly. Then he replied indifferently, "That depends on how awesome your celebration plan is and how good the final effect is. If it can really make Panda TV a huge hit after its reopening, I would even give you a yacht as a gift." "Really? Big brother, you can't lie to me." When Yuan Bo heard this, his eyes lit up green with excitement. Then he shouted to Zhang Yuan excitedly, like a string of cannonballs. "Brother, you see, Panda TV was previously a game live streaming platform. After you took over the platform, no matter which sector the platform's development focus is tilted towards, game live streaming will definitely be one of the important sectors of the platform. Now the ID of Shicheng Laojiu has become famous all over the country. The whole network has acknowledged your status as the most wealthy person on the internet. And you are so good at playing PUBG that you are almost on par with professional players. So I think that on the day Panda TV reopens, you can invite the most powerful professional PUBG team, NCU, to play a friendly live match with them. The game PUBG is so popular now, and the NCU team is also well known throughout the country. Add to that your title of the #1 internet superstar. The #1 superstar versus the #1 team. Holy shit, how many people will be watching the live broadcast? I dare not even think about it." After Yuan Bo finished speaking, Zhang Yuan's eyes also lit up. Damn, Yuan Bo looks so frivolous on weekdays, but this idea he came up with is really a good one. The game of chicken dinner is indeed a national level game. From elementary school students to uncles and aunts in their 40s and 50s, people of almost every age group can play it. If only he could really invite NCU, the top professional PUBG team, to play a friendly match with him. Then his Panda TV will definitely be a huge hit. And don't forget, big brother, besides you also have a big anchor Song Yuro with 30 million fans. Yuan Bo continued. Although Song Yuro has returned her account to her previous agency, her influence is still there. Moreover, Song Yuro is a big internet celebrity, so she must know many big internet celebrities with a similar number of fans as her. Ask Song Yuro to help you arrange for a few suitable internet celebrities with millions of fans, such as Mouton, who is known as the #1 anchor of Peace Elite. He has 40 million fans. You pay them some money and let them form a super internet celebrity team with you to fight against NCU. This gimmick will definitely blow up the entire internet. When the time comes, you can pay some more money and send out red envelopes in the live broadcast room from time to time. By then, the popularity of the live broadcast room will be unimaginable. Fuck. After listening to Yuan Bo's words, Zhang Yuan felt as if he had finally gotten some enlightenment, as if he had suddenly been enlightened, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Yuan Bo's idea is really amazing. If it is really implemented, the effect will definitely be better than they imagined. But suddenly Zhang Yuan frowned and asked Yuan Bo, "It's not a big deal to invite those big internet celebrities to team up with me. After all, we run a live broadcast platform, and we will definitely have areas for cooperation with them in the future. Teaming up with me to play a friendly match can also increase their popularity, and they shouldn't refuse. Will the NCU team accept our invitation? After all, they are a professional team, and the champion team of the Global Championship. They may not come to participate in a commercial competition like ours, right? Don't worry, big brother. I can't say anything else, but the NCU team will definitely come. Yuan Bo on the other end of the phone laughed and said. This NCU team belongs to an economic company called Star Entertainment, and this agency is actually controlled by Su Ming Yishuan. In other words, the so-called Global Championship team is actually one of the assets of the old Wan family. With just one word from Lao Wan, let alone asking them to come over to help you play a friendly match, you can even ask their beautiful captain, who is known as the Snow White of the esports world, to come out and sing and drink with you, no problem. So, big brother, just be at ease. As long as you are willing to do this, I will call Lao Wan immediately and let NCU's agent contact you. Chapter 112, A Unique Business Genius. Okay, then you can contact Lao Wan. Zhang Yuan said. If this thing can really be accomplished, you and Lao Wan will both be rewarded. Okay, big brother, just wait. Yuan Bo shouted excitedly and then hung up the phone. After finishing his conversation with Yuan Bo, Zhang Yuan started a three-way voice call with Zhao Na and Song Yuro, and told them Yuan Bo's idea for the opening ceremony. After listening to Yuan Bo's idea, Zhao Na and Song Yuro were also very excited. Especially Song Yuro. She is a phenomenal internet celebrity herself, but in order to join Zhang Yuan, she returned her platform account a little fish to the company, which led to the current situation. If the idea proposed by Yuan Bo can be implemented, she can not only use this event to attract fans from her previous account again. Maybe you can gain a lot of fans. This celebration event is simply a godsend opportunity for her to become popular again. Therefore, when Zhang Yuan said that he planned to ask Song Yuro to help invite a few top-tier internet celebrities to form a team, Song Yuro agreed without thinking. As soon as he hung up the three-party voice chat, he called Mutong, who is known as the #1 PUBG anchor, to discuss the event. Zhao Na also began to contact the planning company and asked them to come up with a specific planning plan for the event. On Zhang Yuan's side, after he hung up the three-party voice call, Lao Wan's call came in soon. Brother, I heard from Yuan Bo that you plan to team up with a few big internet celebrities to have a friendly live broadcast match with the NCU team on the day Panda TV reopens. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. Zhang Yuan smiled and said. That kid Yuan Bo said that the NCU team seems to be owned by your father. Can you call them out and play a few games with me? Brother, since you've asked, there must be no problem. Lao Wan chuckled twice, then said. But you know, brother, that NCU team is directly under our old man, and has nothing to do with me. And ever since I messed up Panda TV, my father almost forced me to study abroad and didn't allow me to get involved in business matters. So, if you really want to get the NCU team to play in this kind of commercial game with you, I guess you have to pay an appearance fee. That way, I can talk to our old man about this. Of course, considering the relationship between us, you can give me the appearance fee as you see fit. That's all I have to say. After hearing what Lao Wang said, Zhang Yuan's mouth curled up and he immediately revealed a smile. Yuan Bo was whining just now, saying that he would be willing to let the beautiful captain of NCU sing and drink with him if Lao Wan said just one word. This sounds like nonsense. As the top professional team in the country and winner of the World Championship, the NCU team has unlimited commercial value. The beautiful captain of NCU, Wu Jing, is the team's signature in Seoul. The number of her fans and her popularity are almost the same as those of the popular first-line female stars. How could he do something that would ruin his own and his team's future just because of a word from his boss? What Lao Wan said is more normal. So Zhang Yuan thought about it and said to Lao Wan, your request is quite normal. How about this? As long as the NCU team can cooperate with us in this commercial-friendly match, I can give you 100 million yuan in appearance fees. With this price, you will have the confidence to talk to your old man, right? Fuck you, bro, this guy is so confident. When Lao Wan heard Zhang Yuan's words, he immediately shouted excitedly. Although the NCU team was brought up by their old man, he himself likes to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and often goes to the team's training base when he has nothing to do, so he is very clear about the team's operating costs. From the establishment of NCU team to now, the amount of funds invested by their father is about 50 million. The biggest expenses are team publicity, daily operating losses and team member salaries. Especially the salaries of team members will get higher and higher in the future. After all, the current members of the team are all world champion level masters, and the money they earn will naturally increase as well, otherwise there will be a risk of being poached by other teams. At present, the profit model of the Peace Elite professional team is not as mature as that of the traditional PC game League of Legends. Therefore, even if the NCU team has huge commercial value, it cannot be realized in a short period of time, and money has to be continuously invested in it. This is also a problem that has been bothering the old man and their family recently. And Zhang Yuan spent 100 million at a time. Not only can we earn back the 50 million cost of establishing the team, but we can also make an extra 50 million. Such a deal is simply pie in the sky. If their old man knew about this, he would go crazy with joy. By the way, in addition to giving you 100 million for your appearance, I have another idea. Zhang Yuan thought about it and continued, that is, during the friendly match, let the NCU team go all out and never let them down. As long as the NCU team can kill me once, I will donate an additional 10 million yuan in the name of Panda TV, and there is no upper limit on the donation amount. In this way, our friendly match will have an additional public welfare nature. Even if the NCU team comes to participate, it will not be criticized by netizens. What do you think of my proposal? After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Lao Wan on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. He was silent for a full minute. Just when Zhang Yuan was wondering if there was something wrong with the phone, Lao Wan sighed heavily. Damn, brother, I really admire you so much that I can't say anything. Your idea is absolutely amazing. How could I not think of such a genius idea? You are definitely the most amazing business genius among the young people I have ever met, no doubt about it. Yeah. Although Zhang Yuan was praised by Lao Wan, he felt very happy. But he still asked Lao Wan in confusion. You are not just trying to flatter me, are you? How can my idea be considered genius? Explain it to me. Zhang Yuan's words were not just polite remarks. He really didn't know where the genius of his ideas lay. The reason why he told Lao Wan about this was that he just wanted to continue this friendly match and spend more money. Who knew Yuan Bo would say directly, "Hey, boss, please don't test me. After all, I used to be the head of a company. My brain is not as good as yours, so I can't come up with such a brilliant idea, but I can still understand your intention." Chapter 113, Lu Yujiao wants to treat me to a meal? Panda TV almost went bankrupt because of revenue problems, a broken capital chain, and the inability to pay the salaries of many anchors. Because of this incident, many anchors in the industry have strong opinions about Panda TV. Even if Panda TV reopens, and the one who takes over Panda TV is you, the richest man on the internet, there may be many anchors who refuse to broadcast on Panda TV for fear of not getting their salaries. It will probably be difficult to attract high-quality anchor resources. But if you do this, the whole world will know that the new boss of Panda TV is a super rich man who spends money without blinking an eye. It will also dispel Panda's concerns about whether he can pay the wages. Besides, no matter how you do it, it can also win a good reputation for the reopened Panda TV. It's like killing two birds with one stone. This idea is really great. Yeah? Zhang Yuan asked back in some surprise. Of course. Lao Wan shouted. You will donate 10 million every time the NCU team adds you. After a friendly match, you will have to donate several hundred million. Who else in the world can be as generous as you, big brother? Well. Zhang Yuan laughed dryly twice. To be honest, his so-called donation was really just to spend more money, and there was absolutely no other intention. I didn't expect that Lao Wan had imagined so much for him. Forget it, just use your imagination. As long as he can get things done, he doesn't care how much he imagines. Okay, let's put it aside for now. Take this condition and go talk to your grandfather. If you can accomplish this and the effect of the event is as good as we expected, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Okay, big brother, just wait for my news. Lao Wan hung up the phone angrily. Zhang Yuan also lay on the bed and began to think. The idea that Yuan Bo helped him come up with was indeed a great idea. However, it is still not easy to fully implement this idea and achieve the desired results. There are many details that need to be taken into consideration. For example, where is the venue for the event? What is the specific process? How does a host host a show? How does a host control the situation? How many media outlets will be broadcasting the game? How will they play the friendly match with NCU? Countless details need to be planned out. Moreover, if we really want to implement this activity, we will not only need to invest a lot of money, but also a large number of staff. Although Zhao Na has already found a planning company to help organize these things. But if you want to successfully run such a large event, it is definitely not enough to just rely on hired people to help. After all, most of the people who spend money to come here, especially the low-level staff, are just here to get by, and they don't care whether the event can be successfully held or not. Therefore, if they want to run the event successfully, their own people must take the lead. Zhang Yuan's biggest headache now is people. Although he has taken over Panda TV, there are only 2 people in the new Panda TV, Zhao Na and Song Euro. Even the verification of accounts before the acquisition was done by an outside accounting firm. We must recruit some experienced industry elites as soon as possible to support the company. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Nowadays, it is easy to spend money, but it is extremely difficult to find a group of suitable employees for the company. The most crucial thing is that Panda TV is seriously short of staff, and Zhao Na, who is mainly responsible for the operation of Panda TV, has to take care of her mother. In a short period of time, there is no way to focus all our energy on recruiting people. This gives him a headache. Oh, never mind. After Zhang Yuan thought for a while, he felt helpless and thought, I'll talk to Lao Wan about this later, and ask him to help recruit a group of people to deal with the emergency. After all, Lao Wan is the former boss of Panda TV, and he is familiar with the live streaming platform industry. His vision should not be too bad. After making up my mind, it was time for dinner. Zhang Yuan packed up simply and then planned to go to the restaurant for dinner with his roommates. However, just as he got out of his bed and put on his shoes, Zhou Zhang suddenly walked in front of him and smiled at him in a flattering manner. Yuanzi, is there going to be any big move at Panda TV recently? Zhang Yuan glanced at Zhou Zhang and then he remembered that he was still in the dormitory. What he just said about the friendly match with the NCU team was actually not convenient to talk about in the dormitory. Especially since he was planning to pay the NCU team 100 million yuan for his appearance, it would be even more inconvenient to let the people in the dormitory know about it. After all, in the eyes of his roommates, he was just a nouveau riche who won 20 million in the lottery. How could a person with only 20 million possibly take out 100 million to give someone an appearance fee? It was a mistake, really a mistake. Zhang Yuan secretly cursed himself in his heart. However, his words had already been heard by his roommates. Then he couldn't explain anything further. We can only make the best of it and let Tang Guanyin continue to take the blame. Yes, Zhao Na and I went to meet with Mr. Tang this afternoon. Mr. Tang said that Panda TV will be reopening soon, and asked Zhao Na and I to come up with a cool celebration plan to make the reborn Panda TV a hit. I was a little worried about what to do, but after playing a game of PUBG, a friend gave me a golden idea. So I plan to implement it according to that brother's idea. So that's how it is. Zhou Zhang nodded, and then said to Zhang Yuan with envy. I just heard you say that you were going to hold a friendly match with the NCU team as a grand opening celebration, right? The 100 million yuan appearance fee you offered to the NCU team was also paid by Mr. Tang, right? Mr. Tang is really generous, he is willing to spend so much money on you. Yes. Mr. Tang is indeed very generous, otherwise, how could he have earned a fortune of tens of billions? That's right, Motoko. Zhou Zhang looked at Zhang Yuan and suddenly said awkwardly. Are you free tonight? Jiajiao said she wants to treat you to a meal. Jiajiao? Lu Yujiao? Please treat me to a meal? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. Zhou Zhang, what are you doing? Zhou Zhang saw it and quickly waved his hand to explain. No, Yuanzi, don't get me wrong. It's not Jiajiao who wants to treat you to a meal, but Jiajiao said that she wants to treat you to a meal with me. After all, if it weren't for you last time, she would have been deceived by that black brother. And you even arranged such an expensive dinner for the two of us. In this matter, Jiajiao and I owe you a favor. Chapter 114 Leaving the City. Looking at Zhou Zhang's hopeful expression, Zhang Yuan's brows were still tightly furrowed and did not relax. When Lu Yujiao was mentioned, he thought of the night when he vented his anger on Zhou Zhang and Lu Yujiao sent him sexy photos in the hotel to seduce him. It was also because of this incident that he felt very disgusted whenever he heard the name Lu Yujiao. Lu Yujiao failed to seduce him last time, and now she wants to treat him to dinner with Zhou Zhang. What exactly is she up to? Zhang Yuan frowned and thought for a while, then patted Zhou Zhang on the shoulder and said to him with a smile. Forget it, Zhou Zhang. I've been very busy these past 2 days and I don't have much time in the evening, Let's talk about dinner later. Besides, given our relationship, there's no need to have dinner together. It's too formal. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Zhang would definitely be very happy after hearing this. After all, Zhou Zhang is a very stingy person. He was generous when spending money on Lu Yujiao, but very stingy at other times. Not only is he stingy with others, he is also stingy with himself. He is reluctant to change his socks even when they are torn. His monthly living expenses are only a little over 1,000 yuan. Nowadays, inviting someone out for a meal will cost at least several $100s. If he could save these few $100s, he would be so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. However, Zhou Zhang was very abnormal today. When he heard Jiang Yuan's words, his face suddenly became gloomy. Then he said to Jiang Yuan in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Yuanzi, after being appreciated by Mr. Tang, you can't look down on me, a poor brother, and you don't even want to go out for a meal with me, right?" The smile on Jiang Yuan's face froze and his expression turned ugly. Before Jiang Yuan could reply, Fang Zhou, who was standing beside him, said angrily, "Zhou Laosan, when Lu Yujiao cheated on you a few days ago, you cried and begged Yuanzi to help you. Yuanzi helped you without saying a word, and even bought you a set of expensive clothes and invited you and Lu Yujiao to have a meal at the White Horse Manor. If Yuanzi didn't like you, why would he do so much for you? Do you still have a conscience when you say this to Yuanzi?" Looking at the angry Fang Zhou, Zhou Zheng himself felt a little guilty. He glanced at Jiang Yuan out of the corner of his eye, then hesitantly said to Fang Zhou, "I just feel like I owe Yuanzi too much and feel a little sorry for her, so I wanted to treat her to a meal." Having said that, he turned his gaze to Jiang Yuan again. "Yuanzi, I know you're a very busy person now, and you have a lot of messy things to do, but I really want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude to you. Otherwise, I will really feel uneasy, and I have already booked a place to eat. Do you think you can spare some time tonight?" Zhou Zheng's words were quite sincere, and his eyes were full of sincerity, which made Jiang Yuan a little confused about what to do. To be honest, he had nothing special to do tonight. The reason why he rejected Zhou Zheng was simply that he didn't want to meet a woman like Lu Yujiao. After all, he had just rejected Lu Yujiao's seduction last night, and today Lu Yujiao asked Zhou Zheng to treat him to dinner. He always felt that Lu Yujiao was up to no good. But looking at Zhou Zheng's sincere eyes, he felt a little reluctant to refuse. After all, we are brothers in the same dormitory and have been together for 3 years, so there is still some affection between us. Zhou Zheng has already said so much, if he refuses again, it would be a bit hurtful. So after thinking about it, he said to Zhou Zheng, "Okay, since you, Zhou Laosan, want to bleed, how can we not give you a chance? Let's go out together in the dormitory tonight and make you bleed." Everyone's going? When Zhou Zheng heard this, a look of difficulty immediately appeared on his face. "How?" Fang Zhou glared at Zhou Zheng and asked unhappily, "You look down on me and my elder brother, so you don't want to treat us both? How could that be?" Zhou Zheng waved his hands hastily, and after hesitating for a while, he said in a panic, "It's almost the end of the month, and I've almost spent all my living expenses. If I go home, I don't think I'll have enough money for our spending. In the end, Yuanzi might have to pay for it, so I'll pay, it's no big deal." Jiang Yuan said with a smile. "That won't do," Zhou Zheng hurriedly said. "I originally invited you to dinner just to repay your favor. If I ask you to pay, won't I owe you even more favors? Even if we are brothers, we can't do this. Forget it, Yuanzi." Chen Guangyuan, who had been silent all this time, shook his head and said, "Since the third brother wants to invite you alone, then just go. I'm going to the movies with your sister-in-law tonight, so I won't get involved. Fang Zhou, you don't have to get involved either." As the dormitory boss, Chen Guangyuan still has some prestige in the dormitory. Seeing that he had said this, Fang Zhou could only say indignantly, "If you don't want to go, then don't go. We are just ordinary students. It's normal for others to look down on us." Fang Zhou's words made Zhou Zheng blush. He quickly said to Fang Zhou as if begging for mercy, "Hey, Mr. Fang, please stop talking. When my living expenses come to me at the beginning of the month, I will treat you to a big meal alone. Is that okay? Forget it, you should keep your money and buy a gift for your Jiao." Fang Zhou hummed softly and then went to his bed. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng sighed helplessly, then pulled Jiang Yuan out of the dormitory building. Jiang Yuan and Zhou Zheng drove the Lamborghini Sixth Element out of the school, then followed the direction Zhou Zhang pointed out, got on the ring road, and drove towards the west of the city. Because Zhou Zhang said that Lu Yujiao was already waiting for them at the place where they were having dinner, so the two of them didn't need to go to pick up Lu Yujiao, they could just meet up at the place where they were having dinner. The two of them drove on the ring road for more than 20 minutes, and finally got off the highway at a station called Yulin, then turned into a small road and came to a lake. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening and it was dark. Zhang Yuan was driving along the small road built around the lake. He felt that the surroundings were gloomy and there was an inexplicable chill. He glanced at Zhou Zhang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked him with some doubt. "Zhou Zhang, is this the place we are going to? Did you point me in the right direction? Why do I feel like this isn't a place to eat?" "Don't worry, Yuanzi." Faced with Zhang Yuan's question, Zhou Zhang's eyes were a little flustered. He quickly raised the phone in his hand to Zhang Yuan and said, "I'm following the directions given by the navigation system. It's definitely not wrong. Let's just keep going." Chapter 115, Paradise on Earth. "Yeah?" Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Zhang, feeling more and more that something was wrong. The last time he came to such a remote place was when Tang Lu invited him. Tang Lu asked her out on the pretext of having dinner, and it was to be their last meal before breaking up. But what is the result? But he wanted to ask him out and then plot against him. Although he didn't think Zhou Zhang and Tang Lu were playing the same trick. But Zhou Zhang's behavior today was indeed strange, and the place we brought him to was indeed very remote. He was a little confused about what Zhou Zhang was trying to do. Just as Zhang Yuan was still thinking in his heart, a small path leading to the center of the lake suddenly appeared at the end of the road. Zhou Zhang instructed Zhang Yuan to enter the path, then drive forward, cross a bridge, and drive to a small island in the center of the lake. There is a 4-story building on this island. The small building covers a large area, and there are several yurts on the roof. Zhang Yuan and Zhou Zhang parked the car downstairs and then went into the building. As soon as I entered, I found that this was a small private club-like entertainment venue. This building not only has dining areas, but also a KTV, chess and card room, billiard room, and game room. After Zhou Zhang told the lady at the front desk the mobile phone number of his reservation, the lady took them upstairs and then to the yurt on the roof. Outside the yurt on the rooftop, a chef wearing a small white hat was roasting lamb legs. The delicious aroma made people drool. There are several open-air seats here. With the bright moonlight and gentle breeze, you can have a panoramic view of the entire lake, which is quite a unique experience. Zhou Zhang patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said with some pride, "How is it, Yuanzi? Is there anything wrong with the place I found? Even if it can't compare to the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Pavilion in the White Horse Manor, it still has a unique view." "Not bad, not bad." Zhang Yuan nodded and praised sincerely. "I never thought that there would be such a wonderful place like a paradise in such a remote wild lake. You are such a hidden talent. How did you find such a wonderful place? How would I know such a place?" Zhou Zhang chuckled twice and said, "This place was found by Jiao Jiao. She came here before when she had a dinner with her classmates and thought it was pretty good, so she asked me to book it and treat you to a meal." Zhang Yuan was in a good mood. After hearing the word Jiao Jiao, his face suddenly became a little gloomy. However, Zhou Zhang didn't seem to notice this. He glanced at the yurt on the roof for a few seconds, then said to Zhang Yuan happily, "Look, Yuanzi, Jiao Jiao is coming." Zhang Yun followed Zhou Zhang's gaze and saw Lu Yujiao walking towards them outside a yurt with a smile on her face. Lu Yujiao was wearing a fresh blue and white printed long skirt, a pair of white socks, and a pair of black leather shoes today. She tied her hair into a very refreshing ponytail and wore light makeup. In addition, she is a petite girl, which makes her look like a little girl next door, giving her a feeling of first love. To be fair, Lu Yujiao is still very beautiful, at least better than Tang Lu, and is one of those rare beauties. Before Zhang Yuan activated the super rich system, Lu Yujiao was the most beautiful girlfriend among all the people in their dormitory. If she hadn't cheated before. If she hadn't deliberately seduced Zhang Yuan last night. When Zhang Yuan sees her, he will definitely greet her politely. At the same time, he secretly admired Zhou Xingyan's good fortune. But now, Zhang Yuan looked at Lu Yujiao with no emotion in his eyes except disgust. "Hello Zhang Yuan, we meet again." Lu Yujiao walked up to Zhang Yuan and waved to him obediently, as if what happened last night had never happened. Although Zhang Yuan hated her, she was still Zhou Zhang's girlfriend after all. And he had no way to tell Zhou Zhang what happened last night. Therefore, he could only nod to Lu Yujiao. It's not even May yet, but the wind is still quite cool at night. Lu Yujiu was only wearing a skirt. It was pretty, but it looked a little thin in the night wind. Therefore, Zhou Zhang beside Lu Yujiu quickly took off his coat, put it on Lu Yujiu, and then said to Lu Yujiu with a doting look, "Baby, it's still so cold now, wear more clothes when you go out, what if you catch a cold?" Lu Yujiu smiled sweetly at Zhou Zhang, like a little girl in love, and said to Zhou Zhang in a coquettish tone, "Hey, I just want to dress up nicely to make you happy." "Baby, you're so nice." Zhou Zhang also replied sweetly, "But even if you don't dress up, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Don't do this again in the future. I will feel bad if you get frozen." The interaction between Zhou Zhang and Lu Yujiu really gave Zhang Yuan a toothache. And it also made him feel a little uncomfortable. Especially towards Lu Yujiu, he felt even more disgusted. Yesterday, Lu Yujiu was still thinking about getting a room with another man, and she even sent me messages at night, tempting me to go with him. In the blink of an eye, she and Zhou Zhang were flirting with each other again. What on earth is this woman's heart made of? It's really wild. To be honest, seeing how intimate the two of them were, Zhang Yuan couldn't stay any longer and wanted to leave. But when he thought that it was Zhou Zhang who was treating him today, he didn't want to refuse Zhou Zhang's face. So I had no choice but to find a seat and sit down dejectedly. After Zhang Yuan sat down, Zhou Zhang and Lu Yujiu also sat down opposite him, and then they started ordering food. Zhou Zhang ordered a leg of lamb, for cold dishes, and a bottle of white wine. Zhang Yuan hadn't originally planned to drink. After all, he came by car, and this place is so remote that there is definitely no designated driver. If you drink, there is no going back. But Zhou Zhang persuaded Zhang Yuan, saying that it was a rare opportunity for them to go out and have fun, so they could just not go back. There were guest rooms here anyway, and they didn't have classes the next morning. If you drink too much, just stay here. While Zhou was saying this, he kept winking at Zhang Yuan and secretly glancing at Lu Yujiu out of the corner of his eye. When Zhang Yuan saw him like this, he thought that he might be planning to take advantage of today's opportunity to take down Lu Yujiu. As a brother in the dormitory, he must give this kind of assist. So he started drinking with Zhou Zhang very generously. On the rooftop, the three of them drank, boasted and chatted, and before they knew it, the night was already late. Chapter 116, The System is Exposed? After Zhang Yuan's body underwent systematic strengthening, his tolerance to alcohol increased by several levels. The bottle of white wine Zhou Zhang ordered was not enough to drink. He drank 2 or 3 bottles by himself before he felt slightly tipsy. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was drinking so hard, Zhou Zhang also started drinking as much as he could, and Zhang Yuan couldn't stop him. As a result, he became drunk and a little dazed after drinking only 1 glass. Well. Looking at Zhou Zhang staggering from side to side with drunken eyes, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but frown in his heart. What on earth is Zhou Zhang doing? Didn't he want to take advantage of today's opportunity to take down Lu Yujiu? In that case, drink less and find a way to get Lu Yujiu drunk first. If you get drunk as hard as a dog right from the start, what can you achieve? Zhang Yuan secretly cursed Zhou Zhang in his heart for being so incompetent. Zhou Zhang, under the influence of drunkenness, crouched down in front of Zhang Yuan, stared at him with wide eyes and asked, "Yuan. Yuanzi, tell me the truth. Didn't you win the 20 million lottery at all? Your money didn't come from the lottery, right?" Although Zhou Zhang was drunk, the look he gave Zhang Yuan was deep and sharp. It was as if he wanted to pierce Zhang Yuan with his eyes. Zhang Yuan was shocked and cold sweat broke out on his back. Damn it, the lies I made up earlier were exposed? Zhou Zhang has already discovered that I have a system? When did he find out? Zhang Yuan was shocked and suspicious, and for a moment he didn't know how to reply to Zhou Zhang. Looking at Zhang Yuan's uncertain face, Zhou Zhang grinned and said very proudly, "Did I get it right? I knew it. Yuanzi, you've been spending money online lately, buying luxury houses and cars, and preparing to start a live streaming platform. It doesn't seem like something a person with only 20 million would do. I've long felt that you didn't tell us the truth, and you must be hiding something from us." "Why?" Zhang Yuan sighed and said helplessly, "I did not tell you some things, but don't blame me. After all, what I encountered was too bizarre. Even if I told you the truth, you probably wouldn't believe it." When Zhang Yuan said this, Zhou Zhang and Lu Yujiu's eyes lit up. Zhang Yuan picked up the water cup and took a sip, struggling with whether or not to tell Zhou Zhang that he had activated the super rich system. Who would have thought that Zhou Zhang suddenly slammed the table and shouted to Zhang Yuan excitedly. You guy, as long as you tell us the truth, how can we not believe you? Besides, it's 2022 now, and being someone's illegitimate child is not a shameful thing. Why did you lie to us? Illegitimate child? Zhang Yuan almost sprayed the water in his mouth onto Zhou Zheng's face, and his expression became neither funny nor sad. Zhou Zhengzi snorted softly and said, Okay, Yuanzi, stop pretending. If I'm guessing correctly, Mr. Tang Wangan is actually your father, right? Tang Wangan is my father? Zhou Zheng's words immediately made Zhang Yuan laugh. He tried very hard to hold back his laughter and then asked Zhou Zheng curiously. Zhou Zheng, how did you come to this conclusion? Isn't this obvious? Zhou Zheng glanced at Zhang Yuan and said triumphantly. The Lamborghini you have downstairs was bought when you were with Mr. Tang, right? The mansion you took me to see yesterday was also Mr. Tang's property, right? And Panda TV, you said that it was invested by Mr. Tang and handed over to you, and Zhao Na will run it. If Mr. Tang had no relationship with you, how could he hand over such a large industry to you? You must have a close relationship with Mr. Tang. So you're saying I'm his illegitimate child? He loves you more than his own son. What else can you be but an illegitimate child? Zhou Zheng continued to add. When we went to the Jinjiang Hotel yesterday, those rich second generations who followed you around treated you like a big brother. If you weren't Mr. Tang's son, would they respect you so much? And Jiajiao also asked about the meal you ordered for me at the White Horse Manor. That meal cost more than 1 million yuan. And it's not the first time you've gone to the White Horse Manor and had such an expensive meal. If you were not Mr. Tang's son, no matter how much Mr. Tang appreciated your abilities, he would never let you squander like this. Are you still going to make excuses? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zheng's words really amused Zhang Yuan. He didn't even care about his own image and just laughed out loud, holding his belly. But after thinking about it carefully, what Zhou Zheng analyzed seems to make sense. After all, he had always told people in the dormitory that many of his things were given to him by Tang Wangan. Why is Tang Wangan so nice to him? It makes absolutely no sense. But if Tang Wangan is his biological father, then it does make sense. Never mind. After Zhang Yuan finished laughing, he waved his hand at Zhou Zheng and said, It's a bastard, so what? You can say whatever you want. Look, you finally admitted it. Zhou Zheng laughed dryly twice. At the same time, he was also feeling a little jealous. To be honest, what he said today was not something he thought of himself, but was said to him by Lu Yujiao at noon. At first, after hearing these words, he couldn't believe it was true. But Lu Yujiao always insisted on her own judgment and asked Zhou Zheng to ask Zhang Yuan out. I really didn't expect that after I said this in front of Zhang Yuan didn't refute it. Zhang Yuan, who had lived in the same dormitory with him for 3 years and had always been an ordinary person, turned out to be Tang Wangan's illegitimate son. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How great it would be if Tang Wangan's illegitimate child was not Zhang Yuan, but him. If he was Tang Wangan's illegitimate son, would he have to go to so much trouble to pursue Lu Yujiao? There is no need at all. I'm afraid that if he just hooks his finger at Lu Yujiao will throw herself into his arms. And it's not just Lu Yujiao. In the entire Linjiang University, which woman can't he win over? What a pity. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng sighed again. Then, taking advantage of his drunkenness, he asked Zhang Yuan. Yuanzi, since you have admitted that you are indeed Mr. Tang's illegitimate son, then you must have the final say in Panda TV. Look, what you said last time about making me the vice president of Panda TV, is that true? Chapter 117, Poisoned. Zhou Zheng stared at Zhang Yuan without blinking. Zhang Yuan also understood Zhou Zheng's intention. After a long time, Zhou Zheng asked him out and treated him to a meal, not to repay his favor, but because of the matter of the vice president of Panda TV. When he helped Zhou Zheng win back Lu Yujiao, he did say that he would make Zhou Zheng the vice president of Panda TV. In fact, he does have this ability. As long as he lets Zhou Zheng be the vice president of Panda TV, Zhou Zheng will definitely become the vice president of Panda TV. Zhao Na and Song Yuro would definitely not refuse his proposal. But the reason why he said such words at the beginning was, on the one hand, because Zhou Zheng begged desperately, and on the other hand, because he couldn't stand Lu Yujiao's behavior and wanted to vent Zhou Zheng's anger. Zhou Zheng's own abilities are not outstanding, nor does he have any relevant work experience. If he were really made the vice president of Panda TV, it would definitely be detrimental to Panda TV. Although Zhang Yuan did not intend to make money through Panda TV. But in the operation of Panda TV, both Zhao Na and Song Euro showed great enthusiasm. He also didn't want Panda TV to fail because of him and disappoint Zhao Na and Song Euro. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said to Zhou Zhang. It's like this, Zhou Zhang. Although I do have the final say in Panda TV, appointing a vice president is no small matter. I have to discuss it with Zhao Na and other shareholders before I can make a decision. If they refuse, then I will. You can't make the decision, right? A trace of loneliness and disappointment flashed in Zhou Zhang's eyes. Then he patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder again and said with a self-deprecating smile. I knew you were teasing me at first. Come to think of it, I, Zhou Zhang, am just an ordinary college student. How could I suddenly become the vice president of Panda TV? It's just a dream. It's all a dream. Having said that, Zhou Zhang grabbed the wine bottle on the table and poured the wine into his mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly pulled his arm and advised. Don't be so rude. Although I can't make you the vice president of Panda TV, you can go directly to Panda TV for internship after your junior year. As long as you perform well, I will promote you as quickly as possible, and then give you options and dividends. In this way, it will only be a matter of time before you become the vice president of Panda TV, right? Okay, Yuanzi, stop comforting me. I know what you mean. I know it in my heart. Zhou Zhang pushed Zhang Yuan's hand away and continued to pour wine into his mouth, looking like he was going to drink himself to death. Zhang Yuan wanted to persuade him again, but Lu Yuzhou said to Zhou Zhang tenderly. Okay Zhou Zhang, you've had too much to drink. Don't worry, even if you're not the vice president of Panda TV, but just an ordinary college student, I won't leave you. I'll always be by your side. Besides, didn't Zhang Yuan tell you that when you are a senior, he will let you intern at Panda TV? As long as you perform well, he will definitely promote you quickly. Such an opportunity is already rare. All you have to do is work hard in the future. Having said this, Lu Yuzhou turned her head and looked at Zhang Yuan again, smiling and asked him. Right, Zhang Yuan? If Zhang Yuan heard Lu Yuzhou say such words at any other time, he would definitely feel disgusted and get goosebumps. But seeing Zhou Zhang drinking so hard as if he was hurting himself, he didn't know what to say. Therefore, he could only nod and say. That's right. Although Zhou Zhang refused to listen to Zhang Yuan's advice, he was very satisfied with Lu Yuzhou's comfort. After Lu Yuzhou finished speaking, he immediately calmed down, and finally threw himself into Lu Yuzhou's arms and started crying. Alright, stop messing around. Lu Yuzhou gently patted Zhou Zhang's back, just like a wife comforting her husband, and said softly. You've drunk a lot today and you're tired. I'll take you back to rest. Having said that, Lu Yuzhou took out another room card from her pocket and pushed it in front of Zhang Yuan. I'm sorry, Zhang Yuan, I made you laugh. Zhou Zhang drank too much, I have to send him back to his room to take care of him. Here is your room card, go back to your room and rest. After Lu Yuzhou finished speaking, she carried the drunk Zhou Zhang away from the rooftop. Looking at Lu Yuzhou's back, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a little confused. Could this woman have taken the wrong medicine? Yesterday she was still thinking about getting a room with someone else and cheating on Zhou Zhang, but in the blink of an eye, she has become a good wife and mother? What on earth does she want to do? Zhang Yuan frowned and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what Lu Yuzhou was planning. Later he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, doesn't Zhou Zhang want to take advantage of this opportunity today to take down Lu Yuzhou? Although in his current condition, there is no chance for him to win over Lu Yuzhou. But being able to sleep in the same room with Lu Yuzhou for a night was the fulfillment of his long-cherished wish. He failed to seize the opportunity and it was his own fault. That's it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate. He packed up his things, took the room card, and went back to the room. Zhou Zhang really spent a lot of money this time. The room chosen for him was quite good, a king-size bedroom with high specifications. Not only can you see the lake view outside the window, but there is also aromatherapy in the room. After being busy all day, Zhang Yuan was a little tired. In addition, he had drunk a lot of wine and felt a little dizzy. So he took a shower in the room, then lay down on the bed and prepared to go to sleep. I don't know if it's because of the hot weather or what. Zhang Yuan had not been lying in bed for long when he felt unbearably hot, even when he turned the air conditioner to the maximum setting. Even after taking off all his clothes, he still felt uncomfortable with the heat. The hot feeling seemed to come from his internal organs, like a wave, hitting his brain in waves, making him dry mouth and dizzy. His body was as if it had been scalded by boiling water. It was terribly hot and shiny red. What the hell is going on? Zhang Yuan cursed angrily, and then prepared to take another shower. But at this moment, the system in his body suddenly made a sound. Warning, warning. The host is already poisoned. Please clear the toxins from the body as soon as possible. Poisoned? Zhang Yuan was shocked. Before he could react, he heard a knock on the door outside the room. Is Zhang Yuan here? Zhou Zheng seems to be feeling unwell. Can you come to our room and help take a look? Chapter 118, Lu Yujiu wants to harm me? Lu Yujiu? Why is she here? Zhang Yuan was shocked. He didn't know why, but as soon as he heard Lu Yujiu's voice, the image of Lu Yujiu's beautiful appearance appeared in his mind. And the sexy and charming body in the two photos that Lu Yujiu sent him. The fire that was pent up in his heart suddenly became even stronger. Are you there, Zhang Yuan? Are you asleep already? If you don't answer, I'll go in directly. Lu Yujiu called out again at the door. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yuan heard the sound of Lu Yujiu swiping the room card to unlock the door. Oh my god, didn't Lu Yujiu already give me the room card? How come she still has another room card? Zhang Yuan took a breath and a shocking idea popped up in his mind. As soon as the system informed me that I was poisoned, Lu Yujiu came. This is definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that it was Lu Yujiu who poisoned me? Did she intend to attack me while I was poisoned? Outside the room door. After Lu Yujiu used the room card to open the door, the corners of her eyes slightly raised and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Then she tiptoed into the room. Last night, she sent a message to Zhang Yuan asking him to go to White Horse Manor to find her, but was rejected by Zhang Yuan, which made her very angry. After all, she is a beauty at the school bell level. She had already washed herself clean and put it to Zhang Yuan's mouth, but Zhang Yuan was not willing to take a bite. This hurts her self-esteem too much. And she was determined to take down Zhang Yuan. So after leaving White Horse Manor, she called Zhou Zhang and told him her speculation that Zhang Yuan might be Tang Guang'an's illegitimate son. At the same time, he asked Zhou Zhang to ask Zhang Yuan out no matter what and get to the bottom of this matter. Zhou Zhang originally didn't want to ask Zhang Yuan out. After all, even if Zhang Yuan is really Tang Guang'an's illegitimate son, it has nothing to do with Zhou Zhang. Can Zhang Yuan still give up Tang Guang'an as his father to him? However, as soon as Zhou Zhang said this, he was scolded by Lu Yujiu. When Zhang Yuan was at Jinjian Hotel, he promised to make Zhou Zhang the vice president of Panda TV. If we don't make this matter clear quickly, Zhang Yuan might forget about it in a few days, and the matter will be left unresolved, right? After hearing what Lu Yujiu said, Zhou Zhang also felt that it made sense. He knows very well how capable he is. He also knew that Zhang Yuan's words about wanting him to be the vice president of Panda TV might just be an angry remark. But after all, Zhang Yuan had already said it. Based on Zhang Yuan's character, he would definitely not regret it now. If I could really take advantage of this opportunity to take down the position of vice president of Panda TV, that would be a huge joy for him. So after some hesitation, Zhou Zhang agreed. After Zhou Zhang agreed, Lu Yujiu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was she who asked Zhou Zhang to make an appointment with Zhang Yuan. But she never thought about helping Zhou Zhang to get the position of vice president of Panda TV. Her target is Zhang Yuan. As long as Zhang Yuan can be taken down, let alone the vice president of Panda TV, even the entire Panda TV is not worth mentioning. In order to capture Zhang Yuan tonight, she specially chose this remote place to invite Zhang Yuan to dinner and installed a camera in the room where Zhang Yuan lived in advance. She also lit an incense called Joy Fragrance in Zhang Yuan's room. This is imported from India. She bought it from a bar owner at a high price. As long as Zhang Yuan inhales this aroma, he will become aroused even if he is a eunuch. I just don't believe Zhang Yuan can control himself. She has thought it through. After she had sex with Zhang Yuan, she accused Zhang Yuan, saying that Zhang Yuan raped her. She has the video in her hand, so even if Zhang Yuan wants to deny it, he can't. At that time, in order to prevent her from causing trouble, Zhang Yuan would have to give her whatever she wants, right? The best part is, she has never done that kind of thing with a man and she is still a virgin. After getting enough benefits, she will behave more obediently and considerately. If the opportunity is right, maybe I can become Jiang Yuan's official girlfriend. With this mood, Lu Yujiao quietly sneaked into Jiang Yuan's room. Jiang Yuan's room was dark, and Lu Yujiao felt a little nervous. I heard that it hurts a lot when a girl does that for the first time. The bar owner also said that after men inhale joy incense, they would almost lose their minds. Will it be too intense and get her hurt? Jiang Yuan, are you asleep? Seeing that there was still no movement in the room, Lu Yujiao became even more uneasy. She shouted into the house. Then he felt the wall, trying to find the light switch. However, the moment her hand touched the switch, a white figure, like a monster, suddenly rushed towards her. Ah! Lu Yujiao was so scared that she screamed, her legs went limp, and she sat down on the ground. However, the white figure directly stepped over her body and rushed out of the room. Warning, warning! The host is already poisoned. Please clear the toxins from the body as soon as possible. I know I've been poisoned, you don't have to remind me again. Downstairs in the club, a young man wrapped in a bath towel and wearing only a pair of underwear rushed out of the club in a panic, and quickly opened the door of a Lamborghini and got in. Then he started the engine and drove away in this monster-like supercar. The man covered only with a bath towel was none other than Jiang Yuan. He really didn't expect that Lu Yujiao would actually poison him. And you have to plan to wait until he is poisoned and then go into his room to harm him. Is this woman crazy? There is no enmity between the two of them. The most is that when she seduced me yesterday, I didn't fall for it. Is it necessary to do things so radically? If it were any other time, he would have to capture Lu Yujiao and give her a good beating. But he is now poisoned. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of poison Lu Yujiao had given him or what effects it had. In this situation, if you fight with Lu Yujiao, you will definitely suffer losses. So after Lu Yujiao opened the door, she didn't even bother to put on her clothes. He grabbed a bath towel and draped it over himself. Then he grabbed the Lamborghini keys and rushed out of the room. Although he has escaped from the club now, his situation is not so dangerous. But the poison in his body has not yet been cured. Hearing the system constantly reminding him that he had been poisoned, he couldn't help but shouted angrily. Aren't you the system? Tell me how to cure the poison in my body. Chapter 119, Testosterone propionate exceeds the limit? At the host's request, we will start analyzing the toxins in the host's body. Ha! Jiang Yuan almost dropped his jaw when he heard this prompt from the system. Then he shouted to the system, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So you can analyze the toxins in my body? Why did you analyze it when I was poisoned? Why did you wait until now? I'm sorry, this system only has the obligation to passively remind, and has no obligation to actively perform analysis functions. Any active instructions require the host to issue an order and follow the host's instructions. Jiang Yuan was left speechless by the system's words. This system is too rigid. Do I need to issue this kind of instructions myself? Just execute it directly. The toxin components in the host have been analyzed and the report for the host has begun. The host's current testosterone propionate content exceeds the standard, and its content is 50 times that of a normal human. The excess testosterone propionate needs to evaporate as soon as possible, otherwise there will be danger to life. Shit. Life-threatening? Is it that serious? Jiang Yuan screamed. Then how did I get poisoned? Can the ultimate qi healing technique cure it? The testosterone propionate in the host was ingested by inhalation. Testosterone propionate is a hormonal toxin that cannot be removed through ultimate qi therapy. Given the structure of the human body, this type of toxin can only be naturally volatilized through the body's metabolism, or by stimulating the body to secrete a large amount of dopamine to neutralize it. Inhaled? Could it be that the source of the poison was the aromatherapy in my room? Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then felt that this was very possible. It's not like he hasn't stayed in a hotel before. Is there any hotel in this world that would light aromatherapy in customers' rooms before they check in? And the aromatherapy smell is very unique. The more he smelled it, the hotter he felt all over. Then I was poisoned. The source of the poison must be the incense in his room. But, what is testosterone propionate? It can't even be cleared away by the ultimate qi therapy, and it can only be neutralized by secreting dopamine. It's already midnight, where can he secrete dopamine? Zhang Yuan told the system about this question and then heard the system say. According to the system's analysis of the human body structure, under natural conditions, when a human male and a human female combine, the dopamine secretion in the body will reach a peak. This level of dopamine can just completely neutralize the testosterone propionate in the host's body. So if the host wants to detoxify, all he needs to do is find a human female to help. Ha! Zhang Yuan was almost dumbfounded. If that's the case, the aromatherapy Lu Yujiao lit in her room was not actually poison, but an aphrodisiac? She had just gone to her room, not to harm him, but to throw herself into his arms? Is this woman sick? What kind of medicine did she take wrongly? She is so greedy for her body. Fortunately, I was smart and ran out of the room. Otherwise, when the effect of the drug took effect, he couldn't control himself and really did something to Lu Yujiao. Then how will he face Zhou Zhang in the future? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, even though he has escaped, the effect of the medicine in his body has not yet worn off. Now, his body is getting hotter and hotter, and his heart is getting more and more panicked. Even consciousness began to become blurred. If he didn't undo the medicine, he couldn't imagine what he would become. But in the middle of the night, where could he find a girl who was willing to help him detoxify? Zhang Yuan was extremely anxious. He grabbed the steering wheel with one hand, took out his cell phone with the other, and started searching through the address book. When he saw a person's phone number, he gritted his teeth and dialed the number directly. A lazy female voice soon sounded on the other end of the phone. Zhang Yuan? Why did you think of calling me so late? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, then said with a wry smile. Nana, where are you now? Are you in the hospital or in the house you rented? The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Zhao Na. Zhao Na was stunned for a moment after hearing Zhang Yuan's words, then smiled and said. In the house I rented, what's wrong? That's great. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said. Wait for me in the house you rented. I'll come to you right away. I need your help with something. Okay, then come on. After hanging up the phone with Zhao Na, Zhang Yuan stepped on the accelerator of his Lamborghini to the bottom. He no longer cared about traffic violations or speeding. Driving like lightning, he drove towards Zhao Na's rental house. In a rental house next to Linjiang City Hospital. Two beautiful women in their early 20s were sitting on the bed, holding snacks and watching a movie on a projector. These two beauties, one is pure and the other is hot. Their looks are all above 9 points, and their figures are all outstanding. Pick any one of them at random, and they are all the kind of people who bring disaster to the country and the people. Just as the two people were watching with great interest, one of the beauties in a floral dress took out her cell phone and answered a call. After she hung up the phone, another beautiful woman in a red sweater asked her with a bad look on her face. Who was the person who called you just now? Was it Zhang Yuan? The beautiful woman in the floral dress nodded. When the red sweater beauty saw this, she immediately shouted angrily. Nana, haven't I told you? Zhang Yuan is a pervert and a scumbag. Besides you, the female sea queen in our school, Lin Jia, is also dating him. You should stay away from people like him. Why are you still so gentle to him? The beauty in the floral dress is Zhao Na. The beautiful lady in the red sweater is naturally In Chi. Looking at the angry In Chi, Zhao Na sighed faintly and said bitterly. Angel. I know everything you said. I also know that there are several girls around him besides me, but I just like him. I just can't control my desire to be with him. And he also saved my mother's life. I owe him too much. Apart from continuing to stay by his side, I don't know how to repay him. Hey, you damned girl, what can I say about you? And she patted the bed and said angrily. No matter how much you owe him, you can't repay him with your own happiness. A playboy like him will dump you in no time. What will you do then? Chapter 120 Negotiation with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan is not that kind of person. I believe he would not do that. Zhao Na lowered her head and said silently. Besides, even if he does, I'll accept it. No matter what he does to me, I won't leave his side. You are really going to piss me off to death. And she was so angry at Zhao Na that she slammed the bed and threw the snacks in her hand aside. She wanted to persuade Zhao Na a little more. But at this moment, Zhao Na's cell phone rang again. Hello, are you Zhang Huilan's relative? Hi, I am. Zhang Huilan is in some trouble in the hospital. Please come to the hospital immediately. Ah. When Zhao Na heard this, her face changed. He quickly put on his shoes, put on his clothes, and was about to go out. However, just before she left, she suddenly remembered that Zhang Yuan was coming to see her, and hurriedly said to Enqi. Enqi. Zhang Yuan will be coming over later. He seems to have something urgent to talk to me about. I don't have time to call him now. If he comes, you can ask him to come to the hospital to find me. After finishing her words, Zhao Na hurriedly closed the door and left the rental house. What? That scumbag is coming? Enqi's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, and then she hurriedly called to Zhao Na. I'm not waiting here for that scumbag. I want to go back too. However, Zhao Na walked too fast. When she opened her mouth, Zhao Na had disappeared. By the time she finished speaking, Zhao Na had probably already gone downstairs. As a result, she could only face the empty room and shout angrily. Ah! Nana, this is too much. How can you let me wait here for that scumbag? After calling, Enqi put on her clothes and shoes, prepared to clean up the house and leave. She hates Zhang Yuan so much now. Asking her to convey the message to Zhang Yuan is simply a pipe dream. But she had just put on her clothes when she changed her mind. Judging from what Zhao Na said just now, Zhao Na is determined to stick to Zhang Yuan until the end. I guess no matter how much she persuades her, Zhao Na won't listen. Zhao Na has been her best friend since childhood. She is also her only best friend. She couldn't just watch Zhao Na being cheated on by Zhang Yuan. Since we can't let Zhao Na give up Zhang Yuan, we can only do the opposite and find a breakthrough from Zhang Yuan's side. So after some thought, Enqi decided to stay and meet Zhang Yuan. Then Zhang Yuan had a good talk with her and let Zhang Yuan leave Zhao Na on his own initiative. Even if he has to beat or scold her, he has to make it clear to Zhang Yuan that Zhao Na is not someone he can just dump. Thinking of this, Enqi sat in a very proper position, sitting upright on a chair beside the bed. She reached into her pocket and grabbed a bottle of police concentrated pepper spray. She had requested this bottle of pepper spray from the school security department this morning after she was bullied by Zhang Yuan. This stuff is a powerful weapon. Not to mention spraying it on your face, even if you just smell a little bit of it, you will be choked and have difficulty breathing, with tears streaming down your face. No matter how powerful Zhang Yuan is, he is definitely no match for this pepper water. Time passed by second. Zhang Yuan didn't come yet. And she sat alone in the room, constantly thinking about what she wanted to say to Zhang Yuan. For some reason, she felt a little nervous and held the pepper spray in her hand tighter and tighter. More than half an hour passed, just when Enqi was feeling a little sleepy and was wondering whether Zhang Yuan would come. A series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. After hearing the footsteps, Enqi immediately perked up and put on that extremely serious expression again. She has thought it through. As soon as Zhang Yuan comes in, she will question Zhang Yuan in the capacity of Zhao Na's best friend why he has an ambiguous relationship with other girls. At the same time, he questioned Zhang Yuan about what he thought of Zhao Na and the relationship between him and Zhao Na. If Zhang Yuan dared to play tricks in front of her and say something gossipy and ambiguous, she immediately asked Zhang Yuan and Zhao Na to break up. If Zhang Yuan doesn't listen to her advice, she will be embarrassed. She will use this bottle of police concentrated pepper spray to let Zhang Yuan experience the dangers of society. And she thought proudly in her heart. At the same time, the footsteps were getting closer and closer to her room. Wait until the footsteps reached the door of the room. And she immediately cleared her throat and prepared to start negotiating with Zhang Yuan. But at this moment, a huge force hit the door of the room. With a loud bang, the solid wooden door was smashed into pieces. The flying wood chips and smoke from the collision immediately filled the entire rental house. What's going on? This sudden scene frightened Enqi silly. Before she could react, she realized what was happening. A man wrapped in a bath towel, his skin red and hot as if it had just been scalded by boiling water, rushed out from the smoke and dust, and bumped into her like a mad bull, pressing her down on the bed. Who are you? What are you doing? Enqi panicked. She screamed desperately and wanted to take out the concentrated pepper spray from her pocket and spray the man in the face. But when she moved, she found that both of her wrists were tightly grasped by this man. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from this man's hands. At the same time, and she also discovered that this person was extremely powerful. After this man pressed her down on the bed, her muscles were quickly paralyzed. Her body also became limp and she couldn't exert any strength at all. "Who the hell are you? You bastard, let me go." This time, and she was really scared. She had never been so scared since she was a child. Driven by fear, she once again screamed at the person who was pressing him. However, it was after the scream that she finally saw the man's face clearly. It was a face as ferocious as that of a wild beast. His whole face was frighteningly red, and his eyes were filled with violent lust. The person with this face seems to have completely lost his mind. He stared at Enchi for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said to Enchi with great difficulty, "I'm sorry, Nana. I've been poisoned. I can't find anyone to help me get rid of the poison. I can only come to you for help. I will definitely try my best to be careful and not to hurt you." Chapter 121, Let Me Go? I can't do it. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. It is located in a rental house in an old community next to Linjiang City Hospital. A boy in his early 20s woke up slowly, then sat up straight on the bed silently. The whole room was in chaos. Especially the bed he was lying on, which was extremely messy. Jiang Yuan glanced at the girl who was still sleeping peacefully on the bed with tears on her face, shook his head helplessly, and then lamented in his heart. "Oh, this is over. I made a mistake. Last night, Jiang Yuan was drugged by Lu Yujiao. After calling Zhao Na, he drove hurriedly to Zhao Na's rental house. The medicine Lu Yujiao gave him was too strong. So much so that by the time he arrived at Zhao Na's rental house, the anger in his body had completely devoured his sanity. As soon as he saw a woman, he pounced on her and forced her to do that kind of thing. He didn't find out until this morning. The girl who was forced by him last night was not Zhao Na, but the girl who was taken advantage of by him in the hospital and who later caused trouble for him in school. At this moment, Jiang Yuan felt like his head was about to explode. What is going on? Why is it that the girl staying in Zhao Na's rental house is not Zhao Na but another girl? Where did Zhao Na go again? After lamenting in his heart, Jiang Yuan quietly put on his clothes and climbed out of bed. He sat in a chair beside the bed and gradually fell into deep thought. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in him running away. If he remembered correctly, the girl's name seemed to be Enchi, and she was the head of the student union of their Linjiang University. It seems that the reason why the people from the school's martial arts club were looking for trouble with him was because the president liked this girl. But none of this matters anymore. Jiang Yuan is a very traditional person at heart. Since he has done this with this girl, he must be responsible for her. No matter who she is. No matter what the reason was, she appeared in Zhao Na's room last night. He is responsible for this girl. After making up his mind, Jiang Yuan wrapped himself in a bath towel and went downstairs to buy breakfast. When he came back, he found that the girl named Enchi had woken up. She was sitting on the bed, hugging the quilt, with lifeless eyes. Her beautiful face was filled with despair. "You are awake." Jiang Yuan's throat moved twice, and he asked Enchi with some difficulty. But Enchi seemed to have heard nothing and continued to sit motionless on the bed. There was still a hollowness in those beautiful eyes. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart. He handed the breakfast he bought to Enchi and said softly to her, "After a night of hard work, you must be hungry, right? How about having some breakfast first?" Perhaps it was the words tormented all night that irritated Angie. Enchi's originally empty eyes suddenly revealed a strong murderous aura. She shook her hand suddenly and dropped the breakfast that Jiang Yuan handed to her on the ground. Then he threw Jiang Yuan onto the bed, grabbed Jiang Yuan's neck with both hands, and shouted at the top of his lungs. "You scumbag, bastard! How dare you, how dare you! I'm going to kill you!" At this time, Enchi has completely gone berserk. She strangled Jiang Yuan's neck with all her might, as if she wanted to kill him. Jiang Yuan was soon almost suffocated by her. Even the system called out in Jiang Yuan's ear. "Warning, warning, the host is on the verge of death, please save yourself immediately, please save yourself immediately." Damn, do I need you to remind me? I know I have to save myself. Jiang Yuan cursed in his heart. Possessing the ultimate fighting skills given by the system, he is particularly proficient in various acupuncture points on the human body. He stretched out his hand and poked the Yutang acupoint on Enchi's chest hard. Enchi, who had gone mad, immediately collapsed on the bed. Jiang Yuan, who had been strangled by Enchi for a long time, finally sat up from the bed and breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. You scumbag, bastard. I'm going to kill you. After Angie collapsed on the bed, her wits seemed to return a little. But the look she gave Jiang Yuan was still murderous and full of hatred. Why? Jiang Yuan sighed and said. Whether you believe it or not, I have to tell you that what happened yesterday is really not my fault. I was forced to do it. You are shameless. When Anqi heard Jiang Yuan's words, her eyes immediately turned red and tears filled her eyes. This really can't be considered shameless of me. Jiang Yuan said helplessly. I was drugged. If I didn't do that, I would be in danger. Besides, I came here to ask Nana for help. Who would have thought that the person in Nana's room was not Nana, but you? Shut up, you scumbag. When Anqi heard this, the expression on her face suddenly became even more ferocious, and she shouted hysterically to Jiang Yuan. I don't want to hear anything you say anymore, and I don't want to see you anymore. Get out of here now. You want me to go away? Sorry, I really can't do that. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said. Your emotions are so unstable right now. What if I leave and you get excited and do something stupid? Let's wait until your emotions stabilize first. It's none of your business how I feel. And she yelled at Jiang Yuan again. Suddenly, she saw her cell phone thrown in the corner of the bed, and she immediately rushed over and took the phone in her hand. Then he cursed at Jiang Yuan. Just wait, you scumbag. I'm going to call the police right now and have you arrested as a rapist. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. And she held the phone and prepared to dial. But before she could dial the number, a number called. The person who called Anqi at this time was none other than Zhao Na. And she looked at Zhao Na's name jumping on the screen and was stunned for a moment. She reached out her hand and answered the phone tremblingly. Zhao Na's voice was immediately heard from the other end of the phone. Hello, Chi-Chi? Where are you now? I called you all night last night but you didn't answer. Are you okay? And Jiang Yuan, did he come to see me last night? I called him but he didn't answer either. What's wrong with you two? I'm really worried to death. Hearing Zhao Nana's anxious voice, tears once again flowed from Anqi's eyes. Then she hung up the phone without saying a word. Chapter 122. Why don't you go to heaven? Just go. After Anqi hung up the phone, she threw her phone aside and said to Jiang Yuan in a lost mood. I won't sue you, nor will I commit suicide. Nana really likes you. As long as you cut off your relationship with other women and treat Nana well, what happened today, just pretend it never happened. If you dare to let Nana down, I will call the police and make you spend the rest of your life in jail. When Anqi said this, her eyes were still full of hatred. But in the hatred, there was a hint of humiliation and unwillingness. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan shook his head and said. I'm sorry, I can't promise you that. What did you say? Anqi's voice suddenly became sharp. She stood up from the bed at once, her voice and eyes filled with anger. What do you mean? Even if you have to go to jail, you won't be devoted to Nana and want to maintain an ambiguous relationship with other women, right? Jiang Yuan nodded and said calmly. That's right. You beast, how could you do this? Jiang Yuan's words were like a knife, stabbing into Anqi's heart, making Anqi so angry that she almost vomited blood. She pointed at Jiang Yuan and her voice trembled with anger. You just like fooling around so much, don't you? You're not afraid of anything just to be a playboy, right? That's not the case, Angie. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said helplessly. I don't want to be a scumbag, nor do I want to have ambiguous relationships with so many girls, but I can't cut off all relationships with women just because of Nana. What would you do if I really did that? I'm thinking about you too. For my sake? And she was so angry that she laughed at Jiang Yuan's words. This bastard just used force to destroy his own innocence. Now you say you're thinking about her. How can this person be so shameless? However, at this moment, Jiang Yuan looked at her and said to her very seriously. Don't worry, Anqi. Since this has happened to us, I will be responsible for you no matter what. From now on, I will take care of you like I took care of Nana. Take care of me like you took care of Nana? Angie is going crazy. She stared at Jiang Yuan and shouted at him angrily. You mean, you not only want to take Nana in, but you also want to take me in, right? That's right. Jiang Yuan. And she glared at Jiang Yuan with gritted teeth. Every word she said seemed to pop out from between her teeth. What era do you think we are in now? Ancient times? Are you still having 3 wives and 4 concubines? You want to take me and Nana in? Why don't you go to heaven? You just have a few stinky coins. What's so great about you? I'm telling you, Zhang Yuan, even if this is ancient times, even if there is still the tradition of having 3 wives and 4 concubines, I will never marry a man with several wives. After saying this, and she immediately put on her clothes, picked up her cell phone, and left the rental house angrily. Listening to Enchi's receding footsteps, Zhang Yuan just sighed softly and did not chase after her. Angel must be feeling very confused right now, and if he keeps following her around, it will only make her angrier. So it's better to let Enchi digest it herself. Zhang Yuan stood in the room and pondered for a while, then found his cell phone on the bed. As soon as he unlocked his phone, he saw that Zhang Na had missed more than a dozen calls from last night to now. Looking at the missed call from Zhang Na, his heart suddenly became confused and he didn't know how to explain to Zhang Na. So he ignored the dozen missed calls and called Yuan Bo directly. Yuan Bo seemed to be still asleep at this time. After answering Zhang Yuan's call, he asked Zhang Yuan in a daze. "Hey, what's the matter, brother? Why are you calling me so early?" "Oh, don't mention it." Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "I had someone plot against me yesterday, and it caused a mess. I'm now in a rental house near the city hospital. Come over later and replace all the broken things here. Then bring me your subordinate named Lei Qi. I have something to tell him to do." "Okay, big brother, please send me the location and I'll come find you later." Zhang Yuan hung up the phone and sent his location to Yuan Bo. About 40 minutes later, Yuan Bo and Lei Qi appeared in Zhao Na's rental house. "Fuck, boss, has your house been attacked by a terrorist? Why is it so messy?" After Yuan Bo arrived at the rental house, he looked at the messy scene in the house, especially the wooden door that had been broken into pieces, and couldn't help but scream. But when he saw Zhang Yuan sitting on the bed and the pool of blood on the bed, he seemed to understand something and smiled at Zhang Yuan with a lewd look on his face. "Brother, you played really wild last night. You almost ruined this house. Which sister-in-law was it that spent the night with you here last night? Was it sister-in-law Jia Jia? Or sister-in-law Nana? Okay, I'm feeling upset right now, so don't make it worse for me." Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at Yuan Bo and said unhappily, "I'll transfer some money to you later. You need to fix all the broken things in this house and give me a set of clothes. Damn, I left my clothes somewhere else last night. I went to buy breakfast just now, and I was wearing a bath towel. The breakfast shop owner must have thought I was crazy. Ha ha ha." Looking at Zhang Yuan's annoyed look, Yuan Bo laughed unscrupulously. "What on earth happened last night that could have made my elder brother so worried?" Zhang Yuan glared at Yuan Bo and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Lei Qi who was standing beside him and asked him, "I heard that you seem to hang out near our school often and know a lot of people in our school. In that case, there is a girl named Enchi. Do you know her?" "Anji?" Lei Qi was stunned. "Is it Enchi, the head of the student union at your school, Mr. Jiang?" Zhang Yuan nodded. Seeing this, Lei Qi immediately grinned and said, "How could I not know this? This woman is a ruthless person. I had a younger brother who had a girlfriend before. She was from your school, Mr. Jiang. That girl was isolated by her roommates in the dormitory. After my little brother found out, he called a few people to your school, hoping to scare his girlfriend's roommates and make them treat his girlfriend better and stop isolating her. But who knew that his girlfriend had a roommate who was a member of your school's student union?" Chapter 123 Meeting with Wan Chongqing. "That girl told Enchi about this, and Enchi brought the martial arts club of your school and the boys from their school's student union to block my little brother and his gang downstairs of the dormitory. Damn it, they beat my little brother without even saying a word, and beat them so badly. Later, my brothers came to me to complain, so I took a group of people to find that Enchi. I didn't expect that Enchi was actually a martial artist. I couldn't even beat her in a one-on-one fight. Damn. I was so embarrassed this time," Reiki said inside. Then he asked Zhang Yuan, "By the way, Mr. Jiang, why are you asking about this woman? Did you offend her too?" "Yes." Zhang Yuan glanced at the messy bed inside. "It's not a light offense. Damn it, this woman actually dared to provoke you, young Master Jiang. She is really tired of living." When Lei Qi heard this, he immediately said viciously, I tolerated her last time because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, she is a well-known figure in your school. If you rashly touch her, it will have a bad impact. But, if she dares to offend you, young Master Jiang, then I won't care about that anymore. Don't worry, young Master Jiang, I will take people to capture that girl and sell her to the Monkey Kingdom to be a lady. I will let you get rid of your anger. Please stop it. Before Lei Qi finished speaking, Zhang Yuan patted Lei Qi on the head and said unhappily, I'm telling you, from now on she is mine. Not only can you not cause trouble for her, but you also have to treat her the same way you treat me. Do you understand? Ha? Master Jiang, have you taken that woman in? Lei Qi was a little confused by Zhang Yuan's photo. However, as someone who has been a lackey for a long time, his brain is still very useful. Therefore, when he reacted, he immediately gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up and said, Fuck, you can even win over such a tough woman. Master Jiang, you are definitely my idol. Okay, stop flattering me. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at Lei Qi. I asked Yuan Bo to bring you here today because I have something for you to do. I will transfer 1 million to you later. After you get the money, immediately mobilize your subordinates to keep a close eye on Enqi's movements 24 hours a day. Be careful to prevent Enqi from making any radical moves. Of course, boys who want to pursue Angie are not allowed to get close to her. As long as you can keep Enqi from me during this period of time and ensure that nothing goes wrong with Enqi, I will let you reach the pinnacle of life and achieve financial freedom in an instant. Really? After hearing this, Lei Qi's eyes suddenly lit up like bells. Master Jiang, you are not lying to me, are you? Do you think I'm in the mood to lie to you? Zhang Yuan snorted softly, and then said in a cold voice. But remember one thing. I only asked you to help me monitor Enqi, but I didn't ask you to provoke her. If she makes any mistakes during this period of time, no matter what the cause is, I will make you wish you were dead, understand? When Zhang Yuan said this, he looked like the god of death descending to the earth, with murderous aura all over his body. Even a gangster like Lei Qi, who has been in the underworld for many years, couldn't help but shudder when he saw Zhang Yuan like this. Then he nodded quickly and said, Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang, with Lei Qi here, I guarantee that nothing will happen to Sister Enqi. Even if Sister Enqi loses a hair, you can ask for me. Alright, stop bragging in front of my big brother. Don't I know how capable you are? Yuan Bo also glared at Lei Qi. After scolding Lei Qi, he turned around and looked at Zhang Yuan, and asked Zhang Yuan in confusion. Brother, what's going on with you? You asked Xiao Lei to monitor Enqi, but you were worried that something might happen to Enqi. What did you do to that woman? Also, you said someone was plotting against you. Who on earth was so bold as to plot against you? Okay, stop asking about these messy things. I can't explain it to you clearly in just a few words. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Zhang Yuan glanced at Yuan Bo. Don't be idle, hurry up and do what I asked you to do. Also, find me a house. Something happened to me in the dormitory and I don't want to live here anymore. I'll live outside first. Okay. Yuan Bo shrugged and said with some emotion. In Linjiang City, besides our old man, only you, my brother, can order me around like this. After Yuan Bo finished speaking, he took Lei Qi and left the rental house. Not long after, someone from a decoration company came to the rental house and started repairing the door that Zhang Yuan had broken. They also brought Zhang Yuan a set of Gucci casual wear. Zhang Yuan put on his clothes, went downstairs, and sat in his Lamborghini in a daze. He took out his cell phone and looked at the dozen or so missed calls from Zhao Na. Just when I was thinking about whether to call Zhao Na back, Lao Wan called me. Where are you now, bro? Are you busy right now? I'm busy or not, but I'm not in a good mood right now. If you have anything to say, just tell me now. As for what you said last time, about playing a friendly match with the NCU team, my old man agreed. Lao Wan said to Zhang Yuan. But our old man said he wants to meet you. Are you free now? What Lao Wan was talking about is actually a serious matter. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and said. Where is your old man now? I'll be there right away. My old man and I are both in the company. I'll send you the location of the company later. If you are free, come directly over. After saying that, Lao Wan hung up the phone. Not long after, he sent a location to Zhang Yuan via WeChat. Zhang Yuan started the Lamborghini and drove quickly to the location where Lao Wanfa was. Not long after, he arrived at the office building of Su Ming Yishuan located in the financial street of Linjiang City. At this time, Lao Wan was waiting for Zhang Yuan in the parking lot downstairs. After he met Zhang Yuan, he took Zhang Yuan directly into the building selected by Su Mingyi. Lao Wan's father, Wan Changqing, is the chairman of Su Ming Yishuan. His net worth is around 40 billion, and his office is now on the top floor of the Su Ming Yixian building. Lao Wan and Zhang Yuan came to the office and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door for them was a mature woman in her 30s, with a pair of slender black legs and an extremely coquettish look. The woman welcomed Zhang Yuan and Lao Wan in with a smile. After Zhang Yuan and Lao Wan entered the office, Wan Changqing, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up and greeted Zhang Yuan with a smile on his face. "Hey, you must be Zhang Yuan, right? I've always heard our brat talking about you, and this time I finally see you in person." Chapter 124. I'll leave Lao Wan to you. You're welcome, uncle. Wan Changqing is a nationally renowned industrialist and one of the top people on the domestic rich list. Plus, he is Lao Wan's father. Therefore, after seeing Wan Changqing, Zhang Yuan immediately bowed slightly to Wan Changqing and said very respectfully, "You are my elder. Lao Wan and I have known each other for a while. Logically, I should have come to visit you a long time ago. It is rude of me as a junior to come to meet you now for business." "Yeah, not bad, not bad." Looking at Zhang Yuan's respectful and polite appearance, Wan Changqing nodded with satisfaction. He has an extraordinary demeanor, but he is neither arrogant nor conceited. He doesn't look like the most powerful person on the internet at all. He is much better than this ignorant brat in our family. After Wan Changqing said this, he glared at Lao Wan who was standing beside him. Lao Wan was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and said shamelessly, "Of course. Young Master Jiang is my elder brother. If he is not as good as me, can I recognize young Master Jiang as my elder brother? You bastard." Old Wan's words almost angered Wan Changqing to death. He kicked Lao Wan on the butt in annoyance, then led Zhang Yuan to sit on the sofa. The beautiful young secretary came over quickly and poured each of them a cup of tea. Wan Changqing then slowly said to Zhang Yuan, "I heard from our brat that you bought his Panda TV and plan to have a commercial-friendly match with our NCU team under Su Ming Yishuan on the day of reopening to promote the platform, right?" "Yes, uncle." Zhang Yuan explained to Wan Changqing his entire idea for the event in detail. Wan Changqing listened, nodded slightly, and said, "Your idea is very good. Once this activity is implemented, the effect will definitely be great." Having said that, he glanced at Lao Wan again, then sighed in annoyance. "It would be nice if my bastard son could be as thoughtful as you. When he took over Panda TV, I knew he would destroy this platform in no time. But he just wouldn't listen to me and insisted on wasting his money. If you hadn't intervened this time, Panda TV would have had to file for bankruptcy, and all the money invested would have been lost. Your intervention this time has really helped this bastard son of mine." "Uncle, you are too kind." Zhang Yuan smiled and said. In fact, Lao Wan is very talented in business, but he has been more playful in the past 2 years and has not shown it. And I bought Panda TV because I needed it, so it can't be considered as a favor. Lao Wan was able to sell it to me at such a favorable price, so it should be considered as a favor to me. That's right. After being dissed by his own father 2 or 3 times in a row, Lao Wan felt a little embarrassed and quickly said to his father, "It's a win-win situation between me and my big brother. There's no such thing as helping or not helping, right, big brother? Okay, don't I know your abilities? If you continue to play the win-win game for a while, you will lose yourself." Wan Changqing snorted angrily. Then he turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, since you are friends with this brat in our family, I will be generous and call you Sha Yuan, is that okay?" "Sure." Zhang Yuan nodded quickly. "Uncle is my elder, you can call me anything you want." "Then I'll be welcome." Wan Changqing smiled at Zhang Yuan very kindly and said, "I am basically aware of your deeds. Although the things you have done online during this period seem a bit absurd, I can understand your intentions. You are playing a big game. When you finish playing this big game, maybe even I will bow down to you." "No, no." Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hands and said with some guilt, "I was just kidding. No matter how much I joke, I can never be compared with you, uncle. Hey, you don't have to be so humble in front of me." Wan Changqing also waved his hand and said calmly, "I originally planned to send this brat of ours to study abroad. I have already made all the arrangements for him with regard to the school. It is a top 5 university in the United States, so it is not too unfair for him. And as long as he leaves the country, this troublemaker will not be able to cause any trouble, and I will have to worry less. No, Dad. Before Wan Changqing finished speaking, Old Wan shouted. You said I couldn't even recognize all 26 English letters. Why did you send me to America? The most important thing is that you asked me to study for a master's degree. Am I suitable for studying for a master's degree? Will you let me finish my words? Wan Changqing glared at Lao Wan fiercely, then turned to Zhang Yuan with a friendly expression and said, But, if this brat can follow you, it won't matter whether he goes abroad or not. You are a smart and steady kid. Let this brat work under you for a while, maybe he can change his temper. At this point, Wan Changqing hesitated for a moment, then asked Zhang Yuan with a smile. Xiao Yuan, I have a request, I wonder if you can consider it? Uncle, please tell me. Zhang Yuan smiled and said. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Good. Wan Changqing slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Before you came, our brat told me that you were willing to pay 100 million yuan for an appearance fee to play a friendly match with our NCU team. You and our brat are good friends. It's natural for good friends to help each other. Don't talk about 100 million or 100 million anymore. I only have one request, which is to let this brat of ours take a job in your Panda TV and gain experience under you. Let him watch carefully how you do business. When he takes over from me in the future, he won't be completely clueless. Wan Changqing sighed helplessly when he said this. Originally, I shouldn't have bothered you with this matter. After all, your company is also a new one. If you let this kid do whatever he wants, it may cause you a lot of losses. But he also interned in my company. After the people in the company knew his identity, they all wanted to flatter him, so there was no way to train him anymore. Although this kid likes to act recklessly, I think he is quite respectful to you, even more so than to me as his father, so I want to hand him over to you to train him, is that okay? Chapter 125, The Appearance Fee Must Be Paid. Uncle, you are too kind. After hearing Wan Changqing's words, Zhang Yuan hurriedly said. You let Lao Wan come to my company for training, which shows your trust in me. As for whether there will be training or not, let's not talk about it. Lao Wan and I are about the same age. At most, we are learning together, and there is no question of who is training whom. Yes, yes, yes. Lao Wan also quickly echoed. My elder brother and I are making progress together and learning together. Don't worry, Dad. With my elder brother leading me, I will definitely make a name for myself for you. Wan Changqing glared at Lao Wan and was too lazy to say anything else to him. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a while, then asked Wan Chang. By the way, Uncle, I also want to ask you for help with 2 things. Go ahead, Xiao Yuan. Wan Changqing waved his hand. I'm leaving all our brats in your care. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Zhang Yuan smiled and said. It's not a big deal. I just took over Panda TV not long ago. Apart from the brand, the entire Panda TV is basically an empty shell, with less than 10 people. For a company like this, it is definitely unrealistic to hold a grand opening ceremony. So I would like to ask my uncle for help. Help me recruit some experienced and capable people in the industry to support the company. Then when we organize events, we may need your uncle to lend some manpower to help us organize the reopening event. No problem. Wan Changqing nodded and smiled calmly. Although this brat of ours is useless, he has at least been in the live broadcast industry for a while and is relatively familiar with the situation in the circle. You can let him do the poaching. At the same time, I will also let our Su Mingyishuan's Human Resources Department fully assist him in his work and help you pass the test again. As for the opening ceremony, I can also let our Su Mingyishuan's Product Promotion Department help you plan and execute the entire event. Our Product Promotion Department has more than 500 people. They are very experienced in planning and executing events, and can definitely make the opening ceremony what you want. That's great. After Wan Changqing finished speaking, a smile immediately appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. As far as Panda TV is concerned, the problem that worries him most now is the problem of people. It is impossible for him, Song Euro and Zhao Na to recruit a large number of people in a short period of time. Even if Lao Wan was added, they couldn't do it. But with Su Mingyishuan's assistance, this matter would be much easier. As for letting Lao Wan join Panda TV, he must be very happy about it. He would have no objection even if Lao Wan was made the vice president of Panda TV. After all, Lao Wan is not Zhou Zhang. He is not only the former CEO of Panda TV, but also very knowledgeable about various things in the circle. More importantly, behind him stands the giant Su Mingxuan, and he can get Su Mingxuan's support. Just like this time. The popularity problem that had been bothering him was immediately solved after Su Mingxuan intervened. This is the power behind Lao Wan. By the way, uncle, there is one more thing I hope you can agree to. Zhang Yuan said again. That's the 100 million appearance fee I gave the NCU team for attending the friendly match. Please accept it. You and your company deserve this money. Oh? Wan Changqing was slightly surprised. The look he gave Zhang Yuan also had a hint of depth. He had just said that the NCU team could play for free. Zhang Yuan actually wanted to give him the appearance fee. This is very interesting. After all, the money Zhang Yuan promised was not a small amount, but 100 million. In recent years, due to the epidemic, the domestic economy has not been very prosperous. 100 million yuan of funds can be considered a life-saving sum for many listed companies. Zhang Yuan could obviously save the money, but he still had to pay him the 100 million. The intention behind this made him think deeply. However, Wan Changqing is also a top figure who has been active in the business world for decades and is a powerful figure in the business world. Although he couldn't figure out Zhang Yuan's intention for a while, he nodded calmly and said, "Well, since you said so, I'll take it. I believe you have your reasons for doing so." "Thank you, uncle." Seeing Wan Changqing agreed, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly thanked Wan Changqing. He insisted on paying 100 million to Wan Changqing, not for anything else, but because he was responsible for a money-burning task assigned to him by the system, requiring him to spend 1.8 billion within 20 days. Since the system assigned this task to him, he has spent a total of 800 million yuan. Among them, 600 million yuan was spent on live broadcast platforms, giving gifts to the anchors, and half of it was spent. Zhang Yuan gave the other 200 million to Zhao Na and Lin Zhejia respectively, asking them to serve as operating funds for Panda TV and Zhuojixian. In other words, Zhang Yuan still has 1 billion yuan in his hands that he has not spent. If we add the remaining 300 million yuan from the live streaming platform, he has 1.3 billion yuan left unspent. There are only a dozen days left before the time stipulated by the system. He must find ways to spend the money. So we agreed to give 100 million, how can we not give it? I'll leave it to you to take care of the job of our little brat in your company. You can give him any position you want, even if you want him to be an intern. I won't get involved. After settling the appearance fee, Wan Changqing smiled again and said to Zhang Yuan, "As for the matter of the NCU team, and the matter I promised to ask the Human Resources Department and the Brand Promotion Department to help you, I will give instructions as soon as possible, and then let the heads of each department meet with you." "Okay, uncle, thank you." Having said that, the meeting is basically over. Zhang Yuan stood up from the sofa and bowed to Wan Changqing very politely. Then, together with Lao Wan, he left Wan Changqing's office. As soon as Zhang Yuan and Lao Wan left, the beautiful and charming young secretary sat directly on Wan Changqing's lap and put her arms around Wan Changqing's neck. "Mr. Wan." The female secretary smiled at Wan Changqing in an unusually charming way, and then asked Wan Changqing, "Where did that young man come from? You think so highly of him that you not only lent him the Human Resources Department and the Product Promotion Department, but you also sent the young master to work under him. I've never seen anyone treated the way you treat this young man." Chapter 126, Zhang Yuan's Origin. Ha 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 ha. Wan Changqing laughed twice. He gently patted the young secretaries but, causing her to grumble. Then he smiled and said, "I don't know much about this young man's background. Ever since my brat mentioned him to me, I sent someone to investigate his background. But the investigation results showed that he was just an ordinary person from the countryside whose parents were farmers. He once worked as a delivery boy for several months in order to buy his girlfriend a mobile phone worth more than 5,000 yuan. In the end, his girlfriend dumped him because he was poor." "No way?" After hearing Wan Changqing's words, the young secretary opened her mouth in surprise. "Isn't he the legendary #1 rich man on the internet?" A few days ago, when a former female celebrity was doing a live broadcast, he went in to watch and give tips. In 2 hours, he gave more than 300 million. How could such a rich man come from a farming family? Yes. Wan Changqing smiled slightly. So there is only one possibility, that is, the background check I got about him is fake, and someone deliberately forged it for him. Yeah. After hearing this, the beautiful young secretary was even more surprised. As Wang Changqing's personal secretary, she knew very well how strong Su Mingyi's selected intelligence gathering department was. As a giant information processing center with a market value of tens of billions, the capabilities of the intelligence processing department selected by Su Mingyi can simply be described as terrifying. As long as they conduct a background check on someone, they can find out everything that person has done since childhood, even something as small as how many times he or she wet the bed as a child. The head of the intelligence processing department once joked that with their work capabilities, if they helped find lost children, then there would be no lost children in the world. It's a pity that finding lost children doesn't make enough money, so they can't afford to do this kind of work. Such a powerful intelligence gathering department, the background check results collected were actually false. This is too horrible. This shows that there is a powerful force behind Zhang Yuan. This power can directly create a perfect fictional background for Zhang Yuan. This fictitious background was so perfect that it could even deceive the scrutiny of Su Mingyi's selected intelligence gathering department. Who is he, then? Why would he create such a fake background? I don't know about that. Wang Changqing shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. But if they do this, they must have their reasons. And don't you realize that this young man seems to be reckless and many of the things he does are ruining his family, but in fact, there are deep intentions behind everything he does. Just like when he gave gifts to female anchors online before, he only spent tens of millions of yuan and hyped up his popularity to the extreme, earning him the title of the #1 richest man on the internet. Then he took advantage of this popularity to buy Panda TV and enter the live broadcast industry. In addition to Panda TV, my brat said that he also spent 400 million to buy Zhuangjixian. He plans to use the influence of Panda TV to turn Zhuangjixian into a national chain brand after Panda TV reopens. Under his management, both Panda TV and Zhuangjixian have a promising future. The money he spent seemed to be in vain, but it always had a miraculous effect of bringing a company back to life. His understanding of public psychology and the essence of business has reached a point that makes me feel inferior to him. Yeah. Wang Changqing's words scared the beautiful young woman. The beautiful young woman covered her mouth and shouted in disbelief. That young man just now can actually compete with you? This is incredible. Did you overestimate him? Overestimate? I'm afraid I still underestimated him. Wang Changqing sighed and said. Didn't you just say that he gave a now faded female celebrity 300 million in a live broadcast on Kuaishou? If my guess is correct, it won't be long before he uses this outdated female star to stir up trouble. I even suspect that he intends to use that outdated female star as his person, and he intends to use this as an opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. He created Panda TV to prepare for his entry into the entertainment industry. No way. The beautiful young woman gasped. Did this young man really plan so much? Wang Changqing shook his head and said. What this young man is brewing in his mind is probably a business plan worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars. And the power behind him is huge, and he may even have the support of a hidden wealthy family. If that's the case, within a few years, the scale of his industry will far exceed that of our Su Mingyi one. By then, even I will have no choice but to bow down to this young man. After hearing Wang Changqing's words, the beautiful young woman was so shocked that she was completely speechless. She really didn't expect that Wang Changqing's evaluation of Zhang Yuan would be so high. However, she had joined the company since she graduated from university at the age of 22, and had been with Wang Changqing for more than 10 years. She knew very well that what Wang Changqing said to her was definitely not a joke. There are indeed some hermit wealthy families in this world. These wealthy families are usually very low-key and rarely appear in the secular world. But most of the wealth in the world is in their hands. For example, the Rothschild family in the West is known as the shadow cabinet in the global financial world and has almost always controlled the economic lifeline of Europe and the United States. Their family wealth has long exceeded $50 trillion. Even for a long period of history, the taxes paid by the citizens of the British Empire went into their pockets. Even the famous Suez Canal once became their family's private property. Such a family has financial resources comparable to that of a small country, and those wealthy people on the Forbes list are actually just employees of their family. Correspondingly, there is also such a mysterious family in China. If there really is such a hidden family behind Zhang Yuan. So what Wang Changqing said is not groundless, but a fact that is very likely to happen. At the same time, the emergence of such a family also means that China's domestic economic market will face a reshuffle. The reason why Wan Changqing spared no effort to help Zhang Yuan and even gave his son to Zhang Yuan was to protect himself. In order to make their Su Ming an easy choice, so that he would not be wiped out in this reshuffle. Chapter 127, Zhang Yuan is moving away? Brother, I'm going to follow you from now on. What position are you going to give me at Panda TV? How much annual salary are you going to offer? As soon as they came out of the building chosen by Su Mingyi, Lao Wan asked Zhang Yuan in a mean way. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and said, "You used to be the boss of Panda TV, and now you work for me. It wouldn't be good to give you a position that is too low, so I'll just let you be the vice president under Zhao Na. As for the annual salary, I will start with an annual salary of 5 million. If you perform well and make outstanding contributions to the company, in addition to giving you extra dividends, I will also give you a personal reward. This reward, there is no upper limit." Really? Upon hearing this, Lao Wan was overjoyed. Zhang Yuan's generosity is obvious to all. Yuan Bo originally just helped Zhang Yuan to make some connections, allowing Zhang Yuan to successfully acquire Panda TV. Zhang Yuan gave Yuan Bo a yacht worth 30 million yuan. If he can help Zhang Yuan to build Panda TV, how much money should Zhang Yuan give him? All right. Zhang Yuan patted Lao Wan on the shoulder and said, "You just need to work hard in the future. I will never treat you unfairly. You heard what your old man said just now. Go to the hospital first and report to Zhao Na. Tell her about your joining Panda TV. Then follow what your old man said and connect with Su Mingyi's Human Resources Department, Product Promotion Department and NCU team to implement our opening ceremony as soon as possible." Okay. Lao Wan nodded hurriedly. After thinking about it, he asked Zhang Yuan, "By the way, big brother, I think it would be better for you to talk to Sister Nana about my employment. If I go and tell Sister Nana myself, she might not believe me." "I'll go and tell him?" Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he felt that what Lao Wan said was right. Appointing Lao Wan as the vice president of Panda TV is no small matter. It would indeed be better for him to talk to Zhao Na. But he and she just had that kind of thing happen in Zhao Na's room last night. Now he doesn't know how to face Zhao Na. If he were asked to talk to Zhao Na about this matter now, he would find it difficult to open his mouth. So after thinking about it, he shook his head at Lao Wan and said, "Forget it. You and Zhao Na are acquaintances. Zhao Na will not disbelieve you. Just go and tell him about this matter yourself. Also, I was staying in Zhao Na's rental house last night and accidentally broke her door, so this morning, I asked Yuan Bo to find a decoration company to reinstall a door for her and also replaced all the furniture in her room. If she asks you about this, just tell her that I arranged it." Okay. Zhang Yuan's eyes looked a little melancholy when he said this. When Lao Wan saw this, he couldn't help but feel it was a little strange. But he didn't dare to ask, so he could only nodded, and then went to find Zhao Na according to Zhang Yuan's instructions. After separating from Lao Wan, Zhang Yuan drove his Lamborghini back to school by himself. On the way back to school, he received a call from Yuan Bo, saying that the house he wanted had been found for him. It was a detached villa near their school, and the price was about 40 million yuan. The villa had already been renovated and was fully equipped with furniture and appliances, so Zhang Yuan could move in directly. He had already sent the location of the villa and the phone number of the real estate agent to Zhang Yuan. If Zhang Yuan wanted, he could just call the real estate agent directly. Zhang Yuan had asked Yuan Bo to find a house in the morning. The reason is very simple. That is him now. It is no longer convenient for him to continue living in the dormitory. It is time to move out. Last night, Lu Yujiao asked Zhou Zhang to ask him out and drugged him, causing him to ruin Enchi's innocence. This was a lesson for her. Although Zhou Zhang might not know that Lu Yujiao had drugged him. But when I thought that Lu Yujiao was still Zhou Zhang's girlfriend. If he were to face Zhou Zhang again, he would still feel unhappy. And after Panda TV is established, he will have more business matters. It is not very convenient to discuss company matters in the dormitory. In that case, maybe just move out. Generally speaking, when I go out, I don't have so many worries. After returning to school, Zhang Yuan parked his car downstairs of the dormitory building, then went upstairs and returned to the dormitory. There is no class today, and his roommates are all in the dormitory. Even Zhou Zhang has returned from the club located in the center of the lake. He was originally lying in his bed. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming back, he immediately jumped up from his bed and shouted at Jiang Yuan angrily. Yuanzi, what happened to you? You drove back here without even saying hello. Don't you know that the place where we ate is very remote? Jiajiao and I didn't have any means of transportation, so we talked to the boss for a long time and spent more than 200 yuan to get him to send us back. When you left by yourself, didn't you think about Jiajiao and I being there? I'm sorry, Zhou Zhang. Looking at Zhou Zhang with a resentful face, Jiang Yuan became more certain that it was Lu Yujiao's idea to drug him last night and had nothing to do with Zhou Zhang. So he smiled apologetically at Zhou Zhang, and then said, I had something urgent to do this morning, so I left first. My car can only seat 2 people, and I can't take you and Lu Yujiao with me. Besides, Lu Yujiao had found a way to get there by herself before, and she didn't ask us to pick her up. I thought you had a way to get back, so you came back by yourself. Hey! Jiajiao took a taxi there last night. It's so far from the city, how can we get a taxi again? Zhou Zhang continued to complain. He wanted to complain a few more times. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Jiang Yuan take out his suitcase from the dormitory cabinet. Then I stuffed the clothes into the box one by one. After packing the clothes, Jiang Yuan climbed onto his bed again and rolled up his bedding. Zhou Zhang was a little confused. He stared at Jiang Yuan in amazement and asked stutteringly, Yuanzi, why are you packing up for no reason? Jiang Yuan's movements also attracted the attention of Fang Zhou and Chen Guanyuan. The two of them hurriedly got off their beds and, like Zhou Zhang, asked Jiang Yuan in shock. Yeah, Yuanzi, why are you packing your things? Aren't you going to live in the dormitory anymore? Yes. Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked at them, then said with a smile. Panda TV is about to open, and I will be busy from now on. Living in the dormitory will affect you, so I found a place outside and plan to move out. Chapter 128, Can you have a little backbone? At this point, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Moving is a big deal, and I should have treated everyone to a meal, but I've been so busy lately, and some things went wrong in the past 2 days, which made me feel very upset and I'm not in the mood. So I'll treat everyone after I've settled down first. Are you really going to leave, Yuanzi? Zhou Zhang was a little panicked. He hesitated for a while and said weakly, You didn't decide to move because of the request I made to you yesterday, did you? I was just drunk yesterday and was just joking. Don't take it seriously. The fact that Jiang Yuan was going to move away did make Zhou Zhang feel a little guilty. After all, Jiang Yuan treated him well and helped him when Lu Yujiao cheated on him. If Jiang Yuan moved out because of him, then he would have no face to stay in the dormitory. Don't worry, Zhou Zhang, the reason I'm moving out is really because I'm busy. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yuan put down what he was holding, patted Zhou Zhang on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Besides, our junior year is about to end. Starting from next semester, if you don't take the postgraduate entrance examination, you should go out for internship. If the internship unit is far from the school, you will definitely have to move out and rent a house. I just moved out a few days earlier than you, so there's no need to worry too much. Okay. Zhou Zhang nodded. Jiang Yuan stood up and continued to pack his things. After Zhou Zhang hesitated for a while, he asked Jiang Yuan again. By the way, Yuanzi, what you said last night about letting me intern at Panda TV when I'm a senior, does that still count? Jiang Yuan, who was busy again, was slightly stunned. He was about to reply to Zhou Zhang's words when Fang Zhou at the side spoke first. Okay, Zhou Zhang, just be quiet for a while. We are studying chemical engineering, which has nothing to do with live broadcast platforms. What are you doing on Panda TV? Yuanzi has helped you a few days ago. Can you please stop pestering Yuanzi? Why am I pestering Yuanzi? Fang Lauer, please stop spitting blood at me. Zhou Zhang, who was scolded by Fang Zhou, felt a little embarrassed and started yelling at Fang Zhou in anger. I'm slandering you? Fang Zhou glared at Zhou Zhang and said coldly. When Lu Yujiao cheated on you, you were the one who pestered Yuanzi and insisted that Yuanzi help you. Yesterday, you invited Yuanzi to dinner, and Yuanzi didn't want to go, but you dragged Yuanzi and insisted that Yuanzi go. Now you are pestering Yuanzi again and want to intern at Yuanzi's company. Zhou Zhang, you are a man after all, can you have some backbone? Fang Lauer, please be careful with your words. Why am I so spineless? Fang Zhou's words completely pissed off Zhou Zhang. He pointed at Jiang Yuan who was standing beside him and shouted angrily. Unz is a brother who lives in the same dormitory with us. It is natural for brothers to help each other. Now that Unz has become successful, what's wrong with him giving me a hand? Is that too much? You also know that Unz and we are brothers? Fong Zhou looked at Zhou Zhang with indifference. Since you know that Unz is our brother, then you should have some self-awareness and stop causing trouble for Unz, okay? The way you keep pestering Unz is really annoying, do you know that? Zhou Zhan was almost furious at Fong Zhou's words. He clenched his fists, veins bulged on his forehead, and he actually looked like he was about to fight Fong Zhou. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly stood between the two of them and said with a smile. All right. We are all brothers. It's not worth it if we ruin the relationship over such a small matter. Zhou Zhang's internship at the TV station was agreed upon last night. It's not excessive for him to ask again today. At this point, Zhang Yuan smiled at Zhou Zhang again and said, Don't worry, Zhou Zhang. I won't break my promise to you. Whenever you want to go to Panda TV, just tell me and I can arrange it for you at any time. Thank you Unz. Zhou Zhan lowered his head and responded with a guilty conscience. Fong Zhou crossed his arms and glared at Zhou Zhang coldly. After dealing with the conflict between Zhou Zhang and Fong Zhou, Zhang Yuan continued to pack his things. He doesn't have many things at school, and there are many things he doesn't plan to use anymore, so he plans to buy new ones after moving out. So it didn't take long for him to pack up his things. Zhang Yuan put on his bag and carried his suitcase, preparing to leave the dormitory. Zhou Zhang, Fong Zhou and others wanted to see him off, but he refused. He went downstairs alone. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory building, I saw a group of people blocking the door of their dormitory building, holding their mobile phones and taking pictures non-stop. The scene was as lively as if a superstar was holding a concert outside their dormitory. Fuck, is this woman Jingjing? Am I seeing things? You read that right, she is Jingjing. Look at the Maybach Excelsior behind her. It was given to her by her boss after she won the world championship last time. There are only 30 of them in the world. It's exactly the same as the picture in the news report. Oh my god, Jingjing actually came to our school. Am I dreaming? I feel like I'm dreaming too. Isn't the NCU team going to compete in the National Cup soon? She should be training with the team members, so how come she still has time to come out? I heard that she encountered a hang during her live broadcast yesterday. She was killed twice by a hanger-on. Maybe she was feeling depressed and came out to relax, right? The guy who killed Jingjing in seconds has the same ID as the richest man on the internet, also called Brother Shiqingjiu. Damn, people nowadays are so shameless that they actually cheated under the name of Brother Jiu, and even used the cheat to beat my dearest Jingjing. If I knew who that cheater was, I would kill him with my own hands. Zhang Yuan carried his bag and pushed his suitcase, squeezing out of the crowded crowd. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory building, a pure black Maybach sports car came into his sight. Maybach cars have always been famous for their solid and tough bodies. Therefore, although the appearance of that Maybach is not as cool as his sixth element, it is also very eye-catching. The car parked downstairs of the dormitory building looks like a black panther lying on the ground, looking aggressive and domineering. Next to the Maybach sports car, there stood a beautiful woman wearing a white t-shirt, a baseball cap, denim shorts and a pair of white casual shoes. The beauty has a slender figure and her appearance is also 8 points. Although compared with beauties like Lin Jia, Song Yuro and Zhao Na, her appearance is slightly inferior. But it was just a little bit off. Chapter 129, Reserve Members? In real comparison, she can still be ranked among the top 10 beauties of Linjian University. Next to her stood a man in his 20s. The man was wearing a white suit, with his chin held high and a haughty look on his face. He looked even more arrogant than Yuan Bo and Lao Wan. Zhang Yuan has no interest in looking at beautiful women now. So he just glanced at the beauty and then planned to turn around and leave. But what he didn't expect was that after seeing him, the beautiful woman actually walked straight up to him and blocked his way. Classmate, excuse me, do you need anything from me? Looking at the beauty in front of him, Zhang Yuan frowned tightly. But the beautiful woman took out a photo from her pocket and compared it with Zhang Yuan. Then he asked Zhang Yuan coldly. You are Zhang Yuan, right? Zhang Yuan was stunned. This beautiful lady actually knew his name. But he had never seen this beauty before. Yesterday afternoon, you played 2 games of PUBG, one in Valley and one in Resort, right? Right. In the game against the Resort, you used a crossbow to blow someone's head off in the Flame Village. In the game against the Valley, you used a shotgun to fight someone at the end. With your health low, you defeated the opponent and won the game. Am I right? That's right. John Yuan frowned even more tightly. What's up with this beauty? How does he know that I ate chicken yesterday afternoon? And he understands the details so clearly. The beauty put the photo back into her pocket. Then he turned around and shouted to the man in the white suit. Brother Yang, I found the person I was looking for, it's him. The man named Brother Yang also walked over here after hearing what the beautiful woman said. He looked Zhang Yuan up and down, then snorted softly and said, Is this the promising new player you mentioned? He looks just average. Jingjing, are you sure he has the potential to be a professional player? If he really didn't cheat yesterday, then it's true. The beauty said expressionlessly. After hearing this, Brother Yang took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yuan with an arrogant look on his face. Hello, young man. I'm Yang Feng, the agent of the PUBG World Champion Team NCU. This beautiful lady is our team captain Wu Jing. I believe you should know the name of our NCU team even if I don't introduce it. NCU team? Zhang Yuan took Yang Feng's business card, his brows were still furrowed and he didn't relax. When he met with Wan Shangqing this morning, Wan Shangqing said that he would ask the head of the NCU team to come and meet him. Could it be that the agent of the NCU team was sent by Wan Shangqing to discuss with him about the friendly match? But when he separated from Lao Wan just now, he had already instructed Lao Wan to take charge of these matters. So they can just go directly to Lao Wan. Why do you have to make such a fuss and come to the school to find him? And still so crazy. Even the financial sponsor of their NCU team, Lao Wan, didn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan put the business card handed to him by Yang Feng into his pocket. Then he asked Yang Feng coldly. Tell me, why did you come to the school to see me? Is there something important? Aren't you talking nonsense? Looking at Zhang Yuan's calm expression, Yang Feng suddenly felt unhappy. He is the agent of the World Championship Champion Team NCU. For domestic PUBG players, the NCU team is almost a god-like existence. It is the belief and idol of every PUBG player. This guy named Zhang Yuan should have knelt down excitedly after hearing his own name. How come he is so calm? However, he glanced at Wu Jing beside him, still suppressed his anger, and said to Zhang Yuan. The reason we came to you today is because we think you performed well in the game, and we intend to test you to see if you are qualified to be our reserve player. Do you understand? Reserve member? Yes. Yang Feng snorted softly and said to Zhang Yuan with some disdain. According to our team's rules, a world-class team like NCU cannot directly recruit people from the society. We will only select our reserve players from the top-ranked esports schools. But Jingjing said that you have great potential. Although you are an amateur, you have the ability to compete with professional players. She also showed me the video of her match with you. Having said that, Yang Feng raised his chin very proudly and looked at Zhang Yuan with some contempt in his eyes. Although in my opinion, the 2 times you won against Jingjing, it was most likely because you cheated. But considering Jingjing's persistence, I am still willing to give you this chance. As long as you can pass our test, you will have the opportunity to become a reserve member of our NCU team. For an ordinary college student like you, this is a step to heaven. What the hell? NCU is actually coming to our school to recruit people? This is too magical. When Yang Feng said this to Zhang Yuan, the people watching around did not disperse. Therefore, everything they said just now was heard by the onlookers. When those people heard that Yang Feng recruited Zhang Yuan as their reserve player, they were all excited and looked at Zhang Yuan with envy in their eyes. NCU is the world champion team. This guy actually has the chance to join NCU. Isn't that too cool? I heard that after NCU won the world championship, their salaries all increased. Even the lowest level reserve players make 1 million a year. If they can play in the official competition, they will get a bonus of 20,000 yuan for each game. This income will directly put them at the peak of their lives. Damn, I'm pretty good at playing PUBG, okay? I was a 30-star ace last season, why didn't NCU recruit me? Ace 30 stars is nothing. I reached God of War last season. I went to a professional team for an interview, but they didn't want me. Professional teams look at your solo ranking and chicken eating rate. They don't even look at a dog like you, an ace 30 stars in a 4-player team. No way? Are the standards for professional teams to recruit players so high? This kid doesn't look like a gaming master, but he actually asked the agent of the NCU team competition and the captain Jingjing to recruit him together. Is he that strong? I don't think he's a good gamer either. He probably just got lucky. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Yang Feng suddenly showed a smug smile on his face, and his expression became even more arrogant. That's right. This is the treatment that their NCU team deserves. Chapter 130, Trash Broker. Players of PUBG, how can you not be excited when you hear the name of the NCU team? So, you came to the school specifically to find me in order to test my abilities and recruit me into your team? Zhang Yuan asked back with a sneer. What else? Yang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Yuan and said impatiently. If you are willing, just play a solo match with us. Each match has 40 kills. As long as you can get more than 5 kills on Nana, you will be eligible to come back to the training base with me and participate in the official test of our NCU team reserve members. If you are unwilling or afraid, just leave immediately. Don't dawdle here and waste our time. Ha, what a big tone you have. Zhang Yuan sneered. Then he carried the suitcase and backpack in his hands and walked around Yang Feng. At the same time, he said coldly to Yang Feng. Although I don't know why you came to recruit me to be your reserve player, I think you'd better find out who I am before talking to me. Otherwise, you will be embarrassed. What? Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the veins on Yang Feng's forehead suddenly jumped. He grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm and shouted at him angrily. Little thing, you are so good at pretending at such a young age. I even found out who you are before talking to you. Do you think I didn't check your identity before coming here? Let me tell you, for an ordinary college student like you, the fact that our NCU team can invite you is already a great honor for your ancestors. Don't be ungrateful. Snort. Zhang Yuan grabbed Yang Feng's arm and swung it violently, directly throwing Yang Feng's hand that was holding his arm aside. He used a lot of force in this swing, so Yang Feng almost fell to the ground after being thrown out by him. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He glanced at him coldly, then turned and left. Yang Feng, who was pushed away by him, became angry. Damn, you little bastard, I recruited you to join our NCU team with good intentions, and you actually dared to use violence against me. Yang Feng walked towards Zhang Yuan aggressively, wanting to use violence against him. But before he walked up to Zhang Yuan, he felt something was wrong. What's wrong with this NCU team's agent? His quality is too low, isn't it? That's right, what's wrong with ordinary college students? Did ordinary college students eat your rice? Why do you look down on ordinary college students so much? NCU's World Championship was won by the team members, not by you as their agent. What are you bragging about? If the NCU team is of this quality, I will never watch NCU games again. Looking at the angry eyes of the people around him, Yang Feng suddenly felt guilty. It seems that he has already incurred public anger. Come to think of it. He is now on the university campus. He said some words that looked down on ordinary college students on the university campus, and these college students would definitely not forgive him. He saw that there were quite a few people holding up their phones and taking pictures of him. Yang Feng became even more panicked. It is no exaggeration to say that the NCU team is a household name. As the agent of the NCU team, his every move represents the image of the team. His remarks just now were indeed a bit extreme. If someone had recorded the video and posted it online, he would be doomed. Thinking of this, Yang Feng, who was originally furious, rushed to Zhang Yuan and said to him with a smile. I'm sorry, Zhang Yuan. I was wrong just now. My attitude towards you was too rude. I apologize. Look, do you really not consider playing solo with Jingjing? Even if we put the team joining test aside, as a PUBG player, playing solo with Jingjing should be your dream, right? Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Feng, then at the excited classmates around him. He shook his head helplessly. He is now carrying his suitcase and preparing to move. I really don't have the time, nor the mood to get entangled with Yang Feng and the others. But he also knew that if he left like this today, Yang Feng would probably become a hot topic. After all, Yang Feng has already aroused public anger. What Yang Feng said to him just now really deserved a beating. If this matter doesn't come to any conclusion, someone will definitely post the video of Yang Feng humiliating him online. By then, not only will Yang Feng himself be doomed, but the reputation of the NCU team will also be affected. Zhang Yuan didn't care whether Yang Feng would be finished or not. But he couldn't ignore the reputation of the NCU team. In a while, he will play a friendly match with the NCU team. He also planned to use this friendly match to make the reopened Panda TV a hit. The reputation of the NCU team was ruined before the game, and it was because of him that it became ruined. Isn't that just shooting yourself in the foot? When he thought of this, Zhang Yuan felt a little angry. What's going on with Wan Chongqing? Why did he find a fool like Yang Feng to be the agent of the NCU team? He doesn't care about his image in public at all. He digs a hole and buries himself alive. Now he needs to clean up his mess afterwards. This agent is so unprofessional. But no matter how angry you are, you still have to clean up your mess. Therefore, Zhang Yuan glared at Yang Feng and said to him helplessly, "Okay, come on then. Damn, this brat is too pretentious. How many people want a solo with Jingjing but haven't had the chance yet, but he makes it seem like he's reluctant. It's really infuriating." Although Yang Feng felt slightly relieved after Zhang Yuan agreed. But looking at Zhang Yuan's reluctant look, Yang Feng was still very angry. But he had just suffered a loss, so he would definitely not dig a hole for himself and jump into it again. So even if I am angry, I can only hold it in my heart and dare not get angry again. Wu Jing then walked up to Zhang Yuan, threw a cell phone to him, and said to him coldly, "I don't know if you have any cheats on your phone, so you have to use our phone for solo. The account on this phone has been added as my friend. After you log in, you can set up the operation method you are familiar with. Once you have set it up, we will start. If you need something like a controller, I can give it to you. But it is limited to mechanical equipment. The kind of PUBG artifacts with automatic gun control and electronic touch functions are not allowed to be used." New. Zhang Yuan took the phone and opened the game. In the operation settings, he adjusted the game layout and sensitivity to default, and then said to Wu Jing, "I'm ready, please invite me." Chapter 131 Finale System Recycler. Wu Jing glanced at Zhang Yuan and was slightly surprised. Anyone who has played PUBG knows that although this game is very popular, the operation settings are different for everyone. Some people like to use 2 fingers, some like to use 4 fingers, and some like to use 6 fingers. Different operating methods mean different button layouts. At the same time, everyone is accustomed to using different sensitivities, and this is especially true for those who are better at playing. Therefore, when master players play PUBG on unfamiliar devices, it takes a long time just to set up the operation interface and sensitivity. I didn't expect that this guy who wanted money could set it up so quickly. Then there is only one possibility: this guy intends to fight her using the default settings in the game. The default settings are the default operation settings provided by the game officials to players. But everyone who has used it knows that the operating settings are very inconvenient. People who are a little better at playing the game will not use the system default operating settings. And this guy actually wants to use the not-so-convenient operating setting to challenge himself as the world champion? Is he crazy? In fact, it's not that Zhang Yuan is crazy, but that Zhang Yuan has no intention of playing with her seriously. The reason why he agreed to fight Wu Jing in a one-on-one duel was purely to divert the attention of the onlookers. All he wanted now was to quickly finish the fight with Wu Jing and then leave with his luggage. He is in a hurry to buy a new house. Wu Jing invited Zhang Yuan to join the team, set the room information, and started the game. The one-on-one mode of PUBG was just released at the beginning of this year. Players can choose between the abandoned factory and duel arena maps for a duel. The number of players and time for the duel can be set in advance. Wu Jing set the game time to 10 minutes and the maximum number of kills to 40. In other words, the game will end as long as the game duration reaches 10 minutes or one person gets 40 kills. The map Wu Jing chose was an abandoned factory. After the game starts, there is a 1-minute preparation time during which both sides can choose the weapons they will use. You can only choose one weapon, but you can carry 2 of the same weapon. And each person also has a grenade and a stun grenade. Taking into account the possibility of a long-range gunfight, Zhang Yuan did not choose his favorite shotgun, but instead picked up a big plate chicken. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was really going to perform a solo with Wu Jing on the spot, the students around them couldn't hold back anymore and all crowded behind Zhang Yuan and Wu Jing to watch their solo. After the preparation time is over, the game officially begins. Zhang Yuan immediately rushed out from the birth point with the big plate of chicken on his back. He relied on the container outside the birth point, constantly changing his position, and slowly moved towards the center of the venue. However, just as he was about to reach the open space in the center of the venue, a series of green smoke suddenly appeared above his head. At the same time, his health bar began to drop rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a box. How amazing! Jiang Yuan exclaimed in his heart. From the death replay, Wu Jing squatted on a commanding height made up of 3 layers of containers, aimed at his head with the M762, and shot him directly to death. That point should be the highest place on the entire map, with an excellent view. Moreover, Wu Jing held the gun very steadily, and several bullets all hit his head, leaving him no chance to dodge. This Wu Jing is truly worthy of being the captain of the world champion team, and he is indeed quite capable. As soon as the death replay was over, Jiang Yuan was resurrected. He already knew Wu Jing's location, and was very careful to avoid the sight of the commanding heights. Then he tried to close the distance between himself and Wu Jing, intending to throw a bomb at her and kill her. As Jiang Yuan continued to move, he soon arrived near the 3rd layer container. He then pulled the mine and aimed at the top of the container. After Jiang Yuan pulled the thunder, he did not throw it out directly. Instead, he looked at the countdown, intending to wait until there were only 3 seconds left before throwing it. In this way, the thunder will explode instantly the moment it hits the ground, and Wu Jing will have no way to dodge. But when there were still 5 seconds left in the countdown, Jiang Yuan suddenly heard footsteps in his ears. The keen intuition told Jiang Yuan. The location of the footsteps was not on the top of the container, but behind him. He cried out "oh no" in his heart, and quickly cancelled the grenade throwing, planning to take out the gun and attack the opponent. But it was too late. Wu Jing jumped directly from a container behind him and shot him in the head with a volley of bullets, turning him into a box again. The score of the game, 0-2. I thought the reserve players that the NCU team was going to recruit were very strong, but this is not acceptable. That's right. He's not even familiar with the solo map, and he's been killed by Jingjing twice, but he didn't even fire a shot. I can do that with this level. I think this is normal. Jingjing is the captain of NCU. Among all the professional team members in the world, there are only a handful who can beat Jingjing in close range. It is not surprising that this guy behaved like this. Gun, yes, in the last World Championship Finals, Jingjing won the game by fighting 3 people alone. The 3 people who fought with Jingjing at that time were all core members of the runner-up team KPL. Jingjing can fight 3 of the top professional players alone, let alone this amateur player. I thought I was going to see a very exciting duel today, but it seems I can only see a massacre. After Jiang Yuan died twice in a row, the people who were watching the duel behind him began to mock him. Faced with such ridicule, Jiang Yuan didn't think it was a big deal and continued to play the game calmly. However, Wu Jing, who was playing against him, raised her eyelids, glanced at him, and then said to him coldly, "As a professional player, do you think that after I kill you, I will stay in the same spot and wait for you to fight back? Childish." Jiang Yuan was originally in a very calm mood. Even if he was ridiculed by the onlookers, he didn't care. After all, he didn't want to play this solo match in the first place, and he had no intention of joining the NCU team. He just wanted to deal with it quickly and be done with it. Winning or losing didn't matter to him. But after hearing what Wu Jing said, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt angry. "I decided to fight this solo with you just to protect the reputation of your NCU team. Not only do you not appreciate my kindness, but you even mock me. And you still say I'm childish. If the tiger doesn't show its power, people will think I'm a sick cat. Damn, I have to teach you a lesson today." Jiang Yuan was thinking this in his mind, when he suddenly felt an electric current being released from the mobile phone. The electric shock made him tremble all over as if he had epilepsy. At the same time, the system's voice rang in his ears. "Warning, warning, the host is detected to be in high danger, please leave this state." I also want to get out of this state." Jiang Yuan was electrocuted and foamed at the mouth. He fell to the ground and twitched continuously, and his consciousness began to become blurred. He pulled himself together with great difficulty, and shouted to the system in his mind. "Tell me, how can I get out of this? Stop struggling, young man." A voice seemed to come from the sky and went straight into Jiang Yuan's mind. Immediately afterwards, the image of an old man with a white beard emerged in Jiang Yuan's mind. "Who are you?" "I am the system terminator." The old man with white beard stroked his long beard and smiled slowly. "Is it specifically to end people like you who carry systems and destroy the balance of the world? This super-rich system in your body is in existence that will disrupt the financial order of this world, so I must reclaim you and your system?" "Reclaim me and the system?" Jiang Yuan was shocked when he heard this, and asked fearfully. Are you planning to wipe me out? Although the word obliterate isn't quite right, it's almost the same. The old man with white beard said. After you and your system are recovered, all traces of you in this world will disappear, as if you have never existed. But this is not annihilation. I will take you back to the System Research Institute as a specimen for research. Okay, young man, stop talking nonsense and let me go. The old man with white beard finished speaking and waved his hand. Zhang Yuan's mind was instantly filled with golden light, and he fell into a coma. At the same time, in the real world, Zhang Yuan was lying on the ground twitching. He also disappeared in the astonished eyes of everyone.